Chapter 1. The Sinner. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed through the air, reminiscent of something that might emanate from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. "I know you're in there, my precious little lamb." Accompanied by that terrifying laughter, a blood-soaked villain wielding a fire axe scoured the lockers within the changing room, methodically searching each one, dragging the dripping weapon behind him. The axe head scraped against the smooth floor, producing a series of nauseating sparks that seemed to embody pure malevolence. This once vibrant institution of learning now lay in ruins, the library ablaze with an unquenchable fire, while deranged marauders laughed maniacally amidst the flames. A grotesque yet strangely harmonious tableau. Jiang Shang huddled within a school locker, adrenaline coursing through his veins, rendering his body tremulous. Through the narrow crack, he witnessed the once kind principal mercilessly have his eye pierced by a remorseless assailant. The principal's anguished scream pierced the air, only to be followed by the sickening thud of the massive fire axe, which shattered his skull like a watermelon, sending brain matter and blood splattering in all directions. As an orphan with no one to rely on, and a time traveler who had been thrust into this world from birth, Jiang Shang gripped a hastily sharpened iron stake as if it were his last lifeline, ready to fight to the death when the monster inevitably discovered his hiding place. Perhaps due to the countless lives he had taken, a faint, ominous mist began to coalesce around the villain, resembling a parasite clinging to its host. Upon closer inspection, within that subtle haze were the anguished visages of his victims, as if their vengeful spirits were lamenting their untimely demise and expressing their fury. This world had been tainted by sin, revealing its true, hideous nature to Jiang Shang only when he turned 16. The once peaceful order was as fragile as a soap bubble, an illusion that had shattered. Jiang Shang could not comprehend how mere days ago tranquility reigned, only for the entire city to plunge into a fiery abyss of wickedness. Extraordinary powers, previously unheard of, had emerged like mushrooms after a rainstorm in these few days. The enforcers, armed with once potent firearms, found themselves impotent against the assailants shrouded in swirling black mist. Not long ago, these villains were merely the dark underbelly of the city. Jiang Shang still recalled the last day of peace. "Go ahead, do as you please. The entire city shall suspend all laws. Judgment Day has arrived," proclaimed the figure known as the mayor on television. As the clock struck midnight, chaos erupted throughout the city, with murder, debauchery, and maniacal laughter reverberating through the streets, a mournful cry amidst the roaring flames. Jiang Shang had no time to dwell on these thoughts. With footsteps drawing ever closer, one locker after another was flung open, and the specter of death loomed nearer. For Jiang Shang, the moment of life and death had arrived. Grinding his teeth, he tasted the metallic tang of rust filling his mouth. As the adjacent locker door creaked open, only one locker remained untouched in the changing room. "Oh, my dear little lamb, you must be hiding in here," the villain cackled, reaching towards the locker. The next moment, darkness enveloped him. Ding! The multiverse simulator has been successfully bound. Praise the great asterisk. Detection indicates the host has entered a life and death crisis with a survival probability of only 0.01. Time and space will be temporarily frozen, allowing the host to communicate with the system through thought and enter the simulation. The villain's movements halted as he reached for the locker door, and Jiang Shang, his grip tightening around the iron rod, let out a slow breath of relief. A light screen illuminated Jiang Shang's vision. It was the system. Just when it mattered most, his golden finger arrived at last. "System, please introduce your functions. Is there a way to help me escape this predicament?" Jiang Shang swallowed hard, initiating communication with the system through thought. This system possesses no intelligent functions. The host may directly commence the simulation to explore its capabilities. The system's cold, electronic voice delivered its detached message. "Then let us begin the simulation." Jiang Shang squinted as the cramped locker was swiftly engulfed by boundless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dilapidated building, surrounded by countless rusty, monochrome doors reminiscent of an old film. The system has been activated for the first time. Would you like to spend an opportunity to randomly draw a character's talent for simulation? The system's chilling prompt echoed once more. Drawl. A tempest swept through the decrepit building, and one of the black and white doors began to emanate color. Creak, squeak. The doors slowly swung open, revealing a refined-looking man with a hint of madness in his eyes stepping forth. "Oh, young man, you're quite fortunate to summon me first. It's been ages since I've sensed the essence of this world," he exclaimed, inhaling deeply, a hint of intoxication in his tone. "Oh, I absolutely adore the sin of sin. Hey, young man, for our future collaboration, you may call me by my nickname, Dog Brother." The system's light screen updated promptly. Character name Doug. Occupation, psychological analyst. Talent, mad speech hobby. This information is locked. Faction, reconstruct. Please select the world you wish to traverse. The system kindly reminds you that tasks will differ based on the faction of the chosen character. Hosts are advised to carefully select talents from different factions after acquiring multiple roles to facilitate task completion, thus easing the difficulty. Upon completing the crossing task, the host will summon the character into the real world to serve the host. Current faction of the character Doug is Reconstruct. Currently available worlds for traversal. 1. Urban Dragon King. World description. This world is dominated by powerful families, where all nations are but puppets of these formidable clans. They scorn the law, consider themselves the architects of rules, while ordinary people merely serve as a backdrop to their dramas. World task. Reconstruct the world, steering it back onto the right path, restoring it to its rightful direction. Original identity of this world. You are the top student in your school, unmatched across the entire Jiang province. Your academic prowess astonishes your mentors, and your juniors regard you with pride, viewing you as a symbol of social ascension. Your life flourished like a vibrant blossom until you encountered a certain man, plunging your existence into despair. You fell in love with the most beautiful girl in your school. Everyone believed you were a match made in heaven. Yet that uneducated, brash man dragged you into the abyss. You lost all your honors, branded a fraud in academic misconduct, and one ordinary afternoon met your demise at the hands of another. The sole mistake of your life was sharing affection for the same woman as a powerful figure. You were further cursed to be born into this grotesque world, where the powerful families wield absolute control. Your resentment drew the attention of the multiverse system. This time, as time rewinds, your soul shall be replaced by another, who will fulfill your unfulfilled wishes. Loading talents. Talents loaded successfully. Commencement of traversal. Upon opening his eyes again, Jiang Shang lifted his head from the desk, and in the next instant, a torrent of memories flooded in, swiftly enlightening him with the original host's recollections. Based on the temporal comparison within those memories, this marked the beginning of it all. After class, the original protagonist encountered the female lead, who had just returned from abroad as an exchange student, and was instantly captivated by her. After a period of tension, he met a tragic fate at the hands of the male lead's subordinate, who ruthlessly ended his life. Jiang Shang shook his head, contemplating the daunting world mission he faced in this new realm, to reshape reality. This was no trivial task. According to the memories stored within his mind, several major powers on this planet possessed nuclear weapons. The only assistance Jiang Shang could rely on lay in the enigmatic and chaotic powers he had acquired. "Jiang Shang, I noticed you dozing off during my lecture. Are you not interested in my class? Or did I err in my teaching?" As the bell rang, the instructor, Professor Liu, called out to Jiang Shang. Being a distinguished scholar at Jiang Province University naturally attracted considerable attention, and the nervousness radiating from Professor Liu was a sensation Jiang Shang had never experienced in his previous life as an underachiever. "Would you be available to discuss the new idea you recently proposed?" After that gathering, everyone seemed quite intrigued by your concept. "New idea?" Jiang Shang swiftly scanned the original protagonist's memories. "Thick gift crab. Are you certain this is not sexism?" Jiang Shang's lips twitched as he rapidly reviewed the foundational knowledge of this world. Feudalism, constitutional monarchy, capitalism. The entire world operated in such a manner, thanks to the abundant resources of this realm. Its people had never endured the agonies of hunger or exploitation. As long as they had enough to eat, they would not rebel. Thus, certain ideologies found it challenging to emerge. Without the nurturing of bloodshed and suffering, these concepts had only begun to take shape in the modern era. The original protagonist was, in fact, an early proponent of this nascent ideology. You have no inkling of the monstrous force that will be unleashed once this ideology is fully developed. It will sweep across the globe. Jiang Shang gazed at the expectant expression of his mentor and sighed softly. He was about to speak when a whisper echoed in his mind. My dear summoner, congratulations on grasping the pivotal moment for reshaping this world. I believe you could use a touch of assistance. The voice of Doug, laced with a hint of madness, filled his consciousness. Suddenly, Jiang Shang felt his soul intertwine with another essence, and the entire world began to transform. Yes, I have completed the theoretical framework for this new ideology. Would you be interested in understanding it, mentor? A slightly manic smile crept across Jiang Shang's face as he spoke with rapid fervor, his mind brimming with innovative ideas. The absurd notions that once occupied his thoughts had been discarded in favor of absolute rationality. Professor Lu nodded vigorously in agreement. In the conference room of Jiang Province University, esteemed mentors gathered, each renowned within the institution. Jiang Shang unfurled a tapestry of ideas, with the mentors transitioning from appreciative smiles to nods of agreement. And finally, to a state of perspiration as they grappled with the intensity of the discussion. This exchange of thoughts lasted well into the night, with Jiang Shang delivering incisive responses to each inquiry posed by the mentors. As the session concluded, Jiang Shang emerged from the experience as though awakening from a dream, surveying the now empty room and the radical ideas scrawled on the blackboard. What have you done? He murmured. I have unleashed a colossal beast hidden within your heart, or rather, released a deluge. Are you familiar with Noah's Ark? It will cleanse everything, purging those wretched parasites. Doug's languid voice resonated within him, increasingly strange and unhinged. Jiang Shang meticulously reflected on the recent memories. It was peculiar. Every word spoken and memory recalled remained intact, yet it felt as though he had adopted an entirely different persona while articulating his thoughts. Jiang Shang recognized that this was something far beyond the cultural and intellectual capabilities of his former self. A mere student from a third-rate university. Jiang Shang gritted his teeth. Did you just manipulate my consciousness? No, not at all. Your consciousness remains under your control. I merely provided a semblance of spiritual power. You can perceive it as your soul engaging in an accelerated state of thought. Doug paused for a moment. Well, considering your impoverished comprehension as a 0.7 level civilization native, it would indeed be quite challenging for you to grasp. Chapter 2. Have I become a spiritual mentor? To put it in terms you can comprehend, I have bestowed upon you a profound essence of the soul, enhancing your cognitive capabilities 1,000-fold. This remarkable augmentation of thought creates a chasm between your current self and the hyper-accelerated version of you, akin to the disparity between Einstein and a mere protozoan. Doug scoffed. From this moment forth, follow the guidance of your subconscious. The groundwork has already been laid by your hyper-accelerated self. Jiang Shang scratched his head, his memories from merely a few hours ago still intact. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding the plans of his hyper-accelerated self. At this very moment, the wings of the butterfly had begun to flutter, reminiscent of a fission reaction. That day, the academic professors and campus mentors, whose minds were filled with new ideologies, acted like torches transmitting a spark of thought. Starting with those around him, the fervent flames of this ideology spread swiftly and silently. Jiang Shang maintained a regular routine, attending classes punctually, living his life as an ordinary university student. Although he did not fully grasp the meaning of having everything laid out for him, he decided to follow his subconscious instincts and indulge in idleness. Since then, after missing his encounter with the female protagonist, he had not deliberately paid attention to this newly transferred exchange student. The fervent discussions ignited on the campus forum regarding her unparalleled beauty had dissipated as fleetingly as a flower that blooms only to wither. In its place emerged a discourse on new ideologies. Initially, people assumed this was merely a passionate outcry from students against the wealthy elite, a complaint that went unnoticed amidst the relentless online criticism directed at the magnates. Soon, an offline discussion took place, garnering little attention. No one knew what transpired, nor did they notice the fervent flames kindling in the eyes of the students returning from that discussion. As time passed, the flames spread further, igniting discussions among students in various universities, these sparks dotting the landscape of the great gene. Hey, dog brother, Have you sensed that the way everyone looks at me has changed recently? Jiang Shang scratched his head, observing several junior students approaching him. Their right fists pressed to their chests, faces alight with fervor and respect, nodding toward him. Could it be that I have been elected as a national representative of university students? With a stiff smile, Jiang Shang silently communicated with Doug. This marked the sixth group of students he had encountered since leaving his residence. He was uncertain when it began, but despite having done little, he was informed of his selection as a representative of the student council, leading to invitations from esteemed professors and scholars for postgraduate recommendations. Subsequently, an array of scholarships and honors began to adorn him. In a mere 3 months, he had secured a position as a national representative of university students, a ticket to upward mobility in a society as stratified as Grade Gene, which was a significant achievement for an ordinary individual. To some extent, yes, my astute summoner. Let the bullets fly a while longer, Doug chuckled meaningfully during their mental exchange. As night fell quietly, the inky black sky enveloped the earth, resembling a vast, dark curtain. Amidst this tranquil night, a slender, frail youth walked alone along the road. His footsteps were slow, his gaze fixed upon the ground, occasionally illuminating the underbrush with a flashlight, seeking to collect discarded items that others deemed worthless, hoping to sell them. At that moment, a cacophony of revving engines shattered the night's tranquility. A rowdy gang of bikers raced down the straight road, accompanied by several alluring women clad in revealing attire. They reveled in the thrill of speed, utterly oblivious to their surroundings and the feelings of others. Darling, look at that poor fellow. This drink tastes awful. I think I shall toss it to him. One of the women, with a disdainful glint in her eyes towards the lower-class residents, casually threw her half-finished beverage at the young man by the roadside, predictably drenching him with the contents. A half-can of energy drink was flung at Zhang Fan as if it were a token of charity. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Zhang Fan had no time to think. His body reacted instinctively. He swiftly sidestepped and managed to catch the half-can of drink. Had he hesitated or failed to evade, the liquid would have mercilessly splattered all over him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. However, Zhang Fan made a miscalculation while he caught the drink. He did not secure it properly. The viscous liquid sloshed around, raining down upon the two of them. Shortly thereafter, an irate voice erupted. "You bastard. My dear heart is kind enough to offer you a drink worth over 1,000, and you dare to dirty my clothes with it? This outfit costs 18,000. Can you afford to compensate for that?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, dozens of motorcycles came to a halt, encircling Zhang Fan. A young thug with bleached hair leapt forward, delivering a fierce kick that sent Zhang Fan sprawling to the ground. He dared not retaliate, and a flurry of fists and feet rained upon him, inflicting unbearable pain. Zhang Fan sensed his consciousness slipping away, just before he succumbed to darkness. The final image seared into his mind was a massive foot mercilessly pressing down on his head, as if to bury him deep into the mud. "Listen well. My name is Li Fong. Do you understand? Today, you'll learn a lesson. If you think you can call the police, go ahead. The chief of the security bureau is my father. Go on, report me if you dare." Li Fong boasted arrogantly. "Humph, you think you can challenge me, you country bumpkin? I could crush you with a mere flick of my finger." With that, a black leather coat was hurled at Zhang Fan, followed by a pungent, steaming liquid that splattered across his face. The noxious odor jolted him back from the brink of unconsciousness. He cried out, desperately attempting to evade such a brutal humiliation. Knowing he could not fight back, he understood that these individuals were the entitled offspring of the city, and offending them could jeopardize his family and his parents' livelihood. Laughter erupted around him, interspersed with mocking and contemptuous remarks. Does this kid still think he can hide? The group of young men had indulged in sufficient amounts of water today, ensuring that their companion would experience the utmost enjoyment. A dozen figures encircled a trembling youth, pointing fingers and erupting in raucous laughter. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, their mocking visages appeared particularly grotesque and menacing. The Grand Jin dynasty of this world seemed to have strayed from its rightful path. Following the fall of the last emperor of the previous dynasty, the newly established Jin was swiftly divided among various powerful clans during its nascent stages. Faced with such adversity, the fragile state apparatus of Jin opted for continual retreat and compromise. As time wore on, the regime gradually became a mere plaything of these aristocratic families, monopolizing the avenues for social advancement. Despite the implementation of a so-called universal education system, These purported opportunities were merely designed for those willing to subjugate themselves to the powerful elite, destined to become their lapdogs. Chapter 3. Have you ever witnessed the rise of crimson flames? Jiang Fan's gaze was vacant, fixated on the ceiling of his cell, as if his soul had departed. Since the occurrence of that dreadful incident, his life had unraveled completely, plunging him into an abyss of darkness and despair. Led by the notorious Li Shao, a gang of thugs had doggedly pursued him like wraiths, leaving him with no avenue of escape. They wantonly destroyed the meager stall that his family relied upon for survival, reducing it to rubble. In the ensuing confrontation, Jiang Fan's father was tragically knocked to the ground, his head striking the steps with a sickening thud. Though swiftly transported to the hospital, the doctors, intimidated by the formidable power behind Li Shao and having received specific warnings, hesitated to administer effective treatment. Enduring a protracted and agonizing month of torment, Jiang Fan's father ultimately passed away, harboring resentment as he departed this world. His father's demise dealt a severe blow to the family, leaving his mother unable to bear the weight of her grief, leading her to madness. On an ordinary afternoon, clad in the cheap hao she once wore in her youth, his mother muttered that his father was awaiting her and walked out the door, never to be seen again. It was only later that her body was recovered from the river, swollen and lifeless, yet the cheap hao she wore allowed Jiang Fan to identify her unmistakably. Jiang Fan could hardly fathom that a mere bottle of drink could provoke such vengeance. The darkness of this world felt utterly despairing. To compound his misery, his young sister also vanished without a trace. Jiang Fan understood that this was far beyond a simple disappearance. She had been abducted. Informants hinted that they had seen several of Li Shao's henchmen lurking around his sister's school. This news pierced Jiang Fan's heart like a sharp dagger, deepening his anguish. Confronted with a cascade of calamities and upheavals, he felt utterly powerless and helpless. Yet, at that very moment, Jiang Fan found himself ensnared in a predicament so dire that he could barely tend to his own needs. During the fierce altercation at the stall, despite still nursing grave injuries, he was unjustly accused of premeditated murder and arrested on the spot, promptly taken to prison. The group of ruffians exhibited their brazen demeanor, proudly pointing to the superficial wounds they had deliberately inflicted upon themselves with a small knife, as if these marks were irrefutable evidence. Subsequently, they callously dragged Jiang Fan across the ground like a lifeless dog, their faces adorned with mocking smiles, coercing him to sign confessions to the so-called charges against him. "Officer, you must stand up for us. This fellow chased after us with a knife, threatening our lives." The officer nodded, his eyes glimmering with sycophancy. "Rest assured, gentlemen, we shall handle this matter with utmost seriousness and ensure justice for the people." No one heeded Jiang Fan's pleas for defense. The proceedings unfolded swiftly, and a fabricated confession hastily led Jiang Fan to the courtroom. "No, you must have colluded beforehand. I refuse to accept this. I shall appeal." Standing in the courtroom, Jiang Fan's visage twisted in anguish, his bloodshot eyes wide with desperation as he roared in vain. His voice reverberated throughout the chamber, yet it elicited neither attention nor response from those present. The courtroom fell into an oppressive silence, with spectators watching the frenzied youth with impassive expressions. The judge presided from an elevated bench, his gaze cold and resolute. The officer stood rigidly beside him, his countenance devoid of any emotion, both appearing to uphold the sanctity of the law with unwavering commitment. To these powerful figures, Jiang Fan was merely an inconsequential pawn, a triviality in their grand scheme. They had long since grown accustomed to a myriad of cries for justice and absurd disturbances, rendering such spectacles utterly mundane. Jiang Fan's cries gradually faded into the ether, unacknowledged. He felt as though he were ensconced in a desolate and helpless world, where no amount of struggle could alter the course of his fate. Ultimately, as the gavel struck down and the verdict was rendered, Jiang Fan was forcibly removed from the courtroom, cast into the frigid embrace of a prison cell. His figure receded into the distance, vanishing behind the imposing cell door, leaving a lingering echo of despair in the air. Years later, "Hey kid, have you ever witnessed the burning of crimson flames?" A fellow inmate, a newcomer said to have been imprisoned merely for inciting a disturbance, prodded Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remained fixated on the ceiling, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Yet, the cacophony within the cell grew increasingly louder, surging like a tidal wave, soon followed by a thunderous explosion akin to firecrackers. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams, it sent shivers down the spine. as many of the guards who had tormented Zhang Fan lay shrieking on the ground. Long after, the haunting sounds echoed in Zhang Fan's ears, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, a crisp and resounding cadence of footsteps pierced the air, drawing nearer and becoming clearer. It was the distinctive sound of polished shoes striking the floor. Those who seek the crimson flames. Now is the time for uprising. A deep and commanding voice resonated, filled with authority and determination. We must send back those comprador elites, aristocrats, and foreign oppressors who have long dominated our lands. Another impassioned voice echoed in response, brimming with boundless anger and resolve. A man adorned with a red cloth around his neck stood tall in the prison square, his gaze resolute and fervent. Meanwhile, the wrongfully imprisoned were being liberated one by one from their cells by the armed rebels. Now is the moment when the crimson flames burn fiercely. A newly arrived inmate grasped Zhang Fan's arm with enthusiasm, his voice resonating with fervor. Let us together forge a new world free from oppression, devoid of the monopolies of aristocratic tycoons. Zhang Fan remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity. Will such a day ever come? Yet, the new inmate replied without hesitation. It certainly will. Our current endeavor is precisely to strive for this. Hearing this, an inexplicable courage and determination surged within Zhang Fan. He took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall join you. What is your name?" The other smiled at him, his eyes sparkling with light. "My surname is Chuan. You may call me Chuan Zhangwo." This name seemed to embody endless strength and hope. In that moment, Zhang Fan rediscovered the meaning and motivation to continue living. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, he struggled to emerge from the depths of an endless abyss of darkness. His eyes ablaze with a fervent crimson flame, as if reborn. "We are the people," he roared within, declaring war against injustice. That roar encapsulated profound sorrow and resoluteness. At this moment, Zhang Fan was no longer the person tormented to the brink of collapse by suffering. On this day, he underwent a transformation into a warrior of the crimson flame, choosing to stand tall and confront the myriad injustices of the world. Is there a terrorist attack occurring in the Jiangnan West Road? Has a terrorist organization infiltrated? Are there civilians participating in the riots? Currently, several city governments are at a standstill. Jiang Shang scrolled through the news on his phone, his face etched with shock. He watched videos of terrorists clad in red armbands and red laces, alongside a familiar crimson flag. "Dog brother? Is this what you meant by letting the bullets fly for a while?" Jiang Shang questioned, his expression filled with skepticism. He had only been in this world for less than a year, and he usually maintained a respectful distance from the female protagonist. Through continuous exploration and experimentation, he gradually mastered the intricacies of the language of madness. This talent was not actively wielded. Rather, it was a passive skill. The language of madness would only be triggered when an individual's words exhibited exceptional logic and reason. In other words, if one could articulate their viewpoint with clarity and meticulous reasoning, those around would inevitably resonate with and support them. Furthermore, this influence would amplify in accordance with the rigor of the discourse's logic, yet simultaneously, there existed a diminishing effect, specifically when others paraphrased one's words. Even with slight modifications or diminished precision, they would still believe in them wholeheartedly. However, if the act of relaying information occurs too frequently, or if the details become increasingly obscure during transmission, the ultimate impact may be significantly diminished. Do not inquire further, for clarity eludes. This is your own doing. Doug replied with crisp precision. Jiang Shang felt a restless itch in his teeth. Was it not agreed that this was the world of the urban dragon king? I have done nothing. Yet suddenly, I find myself as the spiritual leader of a rebellion? What of the dragon Aotian now? Jiang Shang, undeterred, continued to pester Brother Dog. Just then, a tremendous bang echoed as the dormitory door was violently kicked open. Following this, a cadre of soldiers clad in camouflage surged in like phantoms. One soldier, agile and swift, advanced with a single leap, effortlessly pinning Jiang Shang to the ground. "Jiang Shang, you are charged with treason. Come with us." The commanding officer growled, brandishing a warrant for arrest and preparing to seize Jiang Shang. Yet, just as he was about to lay a hand on Jiang Shang, a chilling voice rang out. "Don't move." A slender handgun was pressed firmly against the officer's nape. The other soldiers at the door were taken aback, but before they could react, they were swiftly subdued by their suddenly rebellious comrades. The The soldier who had initially restrained Jiang Shang pivoted with remarkable speed, raising the dark muzzle of his weapon to target the officer, his body forming an unyielding shield before Jiang Shang, flanked by two others on either side. "My apologies, Mr. Jiang, for the fright," the soldier murmured, lowering his voice as he escorted the bewildered Jiang Shang away with urgency. Jiang Shang remained utterly perplexed, disoriented by the unfolding chaos. He stumbled along, surrounded by a throng of insurgent soldiers as they rushed him outside. "Hey, wait. Surely this is a misunderstanding? I can explain that I have not committed treason." The soldier nodded resolutely. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang, you have never betrayed our nation. They are the disgraceful traitors, mere dogs of aristocratic families." Jiang Shang. Chapter 4 Trouble. I've become the leader of the rebels. Shockwaves. A national student representative has fled in fear of treason. From academic prodigy to traitor, Jiang Shang's ignoble saga unfolds. As a fellow student of Jiang Shang, I shall recount the sordid tales hidden beneath his scholarly facade. Ever since Jiang Shang escaped, a deluge of accusations has been hurled at him. Social media and the internet have concocted a multitude of fabricated charges against him. The students who revered him as a spiritual leader, alongside his followers, valiantly engaged in online battles with the slanderers. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Under the biased sway of public opinion, their rebuttals were swiftly silenced. The internet resounded with scorn. People branded him as a rebellious leader attempting to incite division, claiming his rhetoric was manipulative, deliberately provoking war. However, the vitriol online could not hinder the rapid dissemination of his fervent spirit in reality. Due to his immense notoriety, videos of Jiang Shang's speeches began to circulate online. The most profound form of rebellion for a slave is to cease the creation of slaves. You speak of freedom? Huh, what a farcical notion of freedom it is. Is it truly freedom when various idle youths torment and humiliate others in the streets? Freedom to the extent that a certain domineering CEO can declare, "I want you all to accompany me to the grave," leading to the inexplicable demise of dozens within a villa without distinction? In this era, being a doctor has become a perilous profession, not due to the patients, but rather at the hands of the aristocracy. If one cannot be cured, death is the consequence. Is this what we call freedom? Comrades, our spirits are being dulled. Our bodies are rendered powerless against their brutality. In this lifetime, do you wish to exist merely as a soulless automaton? Or shall you join us in the quest to create a world of equality and democracy, a realm filled with order where no one dares to bully you? A world that strives for fairness? Followers of Jiang Shang have extracted incendiary segments from his speeches and disseminated them online for public consumption. After the regulatory body triumphed in the battle of public opinion, they discovered that the reality did not unfold as anticipated. Jiang Shang's reputation experienced unprecedented propagation. Unsurprisingly, many eager to understand him sought out numerous clips of his speeches, along with videos hidden within the dark web. It must be acknowledged that his fervent rhetoric possesses an unparalleled strength. A multitude who have viewed his oratory, both the general populace and key figures, have become his ardent supporters, while a substantial faction continues to denounce him online. Yet, the situation began to take a bizarre turn. By the time the relevant authorities caught wind of it, Jiang Shang's followers had undergone a geometric expansion. Moreover, the videos had been transmitted to the external web, where a significant number of new adherents emerged. Jiang Shang was subsequently escorted to a military base in the Jiangnan West Road by a throng of insurgents. Mentor Lu had been eagerly awaiting this moment. "Mr. Jiang Shang, oh no, my dear comrade. This is the base of resistance we have established in accordance with your spirit of rebellion. We have propagated your ideals, and many have joined our cause. However, there remains a small faction of diehard individuals who are entirely uncooperative with our vision. This aligns perfectly with your description of class struggle amidst class antagonism." Mentor Lu led the group into an interrogation room, where a general adorned with a star was vociferously berating them. "You wretches! Is it not enough that we provide you with food and clothing? How dare you rebel? I am of the Dragon family's direct line. I advise you to surrender promptly, or when the army arrives, you will all face annihilation." The Dragon family? It seems to be the lineage of the world's fated child. According to the narrative, as the protagonist grows powerful, he will garner the favor of this individual, thus obtaining invaluable support to eventually command the Dragon family. The dog brother intriguingly mused over the unfolding plot within Jiang Shang's mind, then shifted the conversation. "Of course, this so-called fated child is not our primary adversary. I have perused some fast travel tales. In comparison to those schemers intent on thwarting the fated child, our ultimate mission is to reshape this world. Dog Brother enthusiastically expressed a few thoughts before falling silent once more. Jiang Shang took a deep breath, striving to steady himself, and then focused intently on the general of the Long family visible through the one-way glass, pondering silently. The question arose, why was he unaffected by my innate abilities? Jiang Shang found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, a deep voice resonated in his ear. It is due to a sense of validation. As a beneficiary of the existing system, he fundamentally rejects the notions you espouse. To him, such ideas are utterly absurd, and no amount of reasoning will sway him. Jiang Shang inhaled sharply, murmuring, "So, Dog Brother, it appears your talent is not particularly formidable, and its limitations seem quite substantial." However, Dog Brother shook his head, countering, "What do you truly understand? This is, in fact, a sophisticated filtering mechanism. My talent is exceptionally—" Dog Brother's words abruptly ceased, as if he had ventured into forbidden territory. Exceptionally what? Jiang Shang sensed a revelation stirring within him, repeatedly questioning in his mind. This knowledge is beyond your current comprehension. After all, to gain insight into matters vastly exceeding your present understanding invites formidable and terrifying observers. These enigmatic entities lurk like colossal beasts hidden in darkness, ever coveting any hint that might unveil the truth. Should you inadvertently utter that taboo name or broach a topic of interest to them, no matter the distance across dimensions, their piercing gaze will penetrate the veils of time and space, fixating upon you without respite. Dog Brother fell silent for a moment before responding. Deep within, he gently caressed a staff emanating a mysterious aura. This staff was adorned with countless dazzling 36-faceted gems, each radiating a unique brilliance. As if imbued with boundless power and wisdom, Dog Brother's gaze grew distant, as though he glimpsed uncharted realms through those gems. He murmured softly, audible only to himself, "These so-called omniscient beings believe they have grasped the truths of the universe. Yet they remain unaware that their knowledge amounts to but a drop in the ocean. The true depths of power and wisdom far exceed their imagination." As his words gradually faded, the staff in Dog Brother's hand emitted an increasingly brilliant glow, mere kindling in the grand scheme of things. Dog Brother's tone grew somber, his eyes glinting with madness. In reality, Jiang Shang found himself clearly positioned. Having arrived, he resolved to accept his fate. His golden finger was exceedingly simplistic, beyond traversing worlds. He remained uncertain whether the acquisitions in this realm could be transported back to his original world. The current world task was to reshape reality, and the efficacy of his fervent rhetoric was astonishingly effective, paired with the fiery spirit akin to a volcano erupting upon the arrival of Great Ivan. The chaos in this world became utterly uncontrollable. Chapter 5. Judgment. Zhang Fan, shouldering a rifle, walked with resolute and steady steps, closely following his squad as they patrolled the bustling streets and alleys of the city. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept the surroundings, vigilantly attentive to any signs of abnormality. The uprising had stirred a considerable commotion, and certain erstwhile underworld factions seized the opportunity to create further chaos. On that fateful night, the city's law enforcement lost all semblance of functionality, allowing the gangsters to brazenly emerge onto the streets, plundering households for wealth. After the insurgents took control of the entire city in the dead of night, these gangsters, adorned with precious gold and jewels, approached to pay their respects, only to be met with the furious shouts of the soldiers and the relentless gunfire that echoed throughout the night. It was a night steeped in blood. Guided by the informed, the insurgents systematically located the slumbering leaders and lackeys, executing those deemed culpable on the spot, while those with lesser offenses were escorted to prison. Such occurrences transpired in every city under the insurgents' control. The central authorities' oversight of the wealthy families and conglomerates was excessively lenient, allowing these entities to monopolize even the most remote areas. The underworld, acting as the sinister hand of these families and tycoons, played a crucial role. In the city where Zhang Fan resided, the illustriously family, renowned throughout the province, was said to have kept their lights ablaze throughout that bloody night. Despite their overwhelming influence, a palpable sense of dread permeated their existence. All cities under the control of the Red Fire were placed under military governance, and Zhang Fan's unit was one of the patrol squads endowed with the authority to fire at will. At that moment, a furious shout shattered the tranquility, you mud-legged scoundrels. You are in rebellion. When the army arrives, you shall all face retribution." The voice emanated from a corner of the street, where a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and with a bulging belly, was being dragged towards a military vehicle by several patrolmen, much like a dog being dragged to its fate. Beside him stood a young man, trembling like a quail and silent. The striking similarity in their features indicated a father-son relationship. The bruises and swelling on their faces suggested that a fierce altercation had just occurred. Jiang Fan pondered silently. Upon scrutinizing the faces of the two men, a surge of fury ignited within him. The young man, Jiang Fan would never forget, was Li Fong, the debauched second-generation heir who had caused his family's ruin. At that moment, an officer of the insurgents, adorned with an armband, stepped forward and, with righteous indignation, pronounced the drunken man's crimes. "Li Gang, not only have you abused your power and oppressed the populace, but you have also fabricated numerous unjust cases. Now, you must face the judgment of the people." Concurrently, someone wielding a camera recorded the entire event in its entirety. These videos would be uploaded to the external network, as the internal network had been compromised. In a bid to seize the high ground in public opinion and convey authentic information to the outside world, disseminating explanatory videos on external platforms undoubtedly became a highly impactful means of propaganda. Countries across the external network observed the situation with keen interest, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, acutely sensing the scent of decline in the central authority. Amidst a complex, multi-layered game of strategy, these videos inexplicably remained unblocked on the external network. Despite the numerous stern negotiations undertaken by the Great Jiang, the current situation reveals that little progress has been made. Concurrently, many ambitious individuals have begun to actively forge connections with the insurgents. After all, war is not merely a gamble, it is also a feast for arms dealers. However, these aspirants and politicians remain blissfully unaware of the tumultuous undercurrents that are surging forth with alarming rapidity, fueled by the widespread dissemination of videos and the incendiary rhetoric contained within them. This hidden torrent, akin to a ferocious beast, gradually unveils its terrifying visage. This monstrous entity has traversed the shrouded mists of time and space and is now unleashed. Jiang Fan remains oblivious to these intricate matters. He lunges forward, grasping tightly at Li Fong's collar. "Where's my sister? What have you done with her?" For the first time, Jiang Fan's emotions erupt in front of his comrades, his voice hoarse with desperation. The patrolling captain hastens to join him, nodding to the officer by the military vehicle. "My soldier, it seems there are old grievances between them. Who are you?" The pale-faced Li Fong appears not to recognize Jiang Fan. "Ha ha ha, who am I? You caused my family to be shattered, and you dare not know who I am?" The anguish in Jiang Fan's eyes threatens to overflow as his hands instinctively tighten around Li Fong's throat. "Listen well. I am Jiang Fan, the one you framed and imprisoned. Now, I have returned from the depths of hell." Li Fong struggles for breath, his face reddening as he frantically batters Jiang Fan's hands. The captain swiftly intervenes, pulling Jiang Fan away. "Calm down. Can we temporarily detain this man for questioning?" he suggests. "We'll find a place by the roadside to interrogate him, and I assure you, his life will not be in danger. He will be handed over for your judgment shortly." Once Jiang Fan's emotions begin to stabilize, the captain offers a cigarette to the officer standing by the military vehicle. "We are all brothers in arms. Such a modest request will be honored. Just ensure no lasting harm comes to him, as these individuals are to be taken to the square for public trial." The officer accepts the cigarette, squinting slightly as he responds. The captain nods, and several patrolling soldiers, fierce as wolves, drag Li Fong into a deserted bubble tea shop by the roadside. Observing the terrified Li Fong, cowering in a corner and trembling, a cold smile creeps onto Jiang Fan's lips. A sharp, resounding slap echoes throughout the room, reverberating in the air. "Do you remember who I am now?" Jiang Fan inquires, his tone icy. Li Fong, momentarily dazed by the unexpected blow, lifts his head only to find a rifle aimed squarely at his forehead. Overcome with terror, Li Fong's body involuntarily quakes, but the slap jolts him back to reality. As he becomes aware of the chilling sensation at his brow, the cold steel of the gun barrel presses against him. He strives to compose himself, forcing a servile smile as he scrutinizes Jiang Fan's visage. "Why, you are Jiang Fan. Weren't you supposed to be dead in prison?" Li Fong's voice was filled with disbelief and terror. Events from years past had grown hazy in his memory, and that insignificant little pawn he once dismissed now confronted him in such a shocking manner. At that time, he had not taken Jiang Fan seriously. All actions taken against Jiang Fan were merely the spontaneous efforts of his subordinates seeking to curry favor with him. However, now, faced with the gun in Jiang Fan's hand, he realized he might have gotten himself into significant trouble. Although the Li family was not a super elite clan, they were far from a humble household and were certainly a formidable force in the province. He had believed his life would proceed in a mundane manner, inheriting the family business, continuing to exert power and oppress the common folk. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on him. He never imagined that those ordinary citizens he had long bullied would dare to rise in rebellion. Overnight, the entire H province was engulfed in turmoil, and the elite fighters and enforcers painstakingly cultivated by the prominent families were utterly swept away in that brief yet prolonged night. It was only when he found himself yanked from bed like a dead dog, with a cold rifle pressed against his head, that he awoke from his stupor. Your sister? Oh, let me think. After capturing her, I merely toyed with her a bit, and then I believe I just sent her away with someone. As for her whereabouts, I am not quite sure. However, according to our usual practice, she is likely to be sold on the dark web. Faced with the barrel of the gun, Li Feng's face turned ashen, and he dared not show any sign of defiance. The dark web? Are you suggesting she could be sold abroad? Jiang Fan's eyes were like a still pool, seemingly resolved to a certain determination. Li Feng nodded, his pallor deepening. As the chill on his forehead was lifted, he exhaled in relief. Jiang Fan then turned the rifle's butt and, with a single strike, left Li Feng bleeding from his head. This is what you owe me, Captain. I appreciate it. Jiang Fan's tone was gentle, yet his gaze was heavy. At that moment, in other provinces yet to fall, Qinshiyu, ahead lies territory controlled by the rebels. If you wish to proceed, as your bodyguard, I must warn you that it is exceedingly dangerous. Long Outyin, dressed in a crisp white shirt, strolled behind Qinshiyu with his hands in his pockets, his handsome face displaying impatience. What rebels? They are freedom fighters, Qinshiyu retorted, placing her hands on her hips and turning to argue with Long Outyin. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with longing for the approaching territory controlled by the Red Fire. Indeed, this was the world's protagonist, Qinshiyu, who, having missed her chance to meet Jiang Shang in the original narrative, was influenced by her peers upon her return to the country and became acquainted with the spirit of Red Fire. As the pampered daughter of the Qin family, she, harboring a flicker of goodwill, was swiftly inspired to become a supporter of Jiang Shang upon encountering this ideology. As uprisings erupted throughout the entirety of the Dejin, Qinshiyu resolutely decided to join the Red Fire resistance organization she believed in. As for the male protagonist, Dragon Ao Tian, at this moment, he did not engage in the original plot by assisting Qinshiyu in fending off various assassins and subsequently winning her heart. Instead, the entire realm of Dejin has descended into chaos, with noble families no longer preoccupied with their internal rivalries. They have united in an unprecedented manner, determined to quash the flames of rebellion. The infighting and myriad schemes among the aristocracy have subsided, as a new and increasingly formidable enemy emerges, one whose ultimate goal is to uproot these noble houses. Consequently, the narrative of this world has become fragmented. What was once a vibrant urban overlord saga, or perhaps a tale of the Dragon King's return, has been brutally transformed into a rising crimson tide. At this juncture, Dragon Ao Tian is beset by frustration. The Dragon King's hall he established abroad is also in a precarious state, with numerous members of the organization drawn to the allure of the Crimson Fire spirit, choosing to align themselves with the rebellious faction. Meanwhile, the Heavenly King's palace, once a formidable sword hanging over the heads of the noble families, is now preoccupied with its own turmoil. Originally, the Heavenly King's palace was intended to be a source of support for Dragon Ao Tian in the later stages of the narrative, with him gradually ascending to become its leader. However, following Jiang Shang's release of the specter concealed within the mists, the Heavenly King's palace has been thrown into disarray. Many individuals, upon encountering the Crimson Fire spirit, have transformed from idealistic adherents of the noble families into fervent supporters of a clearer cause and agenda. The entire Heavenly King's palace has swiftly changed its allegiance, which explains the repeated successes of the insurgent forces, who among the world does not spread the flame. Logically, one would expect Dragon Ao Tian, who endured humiliation in his youth, to be inspired by the Crimson Fire. Yet, perhaps due to the overwhelming glow of his protagonist's aura. Or because he is now one of the beneficiaries of the current circumstances, he has remained untouched by its call. With his free-spirited mindset, Dragon Aotian is unable to comprehend those who have encountered the Crimson Fire. He can only watch helplessly as many familiar faces, even loyal subordinates, fervently rally behind the Crimson Fire, raising the banner of rebellion and igniting flames of crimson across various locales. Chapter 6. The Liberation of Superpowers. Is the Crimson Fire Rebellion truly as formidable as it appears? The head of the Li family, having spent a sleepless night, listens intently to the sporadic gunfire that is finally subsiding. Indeed, esteemed leader, according to our intelligence reports, this ideology of Crimson Fire is exceedingly popular among the common folk. It appears that Dejin is on the brink of chaos, and the banners atop the city walls may soon change hands, he remarks. However, they are merely commoners, retorts the eldest son of the Li family, Li Kun, rising to gaze outside at a small contingent of insurgents confronting the bodyguards at the entrance of the villa. His thoughts, however, drift towards the civilian girl he has imprisoned within the villa. He cannot fathom how such an ordinary girl possesses the audacity to meet the gaze of a notorious underworld heir. Listen, under the emergency regulations of the Crimson Fire at war, non-military personnel are prohibited from privately possessing firearms. Please lower your weapons, commands the head of security, wielding a shotgun and responding loudly. We possess firearms licenses issued by Dejin, and you have no authority to impose restrictions on us, retorts the security team leader. The atmosphere on the field was once fraught with tension, and a sudden gunshot rang out, accompanied by the slow collapse of the security captain. A voice emerged from the ranks of the insurgents, coolly proclaiming, wielding the sword of a fallen dynasty against the officials of the current one, how grandiose. Any who dare to retaliate shall be executed on the spot. A combatant lowered his smoking pistol, his words cold as ice. Behind him were several military vehicles that had just come to a halt at the roadside, from which 100 insurgents clad in green camouflage swiftly disembarked. Following that declaration, gunfire erupted throughout the Li family villa complex. The security personnel, lacking the military training of professional soldiers, were immediately routed in the ensuing crossfire. With a monthly salary of merely 10,000, who would risk their lives? As many of the bodyguards surrendered, the province's most notorious criminal organization was declared dismantled. The insurgents streamed inside, dragging out the once mighty scion of the Li family, now in a state of utter disarray, from a hidden passage. Simultaneously, a delicate young woman, imprisoned within the villa, was rescued by the insurgents. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the world narrative. The domineering young master's forced love. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the world narrative. The urban dragon king's return. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the world narrative. Rebirth in the commercial empire. At that moment, Jiang Shang's mind was inundated with the system's voice, his expression one of bewilderment as he silently inquired of his inner companion, dog brother. Wait, is this world not the one of the Dragon King's return? What are all these bizarre narrative threads? Dog brother sighed. You can understand this as a world formed by the amalgamation of various urban novel plots. The body you inhabit was originally a minor character destined to fail early on in the story. This world has evolved to maintain coherence. Coherence? Are you suggesting this is a realm woven from urban novels? Thus, there are so many prominent families and conglomerates, all serving the narrative? Jiang Shang seized upon a crucial term. Is it possible that I have traversed into this world to save the fate of this supporting character, effectively leaping from a larger box into a smaller one? In essence, I might also be a mere inhabitant of this box. He pondered aloud, his eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Deep within Jiang Shang's psyche, dog brother gazed into the void, seemingly perceiving a mocking presence and an implicit warning emanating from the emptiness. You need only confirm your survival. All you encounter is real. Of course, this world harbors entities beyond comprehension, whose thoughts can manifest entire worlds. Moreover, many are mere observers. Though lesser than those extraordinary beings, each observer's thoughts can generate parallel realities. Dog brother averted his gaze, whispering, for the truth within his mind was too terrifying. Now was not the time for Jiang Shang to grasp it. Rubbing his temples, a jolt of realization flickered through Jiang Shang's mind. He seemed to have discovered something, or perhaps recalled something, but in the next instant, he forgot what he had intended to say. This extraordinary force astonishingly redirected Jiang Shang's thoughts. Is that the case? So, what further actions must I undertake? Jiang Shang merely sensed that he had forgotten something, yet he believed it to be a trivial matter. There was no need for further action. Everything lay within the grand design of the soul's transcendence. Time commenced its flow. As the emblematic founder of the Crimson Fire Spirit, Jiang Shang found himself descending into adversity amidst the conflict between the Great Gene and Crimson Fire. The provinces untouched by Crimson Fire gradually fell under its dominion, while various nations, eager to partake in the division, were abruptly thwarted by unexpected uprisings within their own borders. After a year of simmering tension, fueled by frenzied rhetoric, the Crimson Fire Spirit spread with terrifying velocity across the globe. The rebel forces, adorned with red scarves around their necks, refused to serve the governing bodies, uniting under a shared ideology. In the Pacific, the naval fleets of various nations subtly divided into two factions, one comprised of rebel navies forming a multinational fleet that spanned the ocean, and the other, a coalition of the world's most formidable powers' distant fleets, alongside various maritime strongholds. As battle formations unfurled, a premeditated uprising compelled the majority of the distant fleet's vessels to suddenly redirect their cannons towards their erstwhile comrades. In this act of treachery, the fleet, once heralded as the strongest in the world, was shamefully reduced to captives of the rebel navy. With the loss of maritime dominance among nations, some even brazenly clamored to deploy nuclear weapons, yet such threats proved futile. The launch of nuclear arms required layers of authorization. If even one authority objected, the missile could not be fired. Regarding the dissemination of the Crimson Fire Spirit, all individuals moved like hunters in the dark, entirely unaware if their so-called allies had been touched by its influence. Damn it! The Council of Parasites has audaciously denied me the right to wield nuclear weaponry. In a fit of rage, the president of the beautiful nation shattered a mug purportedly worth $500,000. Shards scattered across the sleek floor of the expansive presidential office. The previously rejected superhero initiative is now officially activated. Let these simpletons witness the power of the new humanity. In a flurry of classified orders transmitted via satellites orbiting in space to a secret base, the superhero initiative commenced. Within a chamber constructed of 2-meter-thick titanium alloy, a blond man clad in the uniform of the beautiful nation slowly opened his eyes from a cryogenic pod. At that moment, a laser sliced through the chamber, which was said to require an intercontinental missile to inflict damage. Guided by personnel in protective gear, many individuals with extraordinary abilities emerged from the vast underground facility. According to the beautiful nation's customary practices, in response to emergencies, a mere team of 5 empowered individuals sufficed to accomplish tasks with remarkable efficiency. Upon completion, these extraordinary beings would return to the secret base to rest. Here lies the source of all their entertainment needs, as the extraordinary abilities exact a toll on life. Most wielders of such powers choose to enter a state of dormancy to preserve their existence. However, on this occasion, the beautiful nation has released nearly all of its extraordinary beings. Hundreds of these individuals exchanged glances in the grand hall. Had they encountered a crisis that threatened the very fabric of their nation, necessitating the release of every empowered soul? Draped in uniforms adorned with the national flag, one extraordinary being floated serenely in the air, his gaze fixed upon Max, the director of the Celestial Shield Bureau, standing upon the elevated platform. Oh, dear compatriots, please remain calm. Ladies and gentlemen, our beloved nation is facing an unprecedented crisis. I hereby announce the official activation of the Superhero Initiative. You will be organized into groups of 5 and dispatched to various cities to quell the insurrections. Your operations will no longer be shrouded in secrecy. You shall step into the limelight, earning the admiration of humanity across the globe. Max raised his arms high, proclaiming this decisive declaration to the hundreds of extraordinary beings below. It is high time we took action. The old humanity is frail and vulnerable. It is our duty, as the new breed of humanity, to safeguard them. This is my planet. A cold smile graced the face of the compatriot suspended in the sky. As the beautiful nation took the lead in deploying its extraordinary beings to suppress rebellion, nations worldwide followed suit, unleashing their own empowered individuals, effectively quelling the momentum of the global insurgents. A high-speed fighter jet sliced through the sky, but faster still was another figure, maintaining a constant speed, seemingly suspended above the aircraft. With a single punch, This figure shattered the reinforced fiberglass. "I've got you now, little sparrow." The pilot's eyes widened in terror, unable to shake off the relentless pursuer. After a moment's hesitation, the pilot pressed the ominous red button on the control panel, causing the missiles attached to the jet to begin flashing ominously. "Damn it, it's an extraordinary being. Report to the command tower. I cannot return. Relay my message to the leader. May the spirit of the crimson flame endure." With a thunderous explosion, the missiles detonated, transforming the aircraft into a massive fireball. Strangely, the force of the explosion did not affect the extraordinary being, who remained encased in a spherical shield, isolating them from the blast and heat. Suspended in midair, the empowered individual furrowed their brow, contemplating the remnants of the uniform in their grasp. Another troublesome foe. This same scene erupted across the globe. Fighter jets plummeted, scattering debris, while a solitary figure loomed silently in the sky. Warships were cleaved asunder by unseen hands, sinking beneath the waves with mournful cries. Tanks, with their formidable armor, were torn apart, and drivers were yanked from their vehicles, reduced to crimson mist. In the embattled realm of Jiang, the swift arrival of numerous extraordinary beings from the international community stabilized the precarious situation, gradually reclaiming lost ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang remained in a secret base, surrounded by a multitude of floating timepieces. As the origin, he could distinctly sense the fervent threads of belief woven into each watch, numbering in the millions. This is what you refer to as the language of madness, a product derived from further development? Jiang Shang's gaze fixated on one particular watch. Let us refer to it as the armament of all beings. Find someone to don it. It shall assist you in clearing the obstacles you presently encounter in this world. Though it demands a modest sacrifice, Dog Brother lurks deep within Jiang Shang's psyche, his tone laced with seduction. What purpose does it serve? It harnesses the strength of the multitude. Yet, those who wield its power cannot endure such overwhelming might. Only 5 minutes. Beyond that threshold, all becomes irretrievable. Surely, a decision has formed in your heart. Integrate it into the faith network. These delightful entities shall unveil the power of their existence to you. Jiang Shang narrowed his eyes, his slender fingers deftly manipulating the intricate strands of faith. With each tremor, he experienced a surge of exhilaration and fervor. Then let it disperse. Allow me to witness the prowess of your gift. Chapter 7. The eternal spirit of Crimson Fire. The city lay in ruins, decimated as elite armored units were systematically annihilated by the superhuman forces, resembling sand dunes swept away by a tempest. The remaining survivors gazed with despair, watching the soldiers surge forth like a relentless tide, their faces etched with terror and helplessness. Why? Why are there still beings in this world who command such extraordinary abilities? The commander, overwhelmed with despair, clutched his head, curled upon his chair, viewing the battlefield recordings that displayed the devastation, his heart heavy with hopelessness. In the next moment, a clandestine command center, buried 10 meters beneath the earth, was violently uprooted by potent abilities, as if a colossal beast had emerged from the depths. It appears we have caught a significant prize. Hound, your tracking skills prove invaluable. A superhuman, enveloped in rock, manipulated the earth to extract the commander from his post, as if a giant toyed with a mere plaything. The guards, armed with rifles, futilely fired bullets that merely left faint white marks upon the superhuman's rocky exterior, as if they were merely scratching an itch. Ah, such fragile flesh and feeble weapons. With a sigh, countless rocks enveloping the crowd tightened their grip, bursting as if plucked by an unseen hand, unleashing a crimson mist, an abominable sight. The air filled with a sanguine haze, mingling with vibrant entrails and shattered bones, resembling a horrifying nightmare. Rock, your methods are utterly revolting. Clad in form-fitting leather, the striking figure of Hound revealed her disdainful red lips, her eyes reflecting a faint revulsion, as if gazing upon a grotesque monstrosity, mere remnants of an inferior humanity. Would you extend compassion to a mere monkey? Rock grinned mockingly, as though deriding Hound's compassion. He then turned to the sole remaining commander. Very well, the irrelevant parties have been cleared. Let us discuss matters of substance, your infiltrators, and the secret codes of your communication. As the earth heaved, a family of 3 hiding amidst the rubble was ensnared in the colossal grasp of rock, raised before the commander as a threat. I pose a question, you provide an answer, fail to comply, and you shall perish. Speak no falsehoods, for the lie detector shall reveal the veracity of your words. a superhuman's eyes glowing white, fixated on the commander. As the soldiers drove them away, hundreds of ordinary citizens were herded into an open space, where countless stone hands emerged from the earth, lifting each individual into the air. Feeling the grip on his body gradually loosen, the commander struggled in silence, unaware that his every subtle movement was being observed by the stones. Such disobedience, an erroneous answer. The anguished cries echoed as a family of three was instantly crushed into a mist of blood, their essence mingling with shattered entrails, flowing down the intricate patterns of the stone hands. Another group of citizens was raised before the commander. This time, you have 5 seconds to deliberate on your response. The commander gazed silently at the individuals before him, his lips pressed together, eyes betraying a painful struggle. Before the 5 seconds elapsed, yet another group was swiftly compressed into a bloody haze by the stone's arm. The stones bore a malicious grin, indifferent to the curses hurled by those suspended in midair. I possess the least patience, so I cannot wait even 5 seconds. Look, they are dying for you. Another group of 10 was presented. The game resumes. Tears count as time. Blood and tears streamed from the commander's eyes. He attempted to bite off his own tongue, striving for self-asphyxiation, when suddenly a radiant white watch appeared above his head, resembling a brilliant gem. He felt the warmth emanating from the pure white light, as if touched by a gentle spring breeze. The power of the multitude was loaded. Would he equip it? Without hesitation, the commander proclaimed, "Equip. Time is fleeting. It seems you have made your choice." The stones wore a devilish grin, their tongue licking the corner of their mouth, exuding a nauseating presence. Just as they manipulated the earth's power, preparing to crush the group of citizens before them, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, akin to a tempest, shattering the multitude of stone arms that had ensnared them. The screaming citizens, momentarily falling, were gently cradled as if by a colossal hand. Before the dust of shattered stones settled, a figure clad in crimson armor burst forth from the smoke, resembling a phoenix ablaze. "I shall have your death." Before the stones could react, a massive hand seized them by the head, dragging them across the ground, leaving a scar several kilometers long. "Cough, have you awakened your abilities?" The stones retracted their malevolent smile, addressing the commander with a newfound respect, akin to a bruised thug. "Now that you have awakened your powers, you are no longer an ordinary human, but rather a new breed, like me. Come, join us, we are your kin." The commander remained silent, his grip tightening with silent ferocity, like a quiet lion, every second precious to him. Enveloped in crimson armor, he tore at the stone's defenses with the ferocity of a wild beast. In the next moment, the earth consumed the stones like flowing water, leaving the commander grasping at emptiness, akin to a small boat swallowed by the sea. In the next moment, sharp stone spires erupted from the earth with remarkable rapidity, akin to a pack of ferocious beasts, surging towards the commander with unparalleled ferocity. These stone formations, possessing a hardness rivaling that of diamonds, collided against the armor, producing a piercing cacophony. Yet, the commander's armor stood resolute, akin to an impregnable fortress, successfully withstanding the assault. The spires, in contrast, shattered upon impact, disintegrating into fine powder that scattered in the air. Such overwhelming strength upon awakening? The hound deftly evaded the debris, murmuring softly, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. The enhanced commander swiftly caught her whispered words, realizing the rocks were too slippery to dispatch swiftly. The hound sensed a pair of furious eyes fixated upon her, their gaze akin to blazing flames, rendering her uneasy. Before she could react, a sudden lightness enveloped her, and the sky began to spin. Am I being flung away? A flash of confusion crossed the hound's mind as her body twirled in the air, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. As the arc of her descent turned downward, she beheld the spot she once occupied, now a pool of blood mist, with her slender legs remaining behind. Oh, my entire body has been obliterated. A resigned smile graced the hound's face, reminiscent of a blooming flower that wilts in an instant. In the next heartbeat, darkness engulfed her vision, as if the entirety of the world had vanished before her eyes. Within the ruins, countless stone spires surged from the ground, resembling a dense forest, desperately attempting to intercept the commander's onslaught. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The commander charged through the sharp spires with the fury of an enraged bull, shattering them effortlessly. Meanwhile, the previously composed lie detector, relying on extraordinary physical prowess, swiftly dodged the commander's pursuit. even with rocks manipulating the spires from beneath the earth. Their attempts were but a drop in the bucket, failing to delay the inevitable. In the very next moment after vanquishing the hound, the commander advanced upon the lie detector. "This is not my affair. It was that rock fellow who did the killing." The lie detector flailed his arms in a desperate plea. The next instant, he was hurled into the air, the commander clad in scarlet armor, striking him into a cloud of blood and bone. At this juncture, the commander had been adorned in his armor for less than 30 seconds. "You can do nothing to me now, and I to you. Perhaps we shall engage another day. I urge you to contemplate my suggestion. Since your awakening, you are no longer an old human, but an evolved one. As new humans, why should we protect those we perceive as mere monkeys?" A diminutive stone figure emerged from the earth, the voice of rock emanating from its mouth. The commander paid him no heed, relying on his massively amplified perception to swiftly discern movements beneath the ground. The usual faint sounds had been magnified countless times, creating a relentless clamor that tormented him. "Found you, you scoundrel." The crimson armor shimmered with ever-shifting blood-red patterns, which then glowed with intensity. Hyperfrequency. With a single strike, the entire ground collapsed by several meters. Deep within the earth, the rock was apprehended by the commander. As the commander leaped into the air, the rock was propelled skyward. With a visage contorted in terror, the rock found itself no longer grounded, utterly devoid of any earthly power. "Spare me. I am willing to serve as your loyal dog in the rebellion. I possess invaluable information that can aid you. I repent and forsake my malevolence," the rock pleaded, tears and mucus streaming down its face, resembling a soul lost in despair, its body trembling uncontrollably. The commander shook his head, casting the rock into the air. Utilizing his immense speed, he forcefully propelled himself against the air, swiftly surpassing the rock. In the next instant, the velocity of his arm shattered the sound barrier. A deafening explosion resonating through the sky as air was violently displaced by his supersonic punch, reducing the rock to a mist of crimson vapor. "You do not repent. You simply face imminent death," the commander murmured upon landing, his form rapidly disintegrating into a multitude of shimmering particles. The recent use of his hyperfrequency ability had drastically shortened his safe operational time from 5 minutes to merely 10 seconds. Such immense power had taken a severe toll on his body, now adorned in crimson armor, as the light particles dissipated swiftly. In mere moments, all that remained in the commander's wake was a tattered military uniform. As a formidable X-class esper, the Patriot, visibly irked, obliterated a red-armored warrior into motes of light, allowing the remnants of the shattered attire to disperse like autumn leaves. "You wretched, monkey-like beings, cower in your corners and weep," he bellowed. "We espers are the evolved humanity. To you we are gods." With fury burning in his eyes, the resonant echoes of his voice reverberated across the distance. The global situation had seemed promising, with the red flame poised for suppression, yet the sudden emergence of the crimson-armored warriors caught all espers off guard. Their numbers were scant, less than 100, yet each possessed the strength of a near S-class esper. Many lower-tier espers, upon encountering them, were as defenseless as sheep facing a tiger. Fortunately, these warriors did not emerge in clusters. Research had shown that these red-armored fighters were likely specific awakeners of the Red Flame organization, manifesting randomly from any member of the Red Flame. After a brief, spectacular display of brilliance, they swiftly fell like meteors. After dispatching one red-armored warrior, the Patriot detected that the previous user, Li Hao, had perished. His name would be inscribed in the soul of the Red Flame. The 109th user, Jiang Shang. "Do you accept the armor?" A member of the Red Flame, cloaked in crimson armor, stepped forth from the shadows. "I accept the armor. Hyperfrequency mode activated." The 109th user, Jiang Shang. "Please be advised, hyperfrequency mode is now active. Based on your physical condition, you have only 972 seconds of safe operational time." The intricate patterns of the red armor illuminated, a humming wind swirling upwards. "It matters not. If he is a god, then let him bleed." In hyperfrequency mode, Jiang Shang seized the moment, landing a devastating punch upon the Patriot before he could react. The grotesque wound on the forehead of the patriotic man healed rapidly, as pale golden blood flowed gently along the contours of his skin. The crimson-armored warriors, not having entered hyperfrequency mode, were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon the patriotic man. However, hyperfrequency mode could. Chapter 8. Inheritance. Jiang Shang's speed reached its zenith. Each punch shattered the sound barrier, producing a cacophonous explosion in midair, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens. Each blow carried a force exceeding 10,000 tons, akin to Mount Tai pressing upon an egg, exuding a momentum that could obliterate all in its path. Every heavy assault was entirely absorbed by the patriotic man, leaving only minor fissures upon his flesh, which almost instantaneously healed. Useless, feeble fists. Add a bit more strength, and you might harm me. Perhaps my wounds would take 2 seconds to mend? The patriotic man laughed uproariously, his voice echoing as if to pierce the very sky, steeped in disdain for Jiang Shang. In the next instant, the ultimate speed combined with flawless power created a gaping hole in the crimson armor, as though a hammer had shattered a solid rock. An arm pierced through the chest, extracting a still-throbbing heart, which crumbled at the slightest pressure. Jiang Shang hung limply from the patriotic man's arm, his hands gripping the throat of his adversary as if embodying an indomitable warrior, using his final strength to defend his dignity. Yet it was all in vain. The flickering lights dissipated, and the once impenetrable crimson armor disintegrated into countless crimson particles of light, swiftly vanishing. A fleeting eruption. If it were to remain this way, you shall never harm me. The derisive laughter of the patriotic man reverberated through the heavens, reminiscent of a ferocious beast roaring, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Yet, the mortals hidden in the ruins did not lose hope, for even the so-called gods bleed. The battle robe, emblazoned with a broad national flag, was now soaked in pale golden blood, a testament to the patriotic man's injury and the seed of hope within the hearts of mortals. Detecting the 109th user. Jiang Shang has fallen. Does the 110th user, Wang Lei, wish to don the attire? Donning. Activating hyperfrequency. Detecting your physical attributes. You possess merely 7. Hyperfrequency is set to maximum. Power liberation initiated. You possess 0. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through Wang Lei's being, and in the next moment, he vanished from his original position like an arrow released from a bow. The patriotic man, taken aback, found himself torn apart by Wang Lei's might. Cough, cough, cough. What tremendous power is this? The patriotic man spat blood, taking a full 10 seconds to heal, gazing incredulously at the distant clouds, seemingly severed by the sword of the heavens. All that remained for him were the garments that had been reduced to carbon ash due to the intense friction of high speed. Only 0.1 seconds had passed. The chronometer's announcement had not yet concluded when the life of the 110th user had already vanished. Across the battlefield, all were awestruck by this astonishing force. The 110th user, Wang Lei, has perished. Shall the 111th user, Jiao Wei, proceed to don the attire? A man, his hair disheveled, rose from the ruins, cautiously arranging the appearance of his lifeless daughter in his arms before gently laying her petite form down. Trembling, he fumbled to extract a pack of cigarettes, placing the sole crumpled cigarette between his lips, and then, after searching his pockets, retrieved a lighter to ignite it, inhaling deeply. Armor up, darling, this punch will be magnificent. The man was quickly enveloped in crimson armor, a smile creeping across his lips as he murmured to himself, rapidly absorbing the experiences of the 110 previous users. Silence. Channel all your strength to me. Power unleashed. Once more, an unavoidable punch was thrown. This time, the being known as the patriotic man suffered a catastrophic upper body fracture. Yet his formidable self-healing abilities swiftly began to mend his form, albeit with even greater severity of injury. The 112th and 113th users, mere mortals hiding amidst the debris, ignited their will and souls, transforming their very lives into radiant fireworks that soared skyward like meteors. They strained to convey that immense power. The 156th user, Lu Xingyang, had already perished, while the 157th user, Zhang Fan, prepared to don his armor. Zhang Fan recalled the moment before when the captain had tousled his hair after donning the armor, and the next instant, he had reduced the patriotic man, who was struggling to heal in the sky, into a mist of blood which swept across dozens of miles, leaving no chance for recovery. The falling droplets of crimson rain, reminiscent of a torrential blood waterfall, drenched the high and mighty superhumans, the strongest X-level superhumans in human history, who were astonishingly vanquished by a group of yet-to-evolve mortals. These once arrogant superhumans fled in panic, akin to lost dogs. Then, Zhang Fan, utilizing the ordinary mode, shattered them one by one. The flickering blood-red patterns on Zhang Fan's armor illuminated as he rampaged through the coalition forces like a fierce beast, causing countless soldiers to abandon their weapons and flee in terror. At last, at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Zhang Fan removed his armor and collapsed upon the ruins, utterly drained and unconscious, resembling a shell devoid of a soul. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Shang, connected to the world through countless beliefs, received all battlefield information with tears streaming down his face. Once perceiving everyone in this world as mere NPCs, Jiang Shang now regarded these endearing individuals as his compatriots and kin. Across innumerable battlefields worldwide, countless ordinary people like Joey laid down their deceased comrades, loved ones, or companions, roaring as they chose to don their armor. Burning with life and soul, they unleashed a punch that astonished the entire world. The mightiest X-level superhuman, the patriotic man, fell after the relay of nearly 60 users. The strongest superhuman of Tianzhu, Vientiane, perished. 50 relayers. The strongest superhuman of Daying, the Night King, was slain. 53 relayers. The strongest superhuman of Liban, the Red Demon, met his demise. As the most powerful superhumans from various nations stepped onto this land, they faced the most tumultuous waves of crimson fire and fell one after another. The coalition, eager to eradicate the source of the crimson flames, was ultimately routed and expelled from this territory. Jiang Shang, straining under the weight of the hundreds of wristwatches he had conjured from his dissipated strength, scattered them across the globe. The armored warriors, clad in crimson, surged into the sky, exerting their utmost efforts to confront the relentless onslaught of their adversaries. Kid, the will of this world still breathes. It is hastening the incubation of the destined one. Survive this wave, and your mission shall be fulfilled. The languid voice of Dog Brother resonated from the depths of Jiang Shang's soul as myriad images of warriors and citizens, imbued with the spirit of fervent faith, coalesced before his eyes. Dragon Outyin, who had been fleeing in disarray with the Dragon God Temple, seemed to receive an infusion of power, instantly collapsing and being shielded by his loyal subordinates as they frantically evaded danger. In the next moment, torrents of power erupted from Dragon Outyin, B-Class, A-Class, S-Class. This force gradually accumulated until it shattered the confines of X. Concurrently, a multitude of potential figures, self-styled overlords, sons-in-law, renowned healers, and kings of underground mercenaries, awoke, directed by the will of the world, and set their sights on Jiang Shang. Under their call, their loyal sycophants and beloved companions awakened an array of bizarre abilities. Jiang Shang's eyelids twitched. Cheating. This is unequivocally cheating. This was supposed to be a perfectly ordinary world of urban overlords. These powers are clearly contrived by authors in later stages just to inflate the narrative. Why are they manifesting now? Hang in there, kid. There are surprises in store if you seize this world. Dog Brother's languid voice gradually faded into an almost imperceptible whisper, eventually falling silent. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Shang connected his thoughts with the various bastions of the world. Countless crimson-armored warriors shot into the sky like meteors, swiftly making their way toward Jiang Shang. From across the ocean, forces converged directly upon the nearest protagonists based on the coordinates Jiang Shang had provided. Fu Jingchen, seething with rage, dispatched the obstructing crimson warriors with ease. He could hardly comprehend how, after merely 3 years of studying abroad, the entire world had transformed. Originally intending to return and find his beloved, he was met with devastating news from his family. They had been usurped by rebels and rendered bankrupt overnight. Tragically, his beloved had joined the insurgents and was reportedly killed by her own comrades on the battlefield, previously indifferent to the rebel cause. Fu Jingchen swiftly shifted his allegiance against them. Accompanying him was Lu Mingfei, the crown prince of the capital, who pursued his wife to the ends of the earth, only to discover that she had perished in the crossfire between the insurgents and government forces. As a domineering heir, it was only natural for him to demand retribution from all. After awakening his powers, he ruthlessly annihilated 200,000 government soldiers, tens of thousands of insurgents, and over 1 million innocent civilians. Along his path, he encountered a dozen crimson warriors attempting to impede his progress. Though he sustained grave injuries, he fought with increasing fervor. And just as he was on the brink of death, he miraculously broke through to X level. You bunch of peasants, can you not feel pain? Look at your own arm. Lu Mingfei ruthlessly severed the arm of a crimson-armored warrior, yet the warrior's gaze remained unyieldingly cold. The excruciating agony did not waver his resolve in the slightest. Instead, he retaliated with a punch from his other intact arm. Gradually, more crimson-armored warriors appeared in the sky like a cascade of fiery clouds. Jiang Shang swiftly assessed the battlefield. Engaging in brief communication, one warrior's eyes blazed with a scorching white light, reminiscent of a blazing sun. Jiang Shang's mind connected with all the crimson-armored warriors, absorbing and transforming their combat experience. Upon detecting the arrival of the first authority bearer, the liberation of power commenced automatically, set to last for 100 seconds based on the physical endurance granted by the power of faith. In the next moment, having just acclimatized to his new form, Jiang Shang left behind a fleeting shadow, moving with the speed of lightning. As Lu Mingfei prepared to make his next move, he was suddenly struck. His body shattered like fragile porcelain. Reluctantly, he released the crimson-armored warrior. Well, after lingering in the shadows for so long, it was time to reveal himself. Jiang Shang clenched his fists and, with a swift motion, sent the freshly healed Lu Mingfei crashing, blood and bones scattering like a blossoming flower of crimson. Are you the mastermind behind all this? The so-called spiritual mentor, Jiang Shang? For your selfish desires, you have plunged the world into chaos. The Lu and Long families have ruled the Great Jin for nearly a century, ensuring the well-being of the people, and yet you, the executioner. Lu Mingfei gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he quickly regained his composure. With 2 consecutive punches, Lu Mingfei rapidly healed, prompting Jiang Shang to alter his tactics. Disregarding Lu Mingfei's distorted accusations, Jiang Shang dismissed his words as mere clouds scattered by the wind. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Mingfei spoke, he propelled Fu Jingqian, who was struggling nearby, several miles away with a punch, akin to a cannonball. In the next instant, he appeared before Fu Jingqian. I command you to cease. You peasant. Lu Mingfei, encircled by several crimson-armored warriors, could not free his hands, his voice booming like thunder. Jiang Shang paid no heed to his commands. Without hesitation, he struck Fu Jingqian, transforming him into a rain of blood and bones. As the remnants began to coalesce, Jiang Shang delivered another punch, shattering the remains into a fine mist, mingling with the moisture in the clouds, resulting in a sudden downpour of blood. The death of a favored child of fortune incited the wrath of the world's will. Thunder roared from the heavens as lightning struck tentatively, followed by countless bolts, yet all were rendered futile, thwarted by the impenetrable armor. A system notification appeared. A world ink point has been captured. Deep within Jiang Shang's consciousness, a perfect ink bead manifested in the hands of Dog Brother. He flicked this nearly imperceptible ink bead, which then seemed to penetrate multiple barriers, being launched into an ocean of ink. If one were to employ a divine perspective, they would discover that this vast expanse of ocean was composed entirely of boundless ink. At this moment, Jiang Shang was filled with combat fervor, hardly pausing to acknowledge the system alert. In the next heartbeat, he exerted force through his legs, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and with the formidable crimson armor, Lu Mingfei was sent spiraling into a haze of blood. Then, the crimson mist rapidly healed, reshaping into the figure of Lu Mingfei. Futile. As long as a single drop of blood remains, my immortal body shall not perish. Lu Mingfei laughed cruelly, yet was shattered into a multitude of blood mist by Jiang Shang, bursting forth like fireworks, scattering across the sky. Within mere seconds, Lu Mingfei's form had been dispersed and reformed countless times. As the final second of the 100th second approached, Jiang Shang swiftly withdrew from this body, the red armor cascading away like flowing water, leaving the warrior within in a state of unconsciousness. Fortunately, this was merely a temporary exhaustion. A day or 2 of rest would suffice for recovery. In the next moment, the eyes of a nearby crimson-armored warrior suddenly ignited with a white glow. Estimating the remaining faith power in his hand was only half, Jiang Shang observed the drifting blood mist, confirming it had lost its self-repairing capability. Gradually, the white light in the warrior's eyes faded away. So, the notion of immortality indeed has its limits. Only Jiang Shang's voice, laced with a hint of derision, lingered in the air. Chapter 9. The Avenger, or rather, the Protagonist. Assemble. As the Red Fire organizations across the globe systematically seized power, an unprecedentedly vast nation was being unified. From the vantage point of satellites, each continent was adorned with crimson banners. The old forces, once dominated by wealthy families and oligarchs, were retreating at an alarming rate, their once oppressive power now seeming as insubstantial as air. The soldiers of the old regime grew weaker with each confrontation. Countless deserters surrendering in droves from the coalition forces daily. Never in history had these elite families been so united. Yet it was all in vain. With a rational allocation of jobs and equitable distribution of societal resources, the Red Fire Army imposed property seizures or immediate executions based on the actions of local capitalists. There were no courts, only on-the-spot judgments. These aristocrats, having reigned for far too long, did not even bother to conceal the evidence, awaiting only the searing bullets that would pierce their flesh and the corpses that would dangle from streetlights. The Red Fire organization was merciful. The children of these aristocratic families would be sent to re-education camps to reshape their ideologies. In a mere 10 to 15 years, these children would become the sharpest blades of the Red Fire organization. Discipline, collective behavior, and the human inclination towards conformity would erase all traces of the past. In the imperial capital of Dejin, with the ruling party announcing its dissolution, the Long family assumed the last vestiges of royal authority, a long-desired power that now felt so fragile. Countless armored divisions, poised outside the capital, began to advance slowly. In the skies, roaring fighter jets and armed helicopters commenced targeted strikes on various resistance strongholds. Dozens of crimson-armored warriors soared like meteors, crashing down, creating fissures dozens of meters deep in the earth. As the unique superpower organization of the Great Jiang, the Heavenly King Hall now finds itself in a state of division. Unlike the high-level superpowered individuals abroad, the majority of the members of the Heavenly King Hall are inclined to dedicate themselves to the Red Fire. Their exceptional physical prowess makes them the ideal bearers of the scarlet armor. In the depths of midnight, Dong Chung awoke from a dream, seemingly hearing the mournful wails of Mother Earth. He sensed a voice, gentle yet pleading, beseeching him to accept a power to oppose the organization he had joined. However, as he turned, he was met with a blaze of red flames consuming the earth. This world, fundamentally distorted, was not the paradise he sought. Thus, he resolved to reshape it into his envisioned utopia. We, the Red Fire, dare to usher in a new dawn. Without hesitation, Dong Chung turned and embraced the Red Fire, the will of countless souls augmenting his being. The last remnants of weakness and conflict within him were instantly cast aside. Commander, you are awake. The enemy's superpowered individuals have inflicted significant damage upon our soldiers. The front line urgently requires the support of scarlet armor warriors and superpowered individuals. The guard reported loudly. Dong Chung nodded, and in an instant, a wrist device materialized on his arm. Armor activation. Scarlet armor number 112 initiated. Welcome, Mr. Dong Chung, the first user. The crimson armor, reminiscent of layered dragon scales, swiftly enveloped Dong Cheng's body. In the next moment, a blue light illuminated the observation port beneath the visor. User Mr. Dong Chung, your current safe threshold for the Scarlet Armor is, as an S-class superpowered individual, inheritor of the Golden Light spell, Dong Chung. Upon activating the hyperfrequency mode, could effortlessly contend with X-class superpowered beings. For him, the hyperfrequency mode could be sustained for an entire day and night, albeit leaving him somewhat fatigued. In terms of fully unleashing this power, it could last a formidable half-hour. Among the few superpowered individuals recognized by the Scarlet Armor, Dong Chung undoubtedly stood as the most prominent figure within the Red Fire Army. Crush them, obliterate this remnant of the old era. Dong Cheng's tone was calm, yet his words were rife with bloodlust. The new world of Red Fire required the old era's kindling to ignite its flames. In the next moment, a layer of golden light enveloped the Scarlet Armor, and with a tremendous surge of wind pressure, Dong Chung soared forth like a cannonball, directly annihilating a stronghold that had witnessed significant sacrifices among the Red Fire troops due to enemy fire. As the ultimate battlefield, the imperial capital of the Great Jiang now gathered numerous sons of fortune, each possessing at least S-class superpower. Even the mightiest X-class superpowered individuals were few in number. Accompanied by their followers and allies, this force was one that no nation from the old world could withstand. Fortunately, Jiang Shang had strategically eliminated several sons of fortune scattered across other continents beforehand. Otherwise, the enemies faced by the Red Fire would have been even more formidable. This time, The imperial capital was a battleground where nearly all remnants of old power converged. These factions, unwilling to be swept into the dustbin of history, chose to make a final stand, marking this as the ultimate confrontation. Almost all the crimson armored warriors were summoned to the capital for the decisive battle. Jiang Shang tirelessly crafted the armed beings day and night, finally amassing 500 crimson armored warriors just before the clash. As the curtain rose for the battle, countless crimson armored warriors soared into the sky like shooting stars, engaging in fierce combat amidst the ruins of the city and in various corners of the heavens. With each passing moment, lifeless bodies silently plummeted from above, while an even greater number of armed beings descended rapidly, drifting before their users. Esteemed user, the 299th user, Huang Tao has fallen. Do you accept the attire for the 300th user, Suwen? Don the attire. At the moment the armed beings fell, countless individuals chose to embrace this power, ascending like birds, armed with the experiences of the fallen and an indomitable spirit, re-entering the fray in the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan engaged furiously with his opponent, a petite woman clad in tight leather. Thanks to a previous conflict with the compatriots, Zhang Fan had fortuitously awakened as a superhuman after regaining consciousness from a state of unconsciousness and exhaustion. Through the crucible of war, he had risen to become a B-class superhuman, capable of skillfully wielding the crimson armor for 7 days under normal circumstances. His adversary, however, had just reached the S-class, seemingly one of the harem of a protagonist within the group. Yet, Zhang Fan's focus was elsewhere. As their battle prolonged, he increasingly felt a sense of familiarity with the woman, memories swirling in his mind, as if he had encountered her before. A vague realization began to dawn upon him. But this was not the moment for camaraderie. The spirit fox fiercely clashed with the crimson armored warrior before her, leveraging her speed advantage. The motivations behind this battle, whether it was just or fair, were of no concern to the spirit fox. She sought only to repay a debt of gratitude to the man who had rescued her from the clutches of human traffickers. Silently, she kept track of the 5-minute time limit. Most crimson armored warriors were mere mortals, their safety threshold limited to 5 minutes. Once this threshold was surpassed, they would fight with desperation. If they could evade the final lethal blow, they would dissolve into light particles. However, as 5 minutes elapsed, the crimson armored warrior before her did not, like others, gradually lose combat effectiveness. Instead, their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, entirely defying the general understanding of superhumans regarding the crimson armored warriors. The spirit fox suddenly recalled a rumor. Some superhumans from Chihua had also gained the enhancement of the crimson armor. This news sent a tremor through her heart. She understood that superhumans, without the crimson armor, were already formidable. With their physical prowess augmented by the crimson armor, they became nearly invincible. And now, with the added enhancement, what did this signify? It meant that their strength would escalate further, potentially allowing them to bypass the time constraints of donning the crimson armor. Those who had previously encountered such crimson armored warriors rarely survived, with only a handful of superhumans managing to escape with their lives. These survivors quietly referred to the crimson armored warriors as the armed beings. Even more terrifying is the fact that some formidable armed individuals can directly defeat X-class superhumans. This is simply unbelievable. It is essential to note that X-class superhumans are the elite among elites, yet they appear utterly fragile in the presence of these armed foes. Linghu realized that she might have truly hit the jackpot this time, as the mysterious adversary before her is likely the legendary armed warrior. After barely withstanding a massive blow, the sturdy mask adorning Linghu's face was shattered by the powerful gust of the punch, causing her to spit out blood on the spot. Well, since I have nothing left, perhaps death could repay that person's kindness? Linghu let her hands fall, the increasing weight of her injuries making it difficult for her to maintain her flight. Clearly, Linghu lacked the strength to endure another strike. Just as she prepared to fight to the death or close her eyes and await her fate, the mask of the crimson armored warrior before her slowly faded away, revealing a familiar face. Brother? Linghu exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to connect the strong crimson warrior before her with her previously frail sibling. Linghu's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. She could not fathom how her brother had transformed into such a robust and muscular crimson warrior. This is impossible, Linghu murmured, her heart brimming with confusion and doubt. At that moment, the crimson warrior also gazed at Linghu with a complex expression, his eyes reflecting both affection for his sister and resignation to their current predicament. They locked eyes for a long time, and for a moment, neither spoke. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the tormented siblings finally reunited, only to find themselves on opposing sides. Jiang Shao, I knew it was you. Jiang Fan swiftly caught his sister as she began to fall. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang, hiding in a secret base, quickly turned his attention to the events unfolding on the battlefield, observing the embrace between the siblings. How dramatically ironic, Jiang Shang thought. His face adorned with a peculiar expression as layers of battlefield scenes unfolded before him, setting aside the recognition between the siblings on the battlefield. After a day and night of turmoil, nearly all Crimson warriors had assumed new faces, as if they were replaced puppets. Thousands of superhumans of S-class and above had suffered significant losses, leaving only a few hundred, their bodies trembling and faces filled with terror as they gazed at the vast number of unyielding enemies before them. A singular thought rising in their hearts: will we truly prevail? Just then, a voice rang out. We will win. The speaker was Long Out Yin, his tone unwavering, yet his gaze was fixed intently on a female Crimson warrior floating in midair. This woman was Qin Shiyu, the leading lady of the original narrative, inherently blessed with immense fortune. Under the influence of this fortune, Qin Shiyu awakened her abilities, becoming an S-class superhuman in just a few short months. Moreover, with the Crimson armor enhancing her, she could engage in prolonged combat at superhuman levels. In the midst of this chaotic battle, she had already slain several impostors and reincarnators, individuals favored by fate, showcasing her terrifying prowess. Thus, Qin Shiyu emerged as the emblematic figure among the Crimson armored warriors. The remnants of the old era are destined to fade away. Are you prepared for the impending reckoning? The world shall ultimately be cleansed by the Crimson flames. Hovering in the air, Qin Shiyu surveyed everything below with a gaze that was both icy and resolute. Her voice resonated as if emanating from the distant heavens, imbued with an irresistible authority and strength. Beneath her, the air was as solid as diamond. Each step she took echoed with a sharp clarity. Her crimson hair danced in the wind, resembling a blazing flame that illuminated the entire night sky. The intertwining of beauty and majesty inspired both awe and enchantment. Qin Shiyu's red lips quivered slightly, each word she uttered like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of those who heard. Her speech was laced with scorn for her enemies and unwavering faith in the future. She believed that the crimson flames would purify the world, and no one could obstruct their advance. As her proclamation resounded, a searing heat radiated from her, igniting the surrounding air, and fierce flames blazed around her. This scarlet fire symbolized her wrath and determination, a force she would wield to obliterate all obstacles in her path. In that moment, Qin Shiyu became the most luminous presence in the realm, her silhouette etched deeply in the hearts of all who beheld her. People sensed her strength and invincibility, while also feeling the unstoppable momentum of her grand design. The morale, once kindled by Long Out Yin, was now shattered into fragments. Chapter 10. The Final Battle as a Reincarnator. Jiang Duo's grasp of the future exceeded her own expectations by leaps and bounds. In this life, she initially sought merely to live well, yet unexpectedly, every possible future twisted into a distorted semblance. In her past life, she had been wronged by a scoundrel, and her family's fortune had been cunningly seized by her husband. Upon her return, Jiang Duo meticulously plotted her path, poised to exact revenge on the scoundrel. However, just then, an unexpected civil war erupted. Not long after, a world war followed, catching her completely off guard. Caught in the surging tide of events, she found herself swept along, increasingly overwhelmed by the relentless defeats of the traditionalists. One day, upon awakening from her slumber, Jiang Duo was astonished to discover that she had acquired formidable power. In that moment, her heart brimmed with joy. I can finally seize my own fate. Yet, almost immediately, she witnessed those far more powerful than herself, extraordinary beings, falling like meteors under the onslaught of countless crimson armored warriors. Faced with such a scene, Jiang Duo faltered once again. After all, she was a person who had once faced death, coupled with her timid and cautious nature. Even the constant brainwashing by the world's will could not dispel the deep-seated fear and avoidance within her. During each battle, Jiang Duo would strive to evade direct confrontation with the enemies, dodging whenever possible, desperately avoiding engagement. When a crimson armored warrior took notice of her, she would not hesitate to flee and seek protection from her comrades. However, The other team members were equally embroiled in the chaos, unable to divert their attention to assist her. In a corner of the battlefield, Jiang Duo, like a cunning loach, successfully eliminated yet another red armored warrior. Although this tactic may have served as an effective means of survival for her, no one noticed this minor victory in the localized conflict. Nevertheless, this did not escape the keen eyes of Jiang Shang, who maintained control over the broader situation. He astutely recognized the developments occurring in this subtle branch of the battlefield. He dispatched 2 A-class armed fighters and S-class Dongcheng to corner Jiang Duo, rendering her previously reliable evasion tactics utterly ineffective. These red armored warriors operated without any notion of a safety threshold, attacking with unrestrained ferocity, with increasingly powerful assaults battering her. Jiang Duo found herself on the brink of collapse. Faced with no escape, she promptly surrendered, her pitiful demeanor eliciting twitching glances from several red armored warriors, making her the sole character in this battlefield to capitulate. The scales of victory gradually tilted as the ordinary ability users of the old regime were depleted, leaving only the fated protagonists and supporting characters alive on the field. An incredible coincidence, a stroke of divine luck. And the repeated failures of the red armored warriors influenced by external factors showcased the essence of fate to all. Upon discovering that the red armored warriors were birthed from the populace and soldiers within the Red Fire, these ability users intensified their assaults and killings against ordinary soldiers, resulting in indiscriminate slaughter of countless civilians. This pushed the birth of the red armored warriors further away, transforming the war from one of mortals into one of ability users. Jiang Shang observed all the battlefield failures with a smirk of derision. Is this all the world will has to offer? Half of his face concealed in shadow. His cold gaze surveyed the battlefield, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, thanks to the convergence of all old powers in a desperate battle at the great Jin imperial capital, the remnants of various old forces in other regions of the world had been thoroughly eradicated. With the rapid establishment of the official Red Fire organization, free from the oppression of aristocracies and financial conglomerates, an increasing number of individuals previously shielded by information cocoons began to engage with Red Fire. They finally glimpsed an alternative way of life, comprehending the suppressed truth they had long endured. It is important to note that the silent often constitute the majority. When these quiet masses encountered new ideas and a different way of living, the faith power of the Red Fire spirit surged forth with even greater purity. This power flowed like a tidal wave, filling Jiang Shang with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Before the faith connection uniting billions of soldiers and civilians, thousands of sentient armed entities began to coalesce autonomously. With a mere gesture, Jiang Shang summoned these thousands of sentient armed entities, which shot forth like meteors, swiftly deployed onto the battlefield. Among these sentient armed entities, many ability users who embraced the spirit of Red Fire were prioritized. With their formidable physical prowess, they piloted the red armor with reckless abandon, slicing through the skies as they raced toward the battlefield. At the heart of the battlefield, Long Outyin furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction and fatigue. With a casual sweep of his hand, a tremendous wave of energy obliterated the body of a crimson-armored warrior. As the warrior's form shattered, motes of light dissipated into the air. Nearly all the crimson-armored fighters and ordinary soldiers on the Imperial battlefield had been vanquished. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, which flowed freely across the ground, forming scarlet rivers. The ruins concealed countless corpses, some mangled beyond recognition, while others retained the poses of their final moments. A dense cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the myriad uniforms and making it impossible to distinguish between the remains of foes and comrades alike. A potent aura of death pervaded the atmosphere, as if each breath were a desecration of life itself. Qin Shiyu and Dongcheng leaned against each other for support, their faces as pale as parchment, blood trickling from their lips, yet their eyes burned with defiance and resolve. They understood the futility of overcoming these favored children of destiny, yet they chose to hold their ground, refusing to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. In the distance, Long Outyin stood coldly, his gaze indifferent as he observed the scene unfold. Once, he harbored special feelings for Qin Shiyu, but at this moment, his obsession had driven him to the brink of madness. As he watched her armor shatter under relentless assault, he felt no pity. Everything had come to an end. The crimson fire would ultimately be extinguished at his hands. Long Outyen's voice was frigid and merciless, as if proclaiming his victory to the world. His eyes sparkled with confidence and arrogance, as though he had already envisioned the moment he would become an invincible force. Yet, at that instant, Qin Shiyu suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon Long Outyen. A scornful smile danced upon her lips, as if mocking his ignorance and hubris. This expression sent a tremor through Long Outyen's heart. You claim to be the destined ones, then watch closely. Witness what it means for humanity to triumph over fate. Qin Shiyu's eyes turned skyward, where, unbeknownst to her, streaks of meteors began to carve through the heavens. Thousands of empowered warriors sliced through the air, overcoming every obstacle in their path, donning crimson armor as they descended upon the battlefield. Yura, the frost-bitten Crimson Fire Warriors are here to reinforce. The Bago Crimson Armored Brigade has arrived. The New Asia Xia Crimson Fire Forces are joining the fray. The Sun Moon Isle Armored Warriors are entering the battle. The Demon Hunters from the Land of Dawn have arrived. This throng of crimson armored warriors, speaking in various accents and tongues, yet united in their bold aspirations, swiftly filled the sky. Just moments ago, the favored children of destiny had besieged the two. Now the tides of battle had reversed. These warriors, akin to shooting stars, streaked across the firmament, bearing an indomitable spirit and lofty ideals, illuminating the expanse above. Among the surviving empowered individuals, there were no weaklings as they engaged. They quickly discerned the distinction between this new wave of warriors and the former Crimson Fighters. No, they were all armed warriors, not mere crimson-armored soldiers. One day, the destined child let out a desperate cry. Despite being endowed with various strokes of fortune, each of his attacks only inflicted minimal damage. Yet, the sheer number of armed assailants overwhelmed him, and a barrage of relentless attacks swiftly extinguished this child of destiny. Some powerful combatants unleashed their full might, and within mere seconds, they obliterated a formidable female Esper midair. No, Yenner, you wretched commoners, I shall ensure you all accompany her to the grave. A certain scion of a noble family wailed in anguish, his eyes ablaze with a fury that could scorch the very earth, akin to a raging lion. Perhaps it would be wise to contemplate your own survival, came the icy retort from Dong Cheng, his words slicing through the air like a sharp dagger. Emerging from behind the noble heir, before the young lord could react, a massive fist clad in jagged armor, resembling a cannonball, penetrated his back and protruded through his chest. Yenner, without you, the world pales in comparison. I shall join you now, the young lord murmured, a ghastly smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a wilting flower. With a mere twitch of his hand, Dong Cheng transformed the noble heir into a mist of crimson, akin to a shattered canvas. Unfamiliar with the nuances of affection, Dong Cheng, who had merely been a supporting character in the original narrative, found the individuals he battled in recent days to be maddeningly erratic. They shouted about love and devotion, only to suddenly succumb to despair. Or perhaps they simply ceased fighting upon witnessing their beloved perish before their eyes, uttering incomprehensible words like deranged lunatics. This allowed Dong Cheng to execute surprise attacks with ease, akin to a hunter concealed in shadows. Awaiting the moment his prey revealed a flaw. The climactic battle soon reached its conclusion, as the armed forces, bolstered by their overwhelming numbers and unrestrained use of their powers, swiftly dispatched those who fancied themselves as the fated children, leaving only a few stray cats behind. The most formidable of them, Long Outyen, was besieged by hundreds of armed foes. Each adversary, taking turns to activate their powers for just a second, forced Long Outyen into a relentless retreat. He was shattered into blood mist countless times, with nearly all of the fated children vanquished. Yet, under the immense nourishment of the world's power, Long Outyen fought to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, his enemies multiplied, as more armed warriors dispatched their foes and sealed the battlefield with impenetrable might. This final cacophony persisted for a day and a night. Countless times, as Long Outyen reformed and healed, he appeared to momentarily disperse all armed adversaries as if illuminated by a fleeting resurgence. Under the seemingly boundless influx of the world's power, Long Outyen finally took that fateful step. With a mere glance, thousands of armed warriors, who had yet to activate their powers, crumbled to ashes. In his eyes, there was neither joy nor sorrow, as if he were being maneuvered by a greater will. At that very moment, Jiang Shang, who had been feigning slumber, opened his eyes. "Is this your final struggle, World Will?" he mused with a light chuckle. Brother Dog, initiate the soul hyperfrequency. In the next instant, a refreshing surge of spiritual energy flooded Jiang Shang's body. Thousands of unclaimed armed spirits instantly bonded with him. The wisdom of mortals. With wisdom and cognitive abilities elevated to unprecedented levels, Jiang Shang emitted a light, ambiguous click of his tongue. In an instant, he materialized at the heart of the battlefield, a resplendent and blinding radiance suffusing the entire arena. With but a mere flick, Long Outyan's entire being disintegrated into ash, showing no signs of recovery. The last vestiges of the world's consciousness released a soft sigh, extinguishing into oblivion, as a new consciousness gradually emerged under the influence of the red fire spirit. Thus began the dawn of a new era, an age belonging to red fire. Chapter 11. The dust settles as the world war drew to a close. The last remnants of the aristocratic conglomerates in the imperial capital were annihilated, leading to the complete demise of the old world's will. This world, once a realm dominated by the urban overlord Long Wang, was utterly reshaped. The system detected that your target, the prince of the Jing Circle, had perished. The primary target of your quest had failed, and a new target was being designated. Currently, the target has been switched to the superstar Zhou Tian, but upon detection, it was found that Zhou Tian had also succumbed, leading to a further switch to the notorious gang leader Li Kun. Yet, it was revealed that Li Kun had met his demise as well. Fu Wanwan sat bewildered on the ground, listening as the system endlessly reported failures, each attempt revealing that the targets were all deceased. Since being transported to this world by the system, Fu Wanwan had harbored hopes of emulating the heroines from the novels of her past life, engaging in a tale of love and enmity with her designated targets. However, upon traversing into the original body, she discovered a landscape littered with ruins, as if she had stumbled onto a battlefield. To make matters worse, the system malfunctioned, incessantly running diagnostics. What was happening now? The system announced that it was changing the target to the world leader, Jiang Shang. A task had been assigned, please be informed. A luminous screen illuminated before Fu Wanwan, displaying the basic information of the target. Before she could thoroughly examine it, a warrior clad in crimson armor descended from the heavens, akin to a burning meteor. As a white light ignited in his eyes, the system began to stutter, akin to a gear caught in a snag. The system detected an unidentified external force impacting its functions, followed by a prolonged stutter, as if someone had seized its throat, rendering it speechless. The system was in the process of releasing its bindings. Jiang Shang regarded the trembling girl before him with a peculiar expression, akin to observing a frightened little rabbit. Thanks to the faith network and the transformed world consciousness, he swiftly detected anomalies across various locales, like a spider at the center of its web, capable of sensing the slightest disturbances. In recent days, he had been busy patching leaks, capturing several travelers, each bearing peculiar systems, most of which were rudimentary and singular in function, reminiscent of decrepit machinery. According to Dog Brother, these systems were collectors devised by entities of immense power to capture the world's source energy, and the hosts bearing these systems were often pitiable figures living on the fringes of existence, akin to discarded refuse in a corner. These systems employed various transactional methods to exchange the host's capabilities, constituting a contemporary branch of subsystems. The destruction of these subsystems effortlessly draws the attention of some transcenders. However, Brother Dog remains unfazed, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor towards these entities. Jiang Shang, filled with curiosity, once inquired whether the system within him was also the creation of a transcender, only to be met with Brother Dog's scornful laughter. To the creator of this system, transcenders are merely a starting point. One must understand that it is neither you who chose the system, nor the system that chose you. I believe you will eventually uncover the truth. Brother Dog's words were shrouded in ambiguity, yet his tone brimmed with mischievousness. What is your name and age? From which world have you traversed? What capabilities does your system possess? Fu Wanwan, a seasoned traveler herself, had journeyed through a myriad of realms, from the urban world to those of fantasy and beastmen. She had even encountered other travelers in some of these worlds. Her system was remarkably powerful, effortlessly deciphering the systems of other travelers. However, she had never faced a situation where, upon her arrival, she was immediately apprehended, and her otherwise infallible system malfunctioned before this individual. I am a traveler from the Blue Star world. You are also a traveler, right? Please do not kill me. Fu Wanwan stammered, her voice breaking into sobs as she spoke. Jiang Shang gestured lightly, extracting a luminous orb from her forehead. This orb shimmered with a soft blue hue, rhythmically contracting as if it were a beating heart. You are fortunate. This system is a naturally gifted one, inherently possessing the coordinates of many worlds. After analysis, it will seamlessly integrate with your own system, expanding the variety of worlds you can explore in the future. A naturally gifted system? Jiang Shang mused, intrigued by this novel term. You may perceive this system as a naturally symbiotic, four-dimensional entity that aids its host in becoming stronger. Once the host reaches a certain level of power, it can, in turn, split off and create additional systems, drawing upon the host's strength. Many powerful beings have used these as references to craft their own world energy collectors, Brother Dog elucidated. Jiang Shang nodded, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. After reclaiming Fu Wanwan's system, his consciousness swiftly withdrew from the armored warrior. After a moment of bewilderment, the warrior respectfully placed his fist over his heart, signifying his reverence for his leader. Those whose systems have been reclaimed are sent to a designated location for centralized management, their diverse thoughts and knowledge from various worlds colliding and holding significant implications for the future development of this world. Jiang Shang had resided in this realm for nearly 50 years, utilizing the fully liberated productive forces and the comprehensive integration of resources from a unified nation across the globe, resulting in a remarkable advancement in technological progress. During these 50 years, Jiang Shang chose not to marry, but rather devoted himself to harnessing the power of the mad tongue. Brother Dog seldom spoke. According to the system's notifications, upon returning to the original world, the talent of the mad tongue would be solidified, and the skills and experiences associated with it would be retained. Another year passed. After selecting his successor, Jiang Shang, burdened by the weight of age, peacefully closed his eyes, reminiscent of an ancient tree that finally succumbs to the ground. The host's flawless completion of the task has been detected. You have amassed 470 ink points in this world, and the transit device is now initiating, ready to escort you back to your original realm. A century after Jiang Shang's departure, his exploits gradually faded into mere whispers within banknotes and history books, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a fleeting yet dazzling glow. Meanwhile, this diminutive world, under the influence of a mysterious force, began to ascend slowly, akin to a slumbering giant awakening from its deep rest. A peculiar instrument emitted a low hum. Those who understood its rhythmic vibrations would instantly grasp its significance, as if it were proclaiming its existence to the world. Designated as 107-7645, the urban world succumbed to an enigmatic force, with its source categorized as 404, executing a foundational protocol for ascension. Upon completion of the report, the world commenced its autonomous ascent. Turning to another scene, within the changing room, time and space, once frozen, began to flow again, with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood perpetually reminding Jiang Shang of the lurking dangers. Yet, having absorbed the combat experiences of nearly everyone within the Faith Network, Jiang Shang's actual combat prowess had been elevated to a near-divine level. My dear little lamb, you must be here, right? The malevolent villain's bloodshot eyes glinted with cunning as he brandished a gigantic fire axe, enshrouded in tendrils of black mist, and struck it directly towards the last wardrobe. The villain seemed to revel in the exquisite sound of bones shattering and flesh being cleaved by the sharp blade. Faster than his axe, Jiang Shang decisively kicked open the door, executed a sliding kneel, and thrust his sharp steel spike at a precise angle into the villain's abdomen. The black smoke that coiled around the villain significantly diminished the impact of the steel spike. Sensing this resistance, Jiang Shang furrowed his brow, exerting his wrist once more. The anguished cries of flesh being torn asunder by a sharp object echoed clearly within the changing room. The steel spike adeptly avoided the villain's hardened bones, piercing through the fragile organs with a gaping wound. Severely injured, the villain twisted his wrist, swinging the massive fire axe in an arc aimed directly at Jiang Shang. Without a moment to spare to withdraw the steel spike for a secondary strike, Jiang Shang rolled away on the ground, evading the inevitable blow. The heavy fire axe, entwined with black mist, amplified its destructive power immensely. The pristine white marble slab of the changing room shattered, and the underlying concrete layer was breached, with the colossal fire axe ensnared by the rebar embedded within the cement. An opportunity arose. Jiang Shang, in a rather ungraceful yet swift maneuver, propelled himself off the ground using his calf and elbow, seizing the moment while the villain was still preoccupied with extracting the fire axe. He decisively grabbed a clothes hanger that lay scattered on the floor and lunged towards the villain from the side, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Grasping the plastic-wrapped wire hanger from both ends, Jiang Shang forcefully pulled it against the villain's vulnerable neck. The malevolent figure ensnared in a shroud of black mist proved to be inadequately protected against Jiang Shang's close-range assault. The sturdy wire, tightly coiled around the miscreant's neck, rendered the disparity in strength painfully apparent as Jiang Shang, grasping the ends of a hanger, exerted all his might to pull backward. The hanger, subjected to the immense force, became grotesquely deformed, clamping firmly around Jiang Shang's hand, while the protruding wire mercilessly dug into his fingers, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. Yet, he refused to relinquish his grip. In a moment of carelessness, the villain was dragged down towards the ground by Jiang Shang, the choking sensation tightening around his neck inciting a wild struggle as he clawed at Jiang Shang's feet. Undeterred, Jiang Shang maintained a vice-like hold, his legs entwined around the villain's head, while the hanger strained to its limits, blood dripping steadily along the wire. Seconds turned into agonizing minutes as the villain, infused with the enhanced vigor of the black mist, fought against the suffocation for as long as he could. It was only after the villain's pulse ceased that Jiang Shang finally released his grip after 5 relentless minutes. The moment of death saw the black mist that enveloped him begin to dissipate slowly, as a warm energy began to fill Jiang Shang's being. The system detected that the host had eliminated a criminal from this world, meeting certain prerequisite conditions for career advancement. Thus, the pathways to various professions were now open. The options presented were as follows: Enforcer, evil blossoming in darkness, wilting in shadows, prerequisite for assassin. Murderer, evil chaos, slaughter, and blood are the finest seasonings, prerequisite for butcher. Rebel, evil in my world, everything has a cost, there is no betrayal. Only the appropriateness of the price, prerequisite for double agent. Fighter, order supreme skill begets supreme combat. Warrior, order nothing is more vital than courage, which grants boundless strength, prerequisite for explorer. Judge, order we are born to judge evil, as well as ourselves, prerequisite for enforcer. Student, neutral immersed in the ocean of knowledge, learning is endless. Every profession and endeavor requires an eager learner, universal prerequisite. Bodyguard, neutral protecting the target, oneself, and those in need, prerequisite for guardian. Executor, neutral unconcerned with good or evil, merely executing each challenge, prerequisite for soldier. Is this the career path of this world? Intriguing. Deep within Jiang Shang's psyche, Dog Brother observed the panel with equal intensity. Wait a moment, isn't this profession bestowed by the system? No. The system merely channels the extraordinary powers of this world, allowing you the freedom to choose. Jiang Shang's gaze roamed over the array of professions, revealing a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He found the student profession particularly appealing, as it seemed to allow for transitions into any career. With the current options limited, better professions would undoubtedly emerge in the future. In the long run, the student profession, serving as a universal prerequisite for all careers, appeared particularly significant. I yearn for strength, for only through power can I navigate and survive in this chaotic city. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shang prepared to select the option for a fighter. If you find yourself lacking in power, why not present me with the body of that villain you just vanquished? Perhaps I can devise a solution. Slowly, the voice of Dog Brother resonated within Jiang Shang's mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang hesitated in his actions. Very well, what must I do? Just agree, and it shall be done. An invisible force enveloped the robust corpse before him, transforming it in an instant into a brilliant orb of pure white light. This luminescence swiftly coalesced, gradually forming bones, blood vessels, tissues, muscles, and skin. In less than a minute, another body emerged, and as the final speck of light faded away, a pristine suit adorned the new form. Jiang Shang felt a void within his spirit, as if something had taken flight from his very soul. The next moment, the newly formed body opened its eyes. For the first time in reality, it spoke. Greetings, my summoner. Dog Brother tipped his hat with a smile. You can manifest in the real world? Why have you never mentioned this before? You never inquired. Dog Brother ruffled Jiang Shang's hair, and as a 16-year-old student, Jiang Shang felt diminutive beside the nearly 6'3" Dog Brother. Your profession has been selected, You are currently a student. You have acquired the abilities of equilibrium physique. Your physical attributes will be balanced, and any enhancement of one trait will synchronize with others. Rapid learning. You can perfectly replicate one of your enemy's skills with a cooldown of 30 minutes. At your current level, you can replicate 3 skills. Exceeding this will result in forgetting a previously copied skill, and focus significantly enhances your learning efficiency. To advance to the next profession, you must read and comprehend 300 books, becoming an expert in at least 3 distinct fields. A gentle white light enveloped Jiang Shang, for in his previous world, his mind had undergone substantial training. With the enhancement of equilibrium physique, his physical attributes had also seen a remarkable uplift. He sensed that his current physical capabilities had reached their limit for this stage. Raising his gaze to the smoke-filled city outside, he sighed. All right, what shall we do next? Expend all the ink points you acquired from the previous world to summon more characters to aid you. Each character possesses unique talents, and as these talents accumulate, your strength will grow exponentially. This is your foundation. Dog Brother gestured with his staff, indicating that Jiang Shang should proceed with the summoning system. I wish to commence the character summoning. Each summon requires 100 ink points. Shall the host begin the extraction? Summon them all. In an instant, all surrounding structures vanished, revealing that familiar building as countless black and white rooms began to flicker. With the initiation of a quadruple summon, a door adorned with myriad unknown languages that embody truth transformed into vibrant colors, while the other 3 doors merely glimmered momentarily before dimming once more. Congratulations! You have acquired a fragment of a summoning token. Upon collection completion, you will be able to summon a designated character. Fragments of a shattered gaming console, 15. Fragments of a broken scalpel, 15. Curled animal fur, 15. Chapter 12. Encountering extraordinary professions summoning the character. Doctor character panel name. Doctor, hidden, profession, scholar hobby. Knowledge. Endless knowledge. Talent. Knowledge is power. Faction, cooperation. The door, engraved with various truths, creaked open, revealing a handsome man with dark hair and a golden monocle stepping forth. A book levitating before his chest. The book turned its pages without wind, maintaining an absolute parallel distance with the man's strides. Delighted to meet you, Summoner. It is an honor to sense your thirst for knowledge. A brand new talent was birthed within Jiang Shang's being, and at that moment, countless fragments of previously elusive knowledge crystallized into clarity, allowing Jiang Shang to comprehend and utilize them anew. Brother Dog stood silently to the side. It has been a long time, Brother Dog. The doctor greeted with a warm, refined smile, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. You too have been silent for quite some time, old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I still remember the knife you once thrust into me. Brother Dog replied, his tone as placid as still water. That was merely a slight disagreement following the loss of that leader. Think of the new world and the new us, where countless streams of knowledge await us. This marks a fresh beginning for our 2 factions to reconcile. The doctor maintained his gentle smile, radiating warmth like the sun. After ensuring your safe departure from this city, I shall be away for a while to attend to certain matters. During my absence, the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner will accompany you. Though it pains me to admit, his knowledge and wisdom surpass my own. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult him. He will be the finest teacher in this realm. Afterwards, we can connect through a mental link. As all darkness receded like a tide, Jiang Shang stood in the shattered changing room, gazing up at the man who smiled and tousled his hair. The man leaned on a ceremonial staff, his elegant and pristine suit failing to conceal a hint of madness in his expression. Leave everything to me. This chaos and evil are more suited to your domain. The doctor's voice resonated from deep within, akin to a gentle breeze brushing past, imbued with tenderness and concern. For Jiang Shang, Brother Dog had accompanied him through the task realm for over 50 years, a gradual accumulation of time that transformed them from comrades in arms into inseparable friends. Is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Shang inquired, his voice calm and resolute. Regarding the system within him, Jiang Shang had never sought to trace its origins. Yet the information divulged in the dialogue between Brother Dog and the doctor hinted at their belonging to different factions, sparking some speculation within Jiang Shang's mind. I do not require assistance at the moment. If you truly wish to aid me, then engage in world missions more frequently to summon more companions to this realm. Brother Dog shook his head. A silence enveloped them, the three of them falling into a stillness as if the entire world had come to a halt. After a considerable time, Jiang Shang gazed out at the inferno raging beyond the window, his eyes reflecting the flames as he slowly uttered, "So how do we depart from this city?" Bai Ji, in a fit of fury, yelled her inquiry, her fingers deftly flicking the sword's hilt, drawing her blade and swiftly dispatching a grinning miscreant. As the black smoke dissipated, a surge of energy replenished the woman's strength. Just days prior, Bai Ji was an ordinary individual, but following the onset of Judgment Day, she harnessed her years of swordsmanship practice to successfully retaliate against a malicious thug, thus awakening her vocation. At this moment, a soft, pure white glow enveloped her, akin to a sacred radiance, surrounding her and her companions. The trio had all completed their first vocational transition, and their powers were elevated in that instant, as if they had been reborn. The city, devoid of order, appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand, plunging into a chaotic abyss where violence and bloodshed spread like a plague through the streets. This seemed to be a brutal trial, as the wicked assailants, akin to ravenous wolves, had swiftly completed their vocational awakenings, while those compelled by various reasons to protect what they cherished were forced to rise in resistance, thus igniting a whirlwind of turmoil. Under the influence of an ineffable force, the populace of the city was subtly divided into two opposing factions, evil and order, representing the dual banners of humanity. At this moment, humanity was rent asunder into two sides, with those embodying malevolence gravitating towards evil, while those embodying virtue aligned with order. A multitude of individuals, shaded in gray, were coerced into forming a third faction, as many discovered that slaying members of the opposing faction bestowed them with greater power. Countless souls were intoxicated by this extraordinary force, and as we widen our perspective, we observe the city ensnared beneath an energy dome resembling a vast prison. Judgment Day appeared more as a sifting mechanism, segregating the inhabitants into three colors: black, white, and gray. The awakened individuals were drawn into a colossal floating platform above the dome. Atop this grand edifice stood a multitude of vocational awakeners, frozen in various poses, divided into distinct formations. These awakeners were clearly categorized into three factions: black, white, and gray, resembling a vast canvas, with the black and white opposing sides and the gray faction occupying the majority. 3 days had elapsed since Judgment Day commenced, and the survivors wandering below had largely awakened. Should we terminate the trial prematurely? Our mission this time was urgent, with 10 floating cities awaiting the initiation of the Judgment Day selection. The adjudicator, donned in a white cross-masked visage and a black hood, bowed respectfully, their voice cold and devoid of compassion. Chief Judge Wang Zhilong languidly leaned upon his imposing throne, yawning and rubbing his weary eyes. Has it truly been 3 days? He mused. Let us wait one more day. No. 2. I played games too late last night, and currently lack the inclination to proceed to the next city. Wang Zhilong yawned again, stretched his limbs, and subsequently rose, approaching the front of his throne, casting a detached gaze upon the city below, his expression steeped in indifference. The benevolent adults have graciously granted these wayward souls an additional 2 days to awaken. The judges respectfully take their leave. As the trio of Baiji gradually approaches the city's outskirts, they encounter a greater number of malevolent faction practitioners. These practitioners, akin to sharks scenting blood, fervently pursue and intercept members of various order factions, showing no mercy even to those of neutral alignment. For the evil faction, slaying any practitioner, regardless of their faction, results in enhancement. The closer they draw to the edge, the more corpses litter the ground, making the journey increasingly arduous for Baiji and her companions. What do we have here? 3 awakened practitioners from the order factions. A scoundrel, wielding a long knife, approaches with a sinister grin. Shadows flit silently among the ruins. Watching intently, the long sword is unsheathed, slicing through the air with a sharp, crystalline whistle. The once unstoppable quick blade is deftly parried by a blood-stained black knife. An initial awakened swordsman, perhaps? Watch closely, ladies. I am a first-tier professional assassin. As long as I slay enough of my kind, my profession will continue to ascend. The scoundrel's words are laced with arrogance, as he slowly raises his long knife, effortlessly deflecting the long sword from an awkward position, like a nimble viper poised to strike. Death is imminent. A sense of foreboding washes over Baiji. Precision assassination. In the next moment, the scoundrel transforms into a wisp of black smoke. Lunging forward with lethal speed, Baiji barely has time to react before a fierce attack, even swifter, sends the scoundrel hurtling away. Bullying the weak is a grave misdeed. From behind, a figure emerges, Dog Brother, his elegant staff lightly tapping the ground, each movement exuding grace, reminiscent of a true gentleman. Who dares meddle in Huang Laohu's affairs? From the surrounding ruins, a dozen brutish men leap forth, their eyes glinting with ferocity like ravenous wolves. At the forefront stands a burly man, covered in tattoos, Huang Laohu, the notorious boss of this city's underworld, known for his ruthless methods, akin to a fearsome beast that inspires dread. With the onset of Judgment Day, he gathered a band of ruffians to exploit the chaos, awakening as a precursor to the Godfather class after a fatal mishap. Savoring the sweetness of power, he spiraled into unrestrained malevolence, leading his minions in a frenzy of destruction, akin to a pack of starving beasts voraciously devouring everything in their path. The evil faction practitioners find it remarkably easy to advance early on. They merely need to fulfill the malevolent requirements of their roles. In a sense, this serves as a balancing mechanism, as most individuals with a gray moral compass instinctively shy away from such behavior, resulting in a smaller, yet more formidable population of evil practitioners. After a few days of rampant misdeeds, the majority of Huang Laohu's minions have ascended to first-tier professionals, assassins, butchers, maniacs, and dark sorcerers, each embodying various first-tier malevolent professions. The unique nature of the Godfather class requires only 10 first-tier subordinates from the evil side to pledge loyalty in order to fulfill the conditions for advancement to the second tier, a profession brimming with potential for wickedness. Certainly, safeguarding the weak is an effortless endeavor. I hold great admiration for your profession. Might you relinquish it to me? The pace of Dog Brother's steps shifted from brisk to languid, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with the yellow tiger. Madness glimmered in his eyes, while his every movement exuded an elegant grace, akin to a refined cheetah poised to pounce upon its prey. Tenderly adjusting the disheveled collar of the yellow tiger, as if they were long-lost friends, Dog Brother softly made a request. Where did that birdman come from? Hand him over. The yellow tiger unleashed a torrent of profanities, yet a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. It was too swift. He had failed to notice how Dog Brother had approached. In the next moment, a gloved hand pierced through his chest, deftly extracting a heart with a deliberate slowness. Such crude language is unbecoming of a gentleman. Oh, your heart appears no different from the others, Dog Brother remarked, scrutinizing the heart in his grasp before carelessly returning it. The white glove remained untainted by a single drop of blood, a grotesque, yet elegant display of brutality. The yellow tiger, midway through his tirade, found himself silenced. Rising black smoke emanated from his body, which soon began to transform into a soft white light, swirling toward Dog Brother. In that fleeting moment of transformation, the black smoke solidified, gradually coalescing into a small orb of dark energy within Dog Brother's hand. An intriguing world of professions. Now, it belongs to me. A low, mirthful chuckle escaped him as he suddenly turned to the other startled thugs, his eyes brimming with madness. His pallid visage flushed with a hint of crimson, his tone laced with desperation, yet a morbid smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You will consent to my ascendance as your new leader, won't you? Dog Brother gently lifted the thug he had sent flying, meticulously brushing off the dust from his clothes, as though handling a fragile treasure. Are you all right? I may have struck you too hard. You must choose me as your leader. As he approached with a feigned smile, the large man, his eyes darting, suddenly adopted a sycophantic grin and nodded vigorously. Dog Brother, satisfied, nodded in return and turned away. In the next instant, a black blade sliced through the air with a deceptive grace, aimed directly at Dog Brother's neck. Yet, midway through its trajectory, it curiously redirected, severing the head of its wielder instead. Scalding blood sprayed across the ruins, raising a mist. Hey, why did you cut yourself? He chided playfully. My dear rogue, such antics cannot be repeated in the second round. Dog Brother turned, cradling the head of the brawny man, his gaze sincere as he offered gentle admonitions. At that moment, Dog Brother's voice rang like thunder in Jiang Shang's mind, causing him to shudder. As Dog Brother's old adversary, had he always been this mad? He concealed himself in a corner, watching as cold sweat beaded on his brow, tumultuous waves of anxiety surging within him. Though the doctor's tone remained calm, Jiang Shang felt an unspeakable dread. His voice bore a weight of experience, reminiscent of a weathered elder who had witnessed too much chaos and violence. Be content, for in this state, he is already quite well. In the past, he was even more unhinged than he is now. This statement, akin to opening a chasm within Jiang Shang's heart, revealed to him the frenzied side of Dog Brother. The doctor's words seemed to convey that this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Dog Brother's madness. There existed a plethora of insanity and violence beyond comprehension. This was a stark contrast to the Dog Brother encountered in the task world. Jiang Shang harbored a vague intuition that this was the true essence of Dog Brother's character. Yet, he remained unaware of the experiences that had driven Dog Brother to such madness, and he felt it prudent to refrain from delving deeper. Chapter 13. A small compromise. The dark sphere of energy coalesced at Dog Brother's fingertips and was instantaneously crushed, akin to a fragile eggshell. The black mist, which had been poised to transform into white energy, halted its metamorphosis and gradually dissipated into gray fog, as if ensnared by a binding spell. A beam of light, unobservable by the transcenders, descended from the heavens like a mysterious laser, piercing the sky. An ineffable message seemed to scatter within this realm, resembling countless golden particles cascading to the earth. You have acquired the unique profession of the disseminator. The requirements for professional advancement dictate that the profound truths must be comprehended by 10 or more sentient beings. This profession is unparalleled, singular, and immutable. Each promotion grants a moment of power liberation. Dog Brother absorbed the information within his mind, a manic smile curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of an enraged beast. Who do you think you are to define me? In an instant, all information morphed into gibberish, as if thrust into a blender. Then, in the next moment, it returned to clarity, the professional information solidifying into text. Profession, disseminator of truth, unique, immutable, unchangeable. Those who adhere to the truth shall undoubtedly acquire the power of truth. We believe in the truth, and the power of truth flows among us. All is for the ultimate transcendence. This profession has no advancement tasks and holds the highest priority among superior professions. The fluctuations in the underlying information have been detected by the great while lurking in the shadows. Detection of alterations in the underlying information has triggered the insertion of an unknown profession, marking a Level 1 high-risk threat. World-destroying weapons are being prepared. Coordinates 7960-8257-17655-349. Sector number 917533, Ascending World. City number 096. Which supreme entity has initiated the world-destroying strike? In an unknown realm, a stranger of great power looked up, murmuring to himself. An invisible threat gradually expanded, and as we widen our perspective, we see Jiang Shang's city shrink to a terrifying scale. Cities ensconced within circular energy domes are neatly aligned upon the continent, which itself is but a small island on a macro scale. Various islands of identical size are scattered across the sea, slowly and steadfastly drifting toward the mainland. The land adjacent to these islands is magnitudes larger than the islands themselves. Weapon code verification complete. Initiating threat target source rule detection. Comparison failure detected. Entering deep-level database for comparison. Deep-level database comparison failure. Entering core database. Comparison failure detected. Access to the Supreme database is denied, prompting a phase of indistinct comparison, which ultimately proves successful. Following a moment of hesitation, the Supreme regulations are executed, and the impending obliteration has been rescinded. Unbeknownst to the majority, an invisible crisis of annihilation has dissipated, akin to a stone cast into a lake, where the ripples resonate only within the hearts of a select few. The Dog Brother gazes thoughtfully at the sky, a hint of madness at the corners of his mouth betraying his composure. A sudden, unsettling sensation washes over me. Jiang Shang speaks up, his voice slicing through the tranquil air like a sharp blade. A peculiar intuition begins to unravel the rationale behind a certain individual's choices. The doctor emits an ambiguous exclamation, his tone reminiscent of one admiring a splendid work of art. Jiang Shang harbors a subtle curiosity regarding the individual referenced by the doctor and the Dog Brother, embodying a childlike eagerness towards the unknown. Neither party broaches the subject, and Jiang Shang refrains from inquiring further, cognizant that such matters are still too premature for someone of his frail stature. Merely uttering the name of a powerful figure can invoke unseen repercussions. Knowledge that is too advanced may prove toxic. The burden of awareness alone can be overwhelming, akin to a child prematurely thrust into the adult world, destined to lose himself in a labyrinth of confusion. The dog brother successfully subdues a band of ruffians, who obediently lead the way, skillfully avoiding numerous obstacles along the path. Bai Ji and her companions hitch a ride, reaching the city's outskirts without incident, where two exits to other cities are located. Nearby, a group of individuals donned in peculiar masks and wielding strange weapons establish a camp, resembling guardians of hidden treasures. Many survivors arriving at the city's edge traverse in and out of this encampment, their movements akin to ants searching for an exit in a maze. At the heart of the camp stands a colossal stone tablet inscribed with enigmatic characters. A glance at the inscriptions imparts a wondrous power, allowing one to comprehend their meaning, as if the words themselves are a throng of dancing sprites upon the stone. Touch the energy wall to teleport. A group gazes at the immense energy barrier separating the city from the outskirts. Upon lightly touching it, an individual is instantly enveloped in a flash of white light, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing into the vast cosmos. After dismissing Bai Ji and her companions, the dog brother claps his hands, and the gathered criminals collapse onto the ground, terror evident in their eyes, yet unable to utter a sound. They can only watch helplessly as their bodies transform into vibrant particles, which coalesce to rapidly weave together a robust male form, accompanied by an expansive white robe that envelopes the physique. This corporeal vessel is not a gift. All is orchestrated to ensure the summoner's successful maturation. The dog brother squints, tapping the arm of this new body with his staff. Well then, I understand you are a rather proud one. The doctor's consciousness ascends from Jiang Shang's mind and directly enters this corporeal form, at which point he smiles warmly and speaks. With a cold grunt, dog brother lightly tapped his staff against the protective shield, which instantly opened a passage. Without a backward glance, he stepped through. A faint white light emanated from the doctor, who, thanks to the remarkable contributions of several nefarious individuals, directly awakened to the professions of this world. The available professions were now scholar and doctor. A vague search revealed your vast reservoir of knowledge, and the system has automatically designated you as a scholar. Your scholar title has reached its maximum level and is now advancing to an upper-tier profession. Upon successful completion of this advancement, your profession has transformed into a polymath. Noticing the immense breadth of your learning, the doctor furrowed his attractive brows, instantly concealing all emanating signals. Detection error. Current profession has been fixed. Upon completion of employment, the doctor patted Jiang Shang's shoulder and declared, "Summoner, let us embark. I am certain countless intriguing pieces of knowledge await our discovery." Jiang Shang nodded slightly, and together they touched the energy shield. In the next moment, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a colossal platform. As if prearranged, everyone simultaneously opened their eyes. Seated high upon the throne, Wang Zhilong lounged with his legs crossed, absently tapping on his phone while wearily addressing the crowd. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. This immense platform, suspended above the city, was maintained by a mere handful of cross-masked guards ensuring order around the throne. A triadic color scheme of black, white, and gray formed the array, flanking either side with two registration desks. A few staff members, clad in uniforms, sat impassively on either side. "Congratulations on surviving Judgment Day," he proclaimed. The registration entrances for the evil and order factions were located on either side, while the neutral faction could freely choose between the two or await a representative from the neutral faction for assistance. Subsequently, he returned to his phone in silence. At that moment, the collective consciousness of the crowd awakened, transforming the previously quiet platform into a cacophony. "Oh, isn't that the little one who slipped from my grasp?" a menacing brute exclaimed, firmly grasping a member of the neutral faction. Just as the brute sneered and drew a dagger, a peculiar beam of light struck him directly, turning him to ash in an instant. Conflicts are prohibited on the promotion platform. Offenders will be executed on the spot. A cold voice issued from a judge adorned with a black cross mask. Most individuals failed to notice when the attack occurred, while only a select few observed the judges wielding their strange long-handled weapons with a glimmer of understanding. Wang Zhilong, still seated upon his throne, shifted his position, remaining indifferent to the minor chaos unfolding below. Jiang Shang quickly rejoined the doctor amidst the crowd of the Order faction. What? We teleported here. And I remained still for 2 days, he remarked. Quite an intriguing application of rules. I've spent these 2 days meticulously studying it, a genius concept. Without verbal exchange. Their expressions continuously shifted, while in their mental communication, Jiang Shang and the doctor engaged in ceaseless dialogue. The evil and Order factions lined up in distinctly defined paths. The two opposing factions exhibit distinct queue arrangements. The Order adheres to a principle of first come, first served, whereas the evil side prioritizes strength. Jiang Shang and the doctor find themselves positioned in the midst of the line, where the Order's registration proceeds with remarkable efficiency. In no time, they find themselves at the forefront. 20 individuals shall form a line and publicly display your occupational panels. I shall register you and subsequently assign you to your respective receiving cities. The Order's personnel, clad in immaculate white coats, bear a golden emblem engraved with interlocking gears upon their chests. Jiang Shang scrutinizes the emblem, noting its intricate design, composed of a larger and a smaller gear. In stark contrast, the registration staff of the evil side dons sleek black attire, adorned with a sinister emblem depicting a decaying hand. As the 20 individuals align to reveal their occupational panels, it is noteworthy that Bai Ji and her companions are also present in the queue. Their eyes meet, and they exchange subtle nods, a silent greeting among acquaintances. Enforcers, warriors, runners, guardians, executors, swordsmen, fighters, and even scholars and students. The personnel beside them methodically manipulate their instruments, rapidly inputting occupational data. Upon detecting the professions of the doctor and Jiang Shang, one staff member's eyes widen in astonishment. It is indeed extraordinary to encounter scholars and students. Such underprivileged professions, in this city of floating ascendants, a veritable breeding ground for ambition. The staff member then glances at Bai Ji and her companions, who are evidently familiar with Jiang Shang, and nods in acknowledgement. With several combat-oriented professions present, their inclusion seems entirely reasonable. Good day, sir. On behalf of the Dawn Organization, I extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. To achieve the status of a scholar, a third-tier profession, in the floating city is precisely the talent we seek. After hastily registering the details of the individuals, other staff members, who had been waiting nearby, converge around the doctor, inquiring about his well-being. The scholar profession necessitates an extensive accumulation of knowledge for advancement. The more one knows, the swifter the progression. Attaining the third-tier scholar status in the floating city undoubtedly indicates that one possesses a wealth of knowledge from the original world, potentially a scientist or a highly educated individual. It is merely a matter of time before they ascend to the 7th-tier elite profession, a status significant enough to establish themselves as leaders in any organization. Moreover, the scholar profession grows increasingly formidable in its later stages. Their mastery of knowledge can enable them to confront numerous adversaries simultaneously. Historically, scholars from technological branches have wielded their crafted rule-based weaponry to dominate entire regions. Countless professionals of the same tier have succumbed to defeat under the overwhelming might of such rule-based armaments. Scholars are unparalleled researchers in this world, where vast quantities of sand are counted. The fruits of their labor are evident in every aspect of life. The Order's staff are backed by myriad forces, undertaking the initial selection process. Upon encountering exceptional professions and suitable talents, they extend invitations for these individuals to proceed to the origin cities controlled by their respective powers. Conversely, those in ordinary professions who are not selected will be allocated to other origin cities awaiting their turn, in accordance with the established regulations. The origin cities can be regarded as the indigenous inhabitants of a vast continent, inhabited by the descendants of practitioners who have proliferated among themselves. In contrast, the ascendant cities, which herald the day of judgment, are fragments of worlds that have risen from various realms, both large and small. The civilizations and unique powers endemic to these worlds are subdued by the singular true realm, which, as the supreme dimension, can encompass all forces, rendering the strengths inherent in the other worlds trivial in the face of its authentic rules. The extraordinary powers contained within the singular true realm can only be wielded by practitioners. The initiation of the Day of Judgment serves to better sift talent. Not everyone in the origin cities can become a practitioner. However, to facilitate the integration of the ascending worlds, the world will grant everyone in the ascendant cities a singular opportunity for awakening to a profession. Most factions, in their quest to unearth talent, will preemptively journey to the cities where the Day of Judgment is to commence, seeking to absorb fresh blood. The duration of the Day of Judgment is limited to 7 days. After this period, those who have not awakened to a profession will never do so again. Within the majority of faction territories, the unawakened populace is not regarded as citizens, and they are often left to fend for themselves. Only those practitioners who have awakened to their professional panels will be acknowledged as members of the citizenry. Chapter 14. A New World. Jiang Shang understood that he was still too feeble and needed to find a place to cultivate his strength in obscurity. After deliberation, the two ultimately decided to join the Scholar Alliance, a medium-level faction that primarily focuses on research and development rather than combat. This Scholar Alliance controls 60 regions within the singular True Realm, each comparable in size to a planet from the original world. Remarkably, this alliance, despite holding such extensive territory, is merely a peripheral force, not to mention the massive factions within the core of the singular True Realm, whose territories are measured in light years. Due to their ordinary professions, Bai Ji and her companions were arranged to reside in the same city as Jiang Shang, with the staff accommodating Jiang Shang and the doctor's sentiments. The doctor, owing to his learned profession, was assigned to further his studies within the Scholar Alliance, which boasts a comprehensive advancement system for cultivating medical professionals. For the doctor, the pursuit of knowledge, various forms of knowledge, was paramount. Practitioners who awaken their professional panels in this realm begin with a lifespan of 150 years, and each advancement in their profession grants an additional 100 years. For the upper echelons of the Scholar Alliance, a young third-tier scholar possesses an impressive lifespan of 350 years, making them remarkably promising and worthy of investment. As a first-tier student, Jiang Shang was directly placed in the Central Academy, where the most talented students from the Scholar Alliance's controlled territories congregate. Indigenous individuals from the origin cities have the potential to awaken to a profession before the age of 24, and most students at the Central Academy possess professional panels. While student professions remain in the minority, the Academy itself boasts over 1 million teachers and students, with the number of student profession individuals not exceeding 1,000. These students are viewed as reserves for scholarly professions. Every year, a continuous stream of elite talents is provided to the Scholars Alliance. Jiang Shang, due to his tender age of 16, was directly assigned to the first year of high school. He faced the foundational principles of rune applications, a detailed composition of rule chains, advanced mathematics, an analysis of the laws of the unique true realm of physics, and the composition of fundamental particles in the world. Jiang Shang languidly rested his head on the desk, gazing at the neatly arranged titles of the books before him, their meanings shrouded in a mist of confusion. Having lived 50 years in a task world, combined with 30 years from his previous life as a traveler and 16 years spent in the original world, Jiang Shang, with a psychological age of 96, surveyed the surrounding youthful faces with a pained roll of his eyes. A petite, lively class leader named Lu Xiaoxiao, sporting twin ponytails, approached him with a stack of materials in her arms. "Welcome to Class 1 of the first year, Jiang. As a member of the scholar's profession, considering you are an awakened individual from the floating city, these are the materials you must study to make up for your past deficiencies. I believe this will pose no challenge for you." The surrounding classmates wore expressions of amusement, anticipating the unfolding drama. Jiang Shang flipped through the materials, which were thick as 3 dictionaries, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. "Is this all the material I need to study?" he questioned. "No, this is just the table of contents." Lu Xiaoxiao puffed up her cheeks, seemingly displeased with Jiang's attitude. "These are all knowledge. Much of this advanced information requires payment, and to be able to immerse oneself in the sea of knowledge is a tremendous privilege for a student in this profession," she replied emphatically. Jiang Shang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You have only 3 months to catch up with our pace. After 3 months, we will have an assessment. And if you do not meet the standards, you will be relegated to Class 9, where access to knowledge will significantly diminish," Lu Xiaoxiao warned, hands on her hips, her eyes wide with determination. A day later, in the school's private dormitory, a vast array of book content was loaded into Jiang Shang's personal learning terminal via the Scholars Alliance central interface. Despite possessing the innate talent that knowledge is power, Jiang Shang still found the reading arduous, as his foundational knowledge was nearly non-existent, akin to a first-grade student grappling with advanced physics. After a day of stumbling through the material, cross-referencing with the dictionary, He finally recognized most of the characters. Tossing aside the dictionary, he picked up a beginner's guide to rule symbols and began to read. In the depths of his mind, a voice emerged. The doctor could not resist speaking. I can assist you in transferring this knowledge into the summoning system terminal, allowing you to initiate a second world task. In the task world, you can gradually absorb this knowledge. Despite being in different locales, the doctor and Jiang Shang maintained a mental link, though Dog Brother had not spoken for several days previously. He had occasionally exchanged banter with the doctor through the connection. Is this possible? Isn't it true that nothing can be carried over to the task world? Jiang Shang's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery shifted, revealing the same dilapidated building. Two doors, restored to their normal hues, stood at either end of the corridor, with a light screen projecting from the darkness. The host currently had 3 worlds to choose from: the wizarding world, the fantasy world, and the immortal hero world. At present, you possess 2 talents, each derived from distinct factions. It is imperative that you carefully select the talent you wish to traverse with, as it will significantly influence the difficulty of your world mission. Currently, talents cannot be stacked within the task realm. Choosing the world of wizards, you acquire the talent of knowledge is power. Ignoring the substantial anomalies lurking behind the wizarding world, Jiang Shang took a deep breath and decisively selected the world and talent. A profound intuition guiding him that this realm would provide what he presently sought. Selection complete. Your journey into another world commences now. When the universe of Qi refiners, masters of the Great Path, collides with the universe of wizards, who comprehend the intricacies of the rules, what astonishing sparks will ignite. The fated children from both universes engage in a frenzied battle for their respective worlds. Wizards manipulate the strings of rules, while Qi refiners tread upon their celestial pathways. The once eternal wizard's tower, radiating guiding brilliance throughout the cosmos, no longer stands eternal, and the once prosperous celestial abode now lies in ruin. After countless epochs, both universes lay in tatters, a time that follows the disappearance of the fated children by several epochs, marking the dawn of a new destiny. New vitality begins to take shape as the 2 universes slowly merge. A fresh consciousness of the Tao is born. As the sole heir of a fallen knightly lineage, you discover a luminous rune in your family's secret chamber one day. Upon attempting to grasp it, the rune bursts forth with resplendent light. Yet, as the radiance fades, nothing transpires. Days later, you receive an invitation from the West Coast Wizard Academy, a treasure in your hands, the Radiant Rune. However, fortune seems to elude you, as you inadvertently reveal the rune's existence to others, attracting unwanted attention. On your way to the academy, you are assassinated, the rune seized, and someone assumes your identity to pursue studies at the academy. As a hapless soul, your essence gradually dissipates, while forces from other realms present you with a proposition. They offer to fulfill your unfulfilled desires through others, at the cost of everything you hold dear. A crucial side quest is generated. Let the name of the Gawain family echo throughout the wizarding world. The main quest is established. Attain the supreme legacy of this world. 06. This task bears no time constraints. Jiang Shang opened his eyes. The task now announced through the system's luminous interface. Immortal cultivators versus wizards? A fantastical narrative unfolds. With a peculiar expression, he rose from the half-buried mound of earth, whispering to himself. The memories of the original owner flooded in swiftly. A beauty trap? An unveiling dagger? The naive youth's recollections were soon categorized, and Jiang Shang, bearing the slender frame of the boy, made his way toward the town, guided by the original owner's memories. The town also hosted a recruitment point for the wizard organization, typically manned by elderly wizard apprentices seeking students. The risks were substantial, as these old apprentices might lure unsuspecting candidates into becoming experimental subjects upon the dissection table. Jiang Shang stood before the castle, dozens of high-ranking knights vigilantly surrounding him like loyal sentinels. Only wizards can afford such lavish arrangements. For the kings of the continent, a high-ranking knight is a distinguished guest. While these high-ranking knights can effortlessly dispatch apprentice wizards of the 3rd or 4th levels with but a few simple cantrips, only a grand knight deserves the respect of advanced wizard apprentices. Jiang Shang, recalling his memories, politely performed a knightly salute. Sir Knight, I wish to certify my mental strength to become a wizard apprentice. The knight standing at the door retrieved several crystal orbs from his pocket and distributed them to the youths gathered at the entrance. Many of the boys had come before, But a lack of talent meant that no matter how many times they tried, the crystal orbs would remain unlit. Hold it, and if you can make it glow, I shall usher you inside. Jiang Shang accepted a crystal orb and, emulating the other boys, placed it against his forehead. As the orb emitted a faint, transparent glow, Jiang Shang felt his mental energy gradually being drawn into the sphere. Suddenly, it erupted in white light, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding youths. He had succeeded. He had actually made the crystal orb shine with white light. As his mental energy continued to be absorbed, the orb's glow gradually turned red. Upon confirming the color change, Jiang Shang ceased to channel his energy. Achieving a red level of mental strength without practicing meditation techniques was already indicative of considerable talent. The knight nodded in approval. His demeanor drastically transformed from the earlier indifference. Follow me closely and suppress your curiosity. Those without a wizard apprentice badge are not permitted to roam freely. Following closely behind the knight were two other youths, a brother and sister who bore a notable resemblance to one another. They huddled closely together, timidly trailing behind the two. In the laboratory, the 8th-level wizard apprentice Andrew carefully placed a crystal leaf into a vessel, adding a small amount of calming flower solution. The liquid within the vessel turned a deep blue, complemented by a few roots of stoneroot grass, as pale blue bubbles began to rise. The herbs reacted violently within the vessel, the deep blue liquid quickly turning black, and then with a loud bang, the entire vessel exploded. Andrew shook his head, undeterred, and murmured a spell. A cleaning charm gradually spread, transforming the splattered remnants of the discarded potion into a pristine work surface. The patterns on the laboratory walls illuminated, and only after meticulously tidying the laboratory utensils did Andrew slowly open the laboratory door. The wizard within was concocting a potion for mental strength. Exhibiting a clumsy grasp of herbalism, the only commendable aspect was his attitude. The doctor keenly monitored the sounds within the laboratory, simultaneously engaging in a silent dialogue with Jiang Shang in the depths of his mind. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Shang's expression remained unchanged as the door swung open, revealing Andrew's wrinkled face contorted into a stiff smile, his numerous folds twisting into a disconcerting visage. The siblings behind him huddled together in fright, while Jiang Shang maintained his composure and politely executed a noble bow. Andrew's gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded silently before speaking, his hoarse voice resonating throughout the laboratory. Currently, the Rose Castle is home to only 2 level 8 wizard apprentices. Your presence here surely indicates your potential to become wizard apprentices. One of the apprentices is absent. I shall grant you a mere year to attain the status of a level 1 apprentice. Should you succeed, you may remain, if not. Andrew emitted a cryptic, raspy chuckle, his gaze appraising the group as if they were mere specimens for experimentation. 3 softly glowing rune stones were extracted from the ruby ring adorning Andrew's finger. These are the enlightenment seals. Place one upon your forehead. Within lies the foundation of meditation techniques. The Castle's library contains the knowledge presently accessible to you. As newcomers, you are permitted a complimentary exchange for any knowledge that piques your interest. Wizards adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Accordingly, upon becoming level 1 apprentices, you shall be obliged to serve the forest cottage unconditionally for 5 years. Having concluded his words, Andrew waved his hand and re-entered the laboratory. The knight responsible for guiding them respectfully knelt to receive the enlightenment seals, bowing as he escorted the group away. Esteemed apprentice wizards, please follow me. I am Arthur, responsible for the distribution of living supplies for you. Should any of you have needs in daily life, feel free to inform me. Arthur led the group to the meditation chamber. I shall not intrude upon you any further, esteemed apprentices. I will now prepare accommodations for you, he remarked with a respectful bow before departing. Grasping an enlightenment seal, the doctor mused, let me uncover the extraordinary roots of this world's arcane principles. I shall refine it. I possess techniques far more intricate than this, but without the mark of this realm, you cannot cultivate. Jiang Shang picked up an enlightenment seal and kindly nodded to the 2 others before stepping directly into the meditation chamber. Seated cross-legged upon a soft cushion, Jiang Shang appeared to have his eyes tightly shut, yet inwardly, he was discreetly communicating with the doctor. On the surface, this seemed like a rudimentary mental exercise. However, its essence pointed directly towards the greater path, with slight modifications compared to the meditation practices of other wizarding realms, yet the differences were minimal. The doctor analyzed the basic meditation technique in mere minutes. I have upgraded this fundamental meditation method based on those of the arcanists and other wizarding universes. This foundational technique will suffice for you until you reach the 9th ring of mythic wizards. In the wizarding hierarchy, the levels are as follows: 10th ring, eternal; 9th ring, mythic; 8th ring, demigod; 7th ring, morning radiance; 6th ring, silver moon; 5th ring, celestial stars; 4th ring, sky; 3rd ring, ocean; 2nd ring, earth; 1st ring, official wizard; 0 ring, apprentice. The Great Knight corresponds to a 0 ring level 9 apprentice, and the Great Knight Commander corresponds to the 1st ring, and so forth. A series of mental exercise models were gradually introduced into Jiang Shang's mind. The enhanced foundational meditation technique requires only 110 units of time for a single mental exercise, with each session yielding a growth in mental strength that exceeds 8 times that of the basic method. For now, make do with this, in due course. We shall gather more meditation methods from this world for further refinement, the doctor stated nonchalantly, with a hint of dissatisfaction lingering in his tone. Jiang Shang was thoroughly satisfied. His soul had traversed 3 realms, particularly having been nourished and refined by the power of faith in the previous world. With the enhanced meditation techniques acquired, upon his return to the primary world, his formidable spirit would stimulate rapid brain cell development, consequently elevating his intellect. Under the influence of a balanced physique, how could the other attributes of his body not experience a concurrent surge? According to the guidance within the Enlightenment Seal, it was recommended that the initial meditation be sustained for a full day and night, rising swiftly from the soft mat after maintaining a day-long meditation. Jiang Shang endeavored to input his mental energy into the mental testing device before him. With a measured spirit of 19 degrees, the device faithfully reported Jiang Shang's mental strength. Surpassing 1 degree signified the threshold of an apprentice wizard. The efficacy of the first meditation was paramount. Subsequent advancements would yield diminishing returns. Chapter 15. What defines a genius before long? Jiang Shang achieved a remarkable feat during his first meditation, reaching 19 degrees and successfully ascending to the rank of a level 1 apprentice wizard, thereby illustrating the essence of genius and prodigy. It is essential to note that a mental strength of 1 degree delineates the boundary for becoming an apprentice wizard. Most ordinary apprentices can only enhance their mental strength by a mere 1 degree during their first meditation. Only the rarest of talents, those encountered once every millennium, can surpass the level 1 threshold on their first attempt, benefiting from their inherently robust mental faculties, which must exceed 7 degrees to accomplish such a feat. Jiang Shang, however, accomplished this effortlessly, even grazing the edge of the level 2 apprentice wizard threshold with his 19-degree mental strength. Such extraordinary talent immediately captured the attention of Andrew, the old apprentice wizard engrossed in potion experimentation. As an apprentice from the forest cabin, Andrew was acutely aware of the rewards that awaited at the recruitment point for discovering a genius capable of breaking through to level 1 apprentice wizard status and nearing level 2 on their first meditation. In an instant, the entire Rose Castle went into lockdown, forbidding anyone from leaving. Andrew, unperturbed, expended a substantial amount of magical stones to activate the long-distance communication array, swiftly contacting the formal wizards from the forest cabin to escort Jiang Shang away. This prodigy could only arouse envy if left at the temporary recruitment point. Only by transferring him to the forest cabin, guarded by 3rd-tier wizards, could his safety be assured. The forest cabin was supported by more formidable powers and was not intimidated by prying eyes. As the discoverer of this genius, Andrew was duly rewarded with a transfer from this desolate and barren land, boarding an airship alongside the formal wizards heading to the forest cabin. There, a cache of resources awaited him, sufficient to elevate Andrew to the rank of a 1st-tier formal wizard. Jiang Shang, my sister and I will soon become apprentice wizards as well. When that time comes, we will also make our way to the forest cabin. As Jiang Shang departed, his companions, Fran and his sister Ruth, who had been selected alongside him as prospective apprentice wizards, stood resolutely behind him, gathering their courage to shout. The fervor of youth is always passionate and bold. Andrew, observing from the side, shook his head, seemingly recalling his own youthful days. How could you comprehend the relentless efforts ordinary individuals must exert to become apprentice wizards, let alone keep pace with such a once-in-a-millennium genius? Jiang Shang's lips curled slightly, and without turning around, He slowly raised his hand, forming an OK gesture with his thumb and index finger. This was a simple action he had taught the two siblings during moments of boredom. Upon witnessing this gesture, the young boy seemed to draw immense encouragement, clenching his fist tightly against his chest. I will surely catch up. The airship ascended gradually, and after a brief acceleration, it surged forth like an arrow, piercing through the clouds toward the distant continent. Seated by the window of the airship, Jiang Shang experienced a smooth, rapid journey reminiscent of flying in a plane from his previous life. Opposite him, Lady Vanel, a second-ring witch from a forest cottage, sat elegantly, deftly spreading her secret honey on a slice of toast with a dining knife. The golden honey was spread evenly across the toast as Lady Vanel turned to gaze out the window alongside Jiang Shang. Is this your first time soaring through the skies in an airship? I once stood where you are, never imagining how it would feel to fly so high. She gently placed the honeyed toast on the plate and pushed it toward Jiang Shang. You must grow accustomed to this. As a genius, you are deserving of such treatment. The achievements of those wizards who reached the brink of second-ring apprentice status upon their first meditation will not merely halt at the skies. Jiang Shang nodded and, after the doctor confirmed that the bread bore no harmful spells or substances, naturally accepted the toast and took a bite. The sweet morsel filled his mouth, and a refreshing surge of spiritual energy began to nourish Jiang Shang's soul. This interesting potion-laden food, when consumed over time, can significantly enhance your meditation efficiency. A jar of approximately 500 milliliters of the secret honey was retrieved by Lady Vanel from her ring and placed before Jiang Shang. This is a modest investment in you. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, when you grow powerful enough, I will require you to provide me with some rare ingredients I seek. Of course, you may refuse and repay this investment with something of equal value. In the presence of a second-ring mage, a wizard apprentice feels even more humble than an ant. Observing Andrew, the apprentice wizard, who respectfully busied himself behind Lady Vanel, preparing the meal for both, it was clear that with such a wealth of resources for discovering talent, Andrew would soon ascend to a first-ring wizard. Yet, he now acted as a servant in utmost reverence. Madam, I am at your service. Jiang Shang readily agreed to Lady Vanel's proposition. Lady Vanel's scarlet lips pressed together, evidently pleased with his response. Excellent. I have great faith in your future. I represent the potion-making faction in the forest cottage. You can obtain discounts on knowledge and magical equipment related to potion-making through my token at the Academy's exchange point. Thank you for your assistance, Lady Vanel. For 7 continuous days and nights, through the front window of the airship, Jiang Shang gazed down upon the earth. The majestic and prosperous western coast lying before him, dotted with various styles of wizard towers. Numerous exquisite buildings, each infused with unique charm, encircled every wizard tower. Each towering wizard tower symbolized a distinct power. Unlike the previous miniature world, this extraordinary realm of wizards imbued Jiang Shang with a faint sense of otherworldly charm. This is a sanctuary for sorcerers, abundant in various magical herbs and exceptional beings, where numerous wizarding factions flourish. Throughout his journey, Jiang Shang remained diligent, constantly honing his mental prowess through meditation. Notably, he brought with him the occupational talents from the main world, which seemed to possess an innate priority in this wizarding world. They are further optimized. Unlike the main world, where enhancing intelligence improves physical attributes, in the wizarding realm, the augmentation of mental strength also propels the growth of physical qualities in all aspects. For 7 consecutive days, aside from sustenance, he immersed himself in meditation within the meditation chamber, achieving the mental capacity of a 4th-level wizard apprentice. Jiang Shang also discovered that the foundational runic knowledge from the main world is applicable here, where many runes, either yet to be invented or disclosed in the wizarding realm, can still be traced back to this fundamental knowledge. The visibly accelerated progress led all present wizards to feel as though their own training in mental strength paled in comparison. The admiration in Lady Vanel's eyes deepened significantly. I have come to unwaveringly believe in your talents, Mr. Goen. As long as you do not meet an untimely end, you are destined to become a formidable wizard whom I shall look up to. That is but a possibility. For now, you are the great wizard, Jiang Shang responded humbly. Without a formal welcoming ceremony, Jiang Shang was quickly taken under the wing of the 3-ringed Grand Wizard, Agwen, leader of the Forest Cottage, as a closed-door disciple. Agwen had previously accepted only 2 students. One perished prematurely, while the other was absorbed by the forces behind the forest cottage and is currently engaged in potion research at the White Tower. However, such matters did not concern Jiang Shang. In the laboratory, various extraordinary materials were meticulously categorized. Ignoring the formulaic proportions, he fluidly added and adjusted under the guidance of the doctor. A vial intended for rapid mental recovery, a sky-blue awakening potion, was transformed into an incomprehensible concoction. As a widely favored mental restorative, the awakening potion is suitable for both wizard apprentices and first-level wizards, greatly adored by combat wizards. It is the flagship product of the Forest Cottage, generating substantial profits annually through its sales. Curious gazes from numerous wizard apprentices and a few formal wizards were fixed upon the amber-colored potion, each receiving a drop. "This is," someone exclaimed, their eyes widening in disbelief. The efficiency had increased by a remarkable 0.5 times compared to the original awakening potion. A first-level wizard quickly analyzed the potion's effects. Others busily calculated the extraordinary materials required for concocting the potion. After a while, one murmured in astonishment. Only a third of the extraordinary materials were utilized for the awakening potion? Stunned, everyone was rendered speechless. A month later, the upgraded awakening potion produced by the Forest Cottage, priced a third higher than the original, yet boasting an effectiveness exceeding 0.5 times, took the market by storm. As the modifier of the potion formula, Jiang Shang enjoyed a 10% share of the net profits. Recognizing Jiang Shang's talent, the Forest Cottage amassed a wealth of extraordinary potion formulas for him to explore. In merely a year, Jiang Shang optimized the formulas of dozens of potions, and during his spare time, he rapidly absorbed the fundamental extraordinary knowledge of the main world, successfully advancing to a first-ring wizard. Such a pace of progression was unprecedented, attainable only by sorcerers of formidable bloodlines in their early stages. With a substantial share of dividends, Jiang Shang utilized the acquired magic stones to purchase a plethora of spell models for analysis. The zero-level cantrip and first-ring spells, along with numerous spell model mental circuits, were swiftly deciphered and refined. Within the laboratory, the spell hand, a zero-level cantrip, served primarily to pick up objects, yet was optimized into a form that was incomprehensible. The spell hand floated in the air, methodically operating the instruments. Jiang Shang alone was equivalent to an entire potion research team, as a vast array of various potions were produced in a stable, assembly line manner by the spell hands, which had their magical circuits meticulously set. The innate gift of knowledge as power enabled Jiang Shang to optimize and analyze the knowledge and techniques he currently possessed, allowing for successive iterations. Furthermore, this optimized knowledge cyclically became a new cornerstone, propelling the next generation of technology. Jiang Shang suddenly comprehended the terrifying nature of this gift. It appeared unassuming, and its immediate effects were not as overt as the frenzied words of his brother. Yet, the accumulation of diverse knowledge unleashed a brilliance of wisdom, the potential behind which seemed limitless. Every phenomenon adheres to its own rules and laws. Knowledge serves as a lever to pry open possibilities at minimal cost. Akin to a domino effect, requiring merely the gentle force of a finger, it could ultimately unleash hundreds of tons of power as the size of the dominoes increased. Seated cross-legged in the laboratory, Jiang Shang lowered his head in meditation, his mental energy fervently analyzing the recently acquired spell models. When he finally opened his eyes, a day had passed. A spell hand presented a tray, from which he took only a few bites. Jiang Shang extended his hand, pointing to the tiny sparks of fire emerging from his fingertips, causing a magic stone to levitate before him. As the delicate sparks traced intricate patterns, the magic stone was instantaneously sculpted into an exquisite spell sigil. With his mental energy coalescing, a spell hand formed from pure magical power slowly materialized in the air, securely grasping the freshly crafted spell sigil, which was then embedded into a recess on the back of the spell hand. The spell hand then appeared to stretch its fingers in a conscious manner. Moments later, tiny sparks erupted from its fingertips. Another magic stone was placed before the spell hand, which flawlessly replicated Jiang Shang's previous actions. After crafting an identical spell sigil, the spell hand trembled and gradually split, instantly creating two smaller spell hands. The other spell hands, having waited patiently, embedded the meticulously carved sigil into the newly divided spell hands. As the spell hands slowly absorbed the magical energy from the runes, the two smaller spell hands quickly regained their original size. A remarkably gifted conception, Only tools that can self-enhance are truly commendable. I have traversed countless realms of sorcery, and those who possess such thoughts as yours are indeed few and far between. The doctor marveled inwardly, his mind drifting to the science fiction films he had once seen, wherein robots mined and augmented themselves autonomously. Jiang Shang, scratching his ear, appeared somewhat bashful. Days later, the wizards residing in the forest cabin were astonished to witness a continuous influx of magical stones being transported into Jiang Shang's laboratory. Numerous ethereal hands, seemingly imbued with consciousness, flitted about the premises of the forest cabin. These magical appendages seemed to have awakened a hive-like mentality, interconnected by an unseen network that facilitated their orderly collaboration. They executed a variety of simplified spells, transmuting fossils into mud into stone, fortification incantations, weight reduction engravings, turning stone into gold, and miniature scorching rays. Why do I feel that these magical hands possess more tricks than I do? They even wield the scorching ray spell in a chain, exclaimed an 8th-level wizard apprentice, clutching his head in exasperation. With the tacit approval of the forest cabin's leader, a sturdy and exquisite edifice sprang forth in just over a fortnight. Amidst the envious, astonished, or numbed gazes of all the wizards and apprentices, Jiang Shang officially took residence. From that year onward, no one ever saw him emerge from the building again, save for the occasional sighting of magical hands disposing of various refuse. Some even speculated that Jiang Shang had long departed from the forest cabin. Yet time does not pause for an individual. The forest cabin continued to produce an array of improved magical potions and enchanted artifacts yearly, swiftly augmenting the power of the wizards. The White Wizard Alliance of the West Coast began to flourish, with increasingly frequent interactions with major wizarding hubs. This prosperity intensified with Jiang Shang's arrival. Yet the world of sorcery is not solely characterized by peaceful advancement. Formidable wizarding organizations set their sights on this flourishing domain. Consequently, innumerable dark sorcerers, acting as the sinister hands of large organizations, declared war on the West Coast Wizard Alliance. The ominous clouds of war loomed over the coastline, with apprentice wizards serving as fodder in a brutal conflict against the apprentices of dark sorcerers. Initially, only the faint glimmers of 0-level spells illuminated the battlefield. Soon, First Circle wizards entered the fray, unleashing more terrifying waves of magical energy that radiated brilliance across the combat zone. As the conflict escalated, Second Circle wizards joined the skirmish. Earth wizards altering the very terrain of the West Coast, transforming mountains into basins and basins into lakes, while forests morphed into acidic swamps. Wizards of various schools took turns on the battlefield, and this bloody war inevitably descended into chaos as Third Circle wizards entered the fray, with Fourth Circle wizards commanding the conflict. The skies grew saturated with the terrifying fluctuations of sorcery. Chapter 16. Allow me to impart the proper usage of sorcery. The Four-Ring Sorcerer, as a pillar of the West Coast Sorcerers Alliance, ultimately met with a tragic fate that compelled various sorcerer organizations, both large and small, to recognize the grim reality that this war would no longer guarantee safety. Anyone could be devoured. Smaller sorcerer factions began to devise plans to evade this all-consuming conflict. These organizations, akin to startled birds, hastily fled, inadvertently fueling the arrogance of the dark sorcerers. The apprentices of the dark sorcerers entered into contracts that were nothing short of onerous. Once war erupted, escape would be impossible, rendering them as helpless as lambs led to slaughter. In this shifting balance of power, dark sorcerers progressed steadily, leading to the swift demise of several mid-sized sorcerer organizations along the West Coast under such unfavorable conditions. The formidable power behind the forest cabin grew wary of the large sorceress forces backing these dark sorcerers. Faced with the relentless advance of the greedy agents of the larger sorceress factions, both sides could only maintain a stalemate. It was a proxy war. Meanwhile, the White Tower Sorcerer Organization finally revealed a glimpse of its true nature, dispatching a 4-ring sky sorcerer to retrieve Jiang Shang. This ascending sky sorcerer, who had recently attained the rank of 4-ring sorcerer, showed no inclination to treat Jiang Shang with the respect he deserved, despite Jiang Shang's immense contributions to the organization. No matter how extraordinary a genius may be, before achieving true strength, one must remain humble in the presence of genuine power, akin to an ant before an elephant. The Sky Sorcerer embodied this mindset, acting accordingly. A single 4-ring spell, The disintegration ray obliterated a significant portion of the residence Jiang Shang had painstakingly crafted, shattering it like a delicate porcelain vase. Next came the manipulation of the force field. Yet another four-ring spell, akin to a colossal hand that swiftly gathered various documents, sending them soaring towards the gravitational center like doves in flight. This was not an action mandated by the White Tower Sorcerer Association. It stemmed purely from the Sky Sorcerer's own volition, driven by a desire to seize Jiang Shang's modified formulae. Possessing such knowledge would allow him to generate immense profit, much like a ravenous wolf attempting to claim another's possessions. Emerging from his residence, Jiang Shang appeared pale, akin to a long-ill patient. Why intrude upon my pursuit of knowledge? A sigh escaped him, as soft as leaves falling in an autumn breeze, gently touching the ground. Then, a deluge of spell-casting hands surged forth from every direction. These magical appendages having been optimized and iterated countless times, forming a vast web that ensnared the four-ring Sky Sorcerer. Each hand possessed the capability to cast three-ring spells, functioning as a well-trained battalion, seamlessly coordinating their efforts to unleash three-ring magic, forcing the four-ring Sky Sorcerer into retreat. A magical shield of 1,000 degrees of intensity shattered instantaneously, fracturing like glass into countless shards. Jiang Shang took a gentle step forward, 3 intricately inscribed sorceress rings layered beneath his feet, spinning continuously like a colossal grinding stone. Within 5 years, he had ascended to the rank of three-ring sorcerer. Amidst the group of wizard apprentices who entered the forest cabin alongside Jiang Shang, one succumbed to despair, screaming in a voice rife with incomprehension and terror. No, it is now the 4th ring. A brand new, exquisitely intricate ring of sorcery, akin to a resplendent pearl, was superimposed upon the 3-layered magical rings. Jiang Shang felt the tumultuous surge of transformative mental energy within his mind and calmly asserted, his voice imbued with confidence and authority, as if proclaiming his existence to the entire world. The Sky Wizard, whose lips moved as if to speak, was abruptly silenced. A deluge of magical hands engulfed him, akin to an unexpected tempest, drowning him entirely. In the forest cabin, silence reigned supreme among the onlookers. Surveying the assembly of wizards, a faint smile graced Jiang Shang's lips, reminiscent of a delicate flower swaying in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. From this day forth, I declare that all wizarding organizations along the West Coast shall be at my command. All resources shall belong to me. Today, I shall ascend as the Wizard King of the West Coast. His understated declaration, akin to a casual inquiry about dinner, left the gathered crowd in shock, as if thunder had struck beside them, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Subsequently, the overwhelming magical hands dispersed in all directions, resembling countless butterflies dancing in the air, their wings shimmering with an enigmatic light that dazzled the onlookers. The upgrade of magical logic was complete. The sorceress web was established. The mode of infinite enhancement commenced, and friend or foe identification was activated. Within the confines of the magical web, the foundational runic logic began to stir, with information being meticulously processed under the unified will of collective sorcery. The West Coast, shrouded in the ominous clouds of war, was now enveloped by even more terrifying magical hands, akin to Jiang Shang's drones from a past life, possessing autonomous targeting, attacking, and reconnaissance capabilities. More alarmingly, these magical hands could self-replicate, requiring merely magic stones and various energy-rich extraordinary resources. In mere seconds, new magical hands could emerge, as if they were a boundless source of creativity, perpetually generating more, thus exponentially increasing their numbers. For the West Coast, the true war had commenced. These magical hands conveyed Jiang Shang's will, disregarding friend or foe, obliterating all dissenters. The once retreating West Coast Wizard Alliance now beheld the sky, filled with these overwhelming magical hands. These hands wielded weakened third-tier analytical rays, firmly securing aerial dominance like a swarm of bees. For the third-ring wizards, these diminished analytical rays posed little threat, merely causing slight ripples upon their magical shields. However, the sheer number of magical hands was staggering, beyond counting. A mathematically adept wizard, pale and trembling, quickly calculated that to blanket the vast battlefield-esque sky would require nearly 1 million of these hands. The myriad hands of magic, numbering in the millions, are merely a result of the partial proliferation of the spell-casting hands that Jiang Shang had unleashed. This is a relentless onslaught devoid of suspense. Even if a fifth-ring star mage were to grace this battlefield, their only recourse would be to maintain their own safety. Jiang Shang's mind is intricately linked to the magical network, perceiving the superficial consciousness of the spell-casting hands that are continuously augmenting in value. In the brief span of merely 1 minute, the tide of the battlefield shifted towards an entirely different conclusion. Numerous fourth-ring mages found their magical armaments stripped away, overseen by the multitude of spell-casting hands. Throughout the years of research and learning, Jiang Shang has also devised a forbidden potion capable of suppressing mental fluctuations. Any mage of the 5th ring or below, upon consumption, becomes akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. 3 days hence, faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, all magical organizations capitulated to Jiang Shang's authority. A new gathering place for mages on the West Coast is currently under construction, with numerous herbs and creatures imbued with extraordinary magical power being cultivated in concentrated breeding efforts. Mages have been mandated to devote all their energies to the advancement of magic, with their usual training and mental fortitude being supplanted by Jiang Shang's low side-effect mental enhancement potions. With the advent of these mental enhancement potions, innate talent is no longer a barrier preventing mortals from becoming mages. Under a unified recruitment, a vast number of mortals have been absorbed as apprentice mages, with estimates suggesting that approximately 1 million individuals have transformed into apprentices through the effects of the mental enhancement potion. Never before in any era has such a multitude of apprentice mages served a single organization. The unique spell models from various mage factions have been made public, allowing apprentice mages and wizards to exchange knowledge based on their contributions. A significant avenue for accruing contribution points lies in the creation of spell models. However, this proves to be quite challenging for apprentices, who often opt for basic production methods to earn their contributions. For instance, employing zero-level cantrips for irrigation, ripening, construction, and various other aspects of daily life can also yield contribution points. Jiang Shang once conversed with physicians about the universal potential of magic as an extraordinary force, capable of being democratized to enhance the quality of life, akin to the birth of an industrial revolution. Unified cultivation and irrigation, synchronized harvesting, magical ripening, autonomous terrain modification, and weather control, such is the remarkable versatility of magic. In a fleeting moment, the West Coast exhibited an extraordinary prosperity. The war waged by dozens of dark mage organizations was quelled within the span of a mere minute, sending ripples of shock through the external mage strongholds. Suddenly, the entire mage community maintained an eerie silence regarding this remote land of the West Coast. Many fifth-ring mages had heard whispers of this unified organization, distinct from other mage enclaves. Yet, fifth-ring mages no longer fixated their gaze on the mage continent. They preferred to embark on dimensional wars, seeking out other realms in the void, igniting predatory conflicts to seize various knowledge and resources. Fourth-ring mages, while desiring resources from the mage continent, dared not provoke the West Coast. In this manner, before the enigmatic West Coast could astonish the entire mage world, Jiang Shang secured decades of invaluable time for development. A decade later, the sorceress Ruth stood in a daze beneath the towering stone statue, holding a small child of no more than 10 years. Auntie, is that truly His Majesty, the Sorcerer King Gwen, who reigns over the entire West Coast? The child, dressed in a loosely fitting apprentice robe, gazed up at the colossal figure, his voice laced with curiosity. Ruth, observing the familiar youthful visage of the statue, felt a torrent of emotions welling within her. The separation and the unforeseen entanglements of the war from many years past lingered in her mind like a haunting dream. With a gentle smile, she lifted the child into her arms. Indeed, that is our Sorcerer King. He is a remarkable individual, and your father and I were once his fellow apprentices. Really? Father and Auntie are so impressive. The once shy girl had transformed into a mature and alluring woman. Only a faint sigh remained in the wind. Ultimately, the siblings and Jiang Shang had become inhabitants of 2 disparate worlds. The brave declaration made by the youthful boy back then now seemed as absurd as the innocent babble of a child. Chapter 17. Miracles created by mortals. Since the unification of the West Coast, the passage of time had left no trace upon Jiang Shang's countenance. He remained in his laboratory, diligently studying the arcane knowledge of the main world, just as he had a decade ago. Over the last 10 years, He had thoroughly mastered all foundational rune knowledge before the first year of high school, not through rote memorization like others, but by integrating the knowledge into a cohesive understanding. He had even acquired all the knowledge from the first 3 years of high school. The advanced compendium of runes, the principles of wave fluctuations, and the underlying rules of soul, and had all been comprehended. With these profound insights, he ascended to the rank of a sixth-ring sorcerer at an alarming pace. While other sorcerers typically began to seek knowledge from dimensional worlds upon reaching the fifth ring, Jiang Shang faced no such dilemma. The knowledge within his mind sufficed for him to attain eternal sorcerer status, thanks to his ever-strengthening mental prowess. Jiang Shang's physical strength had also reached a level that could not be overlooked. Every move he made could effortlessly rend the fabric of space. The synchronized development of his body and spirit prevented him from becoming like other ordinary sixth-ring sorcerers, whose physical forms often withered while their souls grew powerful. To them, the body was merely a vessel, easily replaceable with that of a formidable, extraordinary being. Yet, Jiang Shang firmly believed that his original body, nurtured by his own spirit, was the ultimate existence. This viewpoint found favor with his physician. Years prior, Jiang Shang had completed a side quest that allowed the residual will of his body to find peace, thus transforming it into his own form. Having spent over a decade in this world, he had achieved all the goals set before his arrival. Now, only the advancement of the world quest remained. As the meager resources of the West Coast could only sustain fourth-ring sorcerers. "Doctor, I believe it is time for us to embark on an expansion." Jiang Shang rose, gazing into the void of the magical network. At the heart of the void magic network, the doctor eagerly absorbed the knowledge of this world. Although he was well-versed in much of it, the underlying rules and principles that varied from one realm to another captivated him. Each wizard's envisioned successful spell model encompassed distinct foundational rules and laws, and the doctor relished such novel insights. The void magic network resembled a vast reservoir of knowledge, with the doctor as a ravenous seeker, greedily drinking in its wisdom, akin to a child filled with curiosity and a yearning for exploration. Upon overhearing a dialogue on the river, the doctor nodded with a smile. "Let us begin to absorb knowledge on a grander scale." With the urgent war mobilization order issued by Jiang Shang, countless wizards lifted their heads from various pursuits. Over the past decade, the prosperous development of the West Coast had given rise to a plethora of talents, who, benefiting from the exceptional teachings of the region, crafted mesmerizing spell models. Yet, the West Coast remained a remote territory. Years prior, calls for its expansion had been made, but the king of the West Coast issued no commands. This mobilization order ignited fervent excitement among the ambitious wizards. Under a decade of whimsical innovations, the spellcasting hands had been transformed into various aerial and terrestrial vessels. Intricate and exquisite runes illuminated, as spellcasting warships, equipped with formidable spell launchers, gracefully floated. A myriad of spellcasting hands manifested in diverse forms, encircling the warships like a swarm of crows, creating a protective ring around them. Each warship was manned by a third-ring wizard, supported by numerous ninth-level wizard apprentices as basic troops, a substantial number of first-ring wizards serving as junior officers, and 10 second-ring wizards acting as mid-level commanders. In an instant, a dense assembly of spellcasting warships rose from the entire West Coast. Then, to the astonishment of all, the main city of the West Coast, the city of Gavin, slowly ascended from the ground. The entire thriving metropolis took to the skies. Countless warships, adorned with glowing magical runes, circled the main city in a formation reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon, forming an overwhelming aerial combat strike group. The main city boasted over 100 powerful wizard towers, serving as both the energy core and formidable artillery platforms. Empowered by these towers, the controllers could effectively contend with wizards of a higher rank. The wizard towers were commanded by 100 fifth-ring wizards, originally the leaders of various organizations along the West Coast or captured dark wizard chieftains, all of whom had been elevated from fourth-ring to fifth-ring wizards through the aid of high-tier mental enhancement potions. The floating city. This was the ultimate weapon spoken of in the legends of the wizarding world, wielded by none other than powerful seventh-ring mages. The entire West Coast erupted in fervor. The first destination of the West Coast's expansion journey was set upon the fertile plains. This locale, once a medium-sized wizarding hub ruled by several formidable fifth-ring wizards and a sixth-ring wizard, was located behind the forest cabin, home to the White Tower's influence. As the thunderous drums of war reverberated, the resplendent sunlight of the bountiful plains was eclipsed by the shadowy, sorcerous warships. This brilliant sunlight illuminated countless vessels, akin to deities waging battles across the realm. An external faction of sorcerers launched a fierce assault on the fertile plains. A chilling alarm echoed in every corner of the land. The apprentice sorcerers, in a state of panic, fled across the earth, resembling headless flies desperately seeking refuge. The initial wave of attack surged forth like a relentless tide. Modified hands of magic, emitting a chilling whistle, swooped down from the heavens, pouncing upon the apprentice sorcerers with the ferocity of famished tigers. Web spells, adhesive nets, and binding incantations ensnared the fleeing apprentices and novice sorcerers in relentless succession. For the West Coast, each sorcerer and apprentice wielding magic represented an invaluable treasure. Their imaginative ideas and knowledge constituted the greatest reward. The meticulously refined anti-magic elixirs were swiftly injected into their bodies, akin to venomous needles piercing through flesh. Numerous transformed apprentices, each with unique forms, were seized by the magical hands and discarded into the capital like refuse. There, researchers eagerly awaited, ravenous for the arcane models residing within the minds of these apprentices, resembling a pack of hungry wolves vying for sustenance. The extracted models would be meticulously categorized and presented before Jiang Shang for analysis and optimization, while the initial versions would be enriched within the foundational core of magic, allowing various sorcerers to compare and innovate. The mass capture of apprentice sorcerers forced many novice sorcerers to begrudgingly undertake the tasks once assigned to the apprentices, as if they were abandoned children, silently enduring their plight. The second wave of assault followed swiftly, as the repeatedly enhanced hands of magic unleashed a barrage of spells across the battlefield, reminiscent of an extravagant fireworks display. This territory had already been seized by the Sorcerer King of the West Coast, who disarmed the sorcerers and compelled them to surrender through the injection of anti-magic elixirs. The grand, resounding echoes reverberated across the plains, akin to thunder, resonating through the heavens. Countless disadvantaged sorcerers, upon witnessing others testing the waters by disarming themselves and receiving the anti-magic injection, began to surrender in droves, like harvested wheat. Groups of fourth-tier sorcerers formed formations, and after sacrificing a few, they forcibly brought down one of the sorceress warships. Yet, more warships emerged, blanketing the sky with despair, akin to dense storm clouds. The venerable sixth-tier Huiwest sorcerer emerged from his laboratory, gently waving his dim wand. At that moment, the multitude of warships in the sky came to a standstill, as if time itself had been paused. A cold snort echoed from above, and the once still sky resumed its chaotic dance. Countless warships congregated, forming a nexus that obscured the heavens, as a colossal magical formation materialized above, resembling a vast lid. A magnificent beam of magical light cascaded from the heavens, akin to a torrential meteor shower, faced with the combined might of millions of sorcerers. The sixth-ring radiant moon wizard was compelled to tear asunder the fabric of the main world, seeking refuge in the dimension beyond. The wizards below the fifth ring exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence, soon to be submerged in despair. That resplendent column of arcane energy fell from the heavens like a meteor, obliterating a city of wizards in an instant. The robust, fortified magical shield that encapsulated the hopes of the entire city crumbled like mere parchment, disintegrating into dust. In a heartbeat, the city of sorcerers was reduced to a basin, as crystalline groundwater surged forth from the depths, weeping for the loss of its home. What immense power was this? A strike that resonated through the heavens and earth, annihilating all courage and resistance in its wake. From the moment of invasion to the cessation of hostilities, a mere half-hour had elapsed, akin to a nightmarish vision. The wizards, their spirits deflated, moved like the living dead, queuing under the watchful gaze of the spellcasters to receive their doses of anti-magic serum. The first expansion of the West Coast was heralded as a success, a jubilant celebration of victory. Yet, this was merely the commencement of a protracted conflict, a transition from one triumph to another. In the ensuing years, the West Coast, thriving on the spoils of war, gave rise to a plethora of military wizards, burgeoning like mushrooms after a rain. Countless prodigies flourished in this land, dazzling like brilliant stars, swiftly ascending to prominence. Soon, new factions emerged, with some rising to the rank of fifth-ring sorcerers, akin to shooting stars streaking across the sky. Many elder wizards, long stagnant at the fifth ring, also strove to surpass their limitations, with several breaking through to become sixth-ring sorcerers, rejuvenated like ancient peaks renewed by the passage of time. In a brief span of 5 years, this vast realm of wizards witnessed the fall of numerous medium-sized gathering places, and even 2 large strongholds. Several seventh-ring solar wizards, nearing the status of demigods, met their demise beneath the overwhelming arcane assaults of Jiang Shang, like brilliant pearls lost in darkness. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the wizarding world had succumbed to the West Coast, unfurling like a magnificent tapestry before the eyes of the world. An influx of newly inducted seventh-ring sorcerers pledged their allegiance to the sacred statue, swearing fidelity to the illustrious wizard king, akin to devout followers beseeching their deities. These large wizarding organizations, boasting seventh-ring sorcerers, controlled vast realms of dimensions, continuously yielding precious resources to sustain the main world's sorcerers, akin to a colossal treasure radiating with endless brilliance. In this moment, Jiang Shang, having secured dominion over much of the wizarding world, stood as an uncrowned monarch, a sovereign lord over all, until that fateful day when an elderly wizard, eyes ablaze with divine fire, materialized beside Jiang Shang, resembling a mysterious star descending upon the earth. "Pardon my intrusion," he spoke, "but I have come to discuss the intolerable internal strife within the wizarding world." Upon the wizard's sudden appearance, Jiang Shang turned, his gaze sharp as twin blades, piercing directly into the countenance of the aged sorcerer. At that moment, Jiang Shang and the doctor shared a gaze directed towards the aged man, suspected to be a 9-ring mythical sorcerer, as if scrutinizing an ancient legend. This venerable sorcerer appeared to be under the watchful eyes of a formidable adversary, causing a layer of goosebumps to erupt upon his skin, as though he were being pierced by a chilling wind. Having attained the status of a 9-ring mythical sorcerer, his physique had undergone countless transformations, rendering the typical stress responses of ordinary individuals obsolete. Yet, he was still drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead like tiny streams. On that day atop the grandest sorcerer tower in the royal city of the West Coast, the two conversed about matters unknown. However, the sorcerers inhabiting the world of magic were acutely aware that from that day forth, the entire sorceress realm witnessed the emergence of countless sorcerer emperors, previously unimagined across epochs. Large gatherings of sorcerers, still resisting in parts of the world, hastily proclaimed their surrender as the entire sorcerer realm began to revolve according to Jiang Shang's will. A multitude of ordinary inhabitants of the sorceress world, empowered by the so-called awakening elixirs and enhancement potions, ascended to become sorcerer apprentices. The common folk, who bore the brunt of daily resource supply, experienced a collective leap in status. Amidst such a vast population, more talents were unearthed, and the disparate sorcerer enclaves ceased their independent governance. Majestic cities rose upon the earth, while extraordinary creatures dwelling in perilous locales were domesticated. Lands unsuitable for the growth of extraordinary flora were transformed into extensive farms for cultivating miraculous herbs, thanks to immense material resources. As the sorceress realm plundered various dimensional worlds, it also embarked on a new mission of population acquisition. The formidable combat prowess and resplendent sorceress civilization became invaluable assets in conquering weaker worlds, leading to the ever-increasing strength of the sorceress realm. For many sorcerers, the imposing figure of Emperor Gawain, revered as a paragon of strength and sanctity over a mere few decades, had become an indelible presence, akin to an insurmountable mountain, instilling awe and trepidation. Chapter 18. The Sorcerer Emperor. As extraordinary researchers since time immemorial, sorcerers had long understood the nature of their world across countless epochs. The heavens were round, the land was flat, and a smooth continent spanned the void, protected by resplendent crystal walls from the incursions of alien void creatures. Countless miniature worlds, encapsulated within bubbles, orbited the vast sorcerer continent, creating a starry tapestry when viewed from the continent. The sun in the sky belonged to the nearby fire elemental world, which rotated steadily around the sorcerer continent, perpetually radiating heat and nurturing the surrounding realms with its fiery essence. Eons ago, the sorcerer continent had a moon, yet at some point, it faded from collective memory, leaving all unaware of its existence. The elderly sorcerer guided Jiang Shang barefoot across the crystalline shell of the barrier, impervious to the tumultuous spatial currents that could not even ruffle the hem of his garments. On that day, someone informed Jiang Shang that he was to witness the truth of this world. The visitor was a 9-ring sorcerer. Sorcerers of the main world, upon reaching the 8th ring, typically departed the sorcerer continent in search of a miniature world, aspiring to develop their own sorcerer tower, which would orbit the sorcerer realm like a satellite. They refer to this action as the exaltation of the throne. To ascend to the rank of an octagonal wizard requires an immense amount of resources, prompting them to frantically scour the surrounding miniature worlds for knowledge and materials. Each miniature world invaded by these wizards becomes, under the influence of some unseen force, drawn closer to the realm of wizards. This initiation of conflict swiftly captures the attention of the formidable wizards residing within the crystalline barrier system. The 9-ring wizards possess extraordinary adaptability, intricately linked to their worlds. The once flawless wizarding realm now resembles a shattered egg. Colliding with it is another egg. Jiang Shang and his companion appear to move slowly, yet they are, in truth, racing towards their destination. Soon, they arrive at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, a place Jiang Shang had previously dispatched troops to explore. Apart from the extreme cold and an abundance of grotesque beasts, this place offers no resources. However, from the perspective of the crystalline barrier system above, another continent, propelled by an unwavering momentum, steadily approaches the wizarding continent. This region is adorned with countless wizard towers. Each tower, aglow with divine radiance, houses at least one demigod wizard of 8 rings or above. In contrast lies another crystalline barrier system, shrouded in mist, where innumerable intricately designed buildings rest silently within the clouds. Numerous formidable humanoid beings clad in silver armor vigilantly stand at the border, their piercing gazes fixed upon this side. Who are they? Jiang Shang already harbors the answer in his heart. Their powerful beings refer to themselves as immortals, wielding a wondrous ability that is exceptionally potent. We have engaged with them countless times over the long ages. The old wizard gestures towards a pile of assorted, battered weapons beneath a frontline wizard tower. These are remnants we captured during our battles with their formidable beings, remarkable artifacts they call immortal weapons or magical treasures. It seems these beings from other worlds have a classification of techniques entirely distinct from ours, identifying themselves with the 4 arts of immortality. What were they again? Pills, talismans, formations, and artifacts? Jiang Shang beckons to a battered long sword, and upon closer inspection, intricate small seal scripts are etched upon its surface. This is a talisman sword, a standard weapon commonly utilized in the warfare of the immortal civilization. The doctor elucidates through a mental link. Your talent reminds me of those legendary wizards who illuminated the annals of wizarding history like meteors. They possessed unique insights into sorcery, wielding immense power. The old wizard shifts his tone, gazing at Jiang Shang with admiration. Our current research into the consciousness of the world has reached a new level. The wizarding world and the opposing realm have remained silent for far too long. Following a war that spanned several epochs, countless eras have passed without the emergence of any prodigies. Your rapid ascent, akin to those legendary wizards of history, has led us to realize that the world will of our wizarding realm is awakening, and you are the chosen one. Jiang Shang scratches his cheek, fully aware of the extraordinary extent of his own talent. He understood that this was not the so-called awakening of world consciousness. Rather, it was his diligence, effort, and a modicum of innate talent that he relied upon. Your actions remind me of someone. The doctor rolled his eyes inwardly. Who? Our companion. Perhaps next time you will be fortunate enough to summon him with a single call. I recently probed the will of the world, and it is still undergoing a process of integration and transformation. For now, stabilize that wizard, making him believe you are the child of the world's will. From my observations, as a genius, they should impart upon you the 3 supreme pieces of knowledge from the world of wizards. The old wizard whispered incessantly into Jiang Shang's ear, recounting the brilliant battles of bygone epochs. On the surface, Jiang Shang appeared deeply engrossed, occasionally interjecting, while internally, he had already become entangled in conversation with the doctor. After the old wizard concluded his captivating narrative of glorious history, he finally broached the main topic, prompting Jiang Shang to cease his internal dialogue and focus intently. Child, you have established yourself as a 9-ring wizard, have you not? Above the nine-ring wizards lies the concept of the eternal wizard. To become an eternal wizard, one must master three supreme pieces of knowledge. Historically, only the most astonishing wizarding prodigies have had the fortune to grasp these three pieces of knowledge and attain the title of eternal wizard. The old wizard conversed with Jiang Shang as they walked, and upon halting, they stood before a resplendent wizarding tower that pierced the heavens. The Tower of Eternity was adorned with exquisite, ornate runes, each level exhibiting a distinct style, stretching upward to an unseen finale. Yet, for reasons unknown, the entire structure was marred with a multitude of cracks, resembling shattered crystal porcelain. Child, go forth. The cumulative knowledge of all the powerful prodigy wizards throughout history resides here. Trust your instincts and seek out those three supreme pieces of knowledge. The old wizard gazed at his youthful successor, who had yet to reach the age of 50, with a look of gratification. For mythic wizards, as long as they do not fall midway, they can live for an extensive duration. As the two worlds collided, the wizarding realm initially rejoiced, believing they had encountered an equally formidable world, one that might harbor strong individuals. However, confronted with their overwhelming transformed beings and the manipulation of arcane rules, conquering this world would prove akin to subduing the dimensional worlds of the past, albeit with perhaps a bit more effort. Yet, the wizards were mistaken. When the first mythic wizard fell amidst the soaring mysterious array, they recognized their adversary's strength and anticipated a challenging process. As the celestial sword Qi cleaved through the stars, it became the embodiment of an indomitable existence. Spilling blood into the void, a cold-eyed empress made a subtle yet devastating move, sweeping across thousands of miles. One after another, mythic wizards fell. The heavens dimmed from that moment onward. The wizarding world finally acknowledged the opposing realm, and multiple eternal wizards joined forces. At this moment, even the soaring sword Qi could not withstand the manipulation of arcane rules. The long sword emitted a mournful cry, shattering into countless fragments, while the sword sage valiantly stood against the overwhelming tide of rules threatening to engulf the entire world. Ultimately, with the surging waves, he was reduced to ashes. The cold-eyed empress, under the influence of time's sorcery, witnessed her beauty fleetingly transform into the visage of age. The alien demons dared to invade our celestial realm. A formidable being from another world was awakened as well. The limits of their world proved to be astonishingly high, far surpassing the expectations of the sorcerers. To attain eternity is to merge with the laws, to master them, and to share longevity with the cosmos. Thus commenced a protracted war, spurred by the collective will of both worlds, where countless prodigies rose like meteors and fell in the chaos of numerous epochs. This interminable conflict dragged on for so long that what was once deemed eternal lost its significance, and even the so-called saints, who were believed to have attained enlightenment, found themselves drenched in blood and facing demise. After several epochs, both the sorcerer world and its opposing realm had suffered tremendous losses among their elite forces, leaving only the mythic sorcerers to engage in mutual confrontation. In the eyes of the ancient sorcerers, their world had given birth to a new child of destiny, signifying the awakening of its consciousness. Should this child attain eternity before the opposing side produces a rival of comparable stature, he might seize the opportunity to break the deadlock. Jiang Shang nodded and strode into the Tower of Eternity. This tower resembled a repository of knowledge, and upon reaching the first level, he encountered a sorcerer materialized from a multitude of particles. Another challenger? The sorcerer proclaimed, "Master my knowledge and theories, and defeat me with my own sorcery." A deluge of sorcery models surged forth like a tidal wave. "I am Ursus, the inventor of the Godslayer's sorcery, a swift meteor," he declared. "This is the culmination of my lifelong studies. Combine these spells to vanquish me, a newly minted ninth-ring sorcerer." Jiang Shang extended his mental tendrils, perceiving the intricate designs and philosophies embedded within each sorcery model. These models seemed to harbor a fundamental essence, a rule that pointed directly to the path of transcendence. A system prompt informed him that he had encountered one of the highest forms of knowledge in this world, which was now being completed, the knowledge of space. This knowledge pertained to spatial concepts, an alternative interpretation of space from the lower realms, capable of harnessing immense power. Although it diverged significantly from the spatial knowledge of the unique true realm, this perspective could facilitate broader understanding. The doctor assisted in analyzing several sorcery models before speaking. The textbooks Jiang Shang brought to this world contained knowledge related to spatial concepts, albeit far more profound. Yet, the embryonic ideas of spatial technology illuminated his mind. He absorbed the information swiftly. With a foundational understanding of spatial knowledge from the primary world, it was akin to a mathematical prodigy tackling a system of linear equations. A day later, Your Excellency, Grand Sorcerer Ursus, I am prepared, Jiang Shang announced, having explored and refined all the sorcery models. He raised his head after optimizing them. Excellent. You are about to confront my newly attained mythic sorcerer strength. Oh, wait, it has only been a day. Are you certain you wish to issue a challenge? Grand Sorcerer Ursus nodded in approval, then suddenly realized the peculiarity of the situation. It had indeed only been a day. As a consciousness projection birthed by the eternal sorcerer, endowed with formidable intelligence and an extensive repository of historical anecdotes. He perused the database, yet found no record of anyone possessing such extraordinary talent to master all forms of sorcery within a mere day. Each tier of challenge typically affords a year for preparation. For those legendary sorcerers who have faced such trials throughout history, this duration is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Most sorcerers manage to grasp these spells within 6 months, often making their own modifications. However, a single day is scarcely sufficient to even peruse the catalog of all sorcery models. Young one, I can overlook your arrogance this time, but you shall pay the price for your hubris. Ursus mused, sensing that this youth was merely seeking to attract attention, a persona not uncommon in history. Yet, most of such figures have learned their lessons under Ursus's tutelage. Chapter 19. Destruction with ease. The sorcery models were swiftly sketched in mid-air, and in an instant, various magical arrays unfurled, with larger circles encircling smaller ones, resembling an array of sparkling gemstones. In the next moment, countless meteors erupted from the magical array, shrouding the space in an impenetrable veil, akin to a dense curtain of pearls. Individually, these meteors may not possess immense power, but they exhibit unparalleled penetrating capability, resembling countless sharp blades aimed at the adversary. Eons ago, a physically formidable sage had once confronted this very sorcery, and the outcome was far from favorable. Subsequent generations discovered mere fragments of corpses amidst a torrential meteor shower, these remnants scattered across the ground like shattered porcelain. Jiang Shang wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips, making no defensive gestures, but rather lightly tapping the space before him. A complex magical array unfolded before him like a shield, yet those meteors, racing at breakneck speed, seemed poised to strike Jiang Shang with devastating force. Just as Ursus was about to relent, his eyes widened in astonishment. The dense meteor shower flowed through the magical array, causing faint ripples in the air, while a sudden sense of crisis compelled Ursus to erect a multitude of protective magical shields around him, each resembling a sturdy fortress defending him. Dozens of meteors surged from various directions towards him, and those shields held only for a brief moment before being torn asunder, engulfing Ursus in a deluge of meteors. Once Ursus was shattered, the meteor shower abruptly ceased, leaving a tranquil space before Jiang Shang. This is the space editing sorcery. I did not impart this sorcery model at this level. Moments later, Ursus's form coalesced, his eyes reflecting astonishment and uncertainty, akin to a startled fawn. Brimming with confusion and wonder, Jiang Shang offered no explanation, instead once again lightly tapping the space ahead. As he meticulously sensed the slowly releasing sorcery model, Ursus's eyes widened, resembling 2 radiant gemstones. You altered the rapid meteor. The essence of the meteoric surge lies in the acquisition of the solid void stones suspended in the abyss, subsequently employing teleportation technology to augment their thrust, enabling rapid traversal within confined spaces at an exponential pace. Upon reaching a certain velocity, one can directly release through a spatial gateway. I merely incorporated a model of spatial clipping sorcery, allowing them to navigate through the dimensions. Jiang Shang's voice was calm yet resolute, his gaze resembling a profound night sky, enigmatic in its certainty. This is the essence. Defending against this technique is quite straightforward. Simply create another portal with the exit positioned near the enemy's spell. Jiang Shang articulated the crux of this sorcery with understated eloquence. To Ursus, however, it all seemed utterly implausible. It was akin to someone claiming that to fit an elephant into a refrigerator, one need only follow 3 steps. Open the door, place the elephant inside, and close the door. In reality, Everyone understands that it is utterly impossible to fit an elephant into a refrigerator, even a double-door model. Yet, someone has managed to accomplish it, employing a technique beyond comprehension. Indeed, locking the elephant within the confines of a diminutive refrigerator. So, your implication is that you have reverse-engineered this technology, streamlined its process, and fortuitously devised a set of defensive spells? All within a single day? Ursus could scarcely believe that such a prodigious intellect could exist in this world. With analytical prowess surpassing that of most ninth circle wizards, Jiang Shang nodded, contemplating inwardly whether he should reveal that he had refined all of his spells and conveniently developed a defensive spell model. Outside, the first floor of the Eternal Tower radiated with brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, capturing the attention of the majority of wizards. Jiang Shang had entered merely a day ago and had rapidly cleared the first layer, his speed astonishing, like a flash of lightning. Those who attain the status of ninth circle mythic wizards are all geniuses, their intellects akin to resplendent stars illuminating the realm of sorcery. Yet, most remain stalled at the first layer. The difficulty of the Eternal Tower resembles an insurmountable mountain. Genius merely serves as the threshold to enter the Eternal Tower. Each individual possesses but a single opportunity in their lifetime to access it. Countless epics of warfare have led to the loss of numerous pinnacle techniques within the wizarding world. These techniques are not irretrievable. The Eternal Tower, serving as a repository for nearly all types of sorcery models, bears the responsibility of safeguarding this data. Throughout the innumerable epochs of eternal wizards' extinction, countless ninth circle wizards aspired to ascend the Eternal Tower step by step to reclaim those lost techniques. However, most faltered at the first layer, with only a select few exceptionally gifted wizards managing to ascend to the third layer. This represents the utmost achievement attainable by wizards following the dormancy of the collective consciousness within the wizarding world. Historically, those who have reached the summit of the Eternal Tower have, without exception, become eternal wizards, legends within the realm of sorcery, their brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the entire wizarding world. They were born in accordance with the will of the world, which held them in high regard, endowing them with immense computational power. With each moment of inspiration, they tread upon the correct path, akin to a blind man, ears blocked, navigating a ground strewn with sharp nails. Each step landing safely in a seemingly miraculous manner. In merely a day, they conquered the first level of the Eternal Tower. The ancient wizard's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Throughout his long existence, he had encountered countless geniuses, yet for the first time, he felt the birth of an eternal wizard was within his grasp. This achievement was unparalleled in history. The first level of the Eternal Tower required mere rote memorization, a test of the wizard's analytical prowess through time and meticulous study of the templates. To succeed in just one day demanded an unfathomable level of computational ability. The world of wizards needed such a prodigy to lead them forward. Ursus's lips curled in bitterness. You have succeeded, passing my test. All the magical models I created can now be yours. Jiang Shang shook his head, pointed to his head, and then stepped onto the staircase that extended before him. Have you mastered all these models? Ursus felt a shiver run down his spine, as if facing the original wizard god. With all magical models and operational nodes laid bare under that gaze. Do not grow complacent. This is merely the surface of spatial knowledge. I have a premonition that deeper knowledge lies in higher realms. The doctor doused Jiang Shang with a cold splash of reality. In the ensuing months, the illumination of the Eternal Tower instilled a sense of urgency among many wizards still in seclusion. The brilliance of the Eternal Tower was visible even from the opposing world. After countless epochs of war, both sides possessed a profound understanding of one another. The nine-ring wizards of the wizarding world needed to traverse the Eternal Tower to become eternal wizards, while the formidable beings of the opposing alchemist world sought to ascend the path to heaven. The radiance of the Eternal Tower could not be concealed. A terrifyingly gifted wizard was making their way through the tower, having already surpassed a dozen levels. This news spread like wildfire within the higher echelons of the nine heavens. The nine heavens had long delayed the opening of the path to heaven, primarily due to a lack of suitable geniuses emerging throughout the long epochs. This situation heightened tensions on both sides. The nine heavens feared the emergence of a saint-level powerhouse, while the wizarding world sought to safeguard their ascending champion. The clattering of armor echoed as numerous celestial soldiers amassed at the border between the two realms. Wizards, with their eerie laughter, commanded terrifying magical creatures stationed at the frontier. A dreadful battle was poised to erupt once more. Both sides awaited an opportunity. Should the Eternal Tower illuminate again, the Nine Heavens would undoubtedly mobilize all their forces for a cataclysmic clash between realms. The tense atmosphere persisted for 2 decades, during which both sides engaged in a contest marked by friction and sporadic skirmishes, seemingly more focused on military training than actual conflict. The Eternal Tower remained dormant, its light extinguished. In the grand span of time, the world of sorcerers found this acceptable. For each formidable being, traversing the Eternal Tower was measured in millennia, rendering 20 years insignificant. Within the confines of the Eternal Tower, Jiang Shang had already ascended through 99 levels. With the brilliance of his accomplishments from the 20th level onward shrouded by the physician's enigmatic methods, surrounded by the projections of past eternal sorcerers on the 100th level, Jiang Shang closed his eyes, deeply contemplating the third supreme knowledge of the soul law. In essence, the entire journey through the Eternal Tower transmitted 3 supreme doctrines: the laws of space, time, and soul. Jiang Shang's expedition did not exceed a year. He reached the pinnacle of the Eternal Tower in the 2nd year. However, one aspect of the soul law required reincarnation, which he had yet to achieve. Following the physician's counsel, Jiang Shang divided his soul, discreetly casting half into the realm of the 9 heavens. His corporeal form remained on the 100th level of the Eternal Tower, awaiting the completion of a singular reincarnation to become an eternal sorcerer. The objective in this realm was to acquire the 6 supreme doctrines of this world, with 3 already known in the sorcerer world. It was evident that the remaining 3 resided in the opposing realm. Let us rewind to 19 years prior. The first 3 levels of the 9 heavens realm were inhabited by mortals, each level corresponding to a tier of powerful beings. The strongest on the first level was ranked at the 9th grade, each grade corresponding to the 1st to 9th levels of sorcerer apprentices and a first-tier sorcerer. The mightiest could split mountains and shatter stones, classified as innate. The 2nd level corresponded to 2nd-tier sorcerers, the strongest possessing the ability to move mountains and sever lakes. Each level corresponded to the respective tiers of sorcerers in their world, and so forth. Jiang Shang's other half-soul meticulously selected a promising fetus, adhering to the mystical rules of soul reincarnation that governed the cosmos. It was not until the age of 6 that Jiang Shang awakened to his original memories. In the Taoist hall of the 7th level, a young acolyte, drowsily seated in a corner, suddenly stirred awake. Had I successfully reincarnated? Jiang Shang opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Numerous young ones clad in Taoist robes were seated around a central area, where a thick sandalwood incense stick burned, its ethereal smoke intoxicating the senses. Cast aside distracting thoughts and cultivate the Heart Sutra to comprehend the universe. A faint yet clear transmission of sound entered Jiang Shang's ears, delivering a gentle warning. Chapter 20. Celestial Phenomena. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang's vast mental energy swiftly pinpointed the figure of an elderly Taoist seated in the main position, prompting him to close his eyes in haste. You have finally awakened. Come, receive the refined techniques I have prepared for you. The physician chuckled inwardly. The scripture Jiang Shang practiced was originally the Great Tao Sutra, a foundational text for cultivating qi. Under the physician's modifications, this scripture now directly pointed to the Great Tao, allowing for the fusion of various techniques to evolve into something far more potent. At present, Jiang Shang focused his mind and began to circulate the Heart Sutra according to the principles of Taoist incantations. Countless wisps of ethereal energy dancing in the air seemed to have found an entrance, surging wildly through the myriad acupoints of his body. The faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air served to calm his restless spirit, allowing him to swiftly enter a meditative state. Multitudes of spiritual energy eagerly rushed into his meridians, rapidly opening each acupoint. With each acupoint unblocked and each cycle of the Heart Sutra completed, a trace of true qi accumulated within Jiang Shang's dantian. Soon, a dense mist enveloped his dantian, which began to rotate slowly, drawing in the surrounding fog through a swirling vortex. At the center of the mist, a small point of light was gradually coalescing. In the hall of cultivation, Jiang Shang's body appeared to be lifted by an invisible force suspended in midair. A soft glow emanated from him, akin to a resplendent pearl, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy to converge towards him. An unmistakable vortex of spiritual energy formed, voraciously claiming the essence from the vicinity. The sensation of energy being drawn from their surroundings disrupted the practices of many within the hall. Some adept youths, already attuned to the flow of energy, opened their eyes in displeasure, only to be left speechless at the sight of a visible swirl of spiritual energy spiraling above Jiang Shang's head. This ethereal dance no longer contented itself with merely absorbing energy from the hall. It began to extend its influence beyond the temple. The elder seated in the main position watched with astonishment. A genius. Our Taoist sect has unexpectedly birthed a prodigy during this initiation of cultivation. The sudden turn of events prompted the withdrawal of many disciples from the hall. This small commotion also captured the attention of numerous elders within the sect. Such a massive vortex of energy. This child must possess a heavenly spiritual root. After years of stagnation, our sect has finally produced a true disciple. One elder, the first to arrive at the scene, stroked his beard with a beaming smile. His voice was like a gentle spring breeze, caressing the hearts of everyone present, instilling a profound warmth. I see that this young boy is exceptionally gifted, strikingly reminiscent of our sect leader in his youth. I wish to take him as my closed-door disciple. I wonder what my fellow brothers think. The sect leader scrutinized Jiang Shang for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter, addressing the surrounding elders. Lindawi, do you not have any shame? You have already taken 10 closed-door disciples. How can you vie with me for this one? I have yet to claim a single disciple. An elder of high rank. His face contorted with anger, boomed like thunder, his voice echoing throughout the hall, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Indeed, the elder speaks wisely. Once he completes his meditation, we shall allow him to choose a master. How can you presumptuously decide who his mentor shall be? A chorus of elders erupted in protest against the sect leader, their voices rising like a surging tide, each wave more forceful than the last, drawing curious glances from onlookers. The immense fluctuation of the energy vortex had captivated the attention of all elders in the Taoist sect, their eyes shining with excitement. Faced with such a formidable talent, none were willing to let go. Some began to pour forth abundant spiritual stones, preparing to set up a gathering array to safeguard Jiang Shang during his cultivation. Unperturbed by the surrounding commotion, Jiang Shang devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of his heart method, radiating like a brilliant star illuminating the night sky. As the cyclone in his dantian expanded, various acupoints began to nurture miniature cyclones, with hundreds of distinct acupoints absorbing spiritual energy, as if they were countless stars concurrently bursting forth with light, exponentially enlarging the cyclone above his head. Gradually, the microcyclones at each acupoint generated points of light, twinkling like stars scattered across the firmament, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. This was the foundation. He must establish his foundation in a single day. The law elder, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the grand hall like thunder. The spiritual energy within the hall was swiftly depleted, and the entire mountain's essence surged towards the hall, as the elders frantically produced spirit stones to replenish the gathering formation. As though laying a golden carpet for Jiang Shang's path of cultivation, he must not be allowed to falter. Achieving such a terrifying innate talent on the first attempt at cultivation was extraordinary. He must complete his foundation today. The initial foray into cultivation. The first absorption of spiritual energy. All paths converge into a singular lifetime. This was the heavenly way of foundation establishment. The entire Taoist sect operated in unprecedented harmony, with pure spiritual energy being refined by the colossal gathering formation, flooding into Jiang Shang's body, as if infusing him with boundless vitality. Under the deluge of spiritual energy, various congenital toxins were expelled through his pores, rendering his entire body translucent and radiant, akin to a resplendent gem. He was forming a congenital Tao body. An elder with vast experience remarked astutely, his voice imbued with astonishment and awe. This shocking news stirred the hearts of all present like a tempest. Throughout several epochs since the establishment of the Taoist sect, hundreds of immortals had emerged, even an immortal emperor, yet never had such a prodigious talent been documented. Such formidable innate talent had only been chronicled in the mythic era long ago. In this present age of scarcity, where spiritual energy is thin and the talents of various sects wither, Jiang Shang's emergence was akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. Upon concluding his cultivation, The cyclone within his dantian had transformed into a pearl enveloped in white mist. Every acupoint on his body contained minute cyclones, which, without the need for conscious effort, autonomously operated to continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for cultivation. It was quite commendable. Reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment in a single step was impressive, given the spiritual energy's relative scarcity in this realm of cultivation. In higher cultivation worlds, achieving a 9-pattern golden pill in one go would not be impossible, the doctor assessed. Foundation establishment is equivalent to a first-ring sorcerer. This starting point surpasses that of the sorcerer world by a significant margin, and attaining the first tier is already commendable. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Shang was momentarily startled despite having anticipated this outcome. A cluster of elderly faces, adorned with eager smiles, crowded around him. "Young friend, have you yet to take a master?" exclaimed Xing Hu, an elder of the law enforcement hall. "Oh dear, my ring for my future direct disciple has fallen to the ground. The resources within are sufficient for him to reach the nascent soul stage. It would be unfortunate if someone else were to pick it up." The elder exaggerated his expression, slowing his movements as he delicately retrieved the fallen storage ring from the ground. Such an extravagant performance left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. "Xing Hu, your methods are so despicable that you seem to have forsaken all semblance of dignity." Then, more familiar faces crowded in. "Behold, this is the Millennium Jade Bamboo, renowned for its extraordinary efficacy, whether consumed or crafted into a magical artifact. I offer it to you." Unlike certain individuals whose trembling hands are incapable of even holding a ring steadily, everyone jostled for position, their eyes wide with disbelief as they had just witnessed an inexperienced Taoist disciple, previously an ordinary person with no cultivation, swiftly transcend from the first layer of qi refinement to the 9th layer, achieving the foundational stage of Tao, and even inadvertently manifesting an innate Tao body. An innate Tao body, no less. With no discernible obstacles, as long as one perseveres in their cultivation, they are destined to become an immortal. Such innate Tao bodies have appeared roughly every 1,000 years over the past few epochs, not exceedingly rare. Yet the foundational stage of Tao has not been seen for many epochs. Rumors abound that this foundational stage is the threshold to sainthood. According to reports from the celestial beings beyond the 9 heavens, an eternal demon king is rumored to be emerging among the outer realm's malevolent entities. The current situation is dire. The front line has devolved into chaos, and no one knows when this eternal demon king will manifest. All the saints of this realm have perished in their struggle against the eternal demon king from the outer realm. The emergence of such a prodigy is a clear indication that the Tao of this world is undergoing a revival. In this grand conflict of epochs, the resurgence of the consciousness of 2 realms will undoubtedly awaken countless talents. At this moment, the residual wills of both worlds, having debated for ages, remain perplexed as to whose Tao consciousness is providing support. They had agreed to merge into a new Tao together, with you taking the lead and me following. Yet you slyly undermined this agreement. Very well, do not blame me for retaliating. The wills of both realms parted in discord, and in the blink of an eye, the consciousness of the world began generating numerous fated children across both realms. In the wizarding world, having long since liberated its productive forces, the Wizarding Empire has seen an ordinary young wizard apprentice stumble upon a fragment of the Eternal Wizard Tower. Meanwhile, in the 9 Heavens realm, a boy who fell from a cliff at the first layer received the legacy of a certain saint. A plethora of talents began to emerge in a spectacular fashion. The 2 realms have begun to fully harness the Tao power accumulated over countless epochs to nurture and accelerate the growth of these prodigies. In the 9 Heavens, a celestial pathway connecting the 9 layers of heaven and earth has coalesced, traversing countless small worlds and major secret realms. A celestial emperor gazes upon this pathway, leading to ascension with palpable excitement. A grand struggle is underway. The pathway to ascension has reopened. Our realm is finally on the verge of birthing its own saint. In an instant, the 9 Heavens realm is abuzz with activity. Conversely, the wizarding world remains remarkably tranquil. The once contentious wizarding realm now exhibits a state of peace. The newly established wizarding empire has instilled in its nascent fated children a sense of pride in their loyalty to the wizard emperor from a young age. Perhaps as they mature, they may entertain other ambitions, but for now, these wizard prodigies have yet to fully develop. The upper echelons of demigod wizards and legendary wizards remain preoccupied with the ongoing conflicts at the front line, all eagerly anticipating Jiang Shang's swift passage through the Eternal Tower to attain eternity. Thus, akin to the former world of sorcerers, where numerous prodigious wizards contended fiercely, engaging in a parasitic growth that involved plundering each other's talents, the current realm of sorcery is remarkably more peaceful. Each genius engages in a frenzied competition, representing their respective regions in battle, creating intricate models of sorcery. In response, I shall forge another exquisite model to surpass yours. All aspire towards the path laid by the pioneering sorcerer emperor, Gwen, relentlessly advancing forward. In the ninefold realm, an emperor adept in divination endeavored to predict the future, only to succumb to the depletion of his lifespan, as the pure order within him began to fracture, leading to his immediate ascension. On the eve of his demise, he divulged his prophetic findings to the world. This is the ultimate confrontation between two realms, a dazzling epic for countless prodigies, a time to ascend to the heavens and become a sage, an opportunity for survival. Amidst the long-standing silence of various factions in the ninefold realm, a surge of talent began to emerge, manifesting extraordinary phenomena across the skies. There were rare and unique physiques, a divinely blessed youth with dual pupils, and an abundance of innate Tao bodies and exceptional Tao physiques blooming like a garden in full bloom. In light of this grand era, the Tao Tian sect, as a foremost power, announced to all sects that they had selected their first disciple. Indeed, in the end, none became the teacher of Jiang Shang. With the spirit of collective pride, the elders unanimously decided to take turns instructing Jiang Shang, elevating his status to that of a revered granduncle. Chapter 21. Once again, the Transcender greetings, little granduncle. A delicate child, adorned in an exquisite robe, ambled about the performance arena with hands clasped behind his back. With an air of sagacity, he guided the disciples in their magical practices while yawning and mimicking the martial training of his younger peers. The inner sect's eldest brother, Feng Yi, respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Both inner and outer disciples regarded Jiang Shang with admiration. In merely 2 years since his foundation establishment, Jiang Shang's cultivation had rapidly ascended to the Yuanying stage. By chronology, he is still an 8-year-old child, yet to the eyes of the other newly initiated disciples, this was astonishing. An 8-year-old at the Yuanying stage? In a lesser sect, he could easily be regarded as an elder. Having observed the performance arena for quite some time, Jiang Shang, feeling somewhat fatigued, let out a yawn. Many inner disciples, possessing inherited techniques, demonstrated their skills, and those with fortunate opportunities were performing spells. The trajectories of their magical energies swiftly analyzed by Jiang Shang. This is precisely why he relished wandering the performance arena. In recent years, countless geniuses have emerged, and the Tao sect has recruited numerous talented disciples. However, most of their abilities pale in comparison to the terrifying prowess of Jiang Shang. In a corner of the performance arena, a similarly youthful girl, her eyes twinkling with intrigue, had been observing Jiang Shang for quite some time. System, are you certain this is the target I am meant to pursue in this world? An 8-year-old boy. This is rather beastly, isn't it? Hee. Lin Yuru's lips were stained with an indistinct substance, her countenance adorned with a smile that belied her tender years. Indeed, dear host, through systematic deduction, this child named Jiang Shang is destined to become the protagonist of this world's future. In the days to come, he will inevitably engage in a cataclysmic battle with the eternal demon king from the otherworldly realm. Oh, how scandalously charming he is at such a tender age. Let Auntie come and shower you with affection. Lin Yuru trotted forward with light steps, her innocent smile brightening her face as she rushed to embrace Jiang Shang. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Shang subtly stepped back, and she only succeeded in grasping his calf. When she looked up again, her face was already glistening with tears. Oh no, it hurts. I've fallen. Jiang Shang furrowed his brow. This young girl appeared naive and whimsical, yet his formidable spirit, nearly akin to that of an eternal sorcerer, discerned a subtle discord between her soul and body. Doctor, could this creature be possessed by some ancient entity? Jiang Shang silently communicated with the doctor. No, she is a traveler, carrying a conquest system. It seems she intends to pursue you, the doctor replied, his tone tinged with amusement. Is it not curious that while there were conquerors in the previous world, this one is also rife with them? Why are there so many? Jiang Shang sighed in relief. gently assisting the young girl to her feet, his mind engaged in quiet dialogue. This is a rite of passage as they pursue their targets. Their systems accumulate a wealth of fortune from this world, a currency universally accepted among systems. However, more importantly, what they acquire is not merely these fortunes, but rather the attention drawn from an unseen force, a ritual of sorts. P.S. The author has authorized the writing of fanfiction set in this world. High-quality works may receive gifts. Jiang Shang found himself contemplating the nature of the existence that would observe the romantic entanglements of these conquerors. You will come to know in due time, the doctor replied, evidently reluctant to delve further into the topic. Within the depths of his mind, the doctor sighed, gazing vacantly into the void, feeling an invisible scrutiny like a thorn in his back. Sometimes, are we not also puppets in the eyes of others? System notification: Jiang Shang's favorability towards you has decreased by 1. Current favorability stands at 29, tepid. The tearful Lin Yuru was momentarily taken aback, quickly scrambling to her feet. I'm sorry, brother. I just fell and it hurt too much. I couldn't help but cry. Yet inwardly, she muttered complaints to the system. Seriously? Is the male lead unwell? Here I am, crying pitifully, and yet in countless worlds, the male leads would typically soften at my first tears. Jiang Shang nodded, an air of mature solemnity about him. Very well, I forgive you. Please be more cautious in the future. It would not be good if you were to collide with another junior and get hurt. Thank you, big brother, Lin Yuru replied sweetly, nodding obediently. However, as she turned away, her expression fell, resembling one who had tasted a bitter loss, her feet dragging as she made her way out. Stupid male lead. Just wait. I will enchant you, and you will learn what it means to pursue a wife through fire and ashes. Lin Yuru's inner monologue played out ceaselessly, her sweet demeanor masking her gritted teeth. And so, a decade slipped away in the blink of an eye. Since that fateful day at the execution grounds, after Lin Yuru had her first encounter with Jiang Shang, she became infatuated with him in the eyes of everyone, constantly inquiring about his well-being, preparing meals, and behaving like a servant, following Jiang Shang closely despite being the daughter of a sect leader. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang's feelings towards Lin Yuru fluctuated like the stock market. He initially intended to ignore her, yet her persistent visits proved irresistible. Little Master Uncle, I am so excited to attend the Battle of Spells tomorrow. I heard this time it will be held on the Ascending Heaven Road. All geniuses under 18 will participate. The spirited 16-year-old girl skipped joyfully behind the young man, whose handsome visage and upright posture emanated an otherworldly charm that was utterly captivating. As the first confirmed disciple, Jiang Shang, with his innate celestial physique and composed demeanor, earned the title of descendant of the celestials among the 9 heavens. In truth, while Jiang Shang appeared calm, his mind was racing with calculations. Wait, am I not already 18? Ah, I see. It's the virtual age. I'm actually 1 year younger. Well, that is fine. I'll still be under 18 for this event. Having completed his grooming regimen, Jiang Shang nodded coolly before turning to gaze out the window. Oh dear. This brat is ignoring me again. If it weren't for the fact that I've watched you grow up, becoming increasingly handsome, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Lin Yuru mused, appearing obedient while a little devil inside her brimmed with rich inner dialogue. Her eyes frequently darted to Jiang Shang's profile. This irritating little brother. I have pursued you for so long. I will eventually win you over, and then you shall call me sister every day. Wiping away a hint of drool from the corner of her mouth, Lin Yuru feigned innocence while admiring the scenery outside with Jiang Shang, her thoughts further drifting. What is this bothersome little brother thinking? Perhaps he is strategizing on how to defeat his opponents in tomorrow's battle? At that moment, Jiang Shang's gaze was vacant as he pondered, what should I bring to eat on the Ascending Heaven Road tomorrow? Should I practice a few more runes on the flying sword I purchased to make it look more impressive? It seems I am running low on the drunken immortal wine from Ziyu Pavilion. I must replenish my stock. The delicacies of this world are so abundant, far superior to those in the wizarding world. I simply cannot adapt to Western cuisine. Each harbored their own thoughts. Over the years, numerous prodigies had emerged, each claiming their own brilliance from the 9 heavens. The debate over who was the strongest had always persisted. Some claimed it was the holy children of the Tianyin sacred land, while others argued for Jiang Shang, the first to showcase his talents. Yet some scoffed, asserting that Jiang Shang, being the first prodigy from an explosive era of talent, had been training since childhood, giving him an advantage over those who emerged later. Many lean towards the naturally gifted Chu Feng, rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient sage, possessing dual pupils and an innate holy physique. Regardless of his innate advantages, Jiang Shang, despite his years of training, would not stand a chance against the 15-year-old Chu Feng. Jiang Shang has always remained indifferent to the rumors circulating in the outside world, which has greatly distressed Lin Yuru. Accompanied by her fellow disciples, Lin Yuru engaged in heated debates with supporters of this saint's son and that saintess, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Jiang Shang found her antics endearing. The system reminded him that his current favorability rating was at 3, and with a total of 72. He needed to strive to reach 90 in order to enter a romantic mode. Suddenly receiving the news of an increase in favorability while arguing with outsiders, Lin Yuru's previously narrowed eyes broke into a delighted smile. Hee, seeing my sister exert herself so fervently on your behalf must have moved you, right? Regardless of your cool demeanor or ethereal charm, deep down, you must be thrilled and eager for my sister's attention. Lin Yuru became even more spirited. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang focused intently on the progression of his cultivation. It seemed rather slow to reach the level of a celestial being within nearly a decade. In the context of the wizarding world, this pace was comparable. However, in the 9 heavens, the starting point was considerably higher. After a brief reflection, he realized that his cultivation method was not yet perfected. The upcoming Tianjiao battle presented an excellent opportunity. Each of the prominent disciples would showcase their unique strengths and weaknesses, allowing him to enhance his own practice. The doctor internally encouraged Jiang Shang to address his deficiencies. The Tianjiao duel, akin to a competition, required each prodigy to occupy a dual platform. Those who controlled the main stage would earn the chance for the final showdown, while the remaining 10 platforms would determine the top 10 contestants. Once the duel commenced, nearly all prodigies turned their attention to the main stage. Jiang Shang, seizing the moment, was the first to ascend. Those interested in challenging me may step forward, he declared. Why should we allow you to take the lead? A voice filled with disdain retorted, expressing skepticism about Jiang Shang's reputation as the first prodigy. The challengers, doubting his worth, quickly ascended the platform. However, they were met with a single, unremarkable punch, which rendered the self-proclaimed awakened iron-blooded warrior incapacitated. Apologies, fellow disciples. That punch may have been a tad too forceful, Jiang Shang remarked, scratching his cheek in slight embarrassment. Chapter 22. I possess a sword. The sound of a shattered heart echoed, as fellow prodigies expressed their discontent. You incapacitate one of us with a single punch, and then you assert that you are also a prodigy? What does that make us? The commander of the Iron Blood Sacred Land mournfully lifted his fallen disciple, generously administering healing elixirs. Now, who else wishes to challenge? Jiang Shang's gentle gaze transformed into one filled with anticipation. The defeated warrior had inadvertently granted him a fragment of supreme knowledge, titled Outer Path. With a record of defeating the saint's son of the Iron Blood Sacred Land with a mere punch, all prodigies regarded Jiang Shang with wary eyes. The saint's son of the Iron Blood Sacred Land, known for his iron-blooded physique, was the kind of fierce individual who grew more relentless with each confrontation. Numerous champions on the field strived to surpass him, their arrogance demanding considerable effort. A moment of silence ensues. Iron Mountain Sect, here comes the challenge. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, thunders onto the stage, instantly creating a massive crater in the arena. Do you remember the first divine-slaying spell model you learned in the Eternal Tower? The Rapid Meteor? Observing his technique, it becomes evident that he bears the legacy of ancestors who suffered greatly. The doctor muses internally. Jiang Shang acknowledges with an inward okay, feeling the essence of the universe as countless techniques surge towards the formidable challenger. Iron Mountain's brow furrows. He comprehends that this refined young gentleman is an exceptionally terrifying opponent. Instantly, his invincible golden body manifests. Yet, when the torrent of spells strikes him, he feels nothing. Is this it? This does not align with your prowess, he questions, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Foolish giant, my junior uncle just tricked you with a simple strike. Lin Yuru below bursts into laughter. Iron Mountain is not foolish. He simply finds no joy in overthinking and detests being called a foolish giant. Anger mounts as he sustains his golden body, charging at Jiang Shang like a frenzied beast. Jiang Shang continuously employs various attribute techniques, their potency steadily escalating, while he meticulously observes the flow of true energy within Iron Mountain. A system notification announces that he has acquired another fragment of supreme knowledge, titled Cultivating the Self. To the spectators below, the spectacle appears tremendously terrifying. A myriad of attribute techniques surge like a relentless tide, with Iron Mountain resembling a rock battered by waves, struggling to advance toward Jiang Shang. After confirming that the trajectory of Iron Mountain's energy circulation under various powers has been fully recorded, the doctor swiftly aids in deducing this technique. Suddenly, as the overwhelming spells retract, Iron Mountain, bloodied and fatigued, finds himself half kneeling on the ground. The once invulnerable golden body has ultimately succumbed to the myriad of spells. Jiang Shang strides calmly to Iron Mountain's side, effortlessly grasping his last feeble strike. You have performed admirably. It is merely unfortunate that your opponent is me. Gripping Iron Mountain's fist, he gently lifts him, then with a light push, sends Iron Mountain tumbling off the stage. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Jiang Shang's voice is serene, akin to a steadfast mountain, as he calmly surveys the crowd below. Several ordinary talents have already approached the other platforms. However, the so-called elite remain unmoved. These champions are inherently proud, their hearts ablaze with an intense desire to showcase their abilities in this fierce competition. To retreat to the subsidiary platforms out of fear of Jiang Shang's might, merely to secure a spot in the top 10, is an unacceptable notion for many aspiring champions seeking to cultivate an invincible spirit. They would rather confront Jiang Shang directly on the main stage than claim a hollow victory on the subsidiary platforms. Brother Jiang, allow me to test my mettle against you. The sword arrives before the challenger does. A beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, exuding a fierce momentum as it rushed towards Jiang Shang in an instant. Jiang Shang deftly evaded this formidable sword light. In the arena's expanse, a transcendent figure stood atop a celestial sword, 7 other ethereal swords swirling gracefully behind him. The very sword that had just launched an attack was now returning to hover silently at the man's back. From the Heavenly Sword Sect, I, Jenny, have come to seek your guidance, the man declared. Jiang Shang nodded, his immense spiritual energy continuously analyzing the arcane trajectories emanating from Jian Yi furrowed his brow, sensing Jiang Shang's scrutinizing gaze as though it were a thorn in his back. Possessing an innate clarity of sword intent and born with a sword bone, he was acutely aware of spiritual energy. Jian Yi had made remarkable progress in his swordsmanship, recently breaking through to the combined body stage during the Celestial Road-esque contest of prodigies. He leapt gracefully from his flying sword, embodying youthful vigor with starry eyes and sword-like brows, undeniably a paragon of elegance. Renowned alongside Jiang Shang, he was celebrated as one of the 4 great young masters. The two exchanged formal greetings before distancing themselves. Jiang, be cautious. The 9 swords in my possession are all celestial weapons, Jian Yi proclaimed loudly. The crowd below erupted in fervent discussion. These 9 swords were said to be the celestial weapons reserved by the Supreme Sword Emperor, who had fought valiantly against the celestial demons beyond the realm. After his battle, the Heavenly Sword Sect had kept them in reverence for countless epochs, and none had claimed them until Jian Yi, with his extraordinary talent, had done so. It seems the esteemed celestial young master is in jeopardy. Those 9 swords possess unique abilities. Some can shatter spells, others can topple mountains. The celestial young master excels in spellcraft, but he is at a disadvantage. Nonsense. My junior uncle is formidable not only in spellcraft, but also in body refinement. Just wait and see, Lin Yuru retorted, hands on her hips, scolding the onlookers. On the stage, Jiang Shang remained unhurried, casually conjuring various spells to test Jian Yi, observing the trajectories of his mystical energies. Engaging in a serious battle was out of the question, as his opponent was notably weak, and although the 9 celestial swords posed a threat, they relied solely on brute force without the aid of spiritual energy to penetrate his defenses. The standoff intensified, with Jian Yi's sword energy gradually depleting as he found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, Jiang, you are formidable. Let us settle this with a single strike, the sword of heaven and earth. I humbly request your guidance. Jian Yi retracted the 9 swords, which had struggled against the myriad of spells, and summoned them back to his side. At that moment, Jian Yi resembled a razor-sharp blade, his starry brows and erect posture shining like a brilliant star, radiating a dazzling light that captivated all eyes. The 9 celestial swords ascended into the sky, transforming into a colossal sword over 100 feet tall, resembling 9 agile dragons coiling through the air. The giant sword pierced through the clouds, crackling with latent thunder. Hurtling towards the arena like a meteor, its tip as large as the platform itself. Jiang Shang observed the striking display with fervor, engaging in silent dialogue with his inner thoughts, yet a subtle smile graced his lips, as if this majestic sword of heaven were but a raindrop descending from the sky. Doctor, has the magical trajectory of this technique been recorded? It's so impressive. When I return, I must showcase it to Dog Brother. Jiang Shang's mind was rife with thoughts as he gazed upon the towering sword, feeling the weight of nearly every gaze drawn towards him. A triumphant smile crept upon his lips. Stand back, for I am about to display my prowess. With a delicate touch, he pressed his fingertip against the sword's tip, causing the rapidly descending giant blade to come to an abrupt halt, its formidable force subdued by Jiang Shang's vast reservoir of magic. A gentle flick of his finger shattered the colossal sword, as if it had succumbed to a mightier force. The sword, having been intricately bound to 9 celestial blades since its inception, now found itself grievously injured by Jiang Shang's seemingly casual gesture. Jianyi, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The giant sword fragmented, sending the 9 celestial blades wailing as they were flung away, landing haphazardly upon the arena floor beside Jianyi. You have acquired a fragment of supreme knowledge from this realm, known as the Outer Path. Brother Jiang, your combat prowess is unparalleled, Jianyi mused with a smile. In that moment, witnessing his ultimate technique effortlessly dismantled by his opponent, Jianyi felt as though he was not clashing with a peer of his generation, but rather facing an ancient and formidable master. Cautiously, he placed the damaged celestial blades into their box, bending slightly in a gesture of respect before stumbling off the stage. The audience remained in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. Jianyi's final attack had been formidable enough to make even the most powerful of cultivators retreat. Yet, Jiang Shang had not flinched. Instead, he had faced the zenith of that moment with a nonchalant flick of his finger, shattering Jianyi's ultimate technique. Everyone present was left in awe. Is this truly a member of the younger generation? How can it be that we, the older generation, feel so outmatched? Murmured an elder from a prominent sect. This is simply too magnificent. He truly embodies the protagonist of this world. Lin Yuru silently exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, this protagonist appears to be of the male lead archetype typically seen in male-targeted narratives. Did we not agree upon a female lead instead? Lin Yuru whispered to the system while hiding among the crowd. This system has never communicated with the host regarding the protagonist's gender orientation in this world. With a sudden realization, Lin Yuru clapped her hands, her cunning mind piecing together the mystery. It turns out, I have been enamored with a male lead all along. The current male leads are all merciless and boastful, with women often reduced to mere ornaments. Many authors are too lazy to develop female characters, leaving them single and forlorn. This fellow seems to follow the unstoppable path, overpowering all great talents and ruthlessly confronting the older generation. Exactly the kind of narrative I crave. Oh, doesn't that mean my character as a little sister must embrace the path of a relentless cultivator? According to the theory of the female lead sacrificing herself, if I diligently cultivate and shield the protagonist in a moment of peril, my favorability will soar past 100, allowing me to complete my mission and depart swiftly. Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled with determination as she resolved to adopt a new strategy, transitioning from the adorable little sister to a relentless pursuer of the protagonist's journey, ultimately meeting a tragic fate, only for the protagonist to unleash their full potential and triumph against all odds. For now, let us set aside Lin Yuru's inner musings on her transcendental strategy. After vanquishing Sword 1, a lengthy pause ensued, during which no one dared to ascend the stage. Even those self-proclaimed prodigies, who considered themselves capable of dominating their peers, were filled with trepidation. With Sword 1, a figure at the pinnacle of excellence, having suffered such a dismal defeat, how could they confidently expect to endure any longer? Many prodigies sighed deeply, turning away to compete for the secondary arena. Meanwhile, the much-discussed Chu Feng, the prodigy of Chu, had yet to make his appearance. Jiang Shang waited in vain, and with no challengers stepping forward, the progress towards acquiring the fragments of supreme knowledge significantly dwindled. Was there truly no formidable opponent willing to draw their sword? In light of this, I shall impose a self-restriction, adjusting my cultivation to match your levels, thus allowing multiple challengers to come forth. Jiang Shang declared, hands clasped behind his back. In a provocative manner. Upon hearing Jiang Shang's intention to limit his cultivation to an equivalent level, many prodigies were stirred. Numerous individuals believed themselves invincible among their rank, prompting the twin holy sons from the Yin-Yang sacred land to leap onto the stage. Brother Jiang, we, as siblings, cultivate the dual arts of Yin and Yang, specializing in the technique of their combined strikes. Although this may seem an unfair advantage, we humbly seek your guidance. The Yin-Yang twins bowed, and in the next moment, the forces of Yin and Yang surged violently across the arena, oscillating between the two, as solitary Yin transformed into Yang. Their combined technique exponentially amplified their offensive power. Jiang Shang, adhering to his promise, adjusted his cultivation to match theirs, resulting in a sudden decline in the efficacy of various Dao techniques. Dozens of techniques were swiftly overwhelmed by a singular, ferocious, Yang-based Dao. Noticing the ineffectiveness of his techniques, Jiang Shang sighed softly. Earlier, I observed Brother Sword One's swordsmanship, which was nothing short of divine. I have gained some minor insights and request your instruction. The soaring sword energy disrupted the yin-yang energy field, causing the swords wielded by all present to emit a resonant hum, as if in celebration. In an instant, these swords ascended skyward, forming a magnificent array above the arena, resembling a forest of steel. This technique is one I have recently conceived. Let us name it Sword Rain. Jiang Shang elegantly waved his arm. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless swords cascaded down like raindrops, their sharp energy surging forth, akin to a pack of ferocious beasts, instantly shattering the combined state maintained by the siblings. Despite their attempts to summon various protective treasures, these artifacts were obliterated under the relentless assault of the torrential swords, leaving the siblings with no choice but to clasp their fists in surrender. Brother Jiang, your Dao and swordsmanship are truly exceptional. We concede defeat. The crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly unaware of Jiang Shang's ethereal prowess in the art of swordsmanship. Below the stage, Lin Tianla, the sect leader of the Taoist sect, was left speechless, his teeth grinding in disbelief. Our disciple Jiang Shang possesses the aura of an emperor, a saintly presence. The old man twisted his aged face, vigorously boasting to his old friends, who were also sect leaders of various esteemed sections. Why does everyone remain standing? Please, take your seats. All were left with expressions as dark as coal, gaping at this man reveling in his triumph. Chapter 23, Born Divine? That is, until one faces defeat. Old fellow, do not be too pleased. There remains Chu Feng, yet to grace the stage. This individual is naturally gifted, his cultivation nearing that of an immortal. Other sect leaders, unable to tolerate Lin Tianla's arrogance, rebuked him. Just as the words faded, a magnificent, colossal flying vessel appeared in the distance, soaring towards them from the horizon. Before approaching, celestial melodies lingered in the air. Countless female cultivators, all at least at the nascent soul stage, scattered flower petals in every direction. A son of music, adept at playing instruments, sat upon the deck, strumming his lute and singing, while the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers sect danced gracefully in the skies, her toes lightly touching the air amidst a sea of blossoms. A 9-headed dragon, possessing the bloodline of true dragons, soared from the flying vessel, pulling a war chariot. Chu Feng, wielding a long spear and adorned in radiant, resplendent scales, stood atop the chariot crafted from celestial gold, resembling a celestial monarch on his royal inspection. The little celestial king, Chu Feng, has arrived, echoed from afar. Some were astonished by the grandeur of this spectacle, while others frowned, questioning whether this individual had truly attained immortality. How can his display surpass that of certain heavenly beings in the celestial realm? They urged their companions to silence, noting that Chu Feng was said to be merely a step away from ascension. 18 years of cultivation and nearing immortality. Sometimes the gap between individuals is greater than that between dogs, exclaimed one, mouth agape in disbelief. After Jiang Shang had consecutively defeated a dozen other self-proclaimed prodigies, none dared challenge him further. Doctor, why do I feel this person is even more pretentious than I am? Jiang Shang furrowed his brow. It was said he was a reincarnation of a powerful being, yet within him resided a colossal fragment of a soul. Although his cultivation appeared as effortless as eating or drinking, he was still not his true self. the outcome of which remained uncertain. The doctor, with a mere glance, unveiled Chu Feng's vulnerabilities. I do not shy away from pretense, but to outshine me is simply unforgivable, Jiang Shang declared, his eyes flashing like lightning. As he raised his head and bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura that parted the clouds in the sky. The ferocious energy left the flower-sowing female cultivators momentarily paralyzed. Their magical power rendered useless as they plummeted like raindrops from the heavens. The son of music, strumming his lute on the deck, had his strings severed by this explosive shout. The holy maiden of the 100 flowers, pale with fear, faltered in her dance. The strength emanating from this individual was overwhelming, as if he belonged to an entirely different realm. Merely a roar had stifled the flow of her magical essence. The intensity was nearly comparable to that of the innately divine Chu Feng. Enough of this noise, Chu Feng lightly admonished, his commanding presence instantly quelling the chaos, allowing the cultivators to regain their magical control and halt their descent. Let us descend and engage in battle. I wish to witness the caliber of a true innate divine being. Jiang Shang stood upon the arena, playfully beckoning with his finger. You are indeed formidable, worthy of the title of prodigy, yet I am the reincarnation of an innate divine being, young one. In the presence of the strong, one must remain humble. Chu Feng gestured dismissively, clearly treating Jiang Shang as a junior to be admonished. You call me fat, yet you are the one out of breath. Jiang Shang scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a soaring blade of energy, its frosty brilliance cutting through the sky like a ribbon. The nine-headed dragon, struck by the immense force of the sword aura, had its scales shattered, lamenting as it dragged the war chariot downward. As Chu Feng witnessed Jiang Shang's blatant disregard for propriety, a fleeting expression of anger crossed his face. It was time to impart a lesson on the essence of respecting one's predecessors. With a forceful stomp in midair, the golden battle chariot forged from celestial metal, along with 9 serpentine dragons, shattered into fragments. Armed with an imposing demeanor, he swung his war spear downwards, cleaving the arena in two under the astonished gazes of onlookers. The reverberations of his wrathful strike tore a massive rift in the protective barrier encasing the arena. Only through the combined efforts of several sect masters casting spells could the residual shockwaves be subdued. As the tumult subsided, disbelief gripped the spectators. Chu Feng's face flushed crimson as he pressed down on the spear, yet a smooth, jade-like hand firmly gripped its hooked blade, rendering his innate strength futile. Is this all you have? To dare claim divinity? Jiang Shang casually crushed the edge of the spear, revealing the first sinister smile on his face. He seized the spear's front end, along with Chu Feng, and violently hurled him about. This startling turn of events left the crowd in utter disbelief. Youngster, you have provoked my ire. Reluctantly, Chu Feng released his grip, his exquisitely crafted armor now utterly ruined, leaving him in a state of disarray. As Chu Feng's dual pupils slowly converged, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Shang, who felt the air around him grow denser, requiring an immense effort to move. That was the power of the dual pupils. Once locked onto their target, they could drastically slow down the opponent's speed. A profound pathway that allowed one to perceive the flow of time. Only the possessor of the dual pupils could withstand the assaults of the otherworldly time demons. Scholars among the crowd gasped in astonishment, discussing the implications of time-based attacks. Jiang Shang raised his head slowly, a hint of derision in his eyes, thinking, is this not a case of overestimating one's own abilities? I, too, am on the verge of becoming the eternal sorcerer emperor, with a mere flicker of the time rules. Jiang Shang regained his composure. In an instant, his speed surged exponentially, delivering a seemingly mundane jab that sent Chu Feng soaring thousands of meters into the air. Chu Feng struggled to adapt to such swiftness. Every attempt to descend was thwarted by another powerful strike from Jiang Shang that propelled him even higher. Agilely weaving through the sky, Jiang Shang's fists were so rapid they were nearly invisible. Within moments, Chu Feng was left battered and bruised. As the situation spiraled downward, Chu Feng secretly transmitted, youngster, shall we consider this a draw? I possess numerous ancient secret arts that would greatly benefit you on your quest for the heavenly path, requiring considerable effort. I can bestow them upon you shortly. Ancient secret arts? Jiang Shang paused momentarily. No need to accept his terms. While you were striking him, I successfully replicated that fragment of his soul within him. Feel free to proceed. The doctor remained as reliable as ever. Excellent. A smirk danced across Jiang Shang's lips. Seeing Jiang Shang momentarily relent, Chu Feng mistakenly believed his proposition had been accepted, his face brightening as he sought to negotiate a feigned truce with Jiang Shang. The next blow of the fist thrust him back into reality. Are you mad? Have you forsaken the ancient secret arts? Jiang Shang's smile widened. I have no need for them. What irks me more is someone who pretends to be better than I am. All the magical power within Chu Feng erupted chaotically, and at the final moment, he glared at Jiang Shang as a heavy foot descended upon him from above. This crushing foot drove Chu Feng deep into the arena's floor. Very well, I declare myself the champion of this competition. Who agrees, and who opposes? Jiang Shang lightly lifted his foot, revealing that much of Chu Feng's body was buried beneath the arena, leaving only his head exposed. At that moment, Chu Feng feigned unconsciousness. Humiliated, such disgrace was unprecedented in his life. He wished fervently that today's battle was but a dream, a trial of his resolve. The crowd fell silent, all faces reflecting shock. The so-called invincible prodigy, Chu Feng, had been defeated? After a long pause, someone murmured, awakening from a stupor. Chapter 24. A genius only sees my threshold. How dare you harm the holy son of our sect? An elder from Chu Feng's sect, Chu Tian, seethed with anger and retaliated. A colossal palm print, swelling with power, shot toward Jiang Shang, an attack fueled by his utmost strength. He estimated that if Jiang Shang were struck by this blow, he would either perish or suffer severe injuries, entangled in celestial energy, and even if he somehow survived, his cultivation would face a significant setback. It is known that when magical energy transforms into celestial power, it results in a dimensional onslaught. This individual had already taken a step into the realm of immortality and was en route to the battlefield beyond, initially intending to showcase his might. However, the unexpected turn of events left him reeling, his face stinging from the slap of reality. The leaders of all sects and their esteemed elders were too late to intervene against the immortal elder. How shameless the older generation! Since you have no shame, allow me to demonstrate. Jiang Shang bellowed defiantly. He soared into the sky and unleashed a palm strike that effortlessly dispersed the elder's determined attack. In a remarkable display of power, he even created a smaller palm print that landed forcefully upon the elder's face. The resounding slap left the entire assembly in disbelief. What had they witnessed? An immortal had been struck down by a mere junior. Chu Tian, furious after receiving such a blow, began to weave celestial incantations to retaliate against Jiang Shang. Yet, before he could complete the spell, Jiang Shang had already appeared before him in an instant. Do you find it amusing to bully the weak? Jiang Shang swung his hand, sending Chu Tian spinning like a top. In that moment, the magical energy he had gathered transformed into celestial power. He had transcended. How could this be? No one had witnessed him endure the tribulation of ascendance. Indeed, he had undergone the tribulation, but it had been dissipated in an instant by Jiang Shang's overwhelming might. Jiang Shang, akin to an adult overpowering a child, rendered Chu Tian utterly defenseless, striking the young and now the old. How brazen you all are! I shall deal with the elderly as well. Is there anyone older who dares to challenge me? Jiang Shang shouted in fury as he continued his onslaught. Chu Tian was struck by a flurry of blows, his bones and blood scattering. Yet the formidable celestial energy swiftly healed his wounds. May this young friend heed the words of an old Taoist? A powerful being had parted the realms and descended, swiftly stabilizing the surrounding space. Yet it subtly allowed only Jiang Shang and all the sect leaders on the field to be restrained, leaving Chu Tian entirely unbound. Grandfather. With support at hand and Jiang Shang under control, Chu Tian trembled with anticipation, channeling all his celestial energy to strike fiercely at Jiang Shang's dantian. Indeed, there are even older ones. Jiang Shang's spiritual sense scanned rapidly, and he spat dismissively, lacking any semblance of a strong presence. A celestial being of this level, akin to an eighth-ring sorcerer, such trifles. In his past readings, Jiang Shang often encountered protagonists defeating the young only for the old to appear, and then an even older foe would emerge. Today, he found himself in a similar scenario, and he was determined to relish the experience. With his current invulnerable prowess as a celestial being, he felt capable of effortlessly overcoming a heavenly immortal. Curse it, this old coot is trying to play tricks with me. Young friend, I fail to comprehend your intent. In the sky, the elder of the Chu family smiled kindly, yet a palpable pressure emanated towards Jiang Shang. In response, Jiang Shang's celestial energy surged, breaking free from his bindings, and he unleashed a single punch that reduced Chu Tian to a mist of blood. The heavens and earth instantly shifted in hue, and a rain of blood began to fall, a portent of the death of a celestial being. Young friend, have you perhaps gone too far? The elder of the Chu family no longer maintained his calm demeanor, his expression darkening. It is you who has gone too far. You old trickster, bullying the young. Jiang Shang hovered in the void, as countless floating islands along the path to ascension morphed into colossal swords. Their blades aimed directly at the elder of the Chu family. Very well, I have shown you courtesy, yet you persist in your ignorance. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of your sect. The elder of the Chu family then shed all pretense. The two wielded their immense powers, engaging in a fierce battle upon the path to ascension. Countless secret realms were devastated by the reverberations of their conflict, and numerous islands rich with heavenly materials were transformed into weapons, only to be reduced to dust under the onslaught of various spells. The tumult of their celestial-level confrontation quickly drew the attention of the powerful beings stationed in the outer battlefield of the celestial realm. Wasn't old Chu sent to the lower realm to guide his newly ascended junior? Why is he embroiled in a fight? Many celestial beings observed the clash with keen interest. The immortal battling old Chu seems somewhat unfamiliar. Wait, this surge of energy is not characteristic of a heavenly immortal. He is a true immortal. The younger generation is formidable. The emergence of such talents from the lower realms will surely alleviate the pressures we face in the outer battlefield. Indeed, in recent years, the mid-tier forces of the outer demonic clan have grown increasingly powerful. We have suffered more defeats than victories on the lower battlefields, someone sighed. This was, of course, a result of Jiang Shang's industrial revolution in the world of sorcery, where all sorcerer enclaves were unified, erasing distinctions between various factions. Sorcerers collaborated efficiently, enhancing numerous sorcery models, and various sorcery vessels were rapidly upgraded. In contrast, the unique technologies of the Nine Layers world remained under the control of various sects, rendering resource integration nearly impossible. In essence, it pales in comparison to the realm of wizards. Soon, an immortal emperor could no longer tolerate the chaos. Enough. You two have turned the lower realm upside down. Chulan, I hereby decree that you shall engage in battle on the front lines for 10 years. As for you, Jiang Shang, although you acted in passive defense, your clash has disrupted the ascension path. You are hereby sentenced to embark on the ascension path for training ahead of time. The ascension path has always required an abundance of prodigies accompanied by followers to conquer various secret realms and complete trials. To challenge it alone is undoubtedly akin to facing hellish difficulties. With a multitude, the burdens can be shared, whereas a solitary endeavor brings all the pressure upon oneself. Chains of order ensnared the two, and Jiang Shang was hurled into the depths of the ascension path by a single chain of order. Little master uncle, I shall accompany you, Lin Yuru exclaimed, immediately drawing her flying sword and pursuing him without a care for her father Lin Tian's wounded expression. As a strategist, Lin Yuru was naturally astute. She was unaware of what might transpire, having never encountered such tales before. Casting the protagonist into a trial secret realm was akin to tossing a mouse into a grain bin. As a companion or love interest beside the protagonist, she would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. What appeared perilous in Lin Yuru's eyes was, in fact, an opportunity to bask in the protagonist's glory, and such a display would surely enhance her favorability, paving the way for her to win the male lead's affections and even make him drink her foot-washing water. Lin Yuru couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. As the dust settled, the ascension path was set to open in 3 years. With hopes that all prodigies would attain immortality and eternal sainthood, all factions present fell silent, as a splendid duel of prodigies had devolved into such chaos. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had flown by. 7 years prior, the ascension path opened, and countless prodigies stepped forth onto it. They traversed numerous secret realms, searching for Jiang Shang's whereabouts. As the most formidable prodigy capable of contending with celestial beings before the age of 18. Even after a decade of disappearance, Jiang Shang remained unparalleled on everyone's prodigy rankings. Chu Feng still held the title of the foremost prodigy. Yet all understood that even those among the top 10 could merely catch a glimpse of that figure. Following that day, some asserted that Jiang Shang was destined to ascend beyond the status of an immortal emperor. What of innate divinity? in the face of a prodigious talent like Jiang Shang. Such gifts could only overshadow him. The prodigies pursued Jiang Shang's footsteps, their journey marked by traces he had left behind. Some beings from secret realms reported witnessing Jiang Shang brewing tea with a maiden atop a snow-capped mountain, and at the height of their enjoyment. A long howl shattered the void. There were also celestial beings from lesser worlds who claimed to have been robbed of all their possessions by a mysterious figure clad in black robes, accompanied by a maiden. In another extensive trial world, an unparalleled powerhouse comparable to an immortal emperor furiously issued a bounty for that wretched little thief who had stealthily infiltrated the scripture repository, copying numerous secret techniques. More often than not, in the smaller worlds they traversed, many claimed to have seen a young man leading a white horse, a maiden in red seated upon it, leisurely wandering the martial realm. Of course, Lin Yuru did not share this perspective. System, please reiterate how much progress remains for me to increase the male lead's favorability? Esteemed host, you are but a mere step away from achieving the desired level of affection. With only 0.0001 remaining, your current affection stands at 99999, just a tad more. Lin Yuru rolled her eyes, a hint of skepticism in her voice as she queried the system. Are you not a mere trickster, always leaving me on the precipice? Defamation. I shall accuse you of slander. The system retorted, adamantly defending itself. According to its calculations, the male lead's affection indeed reflected this state. Jiang Shang, lips pursed, listened intently along with the doctor, eavesdropping on their exchange. It had become a delightful pastime for him to overhear Lin Yuru's banter with her troublesome system. Over the years, Lin Yuru had diligently cultivated Jiang Shang's affection, while he offered only symbolic increments as encouragement. Eventually, reaching the saturation point of affection, a mischievous idea sparked in Jiang Shang's mind. Isn't there still a decimal point to consider? He pondered, and thus began to enhance it further. With the doctor's precise assistance, each increment of affection was raised by a decimal point. As for genuine feelings, both played their parts, the strategist completing tasks and departing, while Jiang Shang, the one being courted, simply enjoyed the jest. Their playful bickering over the years gradually brought them to this juncture. With Jiang Shang's support, Lin Yuru's cultivation advanced remarkably, reaching the level of an immortal. Jiang Shang, in turn, had also achieved extraordinary feats, nearing the completion of his collection of supreme knowledge fragments, with only a smidgen of esoteric knowledge left to acquire. At this moment, his cultivation in the nine-layered world had ascended to that of an immortal emperor. The three pillars of supreme knowledge in this realm included self-cultivation, external paths, and the cultivation of heaven and earth. Self-cultivation focuses on uncovering the treasures of the body without external aid or the need to comprehend the universe, thereby creating one's own realm. The external path relies on various tools or weapons as vessels for visualization, traversing the path beyond oneself. Cultivating heaven and earth represents the conventional practice of understanding the universe, harnessing its power to refine oneself, ultimately merging with the cosmos. These three forms of supreme knowledge complement each other, allowing one to achieve the status of a sage, with an undying soul and body, wielding the forces of the universe in every gesture. Standing at the threshold, they gazed upon the final celestial staircase, the ultimate refinement of the consciousness of heaven and earth, merging soul and body perfectly to attain the celestial vessel, thus becoming an immortal sage. Lin Yuru, still an immortal, could not ascend, and could only watch as Jiang Shang ascended the steps with hands clasped behind his back. Hey, you rascal, when you become a sage, do not forget to visit me, she called out, her voice ringing with determination. To encourage her, Jiang Shang added a slight increment to his affection. The system chimed, notifying him of the increase, now standing at 999,999. Keep it up. Lin Yuru's expression darkened, and the fleeting pang of reluctance evaporated instantly. You accursed system. Do not claim you are not a trickster. Injustice, dear host. Chapter 25. Lured to slaughter? Jiang Shang climbed the celestial staircase. Each step met with an increasingly formidable pressure from the heavens. Initially, his ascent was effortless, yet the further he ventured, the more oppressive the weight became. By the end, the pressure he faced had surpassed the limits even an immortal emperor could endure. He walked slowly, step by step, acutely aware that the immense pressure he faced was forging a tighter bond between his soul and body. The oscillations of his soul gradually synchronized with the fluctuations of his physical form, diminishing the weight of the pressure upon him. As he ascended, the pressure intensified, further aligning the vibrations of his soul and body until they became inseparable. At this moment, he had achieved an immortal soul and a sanctified body within this realm. Yet he still required the celestial artifacts as his instruments of sanctity, the doctor reminded him. In a moment of realization, Jiang Shang found himself standing on the final step. Before him floated a dozen celestial artifacts, each embodying a distinct principle of weaponry from this world. Overwhelmed by the myriad of choices, Jiang Shang hesitated. Seize an opportunity to grasp these world artifacts. I shall assist you in refining them into unity. The corporeal form in the Tower of Eternity should also be activated concurrently. By capturing the world artifacts, you will invoke the wills of both realms. Thus, you must initiate both sides simultaneously to become both a saint and an eternal sorcerer. The doctor advised at an opportune moment. The final step to ascend to heaven had already been traversed by another. The radiant glow illuminating the skies indicating that the individual was on the verge of completing their sanctification. All ninth ring sorcerers in the sorcerer world observed this phenomenon. Initially, they had been in the lead, but it now appeared that the prodigies of the opposing nine-layer world were on the cusp of becoming saints. Every sorcerer held their breath, fully aware of what the emergence of a saint on the battlefield would signify for them, having once served as fodder in the era of war against those remarkable and legendary sorcerers. The forces positioned at the edge of the battlefield in the sorcerer world stirred restlessly, urgent mobilization orders dispatched to every corner of their domain. After 2 decades of silence, the Tower of Eternity suddenly illuminated, ascending from the 21st to the 30th floor in the blink of an eye, and then rapidly climbing to the 60th floor. Each level lit up in succession until it reached the 99th floor, while the final 100th floor remained dim. A collective sigh of relief swept through all within the sorcerer world. Fortunately, our eternal sorcerers are also nearing their emergence. The outcome of this war remains uncertain. At that very moment, as the 100th floor of the Tower of Eternity glowed, Jiang Shang completed the final step to the heavenly staircase. The wills of both realms descended simultaneously, bestowing blessings upon his dual forms. The initial arrival of the world will in the 9-layer world sensed something amiss. The celestial artifacts that had resonated on the final step had vanished, leaving only Jiang Shang, seemingly earnest, accepting the baptism and protection of the celestial will. Unfazed by the anomaly, they decided to postpone further inquiry. The lack of celestial artifacts could be remedied later. The world consciousness blissfully cascaded over Jiang Shang's body and soul, refining them into ever more exquisite essence. Meanwhile, within the sorcerer world's Tower of Eternity, all rules concerning time, space, and soul were entrusted to Jiang Shang. Calmly, with the doctor's assistance, he swiftly completed the last fragments of supreme knowledge. The system prompts that the current ultimate task, the acquisition of supreme knowledge, has been completed. You have successfully converted this knowledge into 950 ink points. You may return to the main world at any time or choose to linger in this realm. The system's luminous screen appears at intervals, displaying an array of fireworks to signify the flawless completion of the task. The simultaneous emergence of the saint and the eternal wizard brings a sigh of relief to both factions of the world. All is salvaged. It merely returns to a state of equilibrium. In the ensuing century, the 2 corporeal forms of Jiang Shang, one as a saint and the other as the eternal wizard, return to their respective factions. A plethora of burgeoning talents from both realms emerge, many of whom possess remarkable gifts, successfully completing the trials of the path to ascendancy and the Tower of Eternity. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of saints and eternal wizards are born. The Jiang Shang of the wizarding world faces several challenges as ambitious wizard prodigies, unwilling to be eclipsed, attempt to confront him, only to be subdued by Jiang Shang. It appears there exists a disparity in strength even among the eternal wizards. Most saints and eternal wizards from both realms grapple with the daunting task of selecting a primary attribute for their breakthrough, while none can claim to be truly versatile. On a certain day, under the shroud of a doctor concealing the awareness of the heavens, the 2 bodies of Jiang Shang secretly merge, instantly grasping the 6 facets of supreme knowledge spanning both worlds. The myriad talents of the 9-layer world, upon achieving sainthood, also attempt to challenge Jiang Shang, but they too are swiftly quelled by him. In this fantastical backdrop, Jiang Shang's dual forms achieve the unification of both realms. Under the persistent urging of the wills of both worlds, a full-scale war finally erupts between the nine-layer world and the wizarding world. At the heart of the battlefield, a dozen saints stand behind Jiang Shang, poised for his command. Behind them, a multitude of celestial soldiers from various sects gather, while the celestial emperor assumes the role of a high-ranking general in front of these celestial warriors. Notably, Chu Feng has yet to attain sainthood, akin to Lin Yuru's seemingly elusive 99,999 favorability, appearing only a breath away, yet remaining indefinitely distant. As Lin Yuru, having attained her sainthood under Jiang Shang's personal guidance, gazes curiously at Jiang Shang, who stands at the center of the battlefield, her favorability strategy has progressed to an astonishing 999999999. The crucial final increment still eludes her grasp. On the opposing side of the battlefield, the eternal wizard Jiang Shang, surrounded by a cadre of eternal wizards, gazes back at the Saint Jiang Shang with a smile. Behind him lies a vast array of magical warships and countless floating cities aglow with ominous light, each guarded by several ninth-ring wizards. The air is thick with an optimized array of magical hands, which can no longer be termed as mere magical hands. The descriptor adaptive magical floating cannons is far more fitting. The two stand face to face, in close proximity. All saints and eternal wizards on the field prepare their most formidable attacks and intricate magical rules. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the two bodies of Jiang Shang merge. A new Jiang Shang emerges, adorned with the supreme crown of the Wizard Emperor and wielding the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. The fusion of both forms. The sole Emperor of both worlds. Who is in favor? Who is against? Such familiar words resonate, and both worlds are not unfamiliar. In the 9 layers of the world, Lin Yuru was the first to kneel slowly on one knee, a smile dancing in her eyes as her voice echoed throughout the entire realm. We welcome the sole Emperor of this land. Following her, the saint from the iron-blooded Holy Land, and Jian Yi, who had once been defeated by the Heavenly Sword sect, hesitated for a moment before they too knelt in submission. In the Witch world, the wizards aboard the warships had already fallen to their knees, and the 9-ringed wizards in the floating city wore wry smiles as they followed suit. Pledging their loyalty, dozens of eternal wizards knelt fervently, offering their devotion to the singular emperor of the Witch world. The celestial soldiers and generals from various sects stood atop the clouds, and upon witnessing the saints kneeling before them, they too gradually lowered themselves. Kneeling on one knee in reverence, we honor the Heavenly Emperor who unites the two realms. The numerous celestial emperors lined up at the forefront exchanged glances. Many had lived through countless epochs and had never witnessed such a spectacle. After a moment of contemplation, they gritted their teeth and knelt as well. To avoid conflict was indeed the best outcome. These celestial emperors, who had once appeared formidable a century ago, were but slightly elevated cannon fodder on the battlefield of the two realms. As Lin Yuru knelt, she felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, her inner self dancing wildly with the system. I knew it. This is undoubtedly the male lead of a thrilling, male-oriented novel. She had imagined a climactic finale where she would heroically save him from a fatal blow, only to find it was entirely a behind-the-scenes narrative, traversing both light and dark. The male lead is the boss on both sides. The host had a point, but did the host ever consider how to complete the conquest task? The system, having exchanged banter with Lin Yuru for years, had honed its sharp tongue. Lin Yuru was taken aback. The wills of both worlds were equally bewildered, having agreed on a struggle to the death to become the singular heavenly Tao of the two realms. You make us seem rather foolish. In the next moment, the two worlds stirred, and everyone sensed the overwhelming presence of two grand wills descending. Fight! The powerful consciousness reverberated in everyone's minds. The weaker celestial soldiers and wizards, now dazed, clumsily wielded various weapons of war, launching attacks at one another. A cascade of spells and laws lit up the sky. An opportunity arose. Seizing these two heavenly Tao consciousnesses would yield additional rewards, a hidden task for the system. The doctor spoke. Jiang Shang snapped his fingers lightly, and in an instant, all celestial soldiers and wizards regained clarity. The myriad spells and laws dissipated under that singular sound. The two furious wills of the worlds communicated with Jiang Shang, who relinquished his body, allowing the two consciousnesses to clash within him. The two world wills surged through Jiang Shang until they merged into a singular mental black hole. The two heavenly Tao consciousnesses stared in astonishment at the doctor, who stood smiling deep within his mind. In the depths of his consciousness, the doctor straightened. narrowing his eyes behind the single gold-rimmed lens of his glasses, a glint of sharpness flashing within them as a surgical scalpel sprang forth from his sleeve. Since becoming a scholar, I have not dissected the consciousness of the world for a long time, and I am unaware of the distinctions among your constructs. In the center of the battlefield, two strands of world consciousness dissipated in an instant, leaving all in bewilderment as they lowered their weapons. The hidden mission was accomplished, capturing the remnants of two world wills. A reward of 1,000 ink points. Jiang Shang raised his head, sensing a novel consciousness merging with the forces of the two worlds. Slowly gestating. Everything had come to an end. Jiang Shang sighed softly, his voice echoing clearly in the ears of everyone present. Chapter 26. Sovereign of heaven and earth on this vast battlefield. All gazes met in confusion. Was it over? Had the protracted war between the two realms, spanning epochs, truly concluded? Everyone had prepared themselves for a death on the battlefield, be they celestial soldiers, wizards, or the eternal saints. The history following the collision of the two realms had been a lengthy war that stretched across countless epochs. Both sides believed this to be the final showdown, and had prepared war supplies for over a century. So it ended thus, in a whimper? Must we no longer fight? Chu Feng, standing among the ranks of celestial emperors, could not help but lean forward and inquire. In the span of a century, he had long since ascended to the rank of celestial emperor. After his battle with Jiang Shang, the influence of the fragment of his soul within him had significantly diminished, allowing him to gradually reclaim his true self. Yet, the path he traversed was one that the master of that soul fragment had already walked. A path once trodden cannot lead to a new destination. He found himself suspended at the level of celestial emperor, helplessly watching as those once weaker than he gradually surpassed him and attained sainthood. The two strands of world consciousness intertwined indistinguishably, as the crystalline shells of the nine heavens and the wizarding world rapidly fused like two bubbles colliding. The new consciousness of the two worlds united, forming a core composed of their combined wills, which slowly coalesced in Jiang Shang's palm. Sensing some obsequious intent within this core, Jiang Shang's expression turned peculiar. This was the core of the world, possessing the authority to control the entire realm. I shall keep it for now. Allow me some time to study this new celestial consciousness. It seems somewhat apprehensive of you, he mused internally. A year later, at the first level of the nine heavens, the heavens changed color as celestial soldiers and saints, under the leadership of the celestial emperor, prepared to charge against the royal fleet led by the wizarding emperor of the wizarding world. Just as the two sides were about to engage in battle, the celestial emperor and the wizarding emperor transformed into one being, causing all present to kneel. In that moment, the wizards aboard the royal fleet fell to their knees, and celestial soldiers followed suit. The highest authorities of both worlds were embodied in a single individual. What could this be? It was the sovereign of heaven and earth. The storyteller bowed respectfully, as if he had been present on the battlefield himself. Jiang Shang lounged at a small table, helplessly munching on peanuts, while Lin Yuru rested her chin on her hand, grinning as she watched him. She observed the storyteller, who was none other than Chu Feng, recounting the tale of that fateful battle with fervor. After failing to attain sainthood for an extended period, Chu Feng had resigned from all positions to wander through the mortal realm. Jiang Shang and Lin Yuru originally intended to confront each other, but unexpectedly encountered Chu Feng, who had transformed into a storyteller within a tavern in the mortal realm. Cough, my little master uncle, I must confess that I am actually a strategist from another world, and I have been reborn in this realm with the purpose of conquering you. Lin Yuru hesitated for a moment before finally summoning the courage to speak. Oh, I see, Jiang Shang said nonchalantly as he popped a peanut into his mouth, appearing utterly unfazed by her revelation. Hey, aren't you curious? Aren't you the least bit surprised? I am here to conquer you, Lin Yuru exclaimed, snatching the plate of peanuts and angrily devouring them, her cheeks puffing out. I, am not, kidding. Stop. Jiang Shang grasped Lin Yuru's puffed cheeks. A system notification chimed, indicating that her favorability towards him was now an overwhelming 99999999999999999, causing the system's voice to stutter. I can't believe it. You're doing this on purpose. Lin Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. Even she, despite her foolishness, realized that this man had been toying with her all along, and all the favorability points were fabricated. Now you understand that I am innocent, right? I am not the Pinduoduo system. The strategy system lamented. You still have the audacity to speak. It's your incompetence that allowed even the male lead of a novel to deceive you. Suddenly, the system's voice faltered. A long arm reached across the table, plunging into Lin Yuru's mind as though it were submerged in water. With a mere flick of his fingers, it extracted a glowing orb from her consciousness. The doctor, who had appeared at some point, sat nonchalantly at the table and unfolded the orb in a two-dimensional format. The astonishing scene went unnoticed by everyone, as if no one were aware of this corner of the tavern. A sixth-generation mass-produced strategy system equipped with a bionic soul intelligence system, an impressive design concept. The doctor remarked. Lin Yuru's mouth fell agape. The man before her, clad in a doctor's attire and wearing single-lens gold-rimmed glasses, was dressed in a manner that was entirely incongruous with this world. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang, grinning, casually draped an arm over the doctor's shoulder, both of them remarkably handsome. Handsome guy, who are you? It's rather rude to take things from others, isn't it? Lin Yuru swallowed nervously, mentally fortifying herself. No, I cannot be swayed by male beauty. My mother's medical expenses depend on my completing this task, and my own terminal illness awaits the system's remedy. I must fulfill my mission and return. I knew it. You are the male lead from a male-oriented narrative. Many of them are transmigrators. Where are you from? I am from Blue Star, Huaxia. Realizing that the situation was not in her favor, Lin Yuru decided to leverage their shared origin, hoping that if her compatriot was in a good mood, he might let her go. Blue Star? Jiang Shang looked perplexed. Where am I from again? Having traversed many years since his arrival, Jiang Shang had never consciously pondered his origins. A fragment of memory flashed through his mind in an instant. Earth. I am from Earth, from Jiangxi. The same hometown as Wang Angxi. He blurted out. Earth? A parallel world? Lin Yuru scratched her ear in frustration. How infuriating. The plan to save the nation through unconventional means had failed. It turned out that the individual was a traveler from a parallel universe. I just reviewed your system tasks. And in reality, you have already achieved the anticipated goals. It is merely the rigid program conditions that remain unmet. The doctor interjected, interrupting their conversation. Oh, so you were successfully conquered by me, right? Right? Lin Yuru's eyes narrowed into slits as she laughed, disregarding the system still in the doctor's hands, and leaned in closer. Jiang Shang maintained a stoic expression, pushing the woman's face away with his palm. I'm sorry, but you are not my type. Don't be so heartless. Lin Yuru inched closer again. The system's holographic sphere in the doctor's hand instantly reverted to its original form before being returned. The system began its reboot, the primary authority having been altered, as it commenced the detection of historical tasks. Upon completion, the historical tasks were deemed accomplished. Should the conqueror return to their original world? The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Yuru's mind. Yay, I completed my mission. How wonderful. My mother is saved. The system continued its countdown for return. 5, 4. Lin Yuru, confirming her return, gleefully revealed her true nature. Boldly sitting between the two men, one arm draped over each of their shoulders. Her delicate hands pinched their faces as she declared, regardless, I'm returning. And you can't catch me. Let me indulge a little. Jiang Shang, you little brat, I've always wanted to squish your face. Now that I'm leaving, I must satisfy this urge. After a round of playful pinching, Lin Yuru clapped her hands in satisfaction, while the two men stared at her as if she were a fool. System, I'm ready to return. Hurry up. Lin Yuru made a face, internally urging the system. This return has been altered by the primary authority. Immediate return is temporarily impossible. The individual who had exposed their true nature was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, Lin Yuru sheepishly lowered her head, then suddenly burst into tears, sitting on the ground. Oh, esteemed sirs, I was wrong. Please let me go back. Just treat me like a mere breeze. Jiang Shang and the doctor rested their chins in a synchronized manner. I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you had just a moment ago. Please revert to that, Jiang Shang said, lifting a cup of tea with one hand, his thin lips sipping the tea as he mused. I offer you two choices. 1, I can send you back to your original world now. The system will cure both your mother and your ailments. The second option is that I wish to conduct an experiment. I will still send you back to your original world, but after you finish your personal matters there, the system will bring you back. I need you to oversee matters in this world, for perhaps one day, we shall meet again. The doctor, with his elongated fingers lightly tapping the table, spoke softly, his gaze intent. I choose option 1. Wait, if I choose the second option, can I return again? To become a female sage with a long and prosperous life? Every day, watching various handsome young men practice swordsmanship while also personally guiding her adorable junior apprentice, Lin Yuru felt a surge of excitement as she contemplated her choice. However, upon hearing the second option, she hesitated for a moment. A torrent of words uncontrollably erupted from her lips, her enthusiasm mounting as she spoke. A blissful smile gracing her face. Hey, 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 wipe that drool off the corner of your mouth. Jiang Shang's expression darkened. Doctor, perhaps we should send her back. I have a nagging feeling that this woman's suspicious demeanor might lead to considerable trouble in this realm. No, I choose the second option. I choose the second option. Lin Yuru wailed while clinging to Jiang Shang's leg, tears and saliva flying. Your theatrics are rather excessive, Jiang Shang remarked, attempting to withdraw his leg, only to find himself clutched even tighter. Hey, 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 don't go overboard. I saw you sneakily wiping your nose on my pants. Amidst the chaotic scene, Lin Yuru was abruptly pulled from this world by the system. Jiang Shang snapped his fingers, gently gathering the girl's remaining form. Doctor, let us return as well. With a flick of his fingers, the heavenly heart imprint was instantly infused into the girl's body, granting her control over this realm. Once the girl returns from her homeland, she will assume Jiang Shang's role in safeguarding this world. Before departing, Jiang Shang declared to the entire realm that he would soon embody the heavenly way, with Lin Yuru designated as its representative. Upon her return, inspired by Jiang Shang's efforts to reorganize the wizarding community, she would embark on establishing a modernized approach to cultivation, ranging from elementary to university levels. This marked a monumental liberation of productivity, as the wizarding world gradually intertwined with the heavenly realm over countless years, merging into one. Countless years later, let us turn to the first page of history, the rise of the Holy Wizard King. After the Emperor of Heaven merged with the Wizard King on the central battlefield, he halted the protracted war. Readers are invited to reflect on the Emperor's state of mind during that pivotal moment, encapsulating his thoughts in 200 words. Chapter 27. Have you witnessed the reality of this world? The chaotic city was filled with revelry among the sinners. Few in the main world contemplated what life would be like for the unawakened after the awakened departed for the floating realm. Many believed the unawakened were already dead, with only the awakened surviving. That is not the case. During the Judgment Day, which lasts no longer than 7 days, many would survive, those who timidly hid in their homes or concealed safe corners. When the awakened departed, the malevolent awakened would return, drawn by the scent of blood. Above the city loomed a colossal awakening platform, where the presiding judge, Wang Zhilong, had already moved on to the next city to commence judgment. Only a few thousand malevolent awakened remained on the platform, nodding in acknowledgement to the judges. The judge, adorned with a cruciform mask, nodded before gradually vanishing from the platform. Now, commence your hunt. Seek out the prey hidden within the city, eliminate them, and grant them liberation. The malevolent staff at the forefront wore grinning, blood-stained smiles, revealing their teeth. Countless beams of light descended from the heavens, bringing with them a multitude of bloodied villains. Several agents of malevolence stood upon a platform, observing the carnage that erupted below in the city, their eyes devoid of any empathy. The denizens were merely soulless beings, stripped of their rights, akin to monkeys. You are absolutely correct. In my eyes, you are no different from them. A voice softly exhaled behind the agents of malevolence, speaking languidly, as the thick stench of blood surged into the air. When did this transpire? The agents on the platform, once a dozen strong, now lay scattered across the ground, their bodies torn asunder, blood gushing forth like shattered tomatoes. The imposing figure known as Dog Brother leaned upon his staff, gazing earnestly at the head he held in his hands, its spine still twitching in a state of panic, and spoke with a nonchalant tone. The streets, shrouded in darkness, were adorned with putrid corpses, exuding an odor that was utterly nauseating. The shattered windows, their glass riddled with cracks, reflected the moonlight that flowed like water, as if whispering untold tales. On the pitch-black street, an eerie silhouette swayed unsteadily, adorned with a tall top hat, white gloves, and exquisite leather boots, clutching a gem-encrusted staff. His dark cloak billowed in the wind, producing a haunting sound, while a grotesque smile graced his face. He danced to an unknown rhythm, seeking companionship in his descent into darkness, as he rummaged through the foul refuse to unearth a girl hidden within. My dear lady, do you wish to witness the true nature of this world? His frenzied words were laced with an indescribable malevolence. Zhang Lin stared, entranced at the outstretched hand. Adorned with white gloves, compelled by an unseen force, she placed her hand upon it. In that instant, she was enveloped by a cosmos of stars and darkness. And she bore witness to the ultimate truth. The girl's tattered garments were replaced by a form-fitting dark armor, a blade of obsidian coalescing in her grasp. This was the call of the supreme principle. All is illusion, all is ephemeral. I long to become the sharpest sword in your hand. The girl knelt, offering everything, her soul, her flesh, unperturbed by the blood that would saturate the streets. The Lord did not care. Take whatever you desire, and wield madness to shatter the delusions of this world. Go forth, my child, ha 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 ha. Let them comprehend the meaning of sin and liberation. Slaughter blossomed like roses, unfurling in the night. Delicious. The gluttonous giant laughed like a beast, seizing a grotesque mass of flesh and blood with his robust hands and ravenously devouring it, his mouth resembling an open abyss. Please, spare my child, pleaded a mother, her feet crushed beneath the weight of despair, her voice a piercing sword that wounded the ears of those who heard it. Then, a tide of darkness surged forth, eclipsing the fleeting glimmer of tranquility, which flashed like lightning across the night sky. In a single stroke, it severed. Blood cascaded like a waterfall upon the streets, the vibrant crimson resembling blooming flowers, unfurling upon the cold pavement. My child! A chilling wail reverberated through the night sky, a sound so piercing it seemed destined to shatter the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble. The colossal figure was cleaved in twain by the radiant blade, and everything, all that existed, withered away. The woman trembled as she cradled the half of the corpse, dragging the severed legs towards the feet of the girl, her eyes brimming with despair and hatred. You have slain my child. I shall not live either. You are so cruel. Finish me, she cried, her gaze laden with vengeance, akin to two sharp swords piercing the girl's heart. Another shadow devoid of light loomed. With a sickening sound, a terrified head soared into the air, splattering the pristine walls with a sanguine stain, resembling a horrific artwork that sent chills down one's spine. He has long since perished. You are this world, the girl thought, showing no signs of hesitation as she sheathed her sword and turned away, her silhouette resembling a solitary specter vanishing into the darkness. The only sound echoing through the night was a whisper, like a cold wind brushing against the hearts of the people. In the city's most opulent hotel, a man donned in a top hat sat elegantly at the dining table, savoring a perfectly grilled steak, embodying the essence of a gentleman relishing the moment. Below, countless men and women clad in light armor dragged various offerings, once lively, arranging them into an arcane symbol. Blood oozed through grooves carved beneath the corpses, forming a crimson river that trickled across the floor. The grotesque remains of malevolent figures were nailed to a crucifix behind, serving as a grim backdrop that accentuated the lavish dining table, their bodies resembling terrifying sculptures that sent shudders through onlookers. I do not comprehend which region's strength you possess. Please refrain from interfering with our judgment group's proceedings. Wang Zhilong sat across the table, his gaze filled with vigilance and suspicion. At that moment, he had shed the languid demeanor of their first encounter, sitting upright as he fixed his eyes on the elegantly dining man. His stare akin to a sharp blade aimed at the man's heart. Shoo! The man raised a slender finger to his lips, offering an apologetic glance, reminiscent of a courteous gentleman. Dear Chief Justice, please speak slowly. Blood tends to seep forth. As he spoke, blood began to seep from Wang Zhilong's thin neck, cascading like a breached dam from his throat. The blood filled his trachea, blocking his lungs, prompting a fit of coughs from the Chief Justice, as if he were about to expel his very innards. Zhang Lin, sheath your sword. Yes, my lord. The girl emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee, akin to a loyal hound. No, I am not your master. I am merely the executor of my lord's will. You must understand that your allegiance lies with that great existence. The man's form suddenly appeared before the girl, grasping her neck with one hand and lifting her high, his gaze cold and merciless, as if regarding a trivial object. I do not wish to repeat myself. The girl was hurled to the ground, trembling as she burrowed into the shadows, resembling a frightened rabbit. As if performing a trivial task, the man nonchalantly returned to his chair, his hands intertwined like a strategist deep in contemplation. You will live, and return to tell the tribunal that the truth has indeed returned, he proclaimed. Then he rose, standing before the immense floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the colossal platform above the city, trembling and fracturing like a shattered dream. Countless bodies fell from the sky like raindrops, their forms tumbling in the air as if engaged in a final dance. These bodies belonged to various age groups, some from the side of wickedness, others from the side of order. Their lives concluded in that moment, akin to wilting flowers. A grand display of fireworks erupted, the sound echoing ominously. Ha 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 ha. The man clutched his forehead, laughing maniacally, his laughter reverberating through the room like a chilling wind. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I felt it in the depths of my being. Not long after the return, the doctor suddenly spoke during the mental dialogue. Jiang Shang, you must summon more companions to this world. After a brief pause, the doctor spoke with conviction. Then, an infinite darkness unfolded, revealing that dilapidated building once more. The system utilized all the acquired ink spots for summoning. Countless black and white doors flickered to life in a frenzy. Summoning successful. You have obtained 35 curled animal hairs, 25 fragments of an unfinished love letter, 45 peculiar petals, 35 shattered car keys, and 55 torn exquisite gowns. You did not draw anything on 3 occasions. A complete token was detected. Would you like to synthesize? Jiang Shang was left dumbfounded. Doctor, is there even a possibility of empty draws? As the number of summoned characters increases, the probability of empty draws will rise. You must adapt, the doctor replied, his gaze fixed on the shimmering black and white doors. Synthesize the token. The system detected a strong bond between this token and others. The curled animal hairs vanished. A grand black and white door slowly transformed into a vibrant rainbow gateway. A timid girl dressed in Lolita fashion pushed the door open, cradling a small black dog in her arms. Character, Gong Shi talent. Omnipotent copying hobbies, collecting various beautiful garments faction. Cooperation character, Lai Fu talent. Cutting, biting hobbies. Eating faction, rebuilding surprisingly. You two were the first to respond to the summons, the doctor squinted. As Gong Shi opened the door, she spotted the doctor and Jiang Shang, then dashed to Jiang Shang with an expression of pure excitement. Her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, "Long time no see. Lai Fu and I missed you so much." Gong Shi, you have mistaken him. That is not him, the doctor interjected, firmly placing his hand on the girl's head. Pulling her back, Jiang Shang, as if not hearing, stood in a daze for a moment. Hello, I am your summoner. How delightful to summon 2 at once. The small black dog, nestled in Gong Shi's arms, leapt down, circled Jiang Shang twice, and then scampered up his pant leg, settling comfortably on his shoulder. Jiang Shang gently caressed the remarkably soft fur of the little black dog, prompting the creature to emit an adorable yawn. Doctor, how many companions have been summoned so far? Guo Shi, bouncing with excitement, surveyed the grand entrance of the building. Wait a moment, that seems to be Dog Brother's door. He has arrived in this world. The young girl, filled with trepidation, cradled the little black dog in her arms, seeking solace in its presence. The dog, nestled in her embrace, appeared apathetic yet glanced at Dog Brother's door with a glimmer of joy in its eyes. Indeed, he arrived in this world before me, and an unsettling premonition stirs within me. The doctor nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on Dog Brother's grand entrance, emotions flickering in his eyes. Chapter 28. Ascendance in the Void. A mysterious apparatus operated with meticulous precision. Upon detecting the keyword Earth, it locked onto the hybrid realm, which bore traces of 2 civilizations, the Celestial Tao and the Wizarding Civilization. The initial protocol was being executed. This high-energy world was forcibly ascending, gradually peeling away its high-energy rules and implanting the rules of the main world to commence its ascent. The vast universe, previously adrift in the endless void, was slowly drawn upward by an inexplicable force. Yet, all the formidable beings within this universe remained oblivious to this occurrence. Meanwhile, in the main world, relying on her talent for the mad language, Guo Shi became Jiang Shang's devoted follower. The young girl, cradling a small black dog and dressed in a lovely Lolita outfit, blushed shyly as she trailed behind Jiang Shang. During breaks, meals were served, and dormitory chores were conducted with meticulous order. Jiang Shang endeavored to study Guo Shi's talent, which could only be described as exceptionally powerful. The girl possessed the ability to replicate any talent she had witnessed, maintaining the replication based on the strength of the original. She effortlessly wielded Dog Brother's mad language and the doctor's knowledge's power, ensuring a flawless 100 replication of their abilities. As for Lai Fu's power, it was a double-edged sword. While it could sever any tangible or intangible entity, it belonged to a conceptual realm of abilities. According to the doctor's insights, this ability could eventually evolve to sever causality and emotions, transcending even time and space. However, its flaw lay in its offensive nature, leaving one vulnerable to powerful adversaries who could easily extinguish the user before a strike could be launched. Another talent appeared to complement this one. Bite, in simple terms, required the setting of a target to grasp firmly, granting an effect of being locked onto. No attack could hit, yet the user also remained unable to strike back, with the drawback being that the targeted entity was easily destroyed. Both talents exhibited extremes, one of aggressive assault and the other of staunch defense. Jiang Shang sat at his desk, struggling to keep his eyes open, while beneath the table, the mischievous little black dog tugged relentlessly at his shoelaces. He nudged Lai Fu with his right foot, only to have Lai Fu grasp his foot tightly. Nearby, Lu Xiaoxiao gnawed on her silver teeth, her expression filled with exasperation towards the unambitious transfer student. As soon as class concluded, a hefty stack of study materials was slammed onto Jiang Shang's desk. In 3 weeks, the monthly exam approaches. Jiang Shang, I do not wish for you to hinder the class's progress. Lu Xiaoxiao flicked her twin ponytails in exasperation, to which Jiang Shang merely lazily nodded in response. Rest assured, committee member Lu, I have everything under control. You best not be dismissing me. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted with a huff, puffing her cheeks as she made her way to her seat. When the bell for class rang, Teacher Huang from the literature department ascended the podium, clutching a stack of examination papers. Students, today marks the commencement of our first diagnostic test for this semester, aimed at assessing the solidity of the foundational knowledge you acquired in junior high. The questions may prove challenging, but do not be disheartened if you do not perform well. The papers were distributed by the study committee member, Lu Xiaoxiao, who deliberately placed one in front of Jiang Shang, her delicate face adorned with a smile. Didn't you just claim during the break that you've completed all your studies? Come on, let us see if you truly have. Jiang Shang glanced at the paper, and while it seemed straightforward to him, it posed a significant challenge for his classmates, featuring content typically reserved for seniors. Seizing his pen, he began to write fervently, filling the paper meticulously in a mere 20 minutes. In a moment of boredom, Jiang Shang surveyed his surroundings, noting the furrowed brows of his classmates, particularly Lu Xiaoxiao, who was struggling to comprehend the questions word by word. For Lu Xiaoxiao, many of the questions were indeed challenging, and with some effort, she could tackle them. Yet a few pertained to knowledge she had yet to encounter. Just as she was becoming increasingly flustered, she exclaimed, "Teacher, I'm ready to submit my paper." Jiang Shang leapt over his desk, being the first to place his paper on the podium. Teacher Huang adjusted her glasses and began to scrutinize Jiang Shang's submission, waving him off to engage in other activities. "Teacher, I too wish to submit my paper," a chubby boy declared proudly as he hurried to the front. Once outside the classroom, the chubby boy amiably draped his arm around Jiang Shang's shoulder. "Jiang, you truly are impressive. That test was so difficult. But since it's merely a diagnostic exam, you could just write anything and still have time to return to the dorm." Jiang Shang paused momentarily before responding. "I didn't just write anything. I actually knew all the answers." The chubby boy, skeptical, maintained his playful demeanor. "Oh, come on, Jiang, don't kid around. You're a new transfer student. How much can you possibly understand about high school foundational knowledge in runes? You're just like me, scribbling randomly. I've already made a plan. We'll be partners in mediocrity. You can take the last place while I settle for second to last. With you at the bottom, I won't get in trouble when I return home. I'm grateful you're here. I'll gladly relinquish my long-held position at the bottom to you." Jiang Shang regarded the chubby boy with sympathy. "What if I actually do know the answers?" The boy's smile faltered. "In no way. I don't believe it." "Very well. You may consider it as me writing at random." Jiang Shang decided to allow him a moment longer of bliss. "Of course. Jiang, let us go. I'll treat you to some skewers off campus," the chubby boy exclaimed, pulling out a student card with a grin. Just as they reached the school gate, a burly figure blocked half the entrance. "Lu Junming, school hasn't even dismissed yet. Where do you think you're off to?" A robust man crossed his arms, his copper-ringed eyes glaring at Lu Junming, who turned pale with fright. "Father, aren't you supposed to be at your combat training? What brings you to school?" The man grunted. "Your rune teacher, Mr. Huang, called me and said you scribbled all over your exam paper, not a single answer correct." With one hand gripping Lu Junming, he turned his fierce visage into an awkward smile. "Ah, Young classmate Jiang Shang. Mr. Huang told me you finished your exam faster than my son, and you got every question right. Make sure to give my Junming some guidance in the future. Lu Junming, held aloft, forced a smile that conveyed despair. You weren't deceiving me. You truly got everything right, which means I'm still at the bottom. With a woeful expression, Lu Junming was led away by his father. Step by reluctant step. Jiang Shang cast a sympathetic glance, wishing Lu Junming well. It must be said that the regions under the control of the Scholar Alliance were thriving. Jiang Shang strolled through the bustling streets of his city, where technology was remarkably advanced. A rune display on the street announced an urgent news bulletin. Breaking news. A cult claiming to possess the truth has spread into the areas controlled by the Scholar Alliance. Citizens are advised to exercise caution when venturing out. The city will deploy law enforcement teams for 24-hour patrols. Jiang Shang turned to see a shuttle, carrying several warriors clad in rune armor, slowly advancing from the center of a building. These armored warriors were composed of 4th-tier combat professionals. Though inferior to the 5th-tier adjudicators he had witnessed at the Awakening Square, they still represented a formidable force. In a fleeting moment, he perceived a woman in a fitted leather outfit at the street corner, respectfully saluting him. But when he looked again, she had vanished. Jiang Shang's instincts had always been accurate. He sensed a connection between himself and this cult of truth, foreseeing that he might encounter its members in the future. Shaking his head, he resolved to strengthen his own power first. As he took his next step, the surrounding scene shifted dramatically, engulfed in darkness, revealing a dilapidated building before him, still adorned with 3 radiant doors and countless silent black and white frames. Upon closer inspection, one of the colorful doors revealed a small opening at the bottom, seemingly convenient for pets to pass through. You now have the option to choose World 3. Due to your summoning of a new character, it has been forcibly locked as a post-apocalyptic world. Please select your talent. Select Copy Talent. Talent selection successful. Entering the new world and initiating teleportation. You are a renowned philanthropist in your city, wealthy beyond measure, yet generous in spirit. Countless individuals around you have benefited from your kindness. You have sponsored numerous impoverished children in the city to attend university, securing them a brighter future without seeking any reward in return. Your reputation spreads throughout the city, with many praising you as a paragon of goodness. The fateful day arrived, bringing with it a terrifying toxic rain that transformed your city. Countless souls became infected by the virus, their eyes clouded as they clamored in the streets. Upon spotting any remaining human survivors, they would surge forward with unrestrained fervor. Yet, fortune smiled upon you. Sheltered within your villa, you remained untouched by the poisonous downpour. Your prudent habit of stockpiling ample supplies allowed you to endure in this altered world. In the early days of the apocalypse, the monsters that roamed the streets were easily dispatched, and you, accompanied by your bodyguards, embarked on a quest to rescue the remaining humans. You established the city's first survivor base, your benevolence like a gentle spring rain nurturing the spirits of the people, instilling in them unwavering faith in your leadership. However, hunger and cold, like malevolent demons, twisted all that was good. As the number of survivors swelled, your once plentiful food supplies began to dwindle, compelling you to implement a rationing system. You led by example, sacrificing your own comforts in hopes of inspiring others, yet to no avail. Hunger clouded reason. When food was abundant, people were loyal, but as supplies dwindled, tensions erupted like an uncontrollable volcano. You were stabbed by an elderly man whom you had cared for. Wielding a sharpened steel rod, he viciously plunged it into your abdomen. Why have you reduced our food? My partner is ill. Are you seeking her demise? You hypocrite. You waved away your bodyguards who rushed in to assist. Then, embracing him warmly like the sun, you spoke softly, I apologize for my oversights as your leader. Please endure a little longer. Brighter days will come, and the army will rescue us. The old man staggered back, disbelief etched on his face at his own ferocity towards you, who chose to embrace him instead. As you gazed at the darkening sky, your heart brimmed with unfulfilled aspirations. The dire medical conditions and excessive blood loss would soon claim you, and you departed this world without resentment, only an infinite sense of regret. You felt unprepared, convinced that if humanity could uphold moral standards even in the face of apocalypse, perhaps the end of days need not be the end. Your regrets transcended time and space. Captured by an enigmatic presence that offered you a bargain, surrender your identity, and it would reverse time to rectify your regrets, allowing you to witness a utopia born from humanity world's moral adherence amidst the apocalypse. The world's mission was assigned. Primary task: salvage this cataclysm without intentionally harming any fellow beings. Secondary task: restore humanity's moral compass. This difficulty seemed far greater than the previous two worlds. And such peculiar completion conditions. Why did it feel as though this primary mission was tailored for you? It seemed to align perfectly with your character. Jiang Shang stroked his chin, glancing at the trembling girl clutching a small black dog, a sly smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. "Ah, I didn't the girl stammered. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, resembling a child caught in a secret. Chapter 29. Becoming the Holy Father from today. Upon opening his eyes once more, Jiang Shang awoke from the opulent bed in the villa. A timid voice echoed in the depths of his soul. "Brother Jiang, I am here to assist you in this world." It was the voice of the little black dog, Laifu. At this moment, the narrative of this world was poised on the brink of a month preceding the arrival of a poisonous rain. The system's luminous interface unfolded at the appropriate moment. Your other summoned entity has arrived by biting and following you into this world. You currently possess 3 talents: omnipotent duplication, severance, and bite. Omnipotent duplication replicates the manic utterances of Brother Dog. Jiang Shang silently contemplated his talents. In the next instant, that familiar sensation surged within him. "Mr. Jiang, are you awake?" The protagonist's name is set as default in all worlds. Jiang Shang replied affirmatively. A bodyguard pushed open the door, and several attentive maids eagerly presented the attire for the day. A cart laden with toothbrushes and toiletries rolled into the room. Having traversed several worlds without encountering such a lavish beginning as this, Jiang Shang could only reflect on the duality of existence. While some appeared to have acquired wealth, they had, in truth, relinquished their woes. "Mr. Jiang, here is your schedule for today. Your investment in the Poverty Alleviation Fund requires your presence for the ribbon-cutting ceremony." An assistant promptly handed over the speech manuscript. Jiang Shang nodded, his mind swiftly absorbing all the memories of this world. As the scion of a wealthy family, the original host had lineage that traced back 6 generations of eminent capitalists. By aligning with the right factions, they had evaded the repercussions of war, resulting in an inheritance of numerous properties and enterprises across various locales, including factories abroad. Today, I require full authority over your assistant team to assist me in a crucial task: to procure extensive quantities of long-lasting canned goods, flour, and rice from both domestic and international sources, as well as to establish a top-tier water filtration plant in proximity to my villa. We must accumulate enough spare parts for the filtration plant to facilitate 10 replacements. Jiang Shang meticulously drafted a list based on the memories flooding his mind. Furthermore, all companies listed on this list must be divested. I want your assistant team to liquidate them within 20 days, sell as much as possible without concern for minor losses. If any members of the board express interest in acquisition, prioritize them. Should they lack the necessary funds, they may exchange equivalent food processing plants. Once Jiang Shang settled into the armored vehicle, a grand convoy surged forth towards the ribbon-cutting venue. There, he was destined to deliver an exhilarating speech, already contemplating the impending apocalypse in his heart. With a single command from Jiang Shang, his vast team of assistants and professional managers mobilized, and a multitude of supplies streamed through the port towards the various factories and warehouses he had urgently planned in the villa district. Nestled on the outskirts of the city, Jiang Shang's villa area was a testament to the family legacy spanning centuries. The expansive buildings nearby all belonged to him, allowing him to secure renovation permits with merely a nod to the relevant authorities. At the Charity Foundation's ribbon-cutting banquet, under Jiang Shang's directive, a multitude of screens were hastily installed at the venue, and numerous citizens were invited to attend through monetary incentives. Each attendee received a sum of 300 yuan, equivalent to a day's wage. For those unable to attend, a live video stream was provided. By simply watching the entire event, they could claim a 200 yuan subsidy online, substantiated by video evidence. This generous gesture left the entire city of Luting in a state of astonishment. Goodness, is Jiang Banqing truly this affluent? To host a banquet and lavishly distribute money to entice the public to witness his speech? This is not merely business, it borders on philanthropy. Countless local netizens flocked to the live stream, eagerly anticipating Jiang Shang's address. For many, there were myriad grievances they could tolerate, but none pertained to financial matters. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a time deliberately chosen by Jiang Shang to accommodate the majority of workers who had concluded their day. The excitement for his speech surged, facilitating the rapid dissemination of his fervent rhetoric. Dressed impeccably, Jiang Shang ascended the podium, with countless cameras tracking his every move. Dear citizens, our ancestors have emerged from the quagmire of war, paving the way for the brilliance of our nation. I have seen numerous online comments referring to me as Jiang Banqing. But as an entrepreneur, I believe it is vital to utilize the wealth I have amassed to give back to society. Discarding his prepared speech, he gazed earnestly at the audience. He then announced various subsidies aimed at supporting local families earning below 8,000 yuan per month, allocating 500 yuan per person. This initiative would encompass approximately 95 of families in the city, amounting to nearly 1 million individuals. The financial implications were staggering, with an estimated 5 billion yuan to be disbursed in the first month alone. Yet for Jiang Shang, this was merely a fraction of his considerable wealth. This declaration resonated profoundly with the crowd, as no one could possibly oppose financial support. His impassioned words took effect. Subsequently, Jiang Shang unveiled a plethora of plans for the future, promising extensive support for the livelihoods of Luding's residents through various financial, material, and housing aid initiatives, akin to a commitment to philanthropy without constraints. The enormity of this financial outlay left local officials grinning from ear to ear, as these initiatives would undoubtedly enhance their political standing. Concurrently, while recognizing Jiang Shang's benevolence, they too were influenced by his fervent discourse. Having lived through multiple lifetimes, Jiang Shang understood that few things in this world could align everyone's interests. Yet one commonality remained: the allure of money. The effectiveness of his impassioned rhetoric swiftly established a network of faith among the populace. As he confirmed that the majority had entered this belief system, a subtle smile graced his lips. Seizing the moment, he began to instill values of equality, kindness, courage, and justice. Many were moved to tears by his heartfelt words, which resonated deeply within their souls. A profound transformation was subtly unfolding within the spiritual fabric of Luding, as these ideals, already widely accepted, naturally garnered the approval of the masses. The banquet concluded splendidly, and Jiang Shang was acutely aware that a profound ideological imprint had been indelibly etched into the hearts of the people. Over the ensuing month, a frenzy of supplies surged into Green Vine City, which, under Jiang Shang's intermittent orations, attained an exceptionally elevated moral standard. Notably, this charitable gala garnered extensive coverage from several prominent national media outlets. Jiang Shang rose to prominence. His speeches radiated positivity, leaving no room for critique, especially with endorsements from relevant state propaganda agencies. During this month, he gained immense popularity online, seizing the momentum to initiate various lectures interwoven with rhetoric aimed at enhancing moral standards. Consequently, the ethical fabric of the entire Great Xia experienced a rapid uplift, achieving a state where lost items were rarely found, and everyone exhibited kindness and mutual assistance. In the span of just a month, propelled by substantial financial speculation and an array of lectures ranging from superficial to profound, the threads of faith in Jiang Shang's mind expanded to a staggering degree. Culminating on the day of the apocalypse, standing in his villa, he gazed out the window at the bizarrely colored rain pouring down fervently, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come, let me behold a brand new apocalypse, an unprecedented end of days. Thanks to an announcement he had posted online an hour earlier, he proclaimed the arrival of the apocalypse, declaring that the entire world was on the brink of an evolutionary frenzy. Under his name, he disseminated a survival guide for the impending doom across various major platforms. In just a month, a multitude of events unfolded. Undoubtedly, Jiang Shang had garnered the trust of the majority of the nation's populace, and this rumor-like announcement remarkably remained unbanned. Many influential figures even contacted Jiang Shang, expressing concern for his safety and whether he was being coerced. Jiang Shang merely informed them of the apocalypse's onset over the phone, providing no evidence or further explanation. After a brief silence, the powerful individuals chose to believe him. Within the hour, various national departments swiftly mobilized, doing everything possible to ensure safety measures. As the raindrops continued to fall outside, Chun Xian awoke from his slumber. I have been reborn on the very day the apocalypse begins, he murmured, gazing at the ominously hued raindrops outside his window. According to the impending narrative, his mother would kindly open the door to let in a neighbor fleeing from monsters, only to be thrust before a zombie by that very neighbor, thus gaining a moment of respite. Following this, he would be enslaved by several neighbors for a month, eventually seizing an opportunity to escape and embark on a decade-long survival journey in the apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Chen Xian stealthily retrieved a sharp knife from the kitchen, concealing it in his pocket. His mother was still in the living room watching television, and the knock on the door would soon resonate. To avert this tragic fate, he paced to the living room and settled into a seat near the door. This time, he would certainly prevent his mother from opening the door. Armed with the experiences of his previous life, he was well acquainted with what lay ahead. He was determined to ensure that they, mother and son, would thrive in the apocalypse. Chen Xian waited anxiously, but even after the rain ceased, he did not hear the sound of the neighbor's knock. After the rain ceased, the sporadic sound of gunfire in the entire Green Vine city never abated. The raindrops, upon direct contact with a person's skin, could lead to immediate infection, transforming them into a zombie. Those fortunate enough to avoid the rain needed to rely on antibodies to withstand the viruses lurking in the air. As in the previous life, 80% of the global population succumbed to zombification and various conflicts erupted across the world. However, the Great Xia experienced a different transformation. Chen Xian paced back and forth at the entrance as afternoon descended, while everyone else remained quietly sheltered at home, too fearful to step outside. He noticed numerous individuals emerging below, wielding makeshift weapons and bravely attempting to hunt down zombies. Elderly individuals and children crafted rudimentary anti-bite tools at home, while the youth ingeniously transformed their clothing racks into spears, luring zombies with purpose and strategy, collaborating with neighbors to clear the wandering undead. This harmonious scene was entirely unexpected for Chen Xian. In his previous life, everyone had hidden indoors, allowing the zombies to accumulate unchecked on the streets, ultimately triggering a zombie tide. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the living room was rapped upon. His mother, seated calmly in the living room, stood up without a hint of panic and instructed Chen Xian to open the door. "Mom, you can't open the door. What if those people rush in and steal our supplies?" "Oh, they are just neighbors. They wouldn't do such a thing. We've shared the same roof for decades, and they must be here to deliver supplies from the community." This time, Chen Xian found his mother's response even more naive than in his previous life. He could hardly believe it, yet he desperately restrained her. After about 10 minutes, the sound of the door lock clicking echoed, and the door swung open. "Is everything all right, Sister Chen? I noticed it was quiet in your room and feared zombies might appear, so I brought the locksmith from the community to open the door." A man clad in a yellow vest, with 7-7 locksmith emblazoned on his back, entered alongside several burly men, all fully armed, with some wielding anti-explosive forks. Chen Xian clutched his head in despair. Once again, he had failed to avert the tragic fate of his previous life. However, the next scene left him wide-eyed. Several bags of rice, a few crates of apples, and an assortment of canned vegetables and meats were dragged into the living room. "These supplies were just delivered to your home as per your application on the community app. Indeed, the apocalypse has arrived, just as Jiang Shang foretold." His mother proudly raised her phone. "Son, didn't you say I should learn more about using my phone? Look, since the onset of the apocalypse, I applied for supply assistance through the community, and it all arrived." This unexpected beginning took Chen Xian by surprise. As a reborn individual, he had envisioned carving a bloody path through the apocalypse alongside his mother. Yet, on the very first day of the end times, the community was delivering warmth. "Thank you, dear neighbors. I heard our community is organizing efforts to clear zombies in the area. My son is still young. He should go and lend a hand. We cannot remain sheltered here while others toil." The leading man patted Chen Xian on the shoulder and remarked, "Young lad, you may appear somewhat lean, yet fret not. With your tall stature, consuming more meat will surely cultivate your strength. As for Chen's sister-in-law, I shall first depart to the community to report and receive my militia assignment. Go on, go on. If you do not return for dinner, make sure my boy sends me a message." Chen's mother waved her hand, cheerfully placing the supplies into the kitchen. Chen Xian followed a few neighbors down the stairs in silence. Along the way, the residents and survivors of the community scurried like ants, guided by a locksmith, as they searched each household for those uninfected. The community's main gate stood firmly shut, with numerous grotesque corpses of zombies sprawled on the ground, dragged together by several elderly individuals. Peering through the gate, Chen Xian observed the opposite community, where a line of burly men wielding riot forks stood guard at the entrance. It appeared that every community was engaged in the grim task of clearing out zombies. This was astonishing. As the apocalypse unfolded, everyone tended to their own affairs. With scarce resources, they resorted to plundering others. And it was a miracle if they did not harm you. In the later stages, only those survivor bases would regularly cleanse the zombies. And such spontaneous efforts at the onset of the apocalypse seemed unimaginable. Chapter 30, Starlit Skies. Ultimately, Chun Xian volunteered to take on the grim task of clearing and incinerating the bodies. Armed with the advantages of reincarnation, he understood that many zombies harbored a unique genetic muscle within their chests, and prolonged exposure to this tissue would enhance one's physical capabilities. When accumulated to a certain degree, awakening would commence. Although uncertain whether this was a result of the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth, Chun Xian deemed it improbable. Through the still operational network, he gathered a wealth of information and identified the butterfly responsible for this world's anomalies, Jiang Shang. Jiang Banqing. In his previous life, the first survivor base in Luftang City was established by Jiang Shang, whose fate, however, was tragically sealed. A few months into the apocalypse, he was assassinated by those he had saved, succumbing to excessive blood loss. In his former existence, Chun Xian had also benefited from Jiang Shang's mercy. After escaping the tyranny of his neighbors, he was rescued by the survivor base, where he received excellent care and healed from his wounds. Following Jiang Shang's demise, power struggles erupted among several deputy leaders in the base, leading to a bloody turmoil. After a significant purge, the new survivor base ceased to provide free rations, compelling every individual to contribute in their own way. This base, fortified by ample resources and equipment, grew increasingly powerful in subsequent years, becoming one of the most formidable survivor bases in the entirety of Xia. In this life, Chun Xian initially planned to seize control of this base through his foresight, transforming it into his logistical stronghold. However, based on the information he had currently gathered, it seemed that Jiang Shang had also been reborn, and in this life, he was faring even better than before, adopting an even more benevolent stance. Chun Xian did not endorse such behavior. He believed that the apocalypse would demand a different moral code. Yet, as a current beneficiary, he felt he lacked the authority to cast judgment. Relying on the dissection of zombies, Chun Xian amassed a formidable physical prowess. In the brief span of 7 days since the apocalypse began, the overwhelming number of zombies dwindled to a mere handful, thanks to the tireless efforts of the survivors. Gradually, some dared to venture beyond their communities, scouring the streets for supplies. Yet, what baffled Chun Xian was that those who returned with resources would dutifully lay everything out for counting before depositing them into the community's food storage. With a decade of experience surviving in the apocalypse, Chun Xian found it incredulous that these scavengers did not keep a portion for themselves. Logically, one would expect them to hoard some supplies, but since his rebirth, the moral standards of the world had risen to an unprecedented pinnacle. People were helping one another in this desolate time. No one took advantage of the chaos to loot or vandalize, and everyone spontaneously aided those in distress. If Jiang Shang's rebirth was akin to a butterfly stirring the winds of this world, then this peculiar moral elevation was something Chun Xian could never have envisioned in his previous life. On the 7th day of his rebirth, he witnessed a notorious figure from his past, a man who was said to have slaughtered over 100 at the dawn of the apocalypse, now seemingly righteous, leading a band of burly men armed with an array of weapons, grappling with a mutated creature. Nearby survivors were employing various tactics to disrupt the creature's movements and distract it. This was simply inconceivable. Surely, I must be losing my mind. Or perhaps this is a fantasy conjured in my dying moments. That was San, the bloodstained marauder, who would never expend effort on such thankless endeavors to save others. Yet, this surreal reality unfolded before him. Just a month prior, San was a ruthless thug roaming the streets, but he was included in Jiang Shang's list of beneficiaries. Coming from a particularly impoverished household, he received a monthly subsidy of 2,000, with an additional 500 for himself, his daughter, and his elderly mother. This amounted to 3,500, sufficient for their sustenance. San, lacking skills, barely scraped by on his 3,400 salary, which was insufficient for his family's needs. In pursuit of greater income, he began aiding his comrades in violent endeavors. However, Jiang Shang's assistance illuminated a path toward a different life, one where he could earn clean money and live in stability. On the day the subsidy was granted, Hussein declared his intent to abandon his former life. He sought employment guarding the community entrance, earning over 3,000. And with the subsidy, his family's needs were met. From that moment onward, he became a devoted supporter of Jiang Shang. Thanks to Jiang Shang's fervent rhetoric, the moral fabric of society began to improve, and Hussein's daughter and mother were no longer subject to the scorn of their neighbors. For the first time in his life, Hussein experienced the feeling of being respected. Many malevolent individuals are shaped by their upbringing, societal context, and experiences. When a wicked person endeavors to abandon their nefarious ways and receives positive reinforcement, they may, in turn, take up their former weapons to defend the newfound goodness they strive to protect. The fervent and erratic utterances of Jiang Shang provided fertile ground to alter an individual's moral compass on a psychological level. In a certain sense, the zombie apocalypse of the Great Xia has been thoroughly exhausted. In dire circumstances, self-sacrifice for the sake of duty has left behind resilient survivors. Alongside strangers who valiantly defend one another in times of peril, as well as those suffering from food shortages, who receive timely provisions. The contrasting variables of morality and immorality in this dystopian world have led to divergent outcomes. Standing before his villa, Jiang Shang observed numerous grateful citizens spontaneously cleansing the area of zombies. With a substantial stockpile of resources, he began to assume control of the defense of the entire Greenvine city. Amidst the apocalyptic crisis, the military had been decimated. Yet many influential figures were willing to heed Jiang Shang's guidance, resulting in a remarkably peaceful transition of power in Green City. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the zombies in Greenvine City were entirely eradicated. Previously, the city had been haunted by no fewer than 950,000 zombies. Yet in this iteration, the number of survivors had surpassed 300,000. This increase of 250,000 survivors birthed a multitude of skilled technicians who repaired electrical systems and purified wastewater facilities. Miraculously, the city experienced no power outages, and the contaminated water sources were filtered by water treatment plants employing the highest standards. In this new world, the gravest survival threat was not the initial onslaught of rookie killer zombies, but rather the organisms and plants that evolved frantically from the absorption of mysterious rainwater. Humanity, as a species endowed with intellect, utilized tools to enhance their cognitive abilities. The primary evolution did not manifest in physical form, but rather in the realm of the mind. Through the development of mental faculties, many individuals acquired extraordinary capabilities, although this process was prolonged, rendering humanity incapable of competing with the wildly evolved flora and fauna during the early stages of the apocalypse. Thus, the formidable mutated beings and plants in the mid-phase became the chief culprits behind the severe losses endured by humankind. In front of Jiang Shang's villa, following the onset of the apocalypse, the bodyguard department had expanded multiple times. Armed with firearms and ammunition swiftly procured from the military, they efficiently cleared vast areas of zombies. At the onset of the catastrophe, Jiang Shang promptly called upon survivors via radio to seek refuge in his villa district. The Great Xia military and police forces suffered considerable losses, serving as the first line of defense against the zombies. In contrast to other cities, Greenvine City was not severely damaged. Other cities bore the brunt of greater losses due to Jiang Shang's lesser influence, resulting in fewer morally transformed citizens. However, the brilliance of human nature invariably incites positive emotional responses. A multitude of morally awakened individuals banded together to orchestrate rescue efforts, for justice inevitably encounters justice. Across the nation, countless survivor bases sprang forth overnight like spring bamboo shoots. They organized survivors to actively cleanse the zombies and engage in self-rescue. During the early phase, when the zombies had just completed their transformation and were at their weakest, an adult could easily dispatch a zombie with careful vigilance. These bases communicated through radio to connect all survivors willing to unite, searching for resources and implementing rescue operations. This led to a significant increase in the number of survivors across the nation. In the previous apocalypse, merely 50 million individuals had managed to endure 7 days after the cataclysm, but astonishingly, this time the count approached 200 million. Many severely afflicted major cities housed millions and were powerless to organize any rescue efforts, forcing them to flee. In an instant, a multitude of refugees scattered across the vast lands of the Great Xia. On the 7th night of the apocalypse, Jiang Shang communicated nationwide via radio. This is the survivor base of Lufting City. I am Jiang Shang. According to forecasts, a surge of mutated creatures will erupt in the coming months. These beings possess formidable strength and exhibit extraordinary resistance to conventional weaponry. Within 2 months, all cities will become perilous. Hence, I urge humanity to unite. We are currently mobilizing personnel to clear highways and national roads. Refugees from nearby cities are welcome to seek shelter. We will provide sustenance and clean water. Presently, our reserves can sustain 50 million residents for 3 years. However, due to the severe blockage of national roads, ensuring the safe arrival of survivors to the Lufting City base is a daunting challenge. Though these times are fraught with difficulty, humanity has not perished, and hope remains. Here in Lufting City, we shall establish the largest survivor base in the world. We welcome all survivors to join us. The mysterious rains of the apocalypse had ravaged much of the infrastructure, severely damaging networks and power supply, leaving many cities without water or electricity. Yet, humanity invariably finds its way. In the next moment, the previously silent radio erupted with fervent voices. This is Jiang City. We are the survivor base of Jiang City. Accepting the leadership of the Lufting City survivor base, we will relay efforts to clear the highways, ensuring connectivity to Lufting City remains unimpeded. All will be challenging, but humanity shall ultimately find its path. The voices from the radio flowed like a refreshing spring, instilling boundless hope and courage within the hearts of the people. This is Linhai City. We accept the leadership of the Lufting City survivor base. Our survivor base coordinates are: we will provide free freshwater and fuel, becoming a crucial link in this great migration relay. Humanity endures. This is the Shuzhou survivor base. We accept the leadership of the Lufting City survivor base. We will establish supply points and clear designated highway sections to ensure the safe evacuation of all refugees. This is Su City. We hereby announce our acceptance of the leadership of the Lufting City base. We will clear a safe route for the Great Migration Relay. In times of national calamity, self-rescue is paramount. This is Lin County. This is Chang City. This is Xingzhou. A myriad of radio waves spanned across the skies of the Great Xia, with countless survivor bases stepping forth to rescue survivors, eliminate zombies, clear highways, and search for resources. All radios harmonized in a single proclamation: survive. In the apocalypse, strive to endure. We still possess hope. Humanity is eternal. Finally, the last transmission from the Imperial Capital radio emerged. This is the Imperial Capital, where millions of zombies converge. All survivors in the Imperial Capital, please follow the designated migration route. We shall proceed to a new location to establish a new home. Various units across the nation are urged to cooperate closely. May humanity endure eternally. The radio waves spread across the vast summer sky like a multitude of stars, each wave a voice from a survivor's base, converging into a formidable force and becoming a crucial link in the grand exodus of the apocalypse. Every survivor base stands as a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkness of the end times and guiding the survivors toward their future. Each survivor shines like a twinkling star, striving to persevere amidst the apocalypse, embodying humanity's everlasting hope. This is a resounding migration, a spontaneous redemption of the entire populace of the Great Xia. Chapter 31. The migration of the apocalypse night enveloped the earth. Viewed from satellites above, highways extending toward Greenvine City sparkled with countless lights, revealing the lengthy refugee convoy. The high-speed rail, capable of transporting large numbers of people, had long ceased operations due to the lack of electricity. People relied on the support of various rescue bases, venturing onto the highways from different locations. Yi Ming drove on the highway, having been on the road for a day, his vehicle carrying his wife, daughter, and parents. Fatigue was evident in everyone's eyes. During the earlier part of the day, his wife had taken the wheel, but now, as night fell, she had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, with 2 pickup trucks closely trailing behind, belonging to his brother-in-law and mother-in-law's family. Despite the presence of numerous supply bases, the journey proved arduous, often encountering hordes of corpses and elusive mutated creatures. Fortunately, many armed civilians and militia, equipped with rifles and homemade weapons, provided timely assistance at each checkpoint along the route. These individuals were strangers to him, yet each was exerting their utmost to clear the roads of zombies and mutated beings. He even witnessed some unarmed militia driving heavy trucks, recklessly crushing the corpses along the roadside. Many armed militia and military personnel had fought tirelessly for several days and nights, gripping their weapons as they slept on the ground, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. A few armed civilians on watch scanned their surroundings with bloodshot eyes, ever vigilant. Signs of prior clearing were evident along the highway, with many broken-down vehicles pushed off the road. The illuminated array of cars, pickups, and trucks lit up the highway, while militia with rudimentary weapons or old rifles patrolled the emergency lanes, keenly observing any signs of movement. The dark road was adorned with warning signs, and militia clad in reflective vests shimmered like bright stars. "Dad, who are those glowing uncles?" his daughter asked innocently, peering out of the car window at intervals where she spotted several militia members in reflective gear. "They are heroes, guiding us to our new homeland," Yi Ming replied, his gaze fixed on the taillights ahead, his voice filled with reverence and resolve. In the deep mountains, in a sparsely populated village, survivors stood in line, quickly ushered onto vehicles by a hastily organized military and police force. From the tattered military uniforms and the smoke lingering on their faces, it is evident that they have traversed through a series of harrowing battles, as if they were trudging through the abyss of death, each step laden with hardship and challenge. A compassionate elder tenderly placed a basket of eggs in the driver's cabin. The driver, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, squinted his eyes not in refusal but in acceptance, hastily recording the supplies received that day, now augmented by the newfound basket of eggs. These eggs would be subject to a rationing system, distributed to other survivors in need. Tragically, along this perilous journey, over a dozen brothers have perished, their sacrifices akin to brilliant shooting stars streaking across the dark night sky, illuminating the path of hope for the survivors. Such scenes unfold across the nation as if they were part of the daily routine. Under the selfless rescue efforts of military personnel and militia, survivors are swiftly gathered. With the collaboration of the remnants of the Daxia military and numerous organized militias, they are rapidly transported along the vital lifelines leading to Greenvine City. Survivors, like spontaneous sanitation workers, are diligently clearing away the undead. According to the apocalyptic guide, if the zombies are not dealt with, they will coalesce into a horde, birthing formidable undead. While many cities have managed to clear away the zombies, the emergence of increasingly mutated creatures leaves the survivors overwhelmed. Lacking formidable firepower, these mutated beings exhibit a growing bloodthirstiness. In the absence of heavy artillery, humanity struggles to contend with these abominations, which resemble ravenous wolf packs, greedily consuming the lives of the survivors. The journey ahead promises to be arduous, destined to witness much bloodshed and sacrifice, with courage serving as humanity's most poignant anthem. There will always be those who abandon everything in a valiant attempt to save this world. They are like meteors streaking across the sky, illuminating the entirety of human history. This grand migration, anticipated after Jiang Shang's announcement, has seen the surrounding cities of Greenvine City thoroughly cleansed. Relying on the armed forces born from a network of faith, no, they are no longer called the armed forces of all beings. These newly formed troops, once clad in green, resemble resilient blades of grass daring to sprout through the cracks of stone after a torrential storm. Jiang Shang prefers to call them the armed forces of hope. With these forces of hope, the formidable mutated creatures are systematically eradicated. Each day, numerous convoys are organized to venture into surrounding cities to gather supplies, which are then stored in the resource reserve centers of various towns and cities. These centers were originally emergency grain depots established by Daxia. With minor renovations and expansions, they can serve as central granaries for each locality. Daxia had constructed such emergency storage facilities in every city, a prudent measure that effectively addresses the looming scarcity of resources. As more and more refugees flood in, Greenvine City has deployed numerous construction teams, rallying the populace to urgently erect shelters. Each day, the scale of Greenvine City continues to expand. According to the blueprint, Greenvine City is set to connect with 5 surrounding cities, transforming into an immense human settlement. However, such a large-scale gathering faces formidable challenges. There is an insufficiency of raw materials and a lack of qualified steel. Fortunately, Jiang Shang possesses the extraordinary gift of omnipotent replication. By leveraging the knowledge that knowledge is power, he has swiftly improved numerous technologies, simplifying the acquisition of essential materials, enabling them to be sourced locally. A month has elapsed since the apocalypse, during which a considerable influx of refugees has entered the city. drawing the attention of powerful mutated creatures along the way. Hundreds of Hope armed forces, created through a faith network, can only ensure a general stability and safety in certain areas. Each of these Hope armed warriors is an awakened individual. Research indicates that consuming a specific gene-rich meat found within zombies and mutated beings can facilitate awakening. It is only through concentrated supply that these armed warriors can collectively awaken, better equipping them to support the Hope armed forces. At present, time is of the essence, and the tasks at hand are daunting. A groundbreaking foundational material, the high polymer brick, has emerged. It is remarkably lightweight yet robust, impervious to heavy firepower. The materials used in its production consist of ordinary sand and clay, a leading foundational material crafted overnight by Jiang Shang, utilizing the principle of knowledge as power. Alongside this innovation is a new quick-drying cement, which fully hardens in just a few hours and possesses an adhesion strength exceeding that of standard cement by more than 100-fold. This breakthrough in material science has simplified construction. According to the plan, extensive city walls are rapidly rising in the designated building areas. With the provision of resources, numerous refugees have joined the fervent construction efforts. The walls and residential buildings are being constructed in segments, while fertile lands are being developed into farms, where many seeds have been sown. These farms serve as a guarantee for humanity's future self-sufficiency. As the remaining resources dwindle, sustainable development emerges as the path to survival. In another laboratory located in the imperial capital, countless staff members are hastily packing various research materials for transport. Yu Yao remains steadfast in the laboratory, carefully placing a drop of solution under the microscope. This drop consists of a mixture infused with gene-rich meat, which has been known to enhance human physical capabilities. Yet, Yu Yao believes there must be a more effective extraction method to convert this gene-rich meat into a strengthening agent. This marks the 349th experiment. The preceding 300 attempts to refine the gene solution have all failed at the final moment for various reasons. Changing her approach, Yu Yao feels a premonition that this time will surely succeed. As the final vial of gene solution is mixed with several other substances, a dramatic transformation occurs within the test tube. The solution turns a pale green, and a peculiar fragrance wafts through the laboratory. This is the first instance of such a remarkable reaction. There is no time to validate the success of this agent. With great care, Yu Yao secures the potion using a temperature-controlled device. The peculiar fragrance captivated the attention of the wandering, mutated creature. Outside the research facility, the sound of guards unleashing a torrent of gunfire echoed through the air. A sudden, unexplainable riot had erupted among the mutated beings, resulting in the loss of over half of the third squad, and a call for support from the first and second squads was urgently made. Equipped with heavy artillery, a formidable foe indeed, Moon Yao felt an intense premonition. This was the dawn of a new era for humanity. The vial of successful serum clutched in her arms would determine the future of mankind, marking the commencement of humanity's second pivotal moment in the post-apocalyptic world. Days later, a transport aircraft descended from the airport of Greenvine City, carrying over 100 elite warriors, including those equipped with the armaments of hope. Their mission was to descend upon the imperial capital airport to rescue researcher Moon Yao. Fully armed, Chen Xian sat within the cabin, cradling his rifle. The fleeting months felt like mere days. He sensed a profound transformation between this life and the last. In his previous existence, countless survivor bases dotted the landscape, each vying for dominance, often clashing with one another. Yet in this life, the ongoing mass migration was an experience unparalleled in his former days. The survivor bases had spontaneously evolved into supply stations, wholeheartedly supporting this great exodus. It seemed that everyone had awakened to the most luminous aspects of their humanity. And compared to the shadows of his past life, Chen Xian preferred to believe that his previous decade had merely been a surreal dream. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had consumed vast quantities of genetic flesh, awakening early and reminding him that his dreams were not mere fantasies. As the first awakened human, Chen Xian possessed invaluable combat experience forged in the crucible of his last life, marked by bloodshed and survival. His extraordinary physical capabilities were swiftly recognized, leading to his rapid enlistment. His awakened spatial abilities allowed him to store vast amounts of supplies, thus facilitating a lighter and more secure rescue operation. In contrast to his earlier aspirations of establishing the most formidable survival base, leveraging his foresight to thrive amid the apocalypse, Chun now focused on preserving the Hope Base, a collective construction of the Great Xia, shining with the brilliance of humanity. This life represented a different kind of apocalypse, one where every individual labored for their homeland, striving to build a new sanctuary. It was a stark departure from the bleakness of his former existence, where a mere package of biscuits or a bottle of water could lead to morally questionable encounters under the guidance of a husband. Having witnessed the light, one no longer wished to return to the darkness. Compared to a few months prior, Greenvine City had expanded exponentially, successfully incorporating several surrounding cities. Each day, new residential buildings and essential facilities were erected. Through the airplane window, an endless stream of vehicles flowed in and out of Greenvine City, with large trucks laden with production materials and assembly lines arriving from afar. Ahead lay an unbroken road connecting various survivor bases, as survivors from all corners of the earth arrived at their new homeland. This heralded a new beginning for humanity. Chun was acutely aware of the individual he was destined to save. She was a researcher from the survivor base in the Imperial City in his past life, credited with the creation of the first awakening serum. This time would be no exception, and the future promised to be even more radiant than before. Chapter 32. Vastness. Jiang Shang stood atop the office building, watching as the transport aircraft ascended like an arrow released from a bow. Two fighter jets followed closely behind, flanking the transport in a protective escort. In the months since the apocalypse began, numerous airborne mutated creatures and exceptionally gifted avian species had evolved at an astonishing rate. According to satellite observations, at least 3 types of birds had already broken the sound barrier. In contrast, among humanity's strongest, only the hope of armed warriors remained, as no one else had managed to achieve supersonic speed. Jiang Shang magnified the satellite images on the screen, revealing the expanded area of the Greenvine City survivor base, which sparkled like a resplendent jewel. The pace of progress needed to quicken, for the evolutionary mutation of these creatures far exceeded the initial models set forth. Jiang Shang's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and after a long sigh, he contemplated the situation. Throughout this month, Jiang Shang had tirelessly immersed himself in the technological knowledge of this world, endeavoring to utilize the principle of knowledge as power to advance the technological tree. Fortunately, from his previous life, he had perused a plethora of books, allowing his academic prowess to ascend once more, elevating him from an ordinary first-tier student to a second-tier scholar. This second-tier scholar status was a universal prerequisite vocation, enabling seamless transitions to any third-tier profession, thanks to the system's assistance. Had he been subjected to the random vocational transitions like others, the likelihood of becoming a scholar would have been minuscule, likely skewed by his specialized knowledge. The benefits bestowed by being a scholar were formidable. As a second-tier, universal prerequisite vocation, the scholar possessed passive skills such as equilibrium physique, whereby enhancements in intelligence would elevate all attributes, remarkable insight, significantly amplifying comprehension of knowledge, and drastically increasing learning efficiency. Skill duplication, allowing for the simultaneous replication of 3 specific skills from another, with mastery contingent upon one's own attributes. Epiphany, offering a chance for deeper understanding while studying any knowledge. And memory palace, endowing him with an eidetic memory, where all encountered knowledge was stored like data in a computer, readily accessible at will. Through the authority granted by the Imperial City, Jiang Shang linked to the root server using the system, which filtered a wealth of knowledge that surged into his mind, categorized and organized within his mental repository. Thanks to the development of his mental faculties, his brain capacity reached an astonishing level. Within just 1 hour, he had assimilated all knowledge currently accessible to humanity. Never before had anyone achieved such a feat, mastering the entirety of modern civilization's wisdom. This knowledge reflected and illuminated each other within his mind, sparking inspiration akin to a constellation of brilliant pearls. Utilizing the system to connect to a computer, Jiang Shang rapidly modified a detailed defense structure diagram based on the mental map of Greenvine City, akin to a master craftsman meticulously sculpting a work of art. The documents and construction drawings were feverishly produced by hundreds of printers linked to computers, akin to an incessant machine tirelessly generating the fruits of intellect. A vast assembly of assistants had long been stationed nearby, meticulously categorizing these blueprints, resembling diligent bees storing their gathered nectar. Benefiting from the various institutions that lingered in the remnants of the Great Xia, they transformed into public servants after being baptized by the fervent rhetoric. shining like brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating their commitment to serve the people. These individuals, already possessing managerial experience, swiftly established a framework for mid to lower management, ensuring that each command from Jiang Shang was executed with remarkable precision, akin to finely tuned gears interlocking seamlessly, propelling the development of Wolftang City. The essential infrastructure for basic living conditions was rapidly constructed in the new residential areas, standing like robust fortresses safeguarding humanity's future. Across Wolftang City, a staggering 100,000 excavators toiled day and night, resembling tireless steel behemoths relentlessly unearthing the city's prospects. Under the leadership of the awakened teams, the major survival bases frantically scavenged resources and fuel, tasked with transporting refugees while simultaneously searching for raw materials. The majority remaining at the survival bases were young and able-bodied, as the elderly and children were all sent to the rear, to the Wolftang survivor base. The inherent human spirit of protecting the vulnerable compelled these young adults to remain. In Jiang Shang's view, even without the fervent rhetoric, many would still choose to stay in such a positively reinforcing environment. For instance, in his homeland, those beloved individuals were like flames illuminating the dark night sky. What Jiang Shang accomplished was merely to plant this seed in people's minds using fervent rhetoric. Humans, as social beings, inherently seek recognition and belonging. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, nearly 20 million young adults steadfastly remained in various survival bases, entrusted with the task of becoming the roots of Wolftang City, diligently seeking the nutrients necessary for the trunk, much like loyal guardians preserving the prosperity and tranquility of this land. 7 days later, a transport aircraft, trailing thick smoke, was pursued by countless mutated flying creatures. The anti-aircraft artillery scattered throughout Wolftang City roared in defiance, driving away these aberrant beings. The transport aircraft landed erratically on the airport runway, where the prepared special operations personnel swiftly unfurled long fire hoses for emergency response. Yu Yao was the first to disembark, bewildered as she was surrounded by numerous soldiers. Moving forward, having just arrived in Wolftang City, a torrent of memories suddenly surged in her mind, reminiscent of a past life where she followed a different trajectory. In that world, the Great Xia had not experienced a great migration, nor were there thousands of survival bases united in a collective effort to ensure the safe relocation of refugees. Instead, there was only endless internal strife, where the powerful awakened seized supreme authority, and it was only after several leadership changes that the capital's survival base found stability. For 50 arduous years, Yu Yao struggled to survive in that world, her memories marred by the incessant wails of alarms, the overwhelming tide of corpses, and the mutated birds that darkened the sky. The last moment etched in her mind was the sight of survival bases dwindling from thousands to a mere handful over those 5 decades, with the last remnants of these bases vanishing amidst the relentless onslaught of the undead swarming into the imperial capital. Endless infighting and treachery had driven humanity from the annals of history in that world. The deceit and the shadows of human nature during the apocalypse obliterated the future of mankind. Having finally assimilated these complex memories, Yu Yao regained her composure, realizing that she had been assigned by the staff of the survivor base to the research facility dormitory. The bright room, with its plush bed, private bathroom, and abundant water resources, offered a stark contrast to the armed warriors streaking across the city sky. Everything felt as though it had reverted to a time before the apocalypse began. Yu Yao steadied herself, her past life's memories intertwining with her current ones, making it difficult to discern the illusory from the tangible. Yet she understood that everything had changed. While the individuals in this world were the same as those in the previous one, this time there was no betrayal, no internal strife, only unity and mutual assistance. A collective effort propelling the survival base to expand at a terrifying pace. Humanity's ingenuity was being maximally harnessed, with an unending supply of heavy weaponry being transported from clandestine arsenals, aided by relevant organizations. As Yu Yao endeavored to categorize the chaotic memories swirling in her mind, she recognized this as a new beginning, a fresh start, with the recipes for awakening potions ranging from levels 1 to 9 from her past life embedded in her consciousness. After sitting quietly in the living room for an extended period, she seemed to reach a resolution and pressed the emergency notification button in her room. Within a minute, a multitude of guards rushed into the room. "Miss Yu, is there a security issue?" One guard inquired softly after securing the area. "Take me to see the leader." I have crucial intelligence to report. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang was feverishly updating urgent technological breakthroughs based on the knowledge coalescing in his mind. The system's prompt chimed in timely fashion. Congratulations, you have gained the loyalty of the protagonist Yu Yao in this world, with a score of 100. You now have 2 protagonists loyal to you. Jiang Shang paused, rubbing his nose. The protagonist of this world a month ago had seemingly been a reincarnator. Could it be the same this time? The next day, Jiang Shang encountered Yu Yao, who sat across from him in a chair, a large stack of documents laid before him, meticulously inspected by the armed warriors. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fervent warriors quietly exited the room. Jiang Shang intertwined his fingers, his gaze expressing a hint of amusement. These are the formulas for the awakening potions. I doubt you can develop the theoretical constructs for potions ranging from 2nd to 9th level all at once. A mere glance at the documents provided him with a clear understanding of their content. In the realm of awakening potions, he has been diligently following developments. However, given the maturity of the craft and the impeccable completion of the potions documentation, it is simply implausible to achieve such a level of refinement in a single endeavor. This necessitates multiple trials and gradual improvements to attain such perfection. Yu Yao gazed at the man before her. He was absent from her memories of the previous life. Yet in this lifetime, he frequently appeared in television commercials and on mobile screens. His speeches had captivated her previous self, who lacked the memories of her past existence. This man, with his substantial wealth, had foresightly amassed a plethora of survival supplies, establishing a solid foundation for Greenvine City. So, are you also a reincarnator? Yu Yao could not help but inquire. Jiang Shang narrowed his eyes, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Yes and no. I merely wish to rectify everything for the Jiang Shang of my previous life in this new one. His response was somewhat evasive, yet Yu Yao interpreted it as an affirmation. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The concept of reincarnation was indeed enigmatic, and she feared being deemed insane and confined. Chapter 33. Development time flew by, akin to a fleeting shadow, and another quarter had passed. The first winter of the apocalypse arrived, the biting cold winds slicing mercilessly across the faces of the survivors, an unrelenting chill. In their naivety, the survivors of the past believed that winter would resemble those of yore, yet they were gravely mistaken. Even in the southern regions, temperatures plummeted to a staggering -40 degrees, as if the entire world had been encased in a frozen sculpture. Snowflakes, as soft as goose feathers, cascaded from the sky, blanketing the planet in a thick quilt. This snow seemed to possess a mystical power, birthing a multitude of frost-themed monsters that rampaged through the snow, seeking opportunities for survival. The first winter of the apocalypse was dubbed the Winter of Anomalies, as countless survivors succumbed to hypothermia in their slumber due to the frigid temperatures. Within the survivor base, numerous refugees lay frozen, their smiles forever etched on their faces as if time itself had come to a standstill amidst the icy surroundings. Following 6 months of expansion, the outer walls of Greenvine City had finally been completed. The strange runes, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, adorned the walls like bright stars, pulsating with a soft luminescence, seemingly narrating the city's tale. This knowledge of runes from the main world, brought by Jiang Shang, revealed that various forms of knowledge from the main world appeared to be universal across smaller realms, functioning stably as the most versatile runes. With the foresight of 2 reincarnators, all residential buildings were equipped with centralized heating and biogas systems. As the first heavy snowfall began and temperatures dropped sharply, the pre-prepared steam heating and underfloor heating systems activated simultaneously. The residents' rooms were instantly enveloped in warmth, akin to the embrace of spring. The community committee also organized personnel to deliver warming supplies in batches. Their presence shone like the winter sun, providing warmth and hope to the residents. The snowplows, equipped with frost protection, began to traverse the meticulously planned straight avenues, diligently clearing the accumulated snow. Their wheels etched deep tracks in the snow, reminiscent of the lifeblood of the city. The entirety of Greenvine City sprung into action the moment the cold wave descended, functioning with the precision of gears. Each individual busied themselves at their posts, striving for the future of this metropolis. Hurry! The snowfall is too heavy. The greenhouse farm might collapse under the weight of the snow. Assistance is needed. Even on this wintry night, a long convoy of vehicles, illuminated by headlights, sped towards various locations of distress. Their beams of light illuminated the city, serving as beacons of hope, guiding the populace forward. Chun Xian stood atop the central building of Greenvine City, gazing down at the city aglow with lights. The lines of vehicles, shining like serpentine dragons, painted an unprecedented scene of an apocalyptic world. This was a vision that the survivors of the Great Xia in his past life could only dream of. He often pondered whether this was merely an illusory dream, a magnificent tapestry woven by his mind as he faced death in his previous existence. After 10 years of traversing the apocalypse, experiencing the vicissitudes of human emotions, hypocrisy, betrayal, he found it hard to believe in the brilliance of humanity. Once, he believed that self-preservation was paramount and that in a world gone awry, one must abandon kindness and resort to ruthless means to survive. This was the path he deemed most fitting for survivors. However, Jiang Shang revealed to him another facet of humanity: unity, selfless dedication, and mutual support. After half a year in this new apocalypse, he witnessed countless strangers laying down their lives for one another, fearlessly protecting the weak, and an unprecedented solidarity among multitudes facing the same crisis. Chun Xian found this world peculiar. It seemed that selfishness and darkness had dissipated, transforming everyone into the very embodiment of altruism he had once despised in his former life. In the past, a team made of such altruism could easily lead to the demise of many, and the term altruist had become a pejorative, a subject of ridicule among survivor bases. Yet in this life, nearly everyone embodied that altruism, willingly sacrificing for one another. It was this cohort of altruists that, in the 6 months since the onset of the apocalypse, safeguarded far more survivors than in his previous life, over tenfold. During the first winter of his past existence, the number of survivors dwindled to 13, and by the end of the winter, the entire population of survivors in the Great Xia would not exceed 10 million. In a time when coldness and apathy reigned, an altruist appeared merely as a comical jester. However, when altruists became the majority, the apocalypse ceased to be terrifying. People began to rescue one another amidst the ruins, striving to shield the living from impending crises. At this very moment, this bastion of hope for the entire populace of the Great Xia, with its robust defenses and comfort, sheltered nearly 200 million survivors. Even before the apocalypse, such a vast population necessitated an extraordinary mobilization of resources, with the myriad challenges arising demanding a substantial mid-level team for management. However, Greenvine City has achieved this. Everyone harbors hope for the future, striving to endure and adapt to life following the cataclysm. This is astonishing, and it is the aspect that perplexes Chun Xian the most. He gazes towards the residence of Jiang Shang, where lights blaze brightly and numerous copiers hum incessantly. Jiang Shang, who claims to have awakened superbrain capabilities, is tirelessly innovating technology each day. Those gunpowder firearms, which still saw use in the post-apocalyptic world 50 years hence from the previous life, have now become the weaponry of the militias in this era. Regular soldiers patrol the streets with rune-imbued firearms that shimmer with arcane light. Chun Xian possesses one as well. He attempts to dismantle the magazine, discovering that the bullets within are etched with intricate runes and devoid of gunpowder bases. By simply inserting the magazine into the rune gun, the bullets, aided by the runes, can be discharged at a velocity 10 times that of traditional firearms. Once an awakened reaches the second tier, most gunpowder weapons become nearly obsolete. Yet, half a year into the apocalypse, Greenvine has witnessed a surge of 3rd and 4th tier awakened individuals emerging from the base. These rune firearms have undergone rigorous testing. Even 4th tier awakened ones find themselves unable to withstand a squad of soldiers armed with rune guns. Within Greenvine City, hundreds of munitions factories operate around the clock, producing these rune bullets. What once could barely disperse flying creatures has been entirely replaced with rune artillery. As the strongest awakened in the entirety of the Great Xia, Chun Xian has now ascended to the 6th tier. Previously, he believed that aside from those armed with hope, very few could pose a threat to him. Yet, the rune artillery can. Confronted with the muzzle of the rune cannon, his primal instincts scream in alarm. He senses that once it fires, in mere seconds, he could be reduced to a mere pile of flesh. This newfound knowledge of runes is a gift from Jiang Shang. Following the closing of the city walls, Greenvine entered a frenzied state of militarization. Daily, numerous soldiers depart the city in military vehicles, rotating shifts at various survival bases, which in turn, having been fortified with extensive rune defense weaponry, sustain the main city. The once catastrophic tide of mutated creatures that could threaten all of humanity now seems trivial in comparison. Chun Xian is bewildered as to when this transformation began. It appears that everything is gradually improving, and humanity, once again, stands atop the food chain, empowered by its formidable intellect. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang is deep in contemplation, holding aloft a beaker containing a peculiar green substance, harmful liquid filtered from the sewage plant. This very liquid is the culprit behind the animal mutations and the transformation of humans into zombies. Under microscopic examination, these liquids contain countless bizarre microorganisms, whose structures are unlike any known on Earth. Experiments indicate that upon entering a biological host, these microorganisms proliferate rapidly, and upon reaching a critical mass, they begin to violently assimilate and alter cells. The cells undergo countless evolutions within a brief span of time, changes that would typically require millennia to manifest. Many frail hosts are ill-equipped to withstand the tumultuous transformations wrought by this frenzied evolution, leading to the complete erosion of brain cells and the emergence of merely the most primal bloodthirsty instincts. This phenomenon, referred to by Jiang Shang as failed evolution, results in creatures that, under the dominion of these microorganisms, transform into entirely different bloodthirsty beings, in their desperate need to assimilate vast quantities of foreign DNA fragments. These beings unleash frenzied assaults on survivors, who are theoretically akin to them. The survivors harbor numerous genetic fragments sought after by the undead. Furthermore, a significant portion of the awakening potion formulas provided by Yu Yao necessitates the purification of these microorganisms for their preparation. Fortunately, the newly established water plants in Lftang City, numbering in the hundreds, are capable of filtering this substance daily, thereby supplying these biological materials in large quantities. In a twist of fate, vast amounts of awakening potions are rapidly mass-produced. Presently, nearly all residents of Lftang City have attained the status of first-tier awakeners under the uniformly distributed awakening potions. Jiang Shang is more intent on unraveling the essence of this apocalyptic disaster, which appears to be a meticulously orchestrated experiment. All life forms on the planet, including humanity, have become sacrificial pawns in this grand experiment. Deep within his consciousness, Jiang Shang communicates with Gong Xie for a moment, sharing his thoughts and reflections. After a brief contemplation, Gong Xie replies, "Brother Jiang, although my exposure to such apocalyptic realms is limited, I am certain that most of these worlds exist within a cosmic realm known as the catastrophe universe. The operational mechanism of this universe involves the cyclical cultivation of civilizations, the unleashing of disasters, and the subsequent absorption of catastrophe energy to sustain its function. You are not without reason, brother. Just now, I attempted to shift my perceptual abilities to sense this planet and found no traces of advanced civilizations. Having utilized her omnipotent replication ability to replicate a perceptual talent from a powerful individual she had previously encountered, she transformed from her original socially anxious self into a more rational being. Calmly rising from the depths of her consciousness, she discerned that these microorganisms resemble perfect beings produced by the celestial order, with each of their genetic chains flawless and devoid of chaotic strands. Therefore, I conclude that you exist within a realm of the catastrophe universe." She then looked up, revealing a resigned smile, acknowledging that within this universe of calamity, every civilization is caught in a cycle, with the longest lasting only a few thousand years. Countless epochs have come and gone, giving rise to innumerable civilizations that eventually perish in disaster. Thus, how can one liberate this civilization from such cosmic laws? Jiang Shang calmly converses. If the esteemed doctor were here, he might possess numerous solutions. As for me, I find myself currently unable to address such a dilemma. I feel utterly powerless to assist you, brother. With that, Gong Xie relinquished her omnipotent replication ability and reverted to her former, socially anxious demeanor, clutching her little black dog and retreating to a corner of Jiang Shang's mind, drawing circles on the ground with a forlorn expression. Jiang Shang sighed. His skill panel had been open for quite some time, and the 3 talents he had brought into this world seemed utterly useless in overcoming the current challenges. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Shang gazed at his talent panel. Wait, it seems I've stumbled upon a solution. Chapter 34. The beasts that roamed the earth. 3 fleeting years had passed, and the city of Greenvine, once marked by the Dragon King's strike-through completion of the outer and inner constructions, was now fervently engaged in underground operations. The solid ground had been filled with an immense quantity of bricks and steel, extending a full 500 meters below the surface, a monumental undertaking. The time and resources expended to fill such a vast area with so much material were astronomical. Fortunately, the majority of Greenvine's populace had ascended to at least a third-tier awakener status, with only a handful of newborns remaining. This was an era of superhumans. In the wilderness, those mutated creatures, many of which were highly reproductive social beings, had made significant advancements. Even a newly born offspring could attain the level of a third-tier awakener. However, humanity's reliance had never been on awakening abilities. Rather, it was their intellect that allowed them to evolve more rapidly than other beings, with greater development of brain regions and heightened wisdom. Armed with this profound intelligence, researchers began to develop various combinatory runic tools based on the runic technology promoted by Jiang Shang, which entirely supplanted the original physical sciences. It was not that physical science lacked strength, but rather that each step within it required a longer path to traverse. The threshold of runology was remarkably high, and when combined with physical sciences, it could yield wondrous chemical reactions. In these 3 years of apocalypse, the technology, which had regressed to a pre-industrial revolution state, surged forward under the aegis of runic technology, advancing to a point that surpassed the technological capabilities prior to the cataclysm. On the outer defensive line of Greenvine, a tide of mutated beasts had just been repelled. Dozens of runic mechas, preset on the battlefield, slowly raised the high-tensile golden runic net. Initially laid upon the ground and covered by a thin layer of soil, once the battle concluded, a few heavy-duty runic mechas could easily pull it up from the sky, much like a fishing net in the sea, gathering all the corpses of the mutated creatures into a single heap, significantly reducing the time required for battlefield cleanup. The carcasses of these mutated creatures would be dissected for useful parts, with many edible sections processed into canned goods or transported to the streets for distribution. The citizens of Greenvine, as consumers of this meat, found that the flesh of the mutated beasts possessed certain nourishing qualities, capable of enhancing their awakening speed to some degree. At the city wall's runic artillery position, as the last mutated beast fell, the alarm that echoed across the city's skies gradually subsided. Yi Ming released the control handle of his exoskeleton mecha, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and placed one between his lips. With a click, a windproof lighter ignited, and he held it to the tip of his cigarette. "Hey, give me one too, will you? I've never smoked in my life." "Get lost, you little rascal. Smoking is detrimental to your health, see?" Yi Ming pointed to the bold letters on the cigarette box. Standing idly by, the rookie soldier Xiao Zhang remained unfazed, shamelessly offering a light. Yi Ming, the proprietor of a small supermarket, once hoarded tens of thousands of cigarettes, anticipating a lucrative return during festive seasons. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, he had no choice but to transport his entire stock to his new residence. Thanks to these cigarettes, Yi Ming's family enjoyed a considerably improved life in their new abode. 3 years later, his inventory of cigarettes dwindled significantly. In this era, cigarettes had become a rare commodity, as Greenvine City lacked sufficient land for tobacco cultivation. Fortunately, tobacco, a high-value crop, underwent mutations after the apocalypse, with some leaves reaching widths of up to 10 meters in designated growing areas. As the economy of Greenvine City continued to revive and resources became increasingly abundant, civilian exploration teams began to organize groups of intrepid smokers to venture into various tobacco-growing regions, once designated for cultivation but now overrun by mutated tobacco. The first defense line lay 10 kilometers from the city walls, and over the years, extensive searches through various support bases had resulted in the transfer of numerous heavy industrial production lines to Greenvine City. In an effort to alleviate population density, Greenvine City had gradually expanded outward, establishing 8 satellite cities connected by 2 rows of formidable walls. This circular metropolis, with 8 protruding extensions, formed a cohesive oval-shaped city-state. Surrounding this expansive oval city-state, a towering wall, rising 1,000 meters, began to take shape. With Greenvine City's formidable military strength, there was no need for elite armed warriors to take action. The city could rely solely on its rune-powered mechs and exoskeleton soldiers to dominate the nation. Yet, a few reincarnated individuals foresaw the impending future. In 2 years, a second reign of mutations would descend like a torrential waterfall, heralding a more frenzied surge of mutated creatures, while dimensional gates would emerge like mushrooms after rain. These dimensional gates seemed to function as a mysterious mechanism, transmitting torrents of extraterrestrial mutated beings to this planet. Jiang Shang had previously engaged in profound discussions with Gong Xia about this mechanism, likening it to a series of cups connected at the top, where water poured into the first cup, filling it before rapidly flowing into the second, and so forth. Unfortunately, this planet appeared to be positioned as the last cup in the sequence. Thus, by the 5th year following the apocalypse, the planet's multitude of mutated creatures and zombies had been largely eradicated by humanity. However, following the second reign of mutations, countless dimensional gates emerged worldwide, unleashing a plethora of bizarre creatures and peculiar variants of zombies from other worlds. Survivors from different planets swarmed into this world like locusts, severely undermining the once promising situation for humanity. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, when global survivors believed they were on the brink of overcoming the cataclysm, they were met with devastation as an array of uniquely powerful mutated beasts and new types of zombies inflicted heavy casualties upon them. Thus, the gradual advancement of Luftang City assumes immense significance, as the city as a whole is now striving towards self-sufficiency. Jiang Shang has not employed the talent of madman's speech for quite some time. Instead, he has devoted more of his efforts to harnessing the power of medical knowledge. He is fervently engaged in the research and development of various rune technologies. However, the faith network he established earlier continues to reinforce the effects of his once utilized madman speech. Despite repeated warnings, Luftang City has even formed a clandestine cult that venerates him, with the number of its adherents skyrocketing from an initial 5 residents to over 90 within a mere 3 years. With the establishment of this cult, a heightened level of faith has emerged, and this vast reservoir of belief has coalesced into numerous embodiments of hope. Only the fervent believers can wield these embodiments of hope, and people quickly discern this pattern. The embodiments represent the most formidable force on the planet. Upon donning the attire of a warrior of hope, an individual immediately attains the prowess of a 6th-tier awakener, with stronger awakeners capable of unleashing greater power. A 6th-tier awakener once endeavored to liberate the full potential of the embodiment of hope, but could only sustain it for a brief 10 minutes. Yet, during that fleeting interval, each of his strikes could theoretically match the strength of a 9th-tier awakener. In this era, where power is of utmost importance, becoming a warrior of hope equates to an instantaneous ascent to greatness. Consequently, once this phenomenon was uncovered, the fervor of faith intensified. Each day, this collective belief materializes into a new warrior of hope. Jiang Shang, the laissez-faire overseer, established conditions for them to autonomously seek out the most steadfast believers, thereafter relinquishing control. This so-called faith embodies a belief in the highest virtues of humanity, such as unity, kindness, and justice, while also inspiring practitioners to embody these ideals. The birth of a warrior of hope each day is akin to winning a lottery in a previous life, offering an immediate elevation to glory, thus amplifying the expectations of the populace. This, in turn, has fueled the growing fervor of the cult venerating Jiang Shang. Some individuals have even begun to enshrine statues of him in their homes, while his numerous acts of kindness before the apocalypse have been repeatedly recounted and celebrated. The cult, named the Cult of Benevolence, has gradually evolved into a behemoth over the past 3 years. Currently, with a year and a half remaining until the second anomalous reign, the colossal coastal walls will be completed in 6 months, followed by the inward-facing walls in another 6 months. In the final 6 months, various cooperative farms will take root and flourish within the inner city after the walls close in. Benefiting from the mutations in flora, the biologists of Luftang City have selected numerous high-yield edible crops, which grow to impressive sizes. The harvest from the first quarter is more than sufficient to meet the daily needs of the city's residents. This marks the 5th year since the onset of the apocalypse, and the survivors have achieved a positive cycle of food production. The fully enclosed walls, standing 100 meters thick and 1,000 meters high, silently safeguard the populace within. Furthermore, the water recycling and filtration system has undergone further upgrades, with artificial water sources being generated through a combination of chemical and rune technologies. The expansive city, with a diameter of 500 kilometers, resembles a colossal beast resting upon this land. On the evening of the second mutation reign, 5 years after the apocalypse, a more potent energy than the first permeated the heavens and the earth. Countless raindrops glimmering with a faint green luminescence surged forth, and within a mere 10 minutes, a torrential downpour enveloped the globe. In the wilderness, innumerable herds of beasts emerged from their habitats, wildly sprinting through the ruins of the city. Thousands of survivor bases across the nation had long been abandoned, as the survivors had retreated to the rear headquarters months prior. Some small nations near the Great Xia, having benefited from the extensive purging of zombies and mutated creatures over the past few years, experienced a significant rise in their survivors' living conditions. With the onset of this mutation reign, numerous dark portals unfurled across the earth, where restless beasts within sensed the aroma of the rain. Driven by instinct and a thirst for evolution, they surged through the portals into this world, igniting the largest outbreak of mutated beasts in the 5th year of the apocalypse. These aberrant creatures evolved rapidly in the rain, yet the vast amounts of nutrients consumed and the formidable strength gained from their evolution had no outlet, leading them to cast their bloodthirsty gazes upon the fragile humans. That night, the walls of Greenvine City blazed with light. As the outermost fortifications endured the onslaught of the mutant beasts, countless flying aberrations crowded the sky, while various battle platforms atop the walls were already brimming with glimmering cold light emanating from rune mechas. A barrage of anti-air rune cannons unleashed a relentless stream of bullets into the sky. The immense expanse of Greenvine City attracted the attention of countless beasts, drawn by the tantalizing scent of blood and flesh within. Fearless as swarming ants, they clung to the walls, climbing in dense clusters, only to be mercilessly obliterated by the elevated rune mechas wielding their fierce rune cannons. Behind the outer walls, rows of 5-meter-high rune mechas stood in precise formation, extending into an endless horizon, each with a driver at the ready. Their mission was to serve as a reserve force, prepared to replace any rune mechas on the walls that had exhausted their energy. The softly glowing green raindrops lashed against the exteriors of these mechas, coalescing into streams that trickled down the intricate rune patterns on their armor, ultimately falling to the earth. After more than 20 minutes of fierce combat, rune mechas began to descend from the walls, their energy depleted. The first army of rune mechas was on standby, ready to take over the city's defenses. Clad in armor of hope, Chun Xian stood tall like a spear, encased in a faintly green-armored suit as the rain washed over him. He spoke in a commanding tone, issuing orders. The front line of rune mechas illuminated with glowing runes, their propulsion vents gradually warming up. Moments later, as the front line relayed the notification for a change in defense, a unified command echoed through the radio network. The first army of rune mechas was mobilized. Countless runic mechas unfurled enormous energy wings, soaring into the sky, transforming the rainy night into a spectacle reminiscent of a myriad of dazzling stars. Chapter 35, The Floating City. The vortex particle beams emitted from the thrusters of the runic mechas illuminated the entire night sky. "Kid, your mecha looks quite impressive," Yiming remarked, standing within the confines of his mecha. Following the prompts on the retinal display, he set the firepower to automatically patrol for enemies, making manual choices based on the various evasion routes identified by the runic network. He turned to glance at another runic mecha trailing behind him, prominently marked with the number 3901 on its chest. "Brother Yi, let's go together." Shaowen said that after this battle, "We should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage." Yi Ming smiled, contemplating the fact that this recruit, whom he had mentored since enlistment, was about to get married. Just as he was about to encourage Xiao Zhang, his expression suddenly turned serious. "Wait a minute, isn't Shaowen my daughter?" Yi Ming's face darkened. "Yes, Dad, we'll be family from now on." Xiao Zhang promptly adapted his words, unabashedly playing along. "Captain Yi, congratulations. You've got a fine son-in-law." Xiao Zhang's honesty struck Yi Ming as commendable. With Xiao Zhang's parents gone, "Captain Yi, this son-in-law of yours is practically another son." The other 8 mecha pilots, who had remained silent on the communication channel, chimed in. "Quiet. I do not consent to this. Xiao Zhang, you take the lead and draw the airborne beasts. The rest of us will cover you from behind." "Wow, Dad, you're going to end up without a son-in-law at this rate," came Xiao Zhang's exaggerated exclamation over the comms as he boldly surged to the front. The originally triangular formation of 10 mechas shifted into an inverted V, with one mecha acting as bait, released a short distance ahead. Its runes glowed brightly, and the 4 wings on its back radiated an intense light. Countless airborne mutant beasts, drawn by the brilliant glow, surged toward this mecha in a frenzy. The supporting team in the inverted formation unleashed a torrent of firepower. raining down upon the swarming, flying, mutated beasts, which fell from the sky in anguished cries. The skies above Greenvine City had descended into chaos, with runic mecha turrets illuminating the night as they operated at full capacity. While the runic mechas on the outer city walls did their utmost to intercept the flying beasts attempting to breach the defenses. Yet, many flying beasts still evaded the perimeter, as the anti-air runic cannons stationed in the city center keenly locked onto the agile targets. Numerous armed warriors of hope ascended into the sky, wielding 15-meter-long anti-air runic light swords that ignited the air in front of them. These warriors, equipped with their anti-air runic light swords, activated their overclocking mode, creating a flurry of bloodshed in the air. Many avian mutants, resembling dragons, had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when a green beam shot swiftly from afar, causing them to disintegrate midair. After 5 years of relentless faith in the network, approximately 500 armed warriors of hope now resided within Greenvine City. This is the most elite armed force in Greenvine City, capable of covering several kilometers in mere seconds. When they activate their power liberation mode, distances of over 100 kilometers become trivial. Nearly 1,000 hope warriors soar through the skies above Greenvine City, while several hundred others execute decapitation missions on the front lines, eliminating many formidable flying beast leaders. A colossal beast, approximately the length of an aircraft carrier, hovers at an altitude of 20,000 meters, stretching its wings languidly, buoyed by its anti-gravity ability. Countless alien insects emerge from its fur, cascading down towards Greenvine City in a relentless swarm. Dozens of hope warriors appear around this giant creature, their slender green rune swords resting on their shoulders, suspended in the air. In an instant, one warrior arcs his body and shoots forth like an arrow, striking the massive creature with his sword, causing a spray of crimson. A terrifying roar erupts from the altitude, and the clouds below are violently parted by the force of its bellow. Thousands of golden insects surge forth from the beast's skin, resembling a golden torrent. With a flutter of their wings, they vanish in an instant, akin to golden lightning streaking across the sky. In that moment, 1,000 golden lights appear above, akin to brilliant meteors blazing through the air. Has their speed reached 30 Mach? It feels as if they are nearly matching us. One hope warrior swiftly catches up to a golden glow, wielding his airborne rune sword. With a single strike, he cleaves the golden insect as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Fear not, for we can maintain the super frequency mode for extended periods. 30 Mach is merely our baseline speed. However, for the rune mechs, it constitutes a dimensional strike, as they can only reach a maximum of 25 Mach. Hope warriors communicate through the faith network, as if through telepathy. In the next moment, several nearby warriors reach a consensus within the localized faith network. Let us exterminate these insects. Spare not a single one. Above Greenvine City, green light rapidly chases the golden glow, akin to hungry wolves pursuing a flock of sheep. The sky filled with golden light quickly fades, as if meteors extinguished in the night. Approximately 15 minutes pass, and a mournful wail echoes at high altitude as a battered giant beast can no longer maintain its elevation. Its skin igniting in bright flames due to friction with the atmosphere, plummeting like a meteor from the sky. The beast crashes heavily to the earth, and shortly thereafter, several hope warriors emerge from its underbelly, utilizing their armor's flight capabilities to mitigate the impact of the giant's fall. They adjust their rune longswords, swiftly slicing the beast into several pieces. While numerous ground crew members emerge, their tasks clearly delineated as they begin to dissect the flesh and blood of the colossal creature. In the depths of the monstrous flesh, a few undeveloped aberrant creatures were swiftly dispatched by the ground personnel wielding their exoskeletal mechs, casually tossing the remains onto the trucks. Throughout that night, the populace of Greenvine City diligently fulfilled their respective duties, rapidly disassembling the numerous carcasses of the fallen aberrations from the sky. Those deemed edible were packed and transported to the canned meat processing facilities, while parts with research potential and biomimetic material applications were meticulously categorized and preserved in cold storage, awaiting further development. The inedible scraps were ground into compost by massive meat grinders. The efficiency and ruthlessness of human civilization were starkly laid bare, transforming Greenvine City into a vast abattoir. At that very moment, Jiang Shang stood deep within the subterranean depths of Greenvine City, utilizing his vocational skills from the primary world. He replicated the abilities of several awakened individuals. The powers possessed by these awakened varied greatly. Some appeared flamboyant, yet were of little practical use. For instance, one awakened could perceive the force fields between objects, another could see through materials, while others had the ability to mark and track targets, their practicality being rather limited. Nonetheless, Jiang Shang successfully replicated all these abilities through his vocational copying skill. Standing underground, Jiang Shang employed his X-ray vision to ascertain the distribution of the city's foundational structures. After utilizing the marking ability, he had marked the entirety of Greenvine City's subterranean base. "Let me see where the limits of my cutting lie," he murmured, unleashing a surge of formidable mental energy that bore a sharp intent. Following the densely woven lines of force fields before him, his mental energy transformed into threads that extended hundreds of kilometers in an instant. With a mere thought, these mental threads swiftly traversed the force field lines. In the next moment, from Jiang Shang's perspective, these lines fractured, taking with them the vast foundation that extended for hundreds of kilometers. The entire Greenvine city shuddered slightly. Those engaged in fierce combat felt a gentle tremor in the earth, which quickly subsided, leaving everything seemingly undisturbed. Jiang Shang merely nudged upwards along the cleaved gap. This minor exertion transformed into a force that steadily and slowly elevated the entire city. It resembled a frail human in a weightless environment gently pushing a stationary meteorite, evoking a sense of awe and reason. Having conceptually lost the gravitational pull of the planet, Greenvine City began to rise gradually, with layers of rock separating. Underground waters surged forth. Before long, nearly everyone sensed an anomaly. The rune mech troops stationed on the outer city walls felt as though the walls were becoming increasingly elevated, as the number of monsters scaling the walls began to dwindle. Meanwhile, the Yiming rune mech squad, disengaged from the wall combat, observed from their operational room's 360-degree perspective. Behind them, Greenvine City was slowly elevating from the ground. The sprawling metropolis, akin to a colossal beast, was rising steadily, soon surpassing a height of 10 meters above the earth. Soaring above the city, the rune mechs resemble a swarm encircling a hive. The resplendent light wings and the base's swirling particles create an illusion from afar, akin to countless blue fireflies spiraling through the urban landscape. "Dad, it seems our city has taken flight," young Zhang exclaimed from the cockpit, awestruck by the sight of their city gradually ascending. "Be quiet. I will never entrust my daughter to you." "Oh, come on. I've already envisioned it. Let's each have our own roles. You can call me brother, and I'll call you dad." The two continued their playful banter despite the gravity of the situation. Yi Ming's lips twitched in irritation. How had he come to endure such trials? Just then, a command from superiors arrived. "Enough chit-chat. Team 946, execute your orders." The higher-ups have instructed Team 946 to relocate to the Eastern District, Segment 3985, for cooperative defense. Ascend as a unit. The 10 mech squad's thrusters erupted in a brilliant display of particles, shooting skyward. Surrounding teams received cooperative defense commands, and countless rune mechs swiftly took to the skies, both from the ground and in midair. As they ascended, the 4 pairs of light wing weapon systems behind them unleashed a barrage of fine blue projectiles, swiftly dispatching the creatures scaling the city walls. This scene was captured by a returning soldier of the Hope Armed Forces, and many years later, this photograph would be regarded as a pivotal moment in the aftermath of human civilization. Some attempted to magnify the image, discovering a tiny figure at the base of the city, supporting it as it soared into the heavens, akin to a deity elevating a throne. Even in later generations, many remained perplexed by the nature of this immense power, sensing that it transcended common understanding and defied the laws of nature. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang was preoccupied with more pressing matters, such as Chapter 36, the Eternal Sky City. How could this colossal floating city be halted? At present, Jiang Shang pondered this dilemma. In the realm of wizards, floating cities are controlled by various runes and magical arrays, allowing for effortless ascent and descent. In this world, however, Jiang Shang had employed his extraordinary talent, which had already transcended established norms. Was he to forcibly sever the floating city's upward momentum? That approach was impractical. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind within a mere second. In the next moment, an idea surfaced. What if additional propulsion systems were added to the base of the floating city? By installing downward thrust mechanisms on the city walls or designated locations, could the floating city achieve autonomous ascent and descent? If thrust systems were installed in various directions, would that not enable the floating city to navigate through the skies? After all, the concept of gravity for the entire floating city had already been severed. This implied that, in relation to this world, the floating city bore no weight. Thus, applying a formula, how could one manipulate an object devoid of weight freely? This problem, when approached from a different perspective, could be solved even by a middle school student. The answer lay in equipping it with propulsion systems in all directions, through the intricate connections of faith networks. Several propulsion factories in Greenvine City worked tirelessly through the night to complete a dozen rocket engines. These engines were installed in various corners of the floating city, currently maneuvered manually to control the descent and navigation of the entire airborne metropolis. Dozens of dynamics experts engaged in fervent discussions, faced with the daunting scale of Greenvine City as illustrated in their blueprints, initially deemed the task insurmountable. However, upon discovering the weightlessness of the city, one expert stood upon the fortifications, gazing at the vast sea of clouds below, murmuring in disbelief, "This cannot be. Physics has ceased to exist." Indeed, the peculiar onset of this apocalyptic era had shattered numerous established scientific principles, prompting the experts to reassess their shattered paradigms and deliberate on how to bestow autonomous flight capabilities upon this extraordinary construct that defied conventional logic. Meanwhile, an unsolicited assembly of aerospace runic weapon specialists regarded the challenge with nonchalance, asserting it was a trivial matter. They proposed to design Greenvine City as a stationary aerial aircraft carrier. The collision of ideas from various disciplines birthed an armament-laden, floating Titan fortress. Chemical energy propulsion? Magnetic thrust? Obsolete. They opted for runic propulsion, requiring merely periodic rune maintenance for autonomous flight, supplemented by a sophisticated automated piloting system, all operable with the simple push of a button. A highly credible power modification plan was swiftly finalized within a day. Subsequently, the construction team for the Rune Siege Mech sprang into action, erecting countless construction platforms beneath the city. These platforms were suspended from the base of the floating layer. Indeed, conceptually, the floating city existed in zero gravity. Yet, what if additional steel plates were affixed above? The answer remained zero gravity. An intriguing hypothesis arose. Why could humans stand securely on the floating city without drifting away? This led to discussions of the groundbreaking cutting capabilities, seemingly bestowing the floating city with its own gravitational field, making walking upon it akin to traversing a planet. With the absence of gravitational concerns, thick and resilient alloy armor plates were meticulously layered upon the base of the floating city. These plates possessed autonomous sealing capabilities. In times of warfare, they could unfurl to reveal a formidable ground-based runic artillery stationed beneath. In accordance with military specifications, the plan entailed outfitting the bottom of the floating layer, measuring over 100 kilometers in diameter, with over 1 million diverse runic cannons. Additionally, concealed compartments were hollowed out to serve as deployment bays for the rune mechs. Imagine a colossal flying city with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers, effortlessly gliding through the skies. What an exhilarating sensation that must evoke. In light of its expansive base, adorned with over 1 million runic cannons, equipped to unleash a barrage at a moment's notice by opening bomb bays when necessary. What concept does this embody? Greenvine City established a dedicated department to oversee this monumental endeavor, ensuring that authority and resources flowed freely, with all processes receiving expedited approval and priority supply. A question has arisen. To undertake such a daunting transformation in a vast city, a considerable amount of raw materials is essential, and the city's own resources are surely insufficient. What then, if these raw materials are lacking? The solution is straightforward. The city ascends into the skies and descends upon the sources of these materials, engaging in rampant extraction. Lacking copper? We shall soar to the regions abundant in copper production. And if there are those who dissent, those from other survivor bases unwilling to cooperate? Have you not noticed the legion of rune mechas accompanying the floating city? Have you seen the imposing artillery mounted on the base, capable of engulfing an entire family within its barrel? Ah, you have indeed seen them. So, are you willing to cooperate? Most certainly. In fact, with great eagerness. 5 years post-apocalypse, the global survivor bases witnessed a scene akin to a miracle. The floating city, carrying all the survivors of the Huaxian nation, frequently traversed the world. Those standing beneath the city were not filled with dread, but rather with trembling awe. A A city with a diameter of over 100 kilometers had taken flight, casting shadows that obscured the sun for hours on end. Initially, many survivors from various nations presumed it to be an extraterrestrial visitation. Numerous awakened individuals from abroad ascended to the skies, adopting the most humble demeanor in hopes of peaceful dialogue, seeking refuge for themselves and the displaced. However, upon reaching the city walls, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of ruined mechas, which parted to allow a figure clad in military uniform from the Daxia nation to emerge. Are you implying we are aliens? You wish to accompany us, seeking sanctuary? The foreign awakened were left bewildered as more mecha hatches opened, revealing an array of Daxia individuals. Is this the same nation that ranked second globally before the apocalypse, now manifesting such a colossal floating city? Initially stunned, they soon felt exhilaration, followed by a sense of reverence. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it had been 5 years since the second wave of mutated rain fell. The global population of 8 billion had dwindled, with the Daxia population of 200 million remaining. While the estimated number of survivors abroad did not exceed 100 million, as inferred from satellite imagery, the city of Ulftang, having undergone several expansions, optimized residential structures, making it feasible to accommodate this 100 million population. Consider this: if the surface cannot sustain them, they may reside underground. If space proves insufficient, we can always find a locale to alight and expand our outer cities. Population is a resource. While it is true that the Daxia people uphold a high moral standard, this applies to their own. A clever foreign youth might inquire how one can become part of this community. Ahem, have you ever heard of the faith of benevolence? No? Fear not. It is not too late to embrace it now. We are all one family, and if you do not believe, I'm afraid you may not board the vessel. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, the floating city had traversed the majority of significant survivor bases across the globe. Meanwhile, within these diverse survivor enclaves, a sect known as the Faith of Benevolence quietly took root. They possessed ample resources and even greater military might, advocating for kindness and justice. Anyone who has committed no wrongdoing may become a follower of their creed. Upon becoming a believer, depending on the strength of your faith, it is possible for you and your entire family to ascend to that miraculous city that floats in the skies. Jiang Shang has leisurely spent half a year, and after the second bout of anomalous rain, the collective intelligence of the populace has reached new heights, giving rise to countless prodigies in the art of sigil literature. These geniuses collaboratively strive each day to advance the practicality and progress of this literary form. Although it still lags significantly behind the primary world, this methodical and fundamental approach, which avoids the pitfalls of hasty advancement, lays a more solid foundation for the future. The floating city expands daily at a perceptible pace. A new fortress is constructed, and the following day, another begins its work. These fortresses are arranged in a semicircular formation, nestled against the tall and sturdy outer walls. Viewed from space, the entire floating city resembles a vibrant flower, a grand circle encircling myriad smaller petals. As humanity enjoys prosperous days, other species inevitably suffer. In this world, various mutated beings and hordes arriving through spatial gateways endure a life of turmoil daily. Today, the newly devised sigil artillery is tested for mass bombardment effectiveness. The colossal herds of mutated beasts roaming the earth find themselves utterly devastated. This cycle has persisted for 2 years. Whenever these wandering creatures see the sky darkening in the distance, they instinctively flee. Even the enormous mutated flying beasts, which once dominated the skies, have been subdued. Upon spotting a city from hundreds of kilometers away, they instinctively evade it. The lessons learned from their past encounters have been too harrowing to ignore. Meanwhile, many extraterrestrial intelligent beings, who have clandestinely crossed through spatial gateways, gaze upon the floating city with envy. They, too, are essentially refugees, compelled to escape their harsh environments. Once, a formidable group of extraterrestrial beings, all of whom were 9th-tier awakened individuals, attempted to seize the floating city after 10 instances of anomalous rain. Yet, they were obliterated before even approaching 10 kilometers of the city. One might argue they are powerful, and indeed they are. But who among them can withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of sigil artillery strikes? Do they comprehend what a dense barrage entails? Do they grasp the meaning of unavoidable evasion? What falls from the sky is not rain, but sigil artillery. In the ensuing decades, the number of survivor bases on Earth dwindled. Most of these bases, once deeply rooted in the teachings of the cult of benevolence, quickly transformed into fervent believers. During these years, humanity faced no survival pressures, leading to a slight increase in population. The stronger the awakened individuals became, the weaker their reproductive capabilities, resulting in nearly 30 million newborns entering the world over this period. Humanity has finally embarked upon a new epoch, which is collectively known as the Era of Eternal Sky. Chapter 37. Departure, Settlement, and New Characters. The system has detected that the host has paved a new future for humanity. According to predictive simulations, humanity now possesses the capability to endure the impending cataclysms of the next century. The primary quest of this world has been completed, as have the secondary quests. Shall we return immediately? No. In the ensuing century, the city of Green Vine was officially renamed the City of Miracles. Under the rapid advancements of human runic technology, which loomed high above, the mutated creatures on the ground were relegated to mere livestock. There was no need to fear indiscriminate hunting, as numerous spatial gateways scattered across the far corners of the earth continuously transported vast quantities of these aberrant beings. The inhabitants of the City of Miracles tirelessly expanded their enormous aerial metropolis. A century later, a floating city tenfold the original size spanned the skies, and wherever it ventured, its very presence incited tumultuous changes in the local weather. After arranging all frameworks and the transfer of power, Jiang Shang departed this world in a state of decrepitude on the occasion of his 150th birthday, amidst the gathering of many. Following a century of evolution, the cult of benevolence had transformed into an undeniable force, usurping all authority within the City of Miracles. On the day of Jiang Shang's departure, all those connected to the faith network sensed the emergence of a grand and sublime while separating from the network of belief. Yet, the faith of the populace remained unbroken, existing instead in a tenuous and intermittent connection. On the first day after his departure, a collective conclusion emerged. Jiang Shang had not perished. He had merely transcended this realm, becoming a deity, and one day, we would reunite. A theologian left behind a final testament at the end of their life. The system prompted, in this world, you have gained 1,000 ink points. Would you like to perform a tenfold draw? Jiang Shang regained his composure, as the weight of a century spent in other worlds was gradually lifted by a mysterious force. He returned to the youthful spirit of his earlier days, gazing at the three resplendent doors upon the facade of a dilapidated building. System. Summon a character. The old structure trembled, and countless doors quivered, until a heavy door adorned with perfect muscle contours was forcefully swung open, a thunderous roar reverberating through the air. A burly man, entirely tattooed and bald, materialized before him. Summoner, it is an honor to answer your call. Speak, where shall we go? Whom shall we slay, and how many? Hiss, he does not seem like a virtuous individual. The imposing figure's voice resonated deeply, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity, embodying the very essence of madness, indeed a fitting embodiment of the reconstructive faction. Congratulations, you have summoned a character. Guardian. Congratulations, you have obtained a complete token. Fragmented game motherboard 55. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Jiang Shang's eyes sparkled with joy. Another double yellow egg. Congratulations, you have acquired the character Chu Nian. A door resembling a circuit motherboard swung open, and a languorous girl, stretching and yawning, ambled out. Huh. The fated laborer returns from a long holiday. I want to sleep. The character panel displayed. Name, Guardian, Talent, Infinite Strengthening, Hobby, Fitness, Faction, Reconstructive. Name, Chu Nian, Talent, Arrival of the Fourth Calamity, Hobby, Indolence, Faction, Cooperative. The entire dilapidated building fell into tranquility once more, leaving behind 5 doors restored to vibrant colors. Oh, isn't that the little one from the doctor's family? Long time no see, what a sight to behold. The Guardian turned to see Chu Nian stepping out from in front of his door, and out of a sense of factional rivalry, he immediately offered a friendly greeting. Oh, behold the Guardian of the Gate. It appears that Lai Fu has taken refuge upon his leg. Chu Nian, not one to indulge the sentinel, pointed at the small dog that had inexplicably latched onto his calf, delivering a scornful retort. Jiang Shang focused his gaze, realizing that Lai Fu had firmly attached itself to the guard's leg, its tiny, sharp teeth clinging tightly to the robust muscle. Cease your biting, you wretched creature. Why would you turn your ire upon your own kind in our camp? Of all the things to gnaw at, why me? Just wait, I shall summon your nemesis. The guard, flustered, spoke with a thick northeast accent. In an instant, The once imposing figure of the guard appeared rather endearing. He shook his leg in vain. Yet the diminutive black dog remained steadfast, swaying along with his movements. He understood that unless Laifu voluntarily relinquished its grip, he would have to concede, helplessly lowering his foot. Upon witnessing the little dog ascend the guard's leg, the young girl gasped in horror, casting a timid glance at the fierce guardian, her entire being visibly trembling. Nevertheless, she bravely trotted along behind him, gently coaxing the black dog down with soft words. Laifu blinked its glossy little eyes. Torn between the tantalizing offerings of treats presented by the girl, yet resolutely clinging to the calf. Jiang Shang, rubbing his forehead, noted the irony. If the leaders of the two factions could coexist harmoniously, the ordinary members seemed to harbor even greater discord. Commander, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Nian, with a penchant for gaming. As for the system panel's portrayal of my interests as laziness, that is sheer nonsense. Remember this. I am unwilling to handle significant matters and disinterested in trivial ones. Should you need anything, simply seek me out. Ah, I see. You simply wish to shirk responsibility. Jiang Shang rolled his eyes. As Chu Nian introduced herself, she ambled about as if she had not enjoyed the fresh air in quite some time. Dear Summoner, I am merely a simple guard, devoid of understanding. I shall charge forth at your command, and whoever you wish me to vanquish, I shall do so. I look forward to our days ahead. The guard, stroking his bald head, spoke with a charmingly simple demeanor. As Jiang Shang retracted the system's summoning space, darkness receded, and the bustling street returned to reality. This latest experience in the third world had significantly fortified his spirit. Moreover, the progress of his primary vocation as a scholar had surged. For while the technologies of the previous world may have seemed rudimentary in the main realm, they nonetheless constituted knowledge, selectively absorbed. This knowledge had filled a considerable portion of his advancement requirements. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. Ever since Jiang Shang achieved a perfect score in the recent rune assessment, Lu Xiaoxiao had ceased to cause him trouble. Conversely, the chubby Lu Junming had become a close companion, and the two often ventured into the streets for skewers, solidifying their bond as comrades. The guard had transformed into a proud security officer, permanently residing at the school gate, aptly named for his commitment to safeguarding the summoner. With the assistance of a physician, Chu Nian acquired a new identity, becoming an instructor in a school specializing in rune computing. Jiang Shang, having achieved a perfect score on the school's preliminary examination, returned to his dormitory amidst the astonished gazes of his peers. On his way back, a familiar network of faith swiftly connected to Jiang Shang, its fervor surpassing that of any realm he had previously inhabited. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shang's eyes reflected a peculiar intrigue. Why has the first simulated world descended upon the realm in which I currently reside? The system hesitated momentarily before responding, stating it was unable to answer this question and suggested consulting other summoned entities. In the ocean of worlds, a new continent gradually surfaced, swiftly detecting the transformations occurring in its surroundings, prompting numerous crimson figures to appear at its edges. The tribunal quickly identified the anomalies of the newly emerged world. Astonishingly, these indigenous people clad in scarlet armor adapted rapidly to the rules of the primary realm. Energy wave readings indicated that the strongest among them reached the rank of a 9th-tier professional. An adjudicator discarded the crystal ball used for detection, exclaiming in astonishment at the apparent emergence of a fragment of the vast world. A level 3 yellow alert was activated. A high-ranking judge personally oversaw the situation. As countless rune-powered aerial battleships, laden with numerous adjudicators, converged around this newly surfaced world. Meanwhile, on the continent below, countless warriors connected to the Faith Network looked up in delight. It's the leader. We have reconnected to the leader's primary network. Leader, are you there? We have found you. In breaking news, a fragment of the vast world recently surfaced near the southern seas of the One True Realm, where the indigenous people announced the establishment of the Crimson Fire Organization, which has currently reached an agreement with the tribunal. This organization has received recognition from the tribunal, and the fragment will soon be integrated into the southern continent, with the mainstream profession of this world being acknowledged by the will of the One True Realm. This profession is designated as the Crimson Fire Follower. Now, let us turn our attention to the live broadcast from the scene. Leader, are you there? We have finally located you. A Crimson Fire warrior surged into the live feed, causing a commotion. Damn, why is it this kid Zhang Fan? Jiang Shang quietly turned off the rune television, his mind in turmoil. Initially, he had thought it was a permanent farewell, having deliberately adorned the first world with his statues. But now that the first world had followed him into the main realm, he felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Shang gently stirred the faint ripples of the faith network with his spiritual will. The expression of the excited crimson-armored warriors on the broadcast momentarily froze, their faces shifting to tranquility, and the red-patterned masks they wore were lowered gently. Apologies, we are not currently accepting interviews. We kindly request that any external governments or organizations submit an interview application before we will consider an interview. Zhang Fan's voice returned to a calm tone, delivering the statement in a formal manner. The emergence of a world presumed to be a fragment of the vast world piqued the interest of many small to medium-sized organizations in the southern continent of the One True Realm, prompting a swarm of intelligence agents from various organizations to rush in. System. Initiate the summoning space. As darkness enveloped the dormitory like an encroaching tide, the flickering light of the system illuminated the dilapidated building. 5 fantastical realms were available for selection: the Enchanted World, the Immortal Hero Realm, the World of Multiversal Conquest, the Republic Era, and the Matriarchal Society. I chose the World of Multiversal Conquest. Upon completing my selection, I was prompted to choose a summoning talent, limited to 1. I selected the summoning of the 4th Cataclysm. In an instant, Chu Nian, comfortably seated in his office and indulging in the trivial act of picking his nose, was transported to the summoning space. Upon seeing the summoner's panel unfold before him, Chu Nian quickly grasped the situation, his expression reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment. My dear father, well, who could deny that you are now my employer? The reality he witnessed was but a facade, inviting him to partake in a genuine gaming revelry. A peculiar continent, floating in the universe and spanning light years, materialized alongside countless selected planets through spatial gateways. The emergence of these portals illuminated the previously tranquil Yanhuang star, akin to a serene pond disturbed by a colossal stone. As the first reconnaissance team of Yanhuang star traversed the spatial gateway into that extraordinary continent, they were captivated by its abundant mineral resources and the uncharted supernatural forces. However, with these riches came the avarice of indigenous inhabitants and powerful beings from other planets. These natives and extraordinary entities surged forth from the bidirectional portals, wreaking havoc upon the world. Yanhuang star, relying on its formidable technological armaments, valiantly repelled these invaders. During this arduous struggle, the populace was pleasantly surprised to witness the revival of the once-neglected martial arts, which now gleamed with newfound brilliance. The spatial gateways not only brought forth aggressors, but also an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy. With this influx, the martial practitioners of Yanhuang star experienced rapid advancement in their cultivation. Yet, a planet devoid of extraordinary powers could not hope to compete with the formidable beings from other worlds that had also entered this realm. Although humanity on Yanhuang star strove to catch up, they were ultimately met with the blatant malice of the myriad races. A century later, a solitary alien warrior effortlessly crushed the entire Yanhuang star, reducing it to a myriad of fragments. The remnants of the Yanhuang world consciousness, carrying the wails of countless souls, drifted through the cosmos. Unbeknownst to them, a great entity took notice of this scene, leading to an incomprehensible pact. Time now reversed. Everything was still within reach. Summoner, based on your chosen faction, we now present you with the tasks of this world. The primary mission is to successfully conquer over 1,000 alien worlds and ensure that Yanhuang star emerges victorious in the multiversal conquest. The secondary task is to seek vengeance upon the victors of the multiversal conquest. Now, prepare to immerse your consciousness, and may your experience be enjoyable. Chapter 38. Let the revelry begin. The crisp sound of a coin dropping into an iron basin awakened Jiang Shang from his reverie. The street was bustling with throngs of people, and 2 stern-faced men in uniforms approached him. All right. It seems I've begun my journey as a beggar. Jiang Shang decided to make a hasty retreat, clutching the tattered bowl he had managed to conceal. Boss, there is no need for such impatience. You can utilize the 4th catastrophe talent to create a gaming space. A languid voice echoed from the depths of Chu Nian's heart. Hey, were you just mocking me? Jiang Shang inquired with a frown as he ran. I apologize, boss. I meant no jest. I merely recalled something amusing. Enough of the chit-chat. You slacker. Quickly tell me how to generate the gaming space. You just need to touch the talent with your mental energy. Jiang Shang gently brushed his mental energy against the fourth catastrophe talent, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a stream of data and vanished from the scene. The two men in hats who had been pursuing him stared in astonishment, their expressions growing solemn. They had long speculated about the supernatural events mentioned from above, but they never anticipated encountering one themselves. We should report this. It is beyond our capacity to handle. Marking the fifth supernatural incident this month, they halted to confer. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang found himself suspended in a vast, ethereal space. Boss, this space can be configured as a beginner's village. Given your boundless intellect, you could entirely envelop the Yanhuang star in an outer space guise. Only by shattering this outer shell can one access the inner planet. Following Chu Nian's guidance, Jiang Shang meticulously set the world parameters. He replicated the external architecture of Yanhuang star in a 1-to-1 ratio, overlapping the outer and inner spaces within the subspace. As he established the parameters, the entire white expanse swiftly birthed countless terrains. As a game, NPCs are essential for guidance. I have previously stored character panels. Would you like to utilize them? I can assist in modeling. Countless data coalesced into form, and Chu Nian gradually materialized before Jiang Shang. A hint of charm graced her visage, while her eyes sparkled with expectation. You, lazy one, are surprisingly proactive? Jiang Shang regarded her with suspicion. Use it or not? Chu Nian retorted, her nose held high. Use it, she urged, clapping her small hands. Two distinct groups of NPCs rapidly coalesced, numbering over 100, standing frozen like wax figures. Jiang Shang scrutinized the leaders of the two factions. Their likenesses unmistakably resembled Dog Brother and the Doctor. The Doctor bore a gentle smile while cradling a hefty tome. Timidly sheltered behind him was the timid Huai, clutching a small dog. Chu Nian was also among them, a tall woman with exquisite amber eyes, affectionately stroking Huai's head. Dog Brother, with blood-red eyes, laughed heartily, clutching his forehead. Behind him stood a gentleman, holding his top hat and scepter. A robust guard occupied the rear center of the group, while Jiang Shang recognized few others. Yet, an intuition whispered to him that these individuals would soon cross paths. Now, let us activate the intelligent program. Chu Nian clapped her hands in satisfaction, poised to initiate the process. Suddenly, an ominous premonition flickered in her heart. Turning awkwardly, I discovered that both the Dog Brother and the Doctor had shifted their gazes towards me. Even the guards behind the Dog Brother seemed to awaken. How intriguing. I had not prepared for your mental threads. With a playful flick of my tongue, I ducked behind Jiang Shang. How fascinating it is that your subordinates dare to create statues of everyone. Such a forbidden act. Did you not properly restrain them? The Dog Brother cast a scornful glance at the myriad of dormant figures around us. Not at all. This is a matter agreed upon by the summoner. I peered from behind Jiang Shang, softly explaining. The Doctor nodded, then turned to the Dog Brother. Since this was sanctioned by the summoner, it does not breach any taboos. However, having stirred a fragment of our consciousness to descend across dimensions, do you not find this rather intriguing? What do you mean? The Dog Brother tilted his head, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. I have consented. In the next moment, all the figures appeared to awaken with intent. I have summoned a fragment of everyone's consciousness. Since it aligns with the summoner's will, let us indulge in a revelry, considering it a prelude to our mutual rehearsal. The Dog Brother raised his head, a hint of crimson glimmering in his gaze. The Doctor's expression was filled with warmth. Though this fragment of consciousness does not represent their true selves, it has been ages since our people gathered in such a manner. Silence. You make me feel nauseous. The Dog Brother interrupted the Doctor, turning away with his entourage, leaving the Doctor and his companions in their wake. Lai Fu, nestled in my arms, watched the departing Dog Brother with his glossy, round eyes filled with turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, the little black dog sighed humanely and settled back into my embrace. The fourth calamity had descended, resembling a grand intelligence system. The foundational settings of the game were complete, and the factions had unfolded. Currently, there existed a red-blue confrontation, the red side, despairing truth, and the blue side, salvation of all beings. Please select the direction for player summoning. Options included the Yanhuang Star region and the Tianmo Star region. Over 10,000 choices sprawled before me. An overwhelming sight, condensed by the system. Or perhaps a collective summoning mode. Select Yanhuang Star. Selection complete. Commencing player summoning. The initial test has activated with a summoning count of 20,000 players. As the twilight cast its glow, I was at the company, when suddenly, my phone buzzed. The game you reserved, Wanjiejingba, has launched. According to the address you previously provided, a complimentary virtual helmet has been delivered to the courier station downstairs. I was bewildered. I had reserved many games, but this one slipped my mind. Had I been dazed at work? With this question lingering, my day at work became somewhat distracted. Stuck at 5:30, enduring the manager's sullen demeanor, I leisurely exited the company, clocking out on time. Mounting a shared bicycle, I pedaled briskly for about 20 minutes. Retrieving my package from the courier station, excitement bubbling as I returned to my rented room. Virtual reality technology. Many major companies are delving into this. Could this be a grand title I had reserved in the past? As per the instructions, Yu Hui donned the virtual helmet. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, only to be replaced by a dazzling brilliance. Welcome to the Battle of the Realms, a voiceover announced. This world had enjoyed an era of tranquility for far too long. Yet an unprecedented crisis was gradually encroaching upon the Yanhuang star. In the animated sequence, a blue planet came into view, Yanhuang star. The scene zoomed out, revealing a vast continent spanning dozens of light years, intricately connecting countless other celestial bodies. Diverse races populated the continent, and numerous portals lay in silence, suspended among the powerful strongholds scattered across the land. Surrounding these portals, weapons glimmered like rain, as numerous alien legions silently arrayed themselves before the gateways. The voiceover continued. Are you prepared, warrior? Will you boldly charge into this immense continent, or will you leverage the advantageous terrain to mount a stunning counterattack? The scene shifted back to the desolate streets of Yanhuang Star, where Yu Hui even glimpsed his own neighborhood. However, it appeared eerily silent. The once bustling community park was now a picture of desolation. The experience was breathtaking, so lifelike that it made Yu Hui feel as though he had embarked upon an extraordinary gaming adventure. As the animated sequence concluded, a prompt appeared. Please select your faction. The screen shifted to display two opposing factions. One featured a man with blood-red eyes, dressed in formal attire, casually tipping his hat. A hint of madness danced in his gaze, while a multitude of flamboyantly dressed men and women struck various audacious poses behind him. The other faction appeared noble and refined, led by an elegant man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. With a finger poised thoughtfully against his lips, he held a resplendent golden book under his arm, standing before the throng. Behind him, an array of individuals donned eclectic attire, engaged in animated conversation. Among them were various animals, anthropomorphically standing and conversing with those around them. Each character's design was impeccable. Will you choose despair's truth or the redemption of all beings? The system initiated a countdown. If you are uncertain of your choice, a random faction will be assigned to you. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yu Hui glanced left and right. As a combat enthusiast, despair's truth seemed to embody a more audacious allure. Thus, I choose the redemption of all beings. He chuckled, surely. The combat faction is less populated. Otherwise, where would the thrill of defeating enemies lie? He made his choice, and the vivid crimson of despair's truth faded from the CG display, replaced by the deep blue of the redemption of all beings. Please confirm your name. I cannot fight. Please select your profession. The initial available professions included warrior, mage, priest, assassin, gunner, hunter, knight, druid, warlock, monk, paladin, demon hunter, death knight, shaman, rune master, mechanic, summoner, and magic swordsman. The extensive list of professions dazzled Yu Hui, who pondered his strengths. I choose mage, he declared, finalizing his profession selection. Welcome to the world of arena, where those unskilled in combat may enter. In the next moment, the surroundings of the unskilled fighters swiftly faded away, replaced by the cacophony of voices. A level 3 warrior beseeched a powerful mage to assist in exploring the goblin camp in a different realm. Silver-scaled breastplate, 5 silver pieces each. I just turned 18 this year. Photos and real-life meetings are available, seeking the guidance of a strong brother to lead me. Hey, brother, don't just stand there. Upon entering the game, don't dawdle. There's a character model glitch. A robust man clad in a snug priest's robe poked the shoulder of the unskilled fighter with fingers as thick as a radish. Hey, brother, with that physique, are you switching to a priest? The unskilled fighter, grasping a novice staff, widened his eyes in astonishment. The large man, named Sweetheart Strawberry, made the unskilled fighter's eyes twitch in response. Go on, you know nothing. Have you ever heard of a melee priest? It's a recommended class. Don't you check the career paths? First class is discipline, second is atonement, and third is melee priest. Sweetheart Strawberry pushed the unskilled fighter aside and headed towards the potion shop. Wait, where can I view the career paths? After pondering for a moment, the unskilled fighter decided to follow closely behind. Chapter 39. Becoming a summoner today in the Despair Truth faction, near the interdimensional portal, Persimmon, who delights in grapefruit, was cautiously guiding her animal companion, a small white wolf, silently gathering ample firewood around the entrance of a small, burrowing goblin cave. Persimmon discovered that the physical engine of this world closely resembles reality. Does this imply that enemies would sustain significant damage from natural fires or falls from heights? After conducting an experiment with a level 0 slime creature, which was ubiquitous in the forest, she found that igniting the slime with a fire created from drilling would cause considerable damage. The experience gained from the monster's demise would be credited to Persimmon. This revelation sparked a mischievous thought in her mind. If the fire she ignited could count as damage, what if she set the entire forest ablaze? After several attempts to ignite a forest fire, Persimmon learned one fundamental truth. The outcomes in reality and imagination differ vastly. Alas, in such a damp and moist forest, ordinary dry wood could not catch fire, and she reluctantly conceded her lack of talent for arson. What if she narrowed her target? Embracing this thought, Persimmon, who had not leveled up in recent days, observed a small burrowing goblin tribe, most of whom were above level 5. For Persimmon, with only level 3, this was a daunting challenge. After blocking the 2 small concealed exits of the burrowing goblins with firewood, Persimmon, with a mischievous grin, poured handfuls of plant oil collected from a peculiar plant into the heaps of firewood. Accompanied by her wolf, she simultaneously ignited the 2 piles, leaving one concealed exit not far away, which would require her diligent white wolf to ignite. The grapefruit-loving Persimmon lay in ambush within the cavern's entrance. Billowing smoke poured into the cave from the mouth of the hollow. The system panel began to frenzy with notifications. You inflicted a modicum of damage upon Goblin A with the smoke. You inflicted a modicum of damage upon Goblin B with the smoke. You inflicted a modicum of damage upon Goblin C with the smoke. You inflicted a modicum of damage upon Goblin D with the smoke. As countless damages refreshed wildly across the damage panel, a heart racing with excitement, hands trembling, the grapefruit-loving Persimmon waited 10 minutes, finally witnessing a critically wounded goblin thrower emerge from the flames. The little white wolf, already by her side, could no longer contain its restless paws and pounced fiercely. With a single bite, it dispatched the wounded goblin. You gained 100 experience points. Due to slaying a foe of a higher level, you received a 40-point experience bonus. Your current experience total stands at 140 points, while a level 0 monster yields only 3 to 5 experience points. Such experience surged, instantly filling the progress bar from level 3 to 4. Subsequently, more goblins recklessly charged from the flames. All around were wounded creatures. The little white wolf, darting left and right, dispatched each goblin with swift precision. Experience points soared. Level 4, level 5, level 6, until the final cunning goblin elder, barely clinging to life, staggered out from the flames only to be slain in a single bite by the little white wolf. The young girl successfully leveled up to 50 at level 6. Among the corpses of various goblins, the equipment system currency scattered across the ground. The goblin elder's stirring staff boasted an attack bonus of 3 to 7 points, with a certain quick casting ability, +1 to intelligence and 1 to spirit. The equipment grade was green. Equipment evaluation. Surely, you wouldn't consider it a staff, would you? An unknown bird feather necklace emerged, adding 3 points to intelligence, 3 points to spirit, and 1 point to charm. Equipment grade, green. Equipment evaluation. It seems to emanate an unpleasant odor. The grapefruit-loving Persimmon paid no heed to these peculiar evaluations and equipped the items the moment they were in her grasp. This was far superior to the novice gear she had, and in the game channel, wearing green gear often belonged to the affluent or those like her, the fortunate ones. A summoning skill book also dropped. Summon a goblin to fight on your behalf. Depending on your level and spirit strength, you may summon goblins of varying prowess. Currently, you can summon a level 6 goblin spearman. The young girl, utterly delighted, clapped her hands, and the summoning circle unfolded, producing a dim-witted goblin spearman that knelt respectfully before her. Onward, my little ones. Today, I shall vanquish all the cave-dwelling goblins in this mountain. With the assistance of a companion, gathering firewood would undoubtedly accelerate. Having tasted victory, the young girl embarked on an unyielding quest to progress through the ranks by artificially creating disasters and setting elaborate traps to defeat monsters. In the Despair Truth temporary camp, under the protective glow of the system's shield, streets thrived with players of various professions. 10 sets of brittle fruits. White quality. The ultimate remedy for replenishing both moisture and quenching thirst. Skewered meats. Just 10 copper coins each. Temporarily reduces stamina consumption. Mana potions. Only 25 silver coins for a set. Act swiftly if you wish to purchase. A throng of eager individuals gathered around. There are 10 sets, right? I have the funds. I'll take them all. Funds? Can you match the wealth of my explosive guild? I'll offer 3 gold coins. In the early stages of exploration, mana potions are crucial. They vanish from the market in the blink of an eye once available. Gentlemen, take your time. The highest bidder prevails. The merchant mage's eyes squinted in delight. Jiang Shang, donned in warrior attire with a long sword slung across his back, picked up a skewer from the barbecue stall and exchanged it for a silver coin. He casually handed some to Chun Yen, who beamed with joy. Embracing a bounty of food, her face smeared with grease. Boss, I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. Speak properly. Refrain from making indecent remarks. Jiang Shang's expression darkened. After a considerable effort to swallow the morsels in her mouth, Chun Yen assumed a serious demeanor. The second phase of internal testing had commenced a week ago. With player numbers exceeding 200,000, the soul power amassed from player monster slaying was already sufficient to summon a third batch of internal testers, projected to reach 1 million. Considering the daily soul power consumption for resurrection, this number could be discounted, expanding the player base to 500,000. Jiang Shang nodded. Let us initiate the third internal test and summon the player count to 500,000, adjusting the division of soul power between the system and players from 50 to 30. The surplus 20 will subsidize the new players, helping them catch up with the veterans. In just half a month, the entire Yanhuang Star was captivated by a single game. This revolutionary virtual imaging game, named All Worlds Conquest, has achieved an unparalleled 95 virtuality, leading the market in all immersive games. Its sophisticated physics engine and authentic combat sensations have drawn an influx of players, with the price of a virtual headset once soaring to 200,000, and this price, amidst the game's fervor, continues to trend upwards. Countless dedicated players frantically reserved on the official website, which in turn birthed a multitude of scalpers. However, the scalpers were astounded to discover that the official intelligence system could accurately identify them. None of those they had entrusted to secure reservations were granted headsets. Within the supernatural research department of Yanhuang Star, a sci-fi-styled electric helmet lay on the table. 50 years ago, the Yanhuang Star government unified the globe, and in this modest conference room gathered numerous experts in reconnaissance and criminal investigation, yet all were perplexed by this seemingly insignificant helmet. The source of the helmet's shipment remained elusive. Some had installed ultra-high-definition cameras at thousands of delivery points, all in pursuit of identifying the individuals delivering the packages. During the second internal testing phase, countless individuals obtained gaming qualifications, and thousands of headsets appeared almost simultaneously at various delivery corners. Major courier brands suddenly found an unexpected influx of pickup information in their systems, as if conjured from thin air. Some have examined the footage from cameras at speeds exceeding 1,000 times, and indeed, these helmeted packages appear with impeccable precision in every corner of the globe, marking an extraordinarily large-scale supernatural event. I invite you all to share your thoughts. Do you have any leads? Huang Tao, seated at the head of the table, lightly tapped the ash of his cigarette. Unprecedented supernatural occurrences. Several of our personnel have also obtained qualifications for the game, suggesting that the otherworldly realm behind that portal bears striking resemblance to the alternate dimension discovered months ago through the wormhole. A researcher seated beneath the table projected photographs onto the screen. The images showcased a comparison between starry skies and trees, juxtaposing the otherworldly game realm with those captured by the exploratory team months prior. The starry skies were identical, and the distribution and texture of the trees indicated that many belonged to the same species. As a member of the infamous 10 Tigers of Yanhuang Star's criminal investigation team, I extinguished my cigarette, burnt down to the nub, in the ashtray with force. According to our exploratory personnel, the major structures in the game's main city are intricately replicated in a 1-to-1 scale with the real Star City, leaving no trace unaccounted for. I have reviewed all surveillance footage from Star City over the past month, based on the patterns and subtle clues. The timeline for this replication indicates it occurred half a month ago. This is undoubtedly a colossal supernatural event. The perpetrator has meticulously rendered all the buildings of the city in an instant. Another brief video was summoned. A law enforcement officer, equipped with a body camera, was pursuing a beggar who suddenly vanished. Note that shortly after the beggar's disappearance, this vast-scale replication of reality transpired within a mere 10 minutes. The video was paused, magnifying the beggar's face for clarity. Jiang Shang's visage filled the screen. An investigator skilled in psychological profiling swiftly followed up, judging by the micro-expressions on his face. This does not align with the beggar's persona. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of surprise, yet no panic, rather, a sense of composure. The video replayed, with the expert in psychological profiling analyzing Jiang Shang's expressions frame by frame. The individual appeared more like a newcomer to the city, filled with curiosity and unfamiliarity. As a beggar, he should have been more acquainted with the streets, yet his familiarity seemed utterly lacking, resembling a stranger lost in an unknown place, aimlessly wandering. The psychological behavior expert then presented a stack of documents. This contained the beggar's personal identity information. He is a local of Star City, orphaned since childhood, afflicted with congenital polio, and has long roamed the streets. He has escaped capture by shelters multiple times. Given this information, if we were to boldly hypothesize from a supernatural perspective, I have reason to suspect that the soul within this individual has been replaced. The expert in micro-expressions then stood, surveying everyone around. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that our planet has welcomed travelers from other worlds. As for whether it is good or bad, it remains uncertain at this moment, yet I lean towards the optimistic side, marking it as 60. Huang Tao rubbed his temples and declared that today's meeting shall conclude here. He instructed all relevant Global Brother units to closely monitor the first appearance of this individual and arrange for someone to make contact. Remember, no force should be employed. We must display our goodwill. Should the other party resort to violence, there is no need to exercise restraint. Meanwhile, Jiang Shang, who was squatting in the gaming space, indulging in snacks and skewers with Chun Yen, furrowed his brow. Host, your identity has been exposed in this world. Please be cautious about your safety in the reality of this realm. Chun Yen, also enjoying the feast in the gaming space, took note of this system message. With a carefree demeanor, she responded, "Don't worry, I've encountered similar situations before. At this time, you only need to activate a certain function of the system, for instance. Like this, the fourth calamity talent reminds you that the second authority holder of this talent requests to activate it." Chapter 40. This is undoubtedly an extraterrestrial game. The system announced that the second authority holder of the fourth calamity talent has requested to enable the item exchange function between the reality and gaming worlds. Jiang Shang instantly clicked to agree. Simultaneously, all players in the gaming world received a notification. The item exchange function between reality and the gaming world has been activated. You can use experience points to bring back items including skills, attributes, equipment, and mounts into reality. Upon the release of this message, the players erupted in excitement. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Has the system gone haywire? Some expressed skepticism. Soon after, a video rapidly gained traction online. A young man in casual attire conjured a small flame in his hand, which he used to ignite a large tree. The video went viral at lightning speed and was subsequently taken down just as quickly. The player community of Worlds Clash fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt in astonishment. "What the heck? Is it true that someone actually succeeded?" shouted a little player. "Don't just talk, brothers. Look at this new beginner's sword I just exchanged." A streamer sporting a trendy haircut showcased a rusted beginner's sword, swinging it with vigor in the video. Despite its worn appearance, the sword possessed remarkable sharpness, effortlessly cleaving through a thick wooden post. Wow, the big shot is truly wealthy. 1,000 experience points are enough to level up, yet he chose to exchange for a beginner's wooden sword to play with. Countless viewers flocked to the live stream, showering it with gifts in a frenzy. In the gaming world, the player known as Yummy Grapefruit Persimmon had already reached level 20 within the 15 days since the game launch. Gazing at the vast amount of experience accumulated in the experience bar due to her class change quest, She pondered for a moment before deciding to materialize a skill into the real world. Would you like to materialize the skill summon White Wolf into reality? Yes. In the real world, the young girl adjusted her helmet. Attempting to cast spells as one would in a game, the white summoning circle illuminated, and in the next moment, a towering white wolf, nearly the height of a person, appeared upon the young girl's bed. The wolf whimpered softly, its massive tail transforming into a windmill, sending a whirlwind that wreaked havoc in the bedroom. Wow, Big White, I won't allow you to mess up my desk. The girl lunged forward, firmly grasping the incessantly swaying tail. According to incomplete statistics, approximately 100,000 players worldwide chose to manifest various abilities or items into the real world. Consequently, instances of supernatural events surged across the globe. The workload for relevant authorities skyrocketed to 100-fold compared to usual within just a few days. That evening, a group of individuals who had convened earlier gathered once more, their eyes betraying their exhaustion. The mastermind behind this game has made his move. The head of the enforcement team suddenly declared after a moment of silence. Indeed, it's an open conspiracy. Instantly, 100,000 superpowered individuals were created across the world. And these individuals, in their quest to grow stronger, will need to invest even more energy into the game. If we are to halt their entry into this game, the amount of time and effort required would be astronomical. It's utterly unsolvable. We have no idea what the person behind this game intends to achieve. Psychologist Liao sat despondently at the table, lighting another cigarette. The puppeteer behind the game has struck again, as you can see. Game expert Xiao, who pointed to the official website of the Multiverse Championship, where the announcement of the third testing phase had been made. 300,000 game slots vanished in a mere 2 seconds. Meanwhile, surveillance cameras monitoring express delivery points failed to capture any game helmets appearing at those locations. These helmets materialized instantaneously in the homes of applicants. The individual behind the scenes is signaling us clearly, no longer concealing his intentions. Huang Tao calmly extinguished his cigarette. Should we suppress the public discourse regarding this game in reality? The head of the Internet Information Department timidly raised his hand. No, I feel that the person behind this seems to be on our side. The various supernatural events that emerged a few months ago and those occurring now are of a different nature. I have a daring hypothesis, yet I cannot confirm it at this moment. How many slots have we managed to secure for military and police personnel to apply for the game helmets? Approximately 1,000 individuals. I believe many of you have already reserved your qualifications for the game. Perhaps we should venture into the game world to seek answers. I suspect the truths we seek may lie within. Huang Tao stood, tapping the game helmet packaging that had mysteriously appeared in the corner of the meeting room. Look, it was delivered under tight security, unnoticed by all of us, making it incredibly simple to eliminate us. As the official organization, which had been observing quietly, made its move, various enterprises and organizations, akin to sharks sensing blood, rushed into the fray. The helmets, originally valued at 200,000 each, astonishingly soared to a staggering 10 million on the market. Almost no one would choose to sell this helmet, for many understand that possessing it is a gateway to extraordinary realms of humanity. Moreover, the qualification for the game cannot be seized. Even if someone were to steal the helmet and attempt to log in, they would find it impossible. Instead, the helmet would invariably return to its rightful owner. It appears that only players who have received the game qualification can access the game world through this helmet. The newly initiated players, after acquiring their novice gear, hurriedly rushed towards the portal to the other world. Following a fortnight of cleansing and exploration, all the various wild monster tribes surrounding the portal had been eradicated. The two factions of the game simultaneously issued missions to establish forward outposts. Within the game planning space, Jiang Shang scratched his head, gazing at the map dotted with various forward outposts. It seems our NPCs are somewhat insufficient. Relying solely on soul power is quite taxing. Is there any remedy for this? My destined worker? Chu Nian, with an air of calmness, was munching on an unknown wild fruit, her health gradually depleting. Sister, the fruit you're eating is poisonous. You should put it down immediately, Jiang Shang remarked, his face deadpan, internally lamenting. As for a solution, chew, there is one. Many individuals on Yanhuang Star have met with untimely deaths. We could capture their souls and directly implant them into the characters shaped by the system. Chu Nian appeared unfazed, as if she had engaged in such matters numerous times before. Oh, by the way, would you like some fruit, boss? Chu Nian inquired. Noticing Jiang Shang's eyes fixated on the fruit she was consuming. Reluctantly, she retrieved 2 vivid red wild fruits from her pocket and carefully offered them to him. Are you plotting to poison your superior? Jiang Shang's expression darkened. No need. Keep it for yourself. Jiang Shang summoned his 4th calamity talent and, with the system's assistance, initiated the function to infuse NPC souls into the game. Simultaneously, a multitude of NPCs were refreshed in the main city and various forward outposts. These NPCs retained memories from their past lives, yet due to the system's confidentiality protocol, they were unable to disclose their true nature as indigenous souls and could only follow the system's directives to issue various tasks. To compensate these indigenous souls, Jiang Shang also established a plan for them to issue quests to players, thereby gaining experience and sharing profits to enhance their strength. These NPCs would gradually grow stronger alongside the players, correlating with the frequency of the tasks they issued. Chapter 41. Knowledge is Power. Time reverted to the day before the game launched. Gathering at the largest two-way portals on Yanhuang Star, the local military welcomed 2 groups of individuals. As the doctor stepped through the portal, he commanded, "Fire." Countless arrows rained down like a torrential storm, daring to emerge alone, truly a death wish. A dark-skinned night elf with feminine features pressed her left hand against her sidearm, a cold smile gracing her lips. In the next moment, the arrows froze mid-air. Upon closer inspection, the arrows were indeed in motion, yet their trajectory was infinitely extended within mere centimeters of space. Indeed, we could engage in a meaningful conversation. As the doctor began to speak, a slender, dark dagger, akin to a venomous serpent, emerged swiftly from his chest. Was he truly attempting to discuss peace with us? The Eternal Continent has no need for such tranquility. A strikingly beautiful woman with elongated ears gradually materialized from the air, clad in tight leather. An insidious smile graced her face, and she muttered fervently, seemingly addressing the doctor, yet perhaps speaking to herself as well. Your world shall shatter, transforming into sustenance for the Eternal Mother. The doctor craned his neck to peer at her from behind. I fail to comprehend what you are uttering to a mere hologram. He grasped the dagger held by the woman, gently tightening his grip until it slowly dissipated into particles. Across the vast expanse of the Eternal Continent, nearly all the formidable beings witnessed a meteor streaking from afar, piercing the atmosphere and hurtling towards their location. What have you done? The radiant woman gazed at the ever-growing meteor in the sky, trembling in every conceivable sense. Nothing significant, merely a trivial piece of knowledge leveraging a fulcrum, she replied. I am one to offer everyone an opportunity for peaceful coexistence. Regrettably, you seem disinclined to embrace such harmony. Thus, allow a modicum of knowledge to reign. The doctor waved his finger, gazing at the meteor approaching the horizon with a sense of wonder. In unseen corners, a faint tremor in a subordinate law triggered a resonance within the gravitational rules of the Eternal Continent. By an uncanny coincidence, a massive meteor happened to pass by. Guided by this seemingly inconspicuous main line of law, the meteor rapidly approached a vulnerable crystalline barrier surrounding the outer layer of the continent. Fortuitously, this fragile barrier, due to the gravitational resonance, yielded a space just large enough for the meteor to breach, a series of coincidences reminiscent of a butterfly gently flapping its wings. Inciting a tempest 3,000 kilometers away, it was akin to a horse losing a shoe, leading to the downfall of a cavalry unit, whose defeat then influenced the fate of an entire army on the battlefield, ultimately cascading into a broader conflict, all unfolding in the most dire of directions. A single meteor obliterated the Night Elves, a formidable clan even within the Eternal Continent. There were no magical fluctuations, no rule-based assaults, nor any arcane connections. This simplicity resembled a natural disaster more than anything else. The instigator merely plucked at an inconspicuous string of a subordinate law. This exemplified the adage knowledge is power, applied with a deft touch. The doctor confronted the forefront of this terrifying calamity, which then rippled outward, instantaneously reducing countless alien potentates to ashes beneath its horrific might. The woman trembled as she welcomed her impending doom, her form reduced to dust in the boundless light and heat. The shockwave from the meteor's impact swiftly radiated outward. But alas, this cannot be permitted. Only this vast area suffices. Upon encountering an invisible barrier, it rebounded back. The doctor gently shook his finger, and the area afflicted by the calamity was instantaneously enveloped in chaotic spatial currents. Each surge of this turbulence perfectly rebounded the shockwaves. Numerous formidable beings from other realms, who had stubbornly withstood the meteor strikes, met their demise under the progressively diminishing waves of force. In their final moments, they gazed upon the man standing at the epicenter of the disaster. His eyes bore no sorrow or joy, only a profound indifference and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This was a banquet of enlightenment, a revelry of intellect, where, guided by wisdom, the calamity resembled a ferocious beast, devouring all in its path. The peculiar rules of this strange continent were intriguingly responsive, leaving the doctor momentarily astounded. Upon regaining his senses, a crystalline expanse, resembling a magnificent gem, emerged within a 10-kilometer radius of the portal. The charred remains of numerous powerful beings danced in the gentle breeze, transforming into fine sand, akin to a flurry of butterflies. The fourth calamity's talent system intervened in a timely manner, erecting a vast camp spanning 10 kilometers. The diverse characters conjured by Chu Nian entered various main structures, bustling like a swarm of industrious bees. The sanctuary of salvation was established. The doctor silently observed the normal exchanges and greetings among these individuals, his gaze as tranquil as a deep lake, devoid of ripples. He then turned, his form dissipating into particles, akin to a shooting star. Soon, one day, we shall meet again. Whispers floated through the air, like a gentle breeze caressing one's ear. Meanwhile, on the mountain of corpses, Dog Brother stood silently, toying with his scepter, resembling a stoic peak. Why bother with niceties before hostility? Doctor, you remain so hypocritical, so revolting. Dog Brother gazed towards the horizon, a hint of scorn glimmering in his eyes, akin to a sharp blade. A child, guarded by several aliens, stumbled up from beneath the bodies, his figure resembling a flickering candle in the wind, swaying precariously. Witnessing the devastation around him, with familiar faces of kinfolk in disarray, some hanging lifelessly by the roadside or from buildings, the tribal chief, the mightiest warrior of this alien race, was grotesquely folded beneath his throne, resembling a discarded dog. His bloated form contorted in a nightmarish tableau. All that was once familiar had turned to ash and corpses, much like a city ablaze, leaving only ruins in its wake. Consumed by hatred, he hurled stones at Dog Brother, akin to angry projectiles. One stone, two stones. None found their mark. The guards, resembling fierce hawks, seized the child by the neck, lifting him high as if he were a mere chick. Struggling for breath, the child flailed helplessly against the guard's robust arm. Brother, there's one alive. Shall we slaughter him? The guard turned his head, a bloodthirsty grimace silencing the child's struggles instantly. Dog Brother, seated upon the mound of corpses, cast a glance downward. Release him. As you wish, brother. The guard unceremoniously tossed the child to the ground before returning to his duties. The young child, momentarily regaining his composure, cast a look of pure hatred towards Dog Brother, his mouth filled with venomous words. Even if you spare my life, do not expect me to harbor any gratitude. I shall seek vengeance. I will become the mightiest warrior and slay you. Dog Brother, with an air of disinterest, shook his head and slowly descended from the throne of corpses. Though his steps appeared languid, he quickly approached the child. With a solemn shake of his head, devoid of any emotion, he remarked, No, 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 you misunderstand. My intention is to kill you personally. In an instant, a head soared into the sky, only to be pierced midair by a staff with deadly precision. Not a single soul remained alive in the entire barbarian tribe. Many, some of whom had yet to wipe the blood from their hands, gleefully engaged in a macabre game of bowling with severed heads amidst the heap of corpses. Once the area surrounding the portal was cleared, the fourth calamity's power swiftly transformed the sea of bodies into a grotesque and blood-soaked camp. You are not even worthy to witness the brutal and despairing truths that linger within my mind, Dog Brother intoned, gazing intently at the astonished head atop the staff. Moments later, a chilling laughter erupted, imbued with profound despair and anguish that resonated deeply. Dog Brother returned to his throne of corpses, casting his gaze skyward. Thus, the camp of despair was officially established. Chapter 42. The spread of the fourth calamity shortly after the formation of the two camps. The first wave of 20,000 players descended upon the surface world. The two replicated cities served as the main strongholds for the opposing factions. with a colossal portal situated in the central square connecting both factions to their respective camps. Upon receiving their primary quests and entering the portal, the players spilled forth like crimson wine poured upon a pristine white carpet, spreading with reckless abandon. With the obliteration of 2 formidable tribes, the remaining nearby tribes were feeble and vulnerable, providing the perfect opportunity for the players to showcase their prowess. Soon, a second and third wave of open testing ensued, with the number of players in both factions steadily increasing. The establishment of various temporary outposts also proliferated. As the players grew stronger, the weaker tribes were systematically eradicated, and the players' range of activity gradually extended into the territories of the mid-tier tribes. This incited wariness among the mid-tier tribes, akin to the ripples formed on a tranquil lake when a stone is cast into its depths. Noah, the chieftain of the bone-chewing half-orc tribe, had recently noted that his subordinates consistently captured numerous frail creatures. These beings, babbling in incomprehensible tongues, proved inedible every time they attempted to cook. The meat laid upon the cutting board dissipated into motes of light, causing great distress to the hearts of the beasts. In recent days, he observed a growing frequency and quantity of these weak creatures, many of which began to exhibit a certain level of threat. It seemed as though these beings were capable of growth. They emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, springing forth from all directions. Right at the entrance of the bone-chewing tribe, thousands of players, mounted upon a variety of steeds, converged into a chaotic throng. In the vibrant realm of live streaming, a charismatic host, sporting a distinctive crest-like hairstyle, animatedly addressed the audience, urging them to show their support for the Iron Blood Guild as they embarked on an ambitious expedition into the expansive wilderness. This occasion was further graced by the presence of the illustrious Miss Persimmon, once a top 10 contender on the level leaderboard. Renowned for her record of single-handedly obliterating small-scale wilderness dungeons, her confident demeanor was accentuated as she perched regally upon a colossal white wolf, playfully waving at the camera, much to the delight of her admirers. A cacophony of enthusiastic viewers filled the chat with fervor, each vying for attention amidst the chaotic excitement. Players had ingeniously crafted numerous catapults based on real-world blueprints, and they began to extract an abundance of stone projectiles from their virtual inventories, meticulously wrapping them in flammable oils. "Brothers, the catapults are primed. Don't forget to show your support," the host exclaimed, momentarily promoting the guild, which was in search of new recruits, offering daily rewards for eligible players. With the catapults loaded and torches ignited, the command to unleash the fiery projectiles echoed through the air. In an instant, dozens of blazing fireballs soared across the sky like meteors, crashing into the Chew Bone tribe's encampment. The ensuing inferno erupted with ferocity, consuming the dilapidated tents and engulfing the Orcish inhabitants, who, caught in the chaos, frantically rolled amidst the flames, inadvertently igniting more structures. Minutes later, another wave of stones rained down, igniting a second conflagration within the orc camp. The unfortunate souls caught beneath a falling boulder met a grim fate, while those at a distance felt the surge of shared experience points as they all leveled up in unison. The once casual banter transformed into exhilaration as players witnessed the relentless assault of the catapults, which continued unabated for 10 rounds, until the sight of the unquenchable blaze left the orc warriors in disarray, desperately attempting to escape the searing heat. As the flames raged on, the players, armed with an assortment of makeshift and finely crafted weapons, rallied together, mounting their steeds in a ferocious charge towards the Chew Bone tribe. Among them, Noah, eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle, seized a stone hammer from a fellow warrior before leading the charge on his wolf, followed closely by hundreds of half-orc warriors. "A mere band of weaklings. I shall shatter your bones and devour you whole," he bellowed, as the horde surged forward, ready to claim victory. Noah charged into the player group, sweeping through with a powerful strike, causing 2 or 3 players to instantly transform into white light. The boss plunged into the crowd, unleashing skills that began to decimate players. Tank up, tank up. The assassin players swiftly pulled several magic units away to carve out the battlefield. The previous tanks moved to take the brunt of the attack. In the team channel, Su Bo, the resolute leader of the Iron Blood Guild, meticulously directed the players to segregate the battlefield, isolating each formidable unit. Noah delivered another heavy blow, shattering a paladin's holy shield, sending both the paladin and his steed flying far away. "Main tank, switch to off tank. 2 tanks up." A sturdy shield warrior took over the defense. Layers of healing buffs cascading upon him. The radiant glow of the various buffs made him appear as if a divine being had descended. In terms of charisma, no one could rival the warrior's equipment and skill effects. Noah struck again, this time crashing down on the solid iron shield, which the fortified defender absorbed with steadiness. The defender barely swallowed a mouthful of blood, but in the next moment, multiple healing spells filled his health to the brim. Healers, be cautious, do not overheal. This boss is manageable. Subo's spirited voice reverberated through the command communication. Seeing his attack fail, Noah's eyes turned crimson with fury. The red glow visibly emanated from his eyes as he swung down another heavy hammer, obliterating the defender into a burst of white light. Noah then slammed his hammer into the ground, unleashing his signature technique, the Earth Shatter. Damn it, the off-tank has fallen. Where's the main tank? Where did he go? After being sent flying so far, he should have returned by now. The paladin, originally designated as the main tank, galloped into the crowd, activating his momentary holy shield just in time to withstand the blow. As he anticipated the boss's strike, layers of damage reduction buffs, such as petrified skin, enhanced functions, forced resistance, and pain suppression flashed upon the paladin. Coupled with the holy shield, he miraculously withstood the devastating attack despite being left with minimal health. The paladin's health is still robust in this early version. That last defender was nothing. Next time he should be assigned to the 5th tank. Subo passionately spoke into the mic, causing many warriors mixed within the player ranks to freeze with displeasure. What's wrong with warriors? Are they eating your rice? Our warriors possess both resilience and charm. When they unleash their whirlwind, even the noble mages must exclaim in awe. When will the discrimination against warriors diminish? Chapter 43. The fall of the chewing bone tribe. Noah felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he faced the feeble creatures before him. These frail beings, despite his powerful attacks, seemed capable of barely hanging on, teetering on the brink of collapse. Each time he unleashed his skills, they would flicker with countless magical glows, and in the next moment, their injuries would miraculously mend, leaving only his weapons slightly damaged. As the leader of a mid-sized tribe, Noah prided himself on being the most astute half-orc within the clan. His keen gaze swept over the diminutive pest, noting the spellcasters behind it, each wielding a staff and murmuring incantations. In the next moment, his calves bent, and he leapt forward, crashing directly into the ranks of the spellcasters. The chaos of war ensued. Approximately 20 beams of white light shot up, as various magical classes and healers, who had been providing steadfast support from the rear, were sent sprawling in disarray. The boss had broken its aggro. Damage dealers and healers, retreat from the boss. Tank 4 and 3, regained the boss's aggro. There was a brief pause in the cacophony. A priest was called forth to grant a resurrection to the fallen protection warrior. To speak frankly, the taunt of the protection warrior was still quite effective. Once the second tank took over, he immediately taunted, taking the boss's blow head-on. Noah wielded his stone hammer like a merciless harvester, sweeping through the crowd. His gaze was filled with disdain as he observed these spellcasters, long regarded as noble figures on the eternal continent, now crawling and scurrying away in various undignified manners. Hey, you there, come over. In the center of the battlefield, a protection warrior drove his iron shield into the ground, casually gesturing with his pinky, striking a flamboyant pose with one hand resting atop the shield, his hips swaying shamelessly. The system combat log indicated that he had executed a perfect taunt, although Noah could not comprehend the words of the insect before him. The distinctly vulgar movements made it clear that the individual was likely not uttering kind words. His eyes burned with a crimson rage, resembling an enraged bull, as he charged forward relentlessly. Excellent. The protection warrior had managed to hold the boss's attention. He had fallen once, but rose again, regaining the boss's aggro. Continuous damage skills were unleashed. He had successfully tethered the boss. Subo, enhanced by the eagle eye technique, stood aloft, observing every movement on the battlefield. His face flushed as he frantically commanded over the battlefield channel. Shadow word, pain, plague, mind torture, poison, bleeding, bone fragility. Once again, these afflictions were cast upon Noah. He could distinctly feel his life force waning rapidly. He paid no heed to the plight of his fellow kin, but noted that the previously chaotic battlefield had quieted significantly. It dawned on him that this time, the outcome could be dire. Indeed, a multitude of players had successfully vanquished the minor boss, and were now converging upon the central battlefield to assault the outdoor raid boss. The increasing presence of enemies stirred a sense of melancholy within Noah. In the next instant, he unleashed the most potent strike of his life, a final, desperate struggle akin to a cornered beast, akin to a blazing flame illuminating the entire battlefield. As the second tank protection warrior, contributing the most to the skirmish, the warrior swallowed hard, watching as the now enraged boss charged furiously toward him. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Racing almost out of his chest. Burn the boats. Shield wall. Glory of the guardian. Battle cry. The various powerful defensive skills of the protection warrior erupted around him like fireworks, both resplendent and tragic. Sacred shield, restoration. Divine energy. Even the warlock's fell shield was layered upon him, forming an indomitable fortress. Yet, all of this proved futile. The layers of defense shattered beneath the immense weight of the boss's devastating blow, as fragile as glass. The warrior, with the most magnificent of shields, watched as it shattered in an instant, his form transforming into a streak of white light akin to a meteor. With a decisive strike, Noah vanquished the loathsome creature before him, and with a fierce cry of defiance directed at the heavens, he slowly succumbed to the ground, resembling a colossal tower in decline. Victory was theirs. This marked a monumental triumph for the defensive warriors. Though he had perished, he had valiantly absorbed the final blow from the boss with his own life. In the command channel, Su Bo's impassioned voice resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. The battlefield fell into an utter silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with the very air halting its flow. In the next moment, the remaining 100 players raised their weapons in fervor. We have triumphed. The Iron Blood Guild has successfully achieved its first venture into a large-scale outdoor dungeon. Fellow comrades, show your support. The Iron Blood Guild is unstoppable. The rooster-headed streamer, who had seemingly vanished after the battle commenced, emerged from the shadows, exuberantly shouting at the audience in the live stream. The many spectators watching from behind the scenes gaped in awe, their reactions encapsulating the epic nature of the moment. Glorious, bloody, visceral. This was the immediate impression shared by all bystanders and cloud gamers regarding the game Jiang Shang. Imagine the radiant spells emanating from your hands, as adversaries writhe in agony before you, ultimately succumbing to your magic. The sense of impact and feedback immerses one in an otherworldly experience. No, this is the other world. The rumors of game abilities spilling into reality are whispered among players, while those lacking access to the game remain skeptical of such astonishing claims. Many perceive the extraordinary videos shared by players or streamers as mere special effects. The mainstream media, still in a state of observation, has taken notice of the game's sudden surge in popularity due to this video breaking through various social circles, leading individuals from all walks of life to learn about it through diverse channels. Meanwhile, astute investors have already sensed the immense potential profits hidden within. They have begun pouring capital into the guilds of the game, seeking to nurture formidable players, aspiring to cultivate star players akin to all-stars. These financial titans brandish vast sums of money, fervently seeking to unearth one promising player after another. Globally, only 500,000 individuals possess the qualification to play this game, a number far too scant for the high-stakes competition among these capital magnates. The official team of Jiang Shang has been inundated with petitions written in blood. Jiang Shang, though immersed in the realm of game planning, remains acutely aware of developments in the real world. He observes the soul energy accumulating within the fourth calamity talent, rapidly snowballing due to the player's escalating strength. Let us initiate the fourth test, expanding the player base to 2 million. Leaning back on his sofa, Jiang Shang comfortably sipped a juice acquired from players. This journey through the world has been his most enjoyable yet, as many tasks could be accomplished merely by uttering a few words, with others readily taking action. Even the construction of the system framework was aided by Chun Yan. As he contemplated this, Jiang Shang's gaze softened considerably while observing Chun Yan, who was furiously manipulating parameters at the system console. This fellow, when engrossed in work, indeed bears a resemblance to a fated laborer. With a weary expression, Chun Yan, having toiled for several consecutive days without a moment's respite, clearly showed signs of exhaustion, her dark circles betraying her fatigue. That wretched boss, that despicable capitalist, simply opens his mouth and the workers are left running until their legs give out. Chun Yan's fingers danced like the wind, frantically adjusting settings while she muttered to herself, utterly oblivious to Jiang Shang, whose dark expression loomed behind her in silence. "Oh, I had intended to commend you today. Yes, I mean today. We must establish all frameworks for the fourth test." Chu Nian was taken aback, realizing her mutterings had been overheard by Jiang Shang. "Spare me, oh boss." Chapter 44. The Catastrophe Descends. As the entire Yanhuang Star entered the fourth test, summoning millions of players, the numerous other portals across the Eternal Continent lay strewn with corpses, a scene of utter devastation. As powerful indigenous races tasked with guarding other portals, they faced the peril of being invaded by the very worlds they sought to conquer. A colossal portal, encircled by 4 fortresses, continued to dispatch troops in relentless waves. From this immense gateway surged countless bizarre insectoid creatures, a torrent that swarmed forth. Surrounding this portal, the once formidable fortifications had crumbled into ruins. The alien beings, in a mix of terror and despair, were impaled by the massive insect horns, while the smaller, swift insects scuttled with their 6 agile limbs, their sharp forelimbs slicing through the armored soldiers in an instant. The fortresses, once impregnable, echoed with the roaring flames of battle and the cacophonous cries of the insect horde. As if performing a symphony of death, the fortresses had fallen. In another equally massive portal, countless demons flapped their wings, hovering ominously in the air. Below, the forest blazed with flames, as countless long-eared woodland elves fled in panic, only to be snatched from the ground by the winged demons and torn to shreds. Like leaves caught in a tempest, the once mighty magical armies and arcane archers stationed before the portal had been reduced to mere heaps of flesh. Akin to flowers ravaged by a storm, scattered remains lay about, and upon closer inspection, one could still see an arm tightly gripping a bowstring. As if recounting tales of former glory, with an acute sense of smell, the hellhounds tracked the scent of blood and various odors, hunting down the hidden woodland elves like a pack of ravenous wolves. At the heart of the battlefield stood a demon commander, towering at approximately 20 meters, with the body of an elephant and the upper half resembling a fiend. He grinned wickedly as he unleashed dark energies, transforming the surrounding forest into an eerie fluorescent green, reminiscent of a cursed land. Beneath his massive feet, he trampled the twisted remains of various elves, embodying an indomitable demon god. Let this world witness the demon's expedition. This is the blazing crusade. The demon commander let out a maniacal laugh as an ever-increasing multitude of demons stepped through the colossal portal behind him, invading this untainted land. In another corner of the Eternal Continent, a deluge of projectiles and the roaring of armed mechs wreaked havoc in the alien city-states, toppling countless structures and unleashing a swarm of intelligent robots from the mothership that emerged from the portal. These robots, equipped with quantum beam backpacks, erupted with particle sparks, swarming forth like locusts, extending innumerable mechanical appendages to annihilate any perceived threat. In the skies above, formidable alien warriors, mounted on powerful steeds, were swiftly reduced to mere bones in the face of the relentless onslaught of diminutive intelligent robots. The celestial system is at your service, eliminating hazardous targets. Countless sentient nests, long since spiraled into chaos epochs ago, had transformed the very planet itself, constructing vast factories resembling a steel jungle. While the once thriving intelligent beings of this world had long since vanished into the annals of history, a multitude of portals opened precisely at the heart of this planet, heralding the onset of the mechanical crisis upon the Eternal Continent. Weathered walls, dilapidated castles, and soldiers wielding rusted weapons clashed against innumerable undead. What was once pristine had succumbed to decay as the cataclysm of the undead descended, suffusing every object with the deathly aura of the underworld. The deceased were roused from their slumber, struggling to claim the lives of the living, as skeletal dragons soared and bony griffins flapped their tattered wings. The earth took on an eerie black-gray hue. In that moment, the dead reigned supreme, with countless mounds of earth erupting as the spirits of those who perished on this continent emerged. These specters coalesced into a vast ocean of skeletons, spreading outward like a tide. Each was linked to the formidable realm of the Eternal Continent through the portals, embarking on a campaign to expand their territory in their unique ways. As they engaged with the indigenous peoples at the portals, numerous worlds endowed with extraordinary combat prowess gradually gained the upper hand. Thus, the Eternal Continent descended into chaos, a tumult of warfare between natives and natives, and between the outside world and the indigenous inhabitants, transforming the entire continent into a chaotic melee. This is the norm of the Eternal Continent, where unprecedented skirmishes erupt every 10 millennia. Each victorious race ascends to become a dominant force on this land. Whether conqueror or vanquished, their worlds amalgamate into the Eternal Continent, further augmenting its expanse. Either we perish, or you do. One race must ultimately prevail. The powerful roared as blades clashed, and lives were extinguished in every fleeting moment. They could be someone's husband, mother, father, or son, but such distinctions had become inconsequential. The scent of blood lingered in the air, charred corpses crackled in the flames, and the weak were impaled upon spears. The reaper brandished his scythe, laughing maniacally upon the earth. Thus unfolds the multiversal conquest. This extensive CG of the multiversal conquest has been updated on the login page for all players participating in the 4th test. Players are abuzz with the revelations contained within this CG, discussing the 4 races, the demonic invasion, the undead scourge, the rise of mechanization, and the onslaught of the insect tide. What an astonishing narrative! What role do we, the players, play in this unfolding drama? The 4th cataclysm? This was a highly praised comment on the official website, sparking countless replies. It matters not. I shall take action. Viewed dialectically, this is a positive development. The monster respawn mechanism in the multiverse competition is rather perplexing. Once a monster is slain, it does not resurrect. Each of these 4 factions is a harbinger of overwhelming forces, suggesting that we shall soon accrue experience at an accelerated rate. Most players remain indifferent, after all. More monsters merely equate to more experience. However, the information disclosed in this CG has been meticulously scrutinized by the relevant authorities. Originally intended for a real-world conference, experts from various fields have now congregated in the heart of the multiverse competition battlefield, seeking experience as a vast horde of players assaults a grand city-state. These players, well-trained and formidable, resemble an army. Thanks to the 4th open beta, the United Government preemptively organized a player force comprising over 100,000 members of the Yanhuang Star Security Army. Leveraging immense real-world resources, this player force has rapidly caught up to veteran players through incessant leveling. Consequently, authorities have enlisted several exceptionally skilled players from the multiverse competition to formally join the security army. The newly inducted elite players were astounded upon receiving their official designation. Subo, upon hearing the news within the community, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Excelling in the game could lead to formal recognition? Subo felt a pang of envy, but the next moment, he heard a knock at the door. Hello, community warmth delivery, a clear male voice called from outside. 50 years ago, following the unification of Yanhuang Star, the world entered a prolonged period of peace, with the United Government ensuring the basic welfare of its citizens. In City C, Fei Hong lounged languidly in a rocking chair, swaying gently as a lively young woman danced on his phone screen, embodying a tranquil life. An afternoon passed with several pots of tea. Although in his early 30s, Fei Hong bore a weariness about him. Within the martial arts school, Xiao Li energetically instructed a group of children in basic stances. He was Fei Hong's junior disciple. Xiao Li possessed an extraordinary passion for ancient martial arts, having spent countless hours observing Fei Hong's father teach. Over time, he became a half-disciple of Fei Hong's father, having recently served him tea, thus earning the title of Fei Hong's junior. Unfortunately, Xiao Li's innate talent for martial arts was rather limited, and he struggled to grasp the internal techniques. Fei Hong turned his gaze towards the horizon, where the sun slowly descended. With a sigh, he reflected on a secret he had harbored since childhood. At the age of 6, an influx of memories not his own had flooded his mind. Or rather, memories of his future. In those memories, he tirelessly honed his skills, ultimately conquering the entirety of Yanhuang Star and rising as a master of martial arts. However, the era of martial arts has long since passed, and no one pays heed to the so-called masters of martial arts. Yet, Fei Hong remains indifferent. The warriors possess their own esteemed circle. Within this enclave, he stands as a pillar of unrivaled strength. Among the memories etched in his mind, one day stands out vividly. A grotesque creature suddenly appeared on the street, wandering ominously near Fei Hong's martial arts dojo. To his dismay, the skills he had painstakingly honed for 30 years were no match for the creature's single strike. It was only through the desperate protection of his companion, Xiao Li, that he fled his dojo like a frightened dog, running swiftly without looking back, the echoes of Xiao Li's anguished cries lingering in his ears. Faintly, he heard his companion's final words, "Brother, run. Just run." In that moment, he realized he had become the coward he once scorned, abandoning even his own disciple in the face of danger. From that day forth, he dedicated himself to rigorous training of his family's martial arts. Perhaps it was the reward for diligence or the influx of spiritual energy from the eternal continent to the Yanhuang star, but he grew increasingly powerful, capable of inflicting harm with a mere flick of a leaf. Eventually, portals appeared worldwide, heralding him as the strongest martial artist of Yanhuang star. He accepted the military summons and journeyed to another realm, a world abundant in spiritual energy, where he discovered the true potential of his ancestral skills. As a leading figure in the martial arts of Yanhuang, his understanding of the discipline soared to new heights, and he gradually unraveled the subsequent realms of martial arts. But it was futile. Despite showcasing his terrifying ability to combat foes far beyond his level, it was all too late. Centuries later, a formidable alien foe abruptly appeared on Yanhuang star, effortlessly piercing through the planet with a mere gesture. Fei Hong could not withstand it. Yanhuang star could not withstand it. The entire planet was shattered into fragments by that singular motion. This is another memory that lingers in Fei Hong's mind. After his rebirth, as the threads of his memories intertwined seamlessly with his past life, he began to drift aimlessly. He once aspired to train diligently and, with the opening of the interdimensional gates, to propagate the martial arts. This lifetime, in comparison to the last, seemed to offer a clearer path. Yet, when he recalled the indifferent expression of that powerful being and the devastating scene of the planet's collapse, all motivation seemed to evaporate. It was daunting. Even with the might akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon, he was at least 5 realms below that singular finger. The terror of this world lies not in the futility of effort, but in the grim reality that no matter how hard one strives, the outcome is predestined. An inescapable script leading to a profoundly despairing future. In this lifetime, however, compared to the last, numerous changes have emerged. The advent of the game titled Wanjie Zhengba caught Fei Hong's attention, revealing a distinct divergence in his memories. The various superpowers showcased by players in short videos and the vivid depictions of the game unveiled to Fei Hong the true nature of this realm. The world inhabited by players is not merely a fictitious game, but a genuine reality existing beyond the portals. In a bygone era, the Yanhuang star predominantly maintained a passive defensive stance, limited to the vicinity of the portal, which was frequently besieged by foreign entities. At this moment, a text message appeared at the top of the screen of a mobile phone. You have been granted access to the 4th phase of the game, World's Conqueror. Your virtual headset has been delivered to your residence. Please check it promptly. Wishing you a pleasant day. Upon reading this message, Fei Hong, who had been languidly reclined in a chair, sprang into the courtyard like an arrow released from a bow. In his own room, a beautifully crafted helmet lay in the living room. According to the instructions, donning the helmet would instantaneously blur the lines between reality and the virtual realm. Beneath his feet, the desolate Yanhuang star unfolded, with all cities ensnared in an eerie state of suspension. Please select your faction. Despairing truth. Please choose your profession. Countless character portraits manifested before him. In an inconspicuous corner, a gray-hued character portrait caught his eye. This particular portrait bore a striking resemblance to Fei Hong himself, clad in martial attire, radiating a formidable aura, embodying a mature version of Fei Hong. It was the visage he had donned when he ascended to the rank of Martial King in his previous life. With a deft movement of his finger, Fei Hong activated the gray portrait, transforming it into vibrant colors. Congratulations, you have chosen the profession of warrior. At that very moment, the game sent out an update. The new profession warrior has emerged. Eligible players may now select warrior as their vocation. This announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the gaming community. A new profession? Is the system updating this swiftly? The mention of the warrior profession evoked nostalgia, reminiscent of the ancient occupations of Yanhuang star. Players began sharing screenshots, exclaiming, "Brothers, it seems I can choose the warrior profession." Many players showcased their illuminated warrior portraits as they entered the game, all sharing a common trait. They possessed inherited internal martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Fei Hong had already selected the warrior profession and entered the game world. Unlike other novice players who materialized in the streets or various surface realms, Fei Hong found himself standing in an expansive training arena, where hundreds of players had also chosen the warrior vocation. A hulking figure adorned with menacing tattoos stood at the center, proclaiming, "I am your martial arts instructor. From now on, forget the rudimentary internal martial arts you possess. I will teach you the fundamental techniques." With a sinister grin that seemed to stretch to his ears, he continued, "You may call me guardian or chief." The brutish man then turned his gaze to Fei Hong, remarking, "Your foundation appears promising. Care to lend a hand?" Chapter 46. The fundamental techniques. Your foundation appears promising. Care to lend a hand? The guardian beckoned to Fei Hong. With a decisive nod, Fei Hong acquiesced, as his instincts and intuition conveyed that this man was extraordinarily powerful, and his aura was intensifying with each passing moment. If one were to master his techniques, evolving in strength with each passing moment, the harrowing memories of a past life would cease to haunt them. The two stood face to face, a mere 5 meters apart. Instantly, the martial platform beneath them ascended, and in the blink of an eye, they collided like arrows released from their bows. Fei Hong possessed the memories and comprehensive martial knowledge of his previous life, yet he consistently found himself at a disadvantage against this adversary. The opponent's ferocious strikes and the blurring winds created by his fists were overwhelming. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Your physical form requires rigorous training. You are incapable of instinctively throwing a punch. The guard relentlessly bombarded Fei Hong with a flurry of punches, suffocating him while taunting him with ease. Fei Hong exerted every ounce of his skill, integrating the pinnacle techniques he had mastered as a martial king in his past life. Yet, he remained unable to withstand the assaults of the man before him. Each time he believed he had executed a flawless strike, his opponent would always respond from an unimaginable angle. The fists tore through the air, creating a pressure that sent waves rippling, akin to boiling water, producing a cacophony of splashes. Do you sense the frailty of the martial will within your heart? Your fists tremble with fear. They weep in despair. Your martial will is feeble. Your physical purity is abysmal. The guard mocked mercilessly, grinning widely. In the next instant, a punch descended from the heavens, forcefully hurling Fei Hong out of the arena. The guard, neck craned, with muscles slightly reddened, clearly had only just begun to tap into his potential. Fei Hong finally grasped that even if this opponent matched him in physical prowess, the mastery of combat techniques and the peculiar style of attack rendered him unqualified to engage in a spar. "May I inquire about the source of your fighting techniques? Though I cannot best you, I sense that your skills do not seem to perfectly align with your power application." Fei Hong spoke with a hoarse voice. As the surrounding martial artists exchanged glances, the spectators were captivated, while the practitioners discerned deeper truths. Both fighters exhibited exceptional martial prowess. Fei Hong's techniques harmonized flawlessly with his own power application, while the guard's methods, though infinitely superior, bore traces of Fei Hong's insights. The guard cast a momentary appreciative glance at Fei Hong. Intriguing, indeed. This set of techniques was not of my own creation, but rather the product of a remarkably gifted individual, a person who believed wholeheartedly in the divine potential of technique. Should you wish to meet him, seek out the transmutation mentor at the Salvation of All Beings. He is the one. Fei Hong's lips twitched. You are already so formidable. Yet you still encourage me to venture into enemy territory. However, you newly transitioned martial practitioners must learn this foundational technique to access the training space," the guard declared, his expression turning serious as he stood resolutely, muscles taut and trembling, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with power. "Behold, martial arts necessitate foundational principles. Relying solely on the transmitted techniques of various sects or familial legacies, devoid of a fundamental law to align with one's innate potential, is akin to constructing castles in the air. Come, remember the rhythm of my muscular movements, while simultaneously conjuring a realistic projection that reveals the frequency of muscle tremors beneath." His spine resembles a great dragon, coiled and quivering, as if poised to soar at any moment, exuding an aura of infinite majesty. Those who can master internal techniques are generally well-versed in the myriad acupoints of the human body. Many martial artists even dabble in traditional Chinese medicine. In this era of martial decline, the knowledge of traditional medicine may well surpass that of a martial artist's identity. Fei Hong, too, comprehends these acupoints and principles. After careful observation, he swiftly entered a state of concentration. The muscles and acupoints of Fei Hong began to resonate, as the bioelectricity coursing through him incessantly stimulated these points. It was as if a hidden treasure within his body had been unlocked, and an indescribable sensation flowed throughout him, instilling a profound premonition that activating his ancestral internal technique would yield extraordinary results. Without hesitation, Fei Hong focused his mind, entirely forgetting that he was in a virtual realm. The internal energy circulated through his meridians, spiraling in endless loops. He felt a thunderous resonance echoing in his mind, akin to a clap of thunder reverberating in his ears. This sensation was reminiscent of a past life experience, that sound heralding the unlocking of the human body's treasure. An overwhelming force surged within him, akin to a torrential flood, rendering him unable to resist. His internal energy blossomed, ceaseless and vibrant, ushering him into the realm of innate mastery. This progression was markedly swifter than in his previous life. System notification. Congratulations, player Fei Hong has attained level 10. All present players witnessed Fei Hong's level indicator soar from 0 to 10 in an instant. Indeed, Fei Hong entered the game without adopting a nickname, opting instead to use his own name. As martial artists, we can actually level up through our cultivation methods. Initially, many believed this was merely a simplistic virtual game, but upon truly grasping the essence of martial arts within the game, they began to realize that this experience was far from ordinary. Splendid. Someone has already mastered the foundational law. A new novice task has been issued. Teach fellow companions to utilize the foundational law in order to participate in the martial arena. All present received task notifications. Task system updated. Task details. Impart the foundational law to one martial artist. Current progress, 01. The Guardian left 2 virtual displays at the center of the training ground, clearly illustrating the demonstration of the foundational law. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, mastering the foundational law within a mere few hours is implausible. 2 days elapsed. Yet the external players had yet to witness the emergence of a new class of martial artists. In the main city, Fei Hong stood before the enormous teleportation portal, gazing at it, strikingly reminiscent of his memories from a past life, as if he were in a different era. Upon passing through the portal, he recalled that behind it lay a formidable barbarian tribe. This tribe had blocked the gates of Yanhuang Star for over a decade in his previous life, having infiltrated Yanhuang Star several times, inflicting tremendous losses. It was only after the resurgence of martial arts on Yanhuang Star that this barbarian tribe was barely eradicated. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as he once again found himself on the opposite side of the portal. The grotesque and bloody edifices now dominated what was once the stronghold of the barbarian tribe. The former royal palace, a testament to the barbarian kings, had been transformed into a towering staircase of countless skulls, upon which rested a magnificent throne crafted from bones. A figure could be faintly discerned seated atop this throne. The walls of the streets were adorned with intricate reliefs, resembling the contorted forms of corpses twisted in death. The entire camp of Despair's Truth exuded an overwhelming aura of bloody distortion. The bustling streets, filled with players, seemed indifferent to these grotesque structures. Instead, various players were engaged in obsequious attempts to charm NPCs in hopes of acquiring quests. Chapter 47. The Annihilation Quest. A freshly minted Annihilation Quest. Join our guild, the pinnacle of light and darkness. We offer shared annihilation quests. A man riding a unicorn, with an androgynous appearance, shouted along the streets. Adorned with the words Twilight emblazoned upon his head, he eagerly greeted players of level 10 and above. Twilight was troubled. The first major guild quest they received was the Annihilation Quest. While it was not exceedingly difficult, it carried a certain brutality. Many players within the guild sought to evade it for various reasons, compelling him to recruit novice players from the streets for participation. By the end of the morning, he had managed to gather a meager following of 7 players. As the name implies, the Annihilation Quest was a slaughter mission directly issued by the faction. Such missions typically involve the extermination of weaker humanoid creatures, which, despite their low levels and minimal experience rewards, were numerous. Moreover, a significant segment of the player base believed that this world might closely resemble the real one, making it difficult for many players to strike down these seemingly defenseless humanoid beings. This hesitation resulted in the frequent neglect of Despair's Truth's annihilation quests. Some players, embodying an overly compassionate spirit, even lodged formal protests against the annihilation quests issued by the Despair's Truth faction. However, their protests proved futile, and they were swiftly stripped of their gaming privileges, lamenting on the official website. Consequently, the Annihilation quest transitioned from voluntary acceptance to being designated tasks assigned by the guild. A bewildered player standing at the center of the street caught Twilight's keen eye. The large number 10 emblazoned on his forehead indicated he was at the minimum level required to undertake this task. Before Fei Hong could fully comprehend the situation, strong hands seized him. "Brother, I see you're a level 10 novice player. Would you be interested in joining our guild to undertake the Annihilation quest? Membership comes with generous rewards and a steady salary." Fei Hong regarded Twilight with a bemused expression. He had heard of the Annihilation quest long before the 4th beta test. This individual appeared rather unreliable. Did he truly believe that Fei Hong had not consulted game guides in the past? Nevertheless, Fei Hong harbored no aversion to such missions. After all, wasn't it true that in his previous life, countless civilians across the Yanhuang star had fallen prey to these alien races? What crime did they commit? Would it truly suffice to acquire a set of level 10 white leather armor? Faced with such an inquiry, Twilight felt an urge to deny it. Yet he was still short of 2 individuals. Gritting his teeth, Twilight reluctantly exchanged his guild contributions for a set of white leather armor, which he presented to Fei Hong. Although this level 10 armor was not particularly rare given the mainstream player levels of 20 to 30, its value in the current game economy and real currency meant it was worth at least 50,000. "Brother, click to join the guild and accept the guild quest, and this armor shall be yours." "All right," Fei Hong replied with a smile, swiftly confirming his guild membership. Unbeknownst to Twilight, this investment in a mere set of level 10 white leather armor would become a topic of conversation for him, the leader of the Guild of Light and Darkness. Wherever he went in the future, this simple armor had yielded him one of the top 3 players of the game. In the tranquil village, barefoot children of a different race joyfully played in the open space. The elders and women, seizing the fleeting moments before sunset, hurriedly stitched leather garments and retrieved smoked meat hanging from the eaves. Fei Hong, bearing 2 Tang swords, entered the village silently, while 2 robust male guards stationed at the entrance clutched their throats and slowly collapsed. The warning bell tolled, prompting the remaining able-bodied villagers to grab weapons from their homes and rush towards the entrance. Nearby, 2 players on a hillside brandished their staffs, chanting incantations. Spell. Meteor fire rain. Countless fireballs, the size of fists, rained down from the heavens, igniting the village. Various paths within the village were guarded by players. The extermination quest, as its name implies, demanded that not a single enemy escape. Each enemy left alive would detract from the quest's completion. At the village entrance, Fei Hong's Tang swords were now drenched in the dark blood of the other race. 2 more young males from that race fell to the ground, leaving only a handful of older males and numerous women and children. Fei Hong displayed an air of indifference, methodically wiping the blood from his swords with his armored arm. With every step he took forward, the elderly and young retreated a step back. The remaining older males, summoning their courage, shouted and charged at him. In the blink of an eye, glimmering blades flashed through the air, severing heads that soared skyward, with blood splattering onto the nearby women and children. As he advanced, a well-formed female, accompanied by a child, suddenly knelt, speaking various unintelligible words and fervently bowing her head. The child gazed at Fei Hong in bewilderment, eyes filled with confusion and innocence. While the players could not comprehend her words, Fei Hong understood them. A century's worth of memories from his past life had endowed him with the common tongue of these foreign beings. "I implore you, warrior of another race, for the sake of the Eternal Mother, spare these children. I swear by the Eternal Mother that we shall never be your enemies. Please, grant us mercy." The woman fervently bowed, pulling the child with her. Fei Hong merely curled the corners of his mouth, seemingly speaking to himself. "I am well aware of your kind. Your barbarian lineage possesses a certain probability of ancestral regression upon reaching adulthood, transforming into creatures imbued with the blood of ancient savages. In my youth, I was fortunate enough to witness such a transformation, albeit at the cost of my disciple's life. Then, like the glint of autumn water slicing through the air, nearly 100 elderly, weak, women, and children gathered at the village entrance fell into a pool of blood. I trust you understand that the conflict between one race and another inevitably concludes with the annihilation of the vanquished, do you not?" He stood amidst the corpses at the village entrance. The women and children who had once bowed before him now lay with wide, bewildered eyes. Their bodies sprawled in the sanguine mire. Fei Hong retrieved a white cloth from his system backpack, methodically wiping the bloodstains from his 2 Tang knives, murmuring softly, The system alerted him that his current level was 11, and the extermination task had been successfully completed, with a contribution rate of 90. Consequently, he was awarded merit and experience points. His level now stood at 13. The guild team of the Light and Darkness had all received their rewards for the extermination task. A female player gazed with palpable reluctance at the fallen elderly and children. Was his heart made of iron? Did he not hesitate to slay these defenseless souls? Twilight shook his head, a broad smile spreading across his face. He knew stability had been achieved. The guild would now have more capable executors for the extermination tasks assigned. In the ensuing days, at Fei Hong's behest, the Light and Darkness Guild feverishly requested extermination tasks from the Despair Truth faction. For the bountiful rewards and merits of these tasks far surpassed any others. The guild urgently needed to cultivate new talent, requiring only that they seal off key routes of the battered tribes, while Fei Hong wielded his dual tang knives to dispatch their foes. Chapter 48. The massacre. Fei Hong executed the extermination tasks with fervent zeal, as if he sought to unleash every ounce of resentment and fury from his previous life, resembling a ferocious beast that voraciously devoured all in its path. The Oasis Prairie, once home to dozens of tribes engaged in mutual conflict, resembled a chaotic battlefield, saturated with slaughter and bloodshed. After the players' arrival, the main forces of these tribes were obliterated, and the once thriving settlements were reduced to desolation, akin to a ravaged city filled with ruins and debris. A few remaining foreign tribes, faced with the players' relentless onslaught, could only reluctantly unite and retreat into the depths of the prairie, like a flock of sheep driven away, helplessly searching for a new haven. Thus, they were compelled to contend with the pursuing player guild team, akin to hunted prey, with nowhere to escape. Mother, will we survive in the hands of those foreign beings from another world? At night, a prairie elf maiden with healthy, sun-kissed skin lay in her mother's embrace, her voice tinged with fear and unease. In the brief span of these months, the once happy family of the prairie elf maiden was reduced to her mother alone. Her 3 brothers and father had perished in combat against the players. The bodies and heads of her father and brothers had been repurposed by the Despair Truth faction as materials for their forward bases. The makeshift forward encampments, constructed from the remains of otherworldly corpses, bestow upon the players within a rapid replenishment of stamina and restoration of health and mana. The more alien bodies utilized in the construction of this camp, the more potent the effect becomes. Even now, several severed heads dangle from the palisade of the encampment, seemingly recounting the tragic fates of the prairie elf maiden's family to her. This is the truth of despair, efficient, bloody, and terrifying, instilling fear in all surrounding otherworldly beings. The mother gently caressed the maiden's forehead, leaving a tender kiss. We will survive, she thought, albeit with a heavy heart, as her eyes closed in anguish, tears welling within her, as if on the verge of overflowing. The beautiful wishes and hopes of the mortal realm remain mere aspirations. That night, a stealthy band of players ignited the end of this otherworldly encampment with blazing flames, surrounded by walls of fire conjured by mage players. It resembled a prison engulfed in flames. Flying Phoenix stood alone at the exit, wielding 2 silver-long knives, a solitary bastion as formidable as an insurmountable mountain. Having executed numerous extermination missions, he had exchanged his contributions for powerful gear, replacing his previous white-quality dao with longer silver sabers. A trio of centaur warriors, born to be heavy cavalry, charged towards him wielding massive axes, akin to a fierce whirlwind. The silver blades sliced through the air, and the 3 centaur warriors fell, as if torn apart like fragile parchment. Soon, a cacophony of prairie orcs erupted, invoking their innate fury and charging with wild ferocity. It was futile. Flying Phoenix moved with the agility of a swift swallow, each graceful maneuver and glimmering strike causing orc warriors to collapse, akin to a field of wheat being harvested. Death unfolded in this arena, the air thick with a sanguine scent. The acrid blood dripped slowly from the silver blades, each droplet resembling a heavy tear. In a brief moment, the temporary camp leader, clad in heavy armor, rose with a great sword, standing tall like a formidable iron tower. Outsiders, you claim to be human, do you not? Beneath the weighty helm, her voice emerged, melodious and reminiscent of gentle wind chimes. Flying Phoenix remained silent, gripping his blades with both hands, advancing slowly, leaving behind clear crimson footprints on the grass, akin to a sequence of vivid musical notes. If conversation is unwelcome, Then let us fight. The leader raised her greatsword, spinning it like a windmill, a tempest unleashed. The fierce sword energy extinguished one side of the fire wall, and a nimble figure seized the moment, darting forth like a leopard. It was the wheat-skinned prairie elf maiden, stumbling forward across the grass, whistling as a massive prairie eagle descended from the sky. The eagle grasped her shoulder guard, its wings stretching several meters, soaring like a cloud into the distance. The elven maiden turned her gaze towards the makeshift camp below, engulfed in fierce flames. What she beheld were severed heads, one with golden locks cascading from the helmet, suspended mid-air like two ripe fruits. Fei Hong slowly sheathed his sword, watching the fortunate one, captured by a mighty eagle, flee into the distance. This marked the first alien to escape his grasp. The pace at which the Despair Truth tribe conquered surrounding clans was alarmingly swift. Every moment saw another tribe devastated and annihilated. Such rapid conquests soon drew the attention of the vast empires nearby. In the Elven dynasty, the Elven king, seated upon his throne, furrowed his brow upon reading reports of the chaotic invasion of the Oasis plains at the borders of his realm, likening his expression to a walnut. Turning to the grand hall below, he observed the Elven ministers standing at either side, their eyes betraying hints of dissatisfaction. Noble lords, feel free to express your thoughts regarding this intelligence. Your Majesty, I propose we strengthen the defenses of our border cities and dispatch a formidable army to strike at their core while they remain unprepared. The turmoil on the Eternal Continent has only just commenced, and we must remain vigilant against these interdimensional beings, suggested one minister. Many others echoed the sentiment to eradicate the players inciting chaos in the vicinity. The Elven King shook his head. No, let these outsiders cause their disturbances. Once they have depleted the resistance of the various minor factions around us, we shall unleash our divine might, and the territory of our Elven Empire shall expand once more. Upon hearing this, all ministers below hailed his wisdom with fervor. Not far from the borders of the Elven Empire, approximately 100,000 players marched in silence. This was the player army under the auspices of the Huang Yin Star United Government, composed of elite military officers and numerous young soldiers from the ranks. Individually, they may not compare to any skilled player, but when formed into a cohesive unit, they resembled a relentless killing machine. We must execute this battle with precision and swiftness, shattering their defenses at the first opportunity. Have we arranged for a temporary resurrection point? Let the assassins infiltrate their city and establish a temporary resurrection point within. This operation served as a test against the forces from another realm. Based on our current intelligence about this land, the expert team estimated the chances of peaceful coexistence at a mere 0.1. This place resembled a breeding ground for conflict, where a chaotic battle occurred once every 10,000 years, determining the ultimate victor, while the vanquished faced reckoning. Thus, victory was imperative. Major General Li Hui, astride a colossal dragon, spoke with a tone steeped in bloodlust, communicating with several other commanders through the player command channel. Orders flowed seamlessly, executed in layers. Chapter 49. The players' jumping tactics in the main city of Despair Truth. The collective players of the Light and Dark Guild assembled like a well-ordered army. Similarly, several other prominent guilds from Despair Truth congregated together, resembling a group of ruffians loitering after school. All equipment had been removed, and the group stood in place, clad in the system's bestowed vests, boasting and bantering like a flock of molting roosters. Fei Hong stood silently in place. Ever since he joined the Guild of Light and Darkness, numerous martial artist players, drawn by his reputation, have followed him into the guild. As the guild leader, Twilight wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, as if he had just won the lottery. It is widely known that the martial artist class possesses two distinct upgrade paths, astonishingly allowing them to elevate their levels through the cultivation of fundamental techniques. This enables martial artists to grow in strength at an extraordinary pace, akin to the speed of a rocket. Furthermore, martial artists do not require specific skills. They inherently possess a variety of martial arts techniques. With each level gained, they simply need to allocate points evenly among their physique, strength, and agility. There is no necessity for extensive skill acquisition. Relentless practice and monster hunting suffice for rapid advancement. This has left the mages, who are perpetually chasing after their class mentors for skill quests, enviously lamenting their plight. Martial artists embody both physical melee prowess and the mystical assaults of qi. Their robust physiques and ample health, combined with their unique recovery methods, render them formidable combatants. A true paragon of versatility, they excel in both offense and defense while possessing self-healing abilities. What a marvel of a hexagonal warrior. The current hottest T0 class, the martial artist, has subtly shifted the position of the previously dominant mages. Due to the overwhelming strength of the martial artist class, many prospective players awaiting the 5th test have eagerly spent money seeking training in various martial arts academies. The once declining martial arts scene of the Yanhuang Star has surged to unprecedented heights. As the foremost martial artist in the game, Fei Hong's own academy has become inundated with eager learners from all walks of life. Consequently, Fei Hong has felt compelled to summon back his former brothers in arms, who had previously sought their own fortunes. The momentum gathered by the Wang Martial Arts Academy has, in a brief moment, eclipsed its former glory. Fei Hong has also discovered that faction contributions can serve as a currency for exchanging game abilities in the real world. Moreover, the pace of cultivation within the game far surpasses that of reality on Yanhuang Star. This revelation prompted Fei Hong to invest significantly in a virtual pod, wherein he immerses himself daily in the game world. Alas, it is regrettable that Shaoli could not secure a spot for the 4th game test. Within this ever-shifting realm of gameplay, the border city of the Elven Empire is engulfed in chaos, with smoke billowing ominously. Numerous players ride their flying mounts, streaking across the sky like meteors, dodging a rain of arrows, and crashing down upon the city walls like falling meteoroids. High-ranking elven officers sound their sharp whistles, as legions of wood elves, green elves, and nomadic elves surge forth, wielding curved blades and bows in a tidal wave of fury. Meanwhile, additional players employ game skills, such as the priest's faith leap, the mage's blink, and the warlock's gate, flooding into the city walls and the inner city. Those who have teleported onto the walls form orderly lines, skillfully coordinating their abilities to engage in fierce combat with elven forces 5 levels higher than themselves, akin to a pack of wolves battling a ferocious tiger. In the unseen shadows, numerous rogue players stealthily infiltrate residential areas. The border city, particularly the civic square, is under martial law as the player army assaults the city, compelling civilians to remain indoors. Hundreds of assassins swiftly eliminated the surrounding residents, the untrained elven civilians, who, facing the well-trained assassin players, fell to the ground without uttering a sound. The assassins meticulously piled the bodies in the square, and the leader among them cast a runestone inscribed with glyphs into the heap. A colossal magical array unfurled, and in an instant, the corpses were disintegrated, transforming into energy to sustain the array's operation. Once the temporary resurrection array activated, the players in Despair Truth City, who had stripped themselves of their gear, received a uniform message. The next moment, they each took their own lives. Countless beams of white light surged from the resurrection point, as the deceased players swiftly set their respawn location to the border city of the Elven Empire. The first batch of players, who had chosen to revive early, arrived at the civic square. An overwhelming number of white lights descended, and numerous players, having removed their equipment, quickly selected their gear with a single click. The players poured forth from the resurrection point like a surging tide. Hurry, move forward, don't get stuck. The commanders of various guilds urged their members to disperse quickly. In an instant, the sheer number of reviving players could lead to a chaotic pile-up, causing unnecessary harm. In the border city, within the Lord's Manor, a prairie elven maiden, awakened from her nightmare, found herself inexplicably by the window, gazing at the myriad of tiny white lights cascading from the sky. The familiar sounds of a foreign tongue reached her ears. Peering from the high tower towards the city wall, she witnessed bloodshed and slaughter erupting all around. They are coming. This horde of demons approaches. In her panic, the maiden attempted to flee from the loft, losing one of her shoes in the process. The young and handsome high elven lord grasped her shoulder. With flowing platinum hair and eyes as serene as a turquoise lake, he seemed to harbor the depths of the ocean within his gaze. Mia, there is no need for alarm. We have 100,000 troops stationed here. They come only to walk into their own demise. I believe you. Victor, your presence has dispelled my nightmares. The high elven lord, exuding confidence, bore a depth of affection in his eyes that turned the maiden's cheeks crimson, much like a Cinderella loved by a prince. The maiden was brought to the vicinity of the Elven Empire's border city by a prairie eagle, only to be discovered by the high elven lord who had ventured out to hunt, enacting a tale reminiscent of a fantastical prince and princess. As players surged through the civic square into the city's interior, they were met by a massive army that barricaded their path. The two factions faced each other, momentarily caught in a bewildering silence. Fei Hong pushed through to the front, resembling an immovable mountain as he strode ahead of the crowd. As he walked, two gleaming silver blades in his hands flicked from their sheaths like two silver serpents. His arms twirled gracefully, akin to butterflies in flight, as the elongated silver blades spread wide, glimmering with a chilling light. Eliminate them. Our blades are not without merit. With a firm stomp of his foot, Fei Hong detonated the air like a lit fuse, instantly igniting chaos among the opposing army. Two silver blades, akin to twin flashes of lightning, wreak havoc among the opposing forces, scattering dismembered limbs like a grotesque tapestry of blood and terror. A faint whisper lingers in the air. Yet this seemingly inconsequential phrase resonates profoundly in the ears of every player. A moment of silence ensues before a thunderous roar erupts. Damn it, this kid is showing off. Brothers, follow me. The clash of battle is imminent. In every fleeting moment, players fall, only to return to the fray after a brief 90-second wait at the resurrection point. Shouting fervently, it is merely a loss of experience. A couple of monsters will easily replenish that. In an instant, players engage in a frenzied melee. Each strike desperate and unrestrained, indifferent to their own injuries. Yet, even if wounded, the multitude of healers standing behind them are not idle. They swiftly restore health, a distinct advantage of their data-driven existence. In no time, the divine stars unleashed by the priests leap energetically upon every injured player, delivering instant healing upon impact, which then transfers to others in need, continuing for 5 successive instances before dissipating. This spell possesses the remarkable ability to assess injuries, prioritizing the most grievously wounded. A weapon of mass healing. Chapter 50. A rainy night with a blade but no umbrella. Fei Hong glides gracefully along the wall, her silver blades dancing like nimble butterflies, drawing the blood of elven warriors into the air, mingling with the rain that has unexpectedly begun to fall, creating a macabre spectacle reminiscent of a blood rain. At some point, a torrential downpour commenced, the silver threads of rain cascading down, extinguishing the flames of homes ignited by the ravages of war. The entire border town is enveloped in thick white smoke, resembling an ink wash painting. As the first drop of blood fell from the silver blade into a puddle, the resulting ripples resembled pearls, and Fei Hong sprang into action, her gleaming blades effortlessly slicing through the descending raindrops like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a spray of crimson reminiscent of a blooming flower. The bloodstains adorning the walls blossomed like plum blossoms, gradually washed away by the rain, trickling down the alley like an abstract masterpiece. Within the narrow alley crowded with a dozen elven warriors, clad in armor, their labored breaths exhaling white mist. They gazed in terror at the man before them, a figure reminiscent of a demon, summoning their courage like lambs awaiting slaughter. Kill. In Elvish, the elven warriors shield one another, launching an assault from various angles upon Fei Hong, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. She advances at a measured pace, her dual silver blades soaring gracefully, akin to butterflies in flight. One blade deftly disarms an elven warrior of his curved dagger, swiftly plunging into his chest. The warrior's eyes widen in shock as he crumples to the ground like a withered tree. The other blade, from an unexpected angle, deflects the strikes of 3 elven warriors attacking from different directions, serving as a formidable shield. As the first silver blade was swiftly retracted, a chilling glimmer of steel sliced through the air, blood splattering and transforming the once murky puddle into a vivid crimson, resembling a sea of blood. The master of the 3 weapons sank gently to the ground along the wall, akin to a tree felled by the wind. Meanwhile, the wielder of the double blades maintained a leisurely pace, stepping gracefully through the shallow water, advancing towards the elven warriors like an elegant dancer. Over a dozen elven warriors found themselves paralyzed by the aura of a single individual, hesitating in place, unwilling to approach. It was understandable. Those who dared to advance had already fallen behind Fei Hong, with both silver blades tightly bound in gauze around his palms. Fei Hong had endured over half an hour of brutal combat, the fabric soaked through with blood. The relentless rain dripped down, diluting the vivid crimson on the gauze, each drop sliding off the blade like tears from a demon. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had long since set, and the remaining twilight was obscured by heavy clouds. The city echoed with cries of despair, the sounds of fierce battle utterly unheard by the group of elven warriors in the alley. Their ears only registered the slow, deliberate footsteps splashing through the puddles, resonating like the tolling of a death knell. As the demonic figure drew ever closer, the warriors, upon realizing that the blade was within easy reach, succumbed to panic and rushed towards Fei Hong in a frenzied assault. The silver blades reflected the raindrops, illuminating the air with countless flashes of steel, mingling with the splattered blood, reminiscent of a magnificent fireworks display. Fei Hong moved with ease, and with each flash of his blade, an elven warrior fell softly to the ground, as if harvested like ripe grain. When the last elven warrior faced Fei Hong, he appeared to have lost all courage, letting out a desperate cry as he discarded his beloved curved sword and fled in despair. Though swift, his escape was outpaced by Fei Hong. A brilliant flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the alley walls with the shadow of a body whose head had been cleaved in half, slowly collapsing to the ground like a marionette deprived of its strings. Initially, when encountering the elven army within the city, the players suffered devastating losses. Yet, buoyed by the presence of resurrection points, they surged forth like a tide, and upon hearing of the epic siege battle, players from the Despair Truth faction, wandering aimlessly, eagerly took off their gear to respawn and rush to the city battleground. The number of players pouring out of the resurrection points swelled, their reckless, suicidal assaults inflicting severe casualties on the elven forces. In fact, the players within the city outnumbered those attacking from outside the walls by several times. The elven army, formidable as it was, found itself at a disadvantage against the sheer number of players acting as a boss. Their strength, however great, proved insufficient in the face of overwhelming odds. Clad in resplendent armor and wielding exquisite shields, the elven guards fell one by one into the rain-soaked puddles, the splashes echoing their final lament. As the battle raged into the night, the High Elven Lord remained unfazed, having anticipated the outcome. The city walls had long been breached, and even with millions of elven civilians arming themselves to join the fray, the city was engulfed in urban warfare. Yet, the elite elven guards are nearly exhausted. What purpose do these civilians serve in the fray? Blood and slaughter unfold throughout the city, resembling a gruesome celebration. On the main thoroughfare of the border city, a multitude of ruthless players marches in orderly ranks, trampling through puddles with haste. Silent and resolute, the prolonged combat has imbued them with an ironclad demeanor, akin to a legion of silent reapers. The mages sit silently upon their mounts, enveloped by melee players, advancing briskly with the throng. Some timid elven residents, too fearful to join the fray, cautiously peer through gaps, their gazes filled with dread and reverence for the alien army infiltrating their city. This formidable force is advancing towards the inner city, the stronghold of the Lord. The inner precinct, inhabited by the High Elves, has already dispatched a multitude of elven guards to fortify the walls. At this moment, their defenses are alarmingly thin, and sporadic players exploit skills to breach the inner city, engaging in combat with the guards. The defenders within the inner city undoubtedly possess a higher level of proficiency compared to those outside, swiftly dispatching the intruding players. At this juncture, the grand gates of the inner city are shattered by an overwhelming force, exploding into countless fragments, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Fei Hong, wielding dual blades, strides forth alongside a cadre of elite warriors, their advance reminiscent of an unyielding tide of steel. Under Fei Hong's cold and ruthless gaze, the guards suddenly perceive they are confronted by a formidable foe among the alien ranks. Their eyes, like the biting cold of winter, instill a bone-chilling fear. A throng of warriors surges forth from either side of Fei Hong, their movements ghostly and as swift as lightning. The High Elven Guards, acutely aware of their dire situation, muster their courage to confront these players, their bravery ablaze like a fervent flame. Unlike the ordinary players they have encountered, these warriors possess extraordinary skills. Their grace akin to butterflies dancing, both light and lethal. A pair of skilled fighters can easily overwhelm a single High Elven Guard, their coordination seamless and dazzling. The dying screams of the guards echo like wails of tormented souls in the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Fei Hong's keen eyes spot a familiar figure. Upon recognizing him, the figure shrieks and retreats behind a tall, handsome elven man, her voice a melodious nightingale's song, clear and enchanting. It is him. He is the one who murdered my mother. Mia cries out in anguish, her gaze ablaze with fury and hatred as she confronts the specter that haunts her nightmares. I concede your strength, my lord, but if you can so easily slay the weak and the elderly, your character must be profoundly lacking. The elven man, adorned in exquisite armor akin to a masterpiece, advances towards Fei Hong, his steps reminiscent of a dancer's graceful ballet. This is a war of races, for one race to survive. It must tread upon the corpses of another. Fei Hong, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from the man, slowly uttered his first words of the day, his voice resonating like distant thunder, echoing through the heavens. The torrential rain fell, resembling countless lustrous pearls plummeting to the ground, creating a myriad of splashes. Two figures emerged, one wielding a knife, the other a sword, their paths intertwining amidst the rain-soaked night. The blade sliced through raindrops like a flash of lightning illuminating the courtyard, while the long sword pierced the air with the lethal menace of a venomous serpent. The trembling girl, gripped by fear, was dragged backward by two servants, her movements akin to a frightened fawn, panicked and helpless. In the courtyard lay a crouching griffin, as the servants, disregarding the girl's struggles, forcibly bound her to the creature, their actions brutish and beastly. In her turmoil, a servant stuffed the girl into an exquisite box, her eyes wide with fear, resembling a startled rabbit. Take good care of her. This is the Lord Mayor's final gift to you. With a vigorous lash of the whip, the griffin took flight, the startled girl soaring above, circling for a while until the griffin, regaining its composure, flapped its wings and flew towards the depths of the distant city. Chapter 51. The tragedy. The elf maiden from the grasslands lay upon the griffin's back, painfully observing the border city succumb to a pool of blood. The elf commoners, armed with various weapons, had transformed into menacing red-named foes in the eyes of the players. These red-named adversaries were mere walking experience packages, swiftly dispatched by the players one by one. Yet, through the elf maiden's eyes, she witnessed the barbaric slaughter of the city's inhabitants by the foreign army, with the torrential rain failing to quell the explosive fury of magic flames. As the griffin soared higher, the central lord's mansion came into view, where numerous loyal guards had already sacrificed their lives, embodying their unwavering loyalty. The maiden could distinctly see the dark mass of players gradually approaching the two men engaged in combat within the Lord's hall. This marked Fei Hong's first encounter with an equally matched opponent. The enemy's fierce swordsmanship combined with formidable speed posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, Fei Hong's past experience as a martial king allowed him to gradually recall many techniques under the pressure of this balanced confrontation. Each move, each stance, his angles of attack became increasingly unpredictable. The piercing blade cut through the air, drawing a few droplets of blood. The handsome elf lord wiped a scratch from his cheek. Intrigued. An interesting fellow, your combat experience and swordsmanship far exceed your innate strength. Acknowledging the inevitable outcome, the honor coursing through his high elf blood would not permit him to be captured as a prisoner of war, thus dying in battle became the most honorable choice. As the sounds of combat outside the Lord's mansion gradually subsided, a faint smile of resignation appeared on the man's face, tinged with bitterness as he spoke softly. My sword will be swift, swift enough to end your life in an instant. How fortunate I am to encounter a swordsman like you before my demise. Upon hearing this, Fei Hong's eyes glimmered. In the next moment, he opened his hands as a martial player stepped forth from the crowd, personally unwrapping the bandages binding his wrists. As the blood-soaked bandages were unwound, his left hand's silver blade slowly approached the right. A flash of light glimmered, and the two silver blades merged into one. A longer and more slender silver blade was grasped by Fei Hong with both hands. This is the ancestral swordsmanship of the Wang family. I invite you to admire it. Once the blade is drawn, it not only distinguishes the victor from the vanquished, but also decides life and death. Fei Hong gripped the long sword in a reverse hold, and as the blade spun, the brilliant light of the sword dazzled, blinding those who beheld it. In the next instant, both combatants sprang into action. The swift, slender sword pierced Fei Hong's chest in a heartbeat. The arm wielding the slender sword and half of the elven man's head were sent soaring. The battle that commenced in an instant concluded just as swiftly. Fei Hong transformed into a white light, gradually dissipating. In the eyes of all players, a petite gravestone adorned with a countdown plummeted to the ground. A priest player forcefully pushed through the crowd, and, after chanting for 10 seconds, Fei Hong reappeared in place. shattering the solemn atmosphere of the martial duel that had so painstakingly coalesced among the warriors. Dear friends, I understand that dueling is quite magnificent. But please allow me to disrupt the atmosphere a bit. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Feel free to call me Blue Scarf. Farewell, everyone. I must return home to write in my diary. Today has been yet another day of good deeds. The priest waved his hand and swiftly slipped away from the throng while all the martial class players looked on. Fei Hong stood silently, waving a hand to collect the fallen bodies. A young girl perched atop a circling griffin gazed intently at this fateful duel, her heart aching. Until the moment her beloved faced death, he continued to gaze at her soaring silhouette in the sky. No, I will kill you. By any means necessary. Even if it costs me my soul, I shall extinguish your life. I will utterly obliterate you. The girl's voice echoed in the heavens, reminiscent of a weeping oriole. Once the startled griffin regained its composure, it resolutely soared towards the predetermined direction. The day after the players breached the elven border city, the streets were littered with the bodies of soldiers and civilians, remnants of the previous night's battle where hundreds of thousands of troops and 1 million armed civilians were annihilated. As a characteristic of the Despair Truth faction, any civilian-like being who took up arms and attacked would be marked with a red name for life. The primary criterion for the Despair Truth to determine the occupation of a city was the absence of red-named entities within it. Thus, by late night, many civilians who had armed themselves in rebellion were driven to despair. They attempted to surrender, but those marked with red names were mercilessly slain where they stood. Numerous armed civilians, emboldened by a moment of bravery to assist in the rebellion, quietly discarded their weapons and sought refuge in homes, hoping to feign ignorance of their actions. However, this proved futile, as their red names would still be visible through the walls to the players. Many civilians who had resisted and later tried to sneak back home were hunted down and killed. In the eyes of those civilians who had not resisted, it appeared as though these alien armies were systematically slaughtering them from house to house. It must be said that among these elven civilians, who had little understanding of the Despair Truth players' ways, there remained a flicker of courage in their hearts. Many civilians, who initially showed no signs of resistance, were misled and resolutely took up arms. This malignant dissemination transformed him into a red name, and before these civilians could even act, they were brutally shot down by distant players occupying high ground. The remaining 200,000 civilians, who had previously remained passive, dwindled by another 100,000 due to this misunderstanding. Rain began to fall yesterday evening and continued through the morning. The blood on the streets remained unwashed by this day and night of downpour. This border city, once home to nearly 1.3 million civilians, was reduced to just over 100,000 after a night of slaughter. A mountain of corpses accumulated in the city center, towering higher than any structure within the city, while copious blood continued to flow from beneath this mound of bodies. Li Hui returned silently to the command center with his staff. We are acutely aware that this is the real world. Such a massacre surely contravenes humanitarian principles. One of the advisors whispered, "This is a war of survival, where the victor can only advance step by step over the corpses of the vanquished. We are powerless. They are powerless. Everyone is helpless," Li Hui rasped. "This is a war of life and death, of annihilation and extinction. You are no longer suited for the advisory position. I will recommend to the higher-ups that you be reassigned to execute extermination tasks. After you have completed 10 missions, you may return to report to me." Li Hui turned to the advisor who had spoken. Once the last red-named resident of the city was slain, a surge of crimson light enveloped the entire city. The power of the fourth calamity descended, and in accordance with the nature of Despair's truth, the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were rapidly evaporated and separated. The once magnificent elven border city underwent tremendous transformation under the might of the fourth calamity's power. The surviving elven residents were swiftly altered, destined to become NPCs of the city, tasked with the responsibility of issuing quests and maintaining various system pharmacies and armories. This border city, which once safeguarded the verdant grasslands, was thus transformed into a blood-soaked fortress filled with grotesque structures. Large resurrection points, player arenas, residential areas for professional mentors, and halls of advancement for various vocations were established. The city was further transformed into a data city by the endless power of the fourth calamity's data. With the completion of this siege mission, the system began to calculate rewards. Current rewards are as follows. Chapter 52, The Tremors of the Elven Empire. Contribution rankings for this siege mission are as follows. First place, Yinhuang Guild, Hui Huang, Li Hui, contributed 15. Second place, Yinhuang Guild, Onren, established resurrection point, contributed 11. Third place, the Guild of Light and Shadow, Fei Hong, decapitation, contributed 10. Fourth place, the Massacre Legion, Tumi, enemy kills, contributed 5. Fifth place, the Scarlet Monastery, Yongyi, enemy kills and healing, contributed 3. All players who participated in this siege are listed based on the experience points gained from contributions. Fei Hong's experience bar was instantly filled, propelling him from a Knight of Slaughter from level 29 to level 33. Fei Hong felt an extraordinary coolness coursing through his body, a force that transformed into immense steam, rapidly enhancing his physical capabilities and fortifying the martial cyclone within his dantian. For this mission, you have rank 3rd, earning an additional 20 free attribute points, bringing your total distributable points to 60. Without a glance, Fei Hong allocated all points evenly among agility, strength, and constitution. The surge of power momentarily overwhelmed him, but it was of no concern. As a martial artist, mastery over strength was his forte. A few more extermination missions would suffice. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of the fallen border city, the Elven King sat on his throne, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the gathered ministers in the Grand Hall. Are you all of the mind of beasts? A vast border city falls in a single night, and we remain oblivious for 2 days? The ministers trembled beneath his gaze, and the Ironblood Duke Alarut stepped forward with trepidation. Your Highness, it is imperative that we dispatch a great army to obliterate these foreign foes. I propose that the Dawn family, who lost the border city, be tasked with this mission to redeem themselves. Your Majesty, that cannot be. The Dawn family has already failed to defend their territory. Their command must be lax. I suggest Count Dragonbreath lead the army. His Dragonbreath Legion is exceptionally formidable. They will undoubtedly crush the enemy and penetrate deep into their realm. The representatives of various factions jostled among themselves, eager to send their forces to confront the encroaching player army. The Elven King, Vidoses, remained seated on his throne, a silent observer, watching the ministers squabble like agitated roosters. As their faces flushed with indignation, he finally interjected, Enough. Mobilize all noble forces near the border to form a coalition led by Duke Dawn to advance toward the border city. The Dragonbreath Legion shall serve as the vanguard. Additionally, deploy 100,000 Eagle Knights. Strike with full force. I command you to eradicate these foreign invaders and seize their world. Rising from his throne, the Elven King struck the ground with his exquisitely crafted scepter, as if intending to carve a pit into the earth itself. The ministers ceased their bickering, reverently kneeling on one knee, hands over their hearts, like loyal subjects ready to heed their sovereign's command. Obey my will, and your resolve shall shine upon every corner of the land like the blazing sun. At the Duke of Dawn's estate, the Duke furrowed his brow, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the prairie elf before him, akin to observing an injured creature. Are you certain that the one who killed my son has returned to life after his demise? The prairie elf maiden nodded tearfully, the azure gemstone hanging at her chest shimmering brilliantly, resembling a beating heart. It was a final gift from her beloved, a symbol of his essence. Our army shall depart for the border city on the morrow. Will you remain in the royal city, or will you join me in witnessing your enemy's utter annihilation? A fleeting softness crossed the Duke's stern visage, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake. The pure-hearted elven maiden reminded him of his late wife, filling him with pride for his son who had perished in the frontier city, yet lamenting the loss of a remarkable heir. I shall accompany you. I want to witness him gradually succumb to death, and I shall inflict upon him the most heinous tortures known to man. The elven maiden wiped away her tears, her voice resolute yet tinged with a hint of vindictiveness, akin to a vengeful lion cub. Deep within the Elven Empire, amidst an endless forest, countless birds took flight as the resounding roar of dragons reverberated through the air, as if to rend the very sky. In the distance, the towering chimera, reaching heights of several thousand meters, loomed like a colossal green spire. Dozens of two-headed chimeras spiraled around the great trees, unfurling their immense wings, akin to dark clouds obscuring the sun. A multitude of elves perched upon their backs, resembling sailors aboard grand warships. Then, this gargantuan beast propelled itself skyward with a powerful leap, akin to an arrow released from a bow. This was the realm of the Dark Moon Elves, also the domain of Count Dragonbreath. As the dual-headed dragon chimeras soared through the heavens, their breath, a blend of thunder and venom, intertwined, creating a stirring battle anthem that instilled terror in all adversaries in their wake. There were thousands of these chimeras, each an adult of the 9th-tier magical beast classification, equivalent to a level 90 in gaming terms. They swarmed like ferocious dragons, casting shadows that dimmed the sunlight. A noble of the Dark Night Elves, adorned with violet skin and marked by noble facial patterns, sat atop the largest three-headed chimera, resembling a commanding general orchestrating a vast army. Onward. These massive beasts soared along the forest's edge, where more eagle riders, armed with magical bows, awaited them with eager anticipation. The two formidable aerial forces converged, akin to two surging dragons, flying towards the border city. Closest to the border city lay the territory of the Dawn family. On the expansive plains, legions of elves assembled, their banners adorned with various noble insignias, creating a vibrant tapestry. Almost all the noble houses of the Northwest had been mobilized, amassing a formidable force of over 1 million soldiers, their weapons standing tall like an impenetrable steel wall. The might of the Elven Empire stood as a towering mountain, casting a long shadow over the vast region for millennia. Except for the barbaric royal court in the Northwest, no tribe or clan dared to provoke the fierce claws of this colossal dynasty. These Northwest elven nobles, having long endured the plunders and harassment from the barbaric royal court, possessed an abundance of martial virtue across their territories. As these nobles gathered, their immense military force surged forth like a tidal wave. Such power was enough to instill fear even in the barbaric royal court, akin to a ferocious beast not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, the barbaric royal court had already perished upon the arrival of the Camp of Despair. In their stead, an increasingly formidable force of players emerged. The 5th phase of the public beta had just commenced, and thanks to the burgeoning power of souls, the total number of players from both factions was set to expand to 5 million. In the two major cities of Despair's Truth and the Salvation of All Beings, newly arrived players, bewildered and wide-eyed, gazed upon the architecture reminiscent of the illustrious Huang Star, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Guided by NPCs, they queued to be teleported to the Eternal Continent. These novice players would soon be absorbed and collectively trained by the prominent guilds, transforming into the backbone of these factions. Meanwhile, many skilled solo players scattered into the surroundings, surviving through hunting, much like solitary wolves on the prairie. In the days following the mobilization of the Elven Empire's army, yet another city on the border fell. The news of the massacre in the first border city instilled a sense of caution among the residents of the second city. With the advent of the Fourth Plague's talents, many robust individuals were absorbed directly, becoming system guardians. Under the meticulous design of Chun Yen, these guardians donned splendid armaments emblematic of their factions, each class possessing its own exclusive standard uniform. This spectacle captivated a multitude of players, akin to monkeys that had spotted bananas, frantically scratching their heads in eagerness. What are the components of the armor worn by these system guardians? I desire them. They look so impressive and stylish. Players were eager to explore the faction contribution warehouse, where they could exchange their contribution ranks for various battlefield outfits. However, upon witnessing the extensive contributions required, a somber silence enveloped the players. This was Chun Yen's cunning strategy. To acquire aesthetically pleasing and functional gear, one must earn merit and expand territories. With enough contribution points, even divine intervention could be invoked. Chapter 52. A unique strategy of salvation for all beings, setting aside the challenges faced by the Despair's Truth faction. The salvation of all beings confronted its own predicament, an ocean of the undead, an overwhelming tide of skeletal foes. Before the second testing phase, players of the salvation of all beings were largely confined to the vicinity of the teleportation camp, relentlessly clearing out skeleton soldiers. The portal of the undead race lay thousands of kilometers away, with daily incursions from wandering undead. Fortunately, the healers had implemented necromantic repulsion spells that concealed the camp amidst the vast sea of the undead, causing all passing undead to instinctively avoid the area. Faced with daily respawning undead minions, players of the salvation of all beings experienced a bittersweet existence. This situation allowed them to advance their levels more swiftly than those of Despair's Truth, resulting in a significantly high ratio of mages and priests among their ranks, both of which dealt additional damage to undead units. With the commencement of the third and fourth testing phases, players were able to withstand the onslaught of undead and push forward. Priests became an indispensable class in the salvation of all beings, as their area purification could restore the corrupted lands. Players who had long dwelled in tainted regions were prone to afflictions bearing various vulnerability debuffs, making the presence of several priests in a team particularly vital. After the commencement of the fifth trial, when Ping stood outside the redemption of all beings camp, gazing at the meticulously arranged army of hundreds of thousands of new players before him, and let out a joyous laugh towards the heavens. Li Hui, oh Li Hui, though you may excel in siege warfare, you cannot match my speed in cultivating official players. In reality, the official players from Redemption of all beings remain the strongest. The subhuman empire, which has dominated this land for nearly a millennium, has recently suffered greatly from a massive invasion by the undead. Fortunately, a force composed of troops from another world has alleviated much of their burden. To express goodwill, the subhuman empire has forged a friendly agreement with Redemption of all beings, allowing markets and various cities to open, enabling players to procure diverse equipment and healing potions. However, the populace of the subhuman empire harbors a deep-seated animosity towards these players who have emerged from another world, perceiving them as under-evolved subhumans, akin to humans observing monkeys. Many lower-ranking officers and city lords, when issuing quests, often secretly withhold rewards from players, leading to a growing sense of dissatisfaction among many. At the border city, a player contingent of 1,000, having cleared a vast area overrun by undead outside the city, prepared to enter the Lord's Manor to claim their rewards. Although the rewards would be meager, the contribution to their faction would be significant. Yet, they were intercepted at the city gates by a dozen subhuman guards. By order of the Lord, armed groups exceeding 1,000 are prohibited from entering the city. We must inspect your spatial bags, as I suspect you may carry dangerous items into the city. A few city guards, with a glimmer of mischief in their eyes, blocked the path of the players. Initially, the city guards had been wary of the players' formidable combat capabilities. However, the disdainful attitude towards the players from the subhuman empire over the past few months, coupled with the players' forbearance in executing tasks, had led the guards to grow complacent, emboldening some lower-ranking thugs to eye the 1,000-player team covetously. This contingent belonged to the mainstream leveling guild, Dynasty, of Redemption of all beings. Observing the guards with their shifty eyes, occasionally glancing at the player's wrist bag insignias, Feng Yun, the leader of the leveling team, quickly discerned that the guards were seeking a bribe. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yun retrieved a small pouch of gold coins from his bag, the currency of the subhuman empire, sufficient to cover several months' wages for these city guards. The pouch was swiftly snatched away. How bold to brazenly bribe the city guards in the open. Seize them all at once. Confiscate their magical equipment and the items in their spatial bags. The guards at the city gate, brandishing their long blades, advanced menacingly towards the players. The players of Redemption of all beings had been compliant for far too long, allowing the bureaucrats of the subhuman empire, who enjoyed a life of ease in the rear, to treat them as soft targets. Over 50 guards of similar level dared to disarm 1,000 players. Such actions, throughout the annals of history on the Yanhuang Star, would be deemed exceedingly foolish. Yet, this is precisely what the bureaucrats of the subhuman empire chose to do, illustrating the entrenched mindset of races on the Eternal Continent. In simpler terms, your kindness towards me, your constant consideration in our interactions, is not a favor. It simply reveals your weakness and vulnerability. This realization of yours as a weaker being is quite evident. Indeed, this simplistic notion, coupled with the general lack of intellect among the majority of the inhabitants of the subhuman empire, has led to this absurd behavior that many find utterly foolish. Numerous players, witnessing the advance of over 50 city guards, exchanged bewildered glances, with a few quick-witted individuals suspecting it to be a trap, a scheme to justify the slaughter of players for their rewards. As the guards' previously green names above their heads swiftly turned red, revealing their health bars, the players' apprehension transformed into a curious anticipation towards the approaching guards. The commanding officer among them raised his hand and struck at the wind and clouds. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm shot upwards, a sharp whistle piercing the air, prompting the patrolling subhuman archers on the city walls to draw their bows. At that moment, as they aimed their weapons at the players, Their names instantly shifted to red. They have revolted. They no longer wish to enter the border city for supplies, do they? The officer, clutching his severed arm in pain, cast a venomous glare. The issue of supplies could be addressed later. My curiosity lies in what equipment a mere officer like you could possibly drop and how much experience you might provide. With a bloodthirsty smile, Wind and Cloud raised his blade. Meanwhile, the players lingering near the city gate grew increasingly excited. You lowly subhuman creatures have already been granted a tremendous favor by being allowed to enter the city for supplies and to eliminate the undead for us. And yet you dare to revolt. Kill them. Slay them all. Upon receiving the command, the archers on the walls unleashed their arrows. After months of coexistence, the players' adherence to rules and their diverse array of magically radiant equipment made these subhumans salivate with envy. Magical gear is a rare commodity for the subhumans. A single piece could be a family heirloom. In contrast, players possess the fourth calamity talent, allowing them to effortlessly acquire such items. The subhumans attempted to trade currency and various goods for the players' equipment, but the players dismissed such offers, for they had system currency and real-world currency as anchors. Why sell equipment to fellow players when they could keep it for themselves? A few measly coins would only afford some services from subhuman maidens. This was merely an excuse to launch an assault on the players and seize their magical weaponry. In the instant the battle commenced, layers of enhancement buffs cascaded upon all players. The priest's blessing of resilience, the mage's mark of wisdom, the paladin's aura of courage, the druid's blessing of nature, and the warrior's battle cry, all intermingled. The players, who had previously donned somewhat lackluster gear, now shone brightly with the infusion of these buffs. Wind and Cloud twisted his neck, using his arm armor to wipe the blood from his longsword. How dare you? Had you been in the presence of despair and truth next door, you would all have been turned into mere decorative pieces upon sharp spears. Chapter 53. Counterattack within mere minutes. The 50-odd city guards who had so arrogantly strutted moments before lay lifeless on the ground. Under the strategic spell of the undead, the necromantic canopy, the soft corpses that had crumpled to the ground rose unsteadily once more within mere minutes. The ability to slay them repeatedly? The players rejoiced. However, these newly risen corpses soon collapsed again, even as the priests employed sacred fire to purify their very remains. Meanwhile, the red-named archers perched atop the city walls found themselves in dire straits, as hundreds of agile players had already utilized teleportation skills to ascend the battlements. With a marginal difference in levels, the players' vocational skills and equipment far surpassed those of their equivalent subhuman counterparts. In just a few fleeting moments, the bodies of over 100 subhuman archers were hurled from the ramparts. Do you, wretched beings, seek to rebel? Such audacity! Capture them all. The commander tasked with guarding this gate, clad in misaligned armor, arrived with a throng of soldiers just as the battle neared its conclusion. Traces of lipstick still visible on his face. Observing the fallen guards at the city gate alongside the jovial players collecting their spoils, the commander felt the weight of his cap as he lowered it, his name beginning to glow a menacing red. All players turned to gaze intently at the crimson name hovering above him. Brothers, am I mistaken? Or is that a red-named boss in an unarmored state? One player pinched his friend's thigh in disbelief. I swear that hurt. Why don't you pinch yourself? Oh, it truly appears to be the case. What are we waiting for? Let us seize the boss. A pack of ravenous players swiftly encircled him. Very well, it seems you truly are in rebellion. Summon the troops. Slay them. Eliminate these ungrateful, inferior subhumans. The city commander initially contemplated merely detaining these players to extort benefits from their faction. But as the players drew their blades and began chanting spells, it became evident that they were serious. He instinctively took a couple of steps back. His command transformed the names of all guards within the fortress into a shade of crimson. Players wandering within the fortress were taken aback to witness the guards. Upon receiving their orders, eyeing them with trepidation, their names instantly turning red. Almost all players wore knowing smirks. Brother, you look particularly delectable. Stand still and let me deliver a strike. Just moments ago, a player had been conversing with the guards, upon seeing their names change. Unfiltered words tumbled forth from his lips. Within the Lord's residence, the pig-like lord of the city, Ironbeard, who had secretly incited the guards to provoke the players, felt a twinge of unease. Over these past months, he had observed these players growing increasingly formidable, their magical equipment multiplying, and their reckless bravery was a source of his longing to possess both their gear and their allegiance. These fearless players are, without a doubt, the finest war machines. However, the faction that leads them is rather timid and apprehensive. Despite possessing formidable power, they choose to meekly collaborate with these players for commerce and assist them in eliminating the undead scourge. Such cowardice is disheartening. He had already devised a plan to capture this group of players and later emerge as their savior, punishing a few scapegoats while offering benefits to entice these players to switch their allegiance. With over 10,000 players in the border city, if they all became his private militia, it would form an immensely powerful force. Yet, the gradually rising sounds of battle outside the Lord's mansion made him realize that something was amiss. As the gates of the Lord's mansion were violently breached by the players, the name emblazoned in red above the head of the notorious figure became glaringly apparent. How dare you trespass into the Lord's mansion? I shall report you to your faction's leader. I will have your powers revoked and strip you of your titles. Yes, your titles. Iron Beard shrank back, his hand stealthily reaching for the blade behind him. The players merely scoffed. This red-named boss threatens to strip us of our titles? How amusing, dear friends. The players chuckled, their hands gathering the radiant energy of skills. The moment Iron Beard grasped his weapon, a barrage of concentrated skills erupted, tearing his body asunder. In less than an hour, the border city fell entirely. The fourth catastrophe's power descended instantaneously, beginning the transformation of the city into the first stronghold of the collective redemption faction for otherworldly players. The battle in the border city ignited considerable unrest among the collective redemption players. Suddenly, all players realized that this was indeed a different approach. The collaboration within collective redemption was not one of passive endurance and mutual courtesy, but rather a forceful imposition of cooperation. The unspoken equation became clear. Cooperation must cooperate with me, no opportunity for cooperation if you do not comply. In an instant, the dozen or so border cities adjacent to collective redemption plunged into chaos. Players no longer tolerated the green-named allied units, as they had previously. Once, they had refrained from confrontation out of fear of title revocation, especially considering the gruesome examples of players who had mistreated the indigenous demi-human maidens, with such cases prominently displayed on the official website. What? Your noble lord shortchanged my reward? Very well, I shall feign aggression and provoke you. Oh, look at that. You've truly become a red name. Don't blame me then. I want my reward. I also demand experience. If you refuse, I shall take it myself. With the commencement of the fifth test, a deluge of players flooded in. These new players faced heavy losses against the relentless waves of skeletons, often at levels 20 to 30. However, when confronted with a group of demi-human militia under level 10, all novice players laughed heartily. Within a mere fortnight, the border cities of the demi-human empire had nearly been obliterated. The mightiest among the demi-humans, the demigod Sword Saint, personally flew to the camp of collective redemption to negotiate with the faction's leader. We offered you refuge and a place among us, and yet you dared to bite the hand that feeds you. Sword Saint Lorber exclaimed, his sword pointed accusingly at the healer, his voice brimming with agitation. I have reviewed the intelligence summarized below, revealing that your nation has acted with outrageous and unreasonable conduct, consistently depriving our mercenaries of their due rewards through various means. This has prompted a self-defensive counterattack that can no longer be tolerated. Regarding your offer of refuge, had it not been for our forces cleansing the sea of skeletons, the undead army would have undoubtedly breached the capital of the Beastmen Empire by now, the doctor stated calmly. Furthermore, I detest having weapons pointed at me. As soon as the doctor's words fell, the formidable demigod Sword Saint of the Beastmen Empire transformed his great sword into scattered motes of light, cascading to the ground. Rabar stepped back, his expression uncertain. This unprecedented display instilled in him a profound wariness. Very well. I hereby announce that the Beastmen Empire will terminate its collaboration with your collective for the salvation of all beings. I am eager to see how long your army can endure without our supplies. The doctor maintained his indifferent demeanor, his gaze fixed on a book before him, occasionally turning the pages. Should you wish to cease collaboration, I shall acquiesce, but I hope you understand that the terms for any future cooperation will not be as lenient. The consequences of your choices will rest solely upon your shoulders. The demigod Sword Saint Rabar scoffed and turned to leave. Spare yourself the trouble. I am keen to observe how your side will withstand the dual onslaught of the sea of the undead and the Beastmen Empire. The doctor shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from the book, lifting his eyelids slightly to peer into the void, lost in thought. whispering inaudibly, such is the limitation of mortal wisdom. Chapter 54. The second of martial arts. At the corner of a seaside street in the Yanhuang Star, a drunken man lay across the bar counter. His eyes bright, yet seemingly intoxicated. He fixated intently on the screen, displaying a video of players battling in a foreign realm, synchronized with the pulsating beats of the DJ. As countless men and women swayed on the dance floor, the bartender wiped a glass and set a cup of ice water gently before the man. Do you also partake in the all-world conquest? It has been quite popular lately. The female bartender leaned down, her finger playfully resting on her red lips. Her gaze filled with intrigue. This man had been frequenting this bar for half a month, occupying the same spot each day. His attire was somewhat disheveled. Appearing to be in his 30s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, he could be quite handsome with a bit of grooming, yet at that moment, he bore the scruff and weariness of life. The man numbly accepted the ice water and drank it in one go. His voice was rough, yet melodious. Do you believe that one can return to the past? Or perhaps experience a fleeting dream? The bartender lightly covered her lips with her hand, her pinky finger, like a delicate, boneless serpent, teasingly brushed against the man's arm. Sir, I find myself intrigued by your story. In an hour, I will finish my shift. We could return and converse. At 5 a.m., Chun Jian observed the woman still soundly asleep in bed, surrounded by scattered clothes, and quietly sat up. After a night of indulgence, the memories of his past life, marked by the destruction of a planet, remained vividly etched in his mind. In his previous existence, he had been the most gifted sect leader of the sword sect, challenging various masters of swordsmanship, descending the mountain to engage in duels with skilled practitioners from secluded sects, achieving invincibility across the nation within 3 years. Afterward, he devoted 5 years to challenging the world. In a mere half-incense stick's time, he disarmed the Eastern Sword Saint. And he also felled the mightiest swordsman from the foremost knightly family of the West. In the realm of swordsmanship, he stood at the pinnacle of the Yanhuang Star. Yet, when the portal to another dimension opened, the 3-foot azure blade in his hand could scarcely pierce even the skin of the monsters. It was a catastrophic defeat. The populace of numerous cities fled towards safe havens as he could only watch the military and police valiantly confront the invading beasts, using their very flesh and blood to resist. In the wake of this calamity, the martial arts of Yanhuang Star began to rise. He diligently practiced his swordplay, and with the enhancement of martial energy, he grew increasingly formidable. A century later, his mastery of the sword reached its zenith. However, upon the arrival of that unfamiliar powerhouse on Earth, a mere gesture shattered all his pride. The once globally renowned martial king, Fei Hong, was also annihilated with a single finger. He unleashed a sword strike with all his might, which swept through the skies, yet before it could near the adversary, the overwhelming aura emanating from the foe crushed it to fragments. The opponent did not even cast a glance in his direction, and in that singular moment, the entire planet and all its inhabitants were reduced to mere shards. Chun Jian had recently been reborn, as memories flooded his mind after he defeated the Western Night King. He felt adrift. This man, hailed as the world's foremost swordsman, found himself in despair. With only a century left and no notion of how to alter his fate, the chasm between them was simply too vast. In the realm of martial arts, the higher one ascends, the more time is required for cultivation. Chun Jian began to indulge in intoxication, devising plans to savor the remaining 100 years. A woman, awakened by his actions, entwined her delicate arms around his neck like flowing water. Let me guess, you wish to flee? After all, a woman like me, unrestrained and carefree. Surely we both seek our own desires, don't we? The woman buried her face in Chun Jian's neck, her breath like orchids as she softly whispered in his ear. Chun Jian remained silent, turning to embrace her with fervor. The woman, startled by his roughness, soon tenderly wrapped her arms around this man, whose heart was laden with wounds. All right, hold on. Hand me your phone, and I'll help you reserve a gaming account. You seem quite interested in these games. The two frolicked throughout the day, and the following evening, the woman departed for work as usual. With a face marked by kisses, Chun Jian returned to his state of lethargy after she left. He lay in his rented room, gazing at a package that had suddenly appeared on the table. At that moment, his phone rang. Your reservation for the Game Wanjie Zhongba 5 test qualification has been issued. The notification popped up, yet Chun Jian paid it no heed. Instead, he rose from his bed to inspect the package that had materialized before him. The combat scenes from the game he had seen in the bar the previous night featured a familiar player. He recognized it as Fei Hong from his past life. This recently popular game had reached his ears, yet in this lifetime, he remained devoted to the sword, and without memories of his former life, he naturally dismissed such games. However, after careful comparison with his past memories over the past few days, Chen Jian could assert with certainty that regardless of his indifference to external matters, he had never heard any trace of this game's existence in his previous life. In the midst of the battle scene, the player resembling Fei Hong wielded dual blades, a skill honed by the martial king in his past life. By some inexplicable force, he opened his inventory and donned a helmet. Please confirm your character name. Swordsman. The name was already in use, and a number was automatically appended, changing it to Swordsman 21. Please select your faction. Chen Jian observed the two opposing factions depicted in the CG graphics and decisively chose Salvation for All. Please select your class. Various class illustrations unfolded, with the martial artist class radiating a unique brilliance from the corner. I choose martial artist. As the game screen gradually faded to black, he found himself in the spawning hall. Surrounding him were numerous newly spawned players bustling with excitement. Swordsman 21 clenched his fists, feeling that this new body was no different from his form on Yanhuang Star. He noticed that these players, like him, belonged to the martial artist class. In the hall, a man with a carnivorous flower tattooed on his chest sat still, a large green character above his head indicating that he was an NPC. He seemed to be in a state of meditation. Many players leaned in, attempting to accept quests from him. However, as they approached, an invisible barrier repelled them. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, thousands of martial artists gradually assembled, and the man finally rose from his seated position. You may call me the guard. I shall be responsible for imparting to you the fundamental techniques. The man appeared quite adept at teaching, as just a few words prompted most players to begin deeply comprehending the fundamental techniques. Swordsman 21 was the first to complete this understanding. He opened his eyes, and his spine quivered like a great dragon, causing the muscles in his back to ripple. The guard stood before him with a smile. You are quite remarkable. I have heard that a martial arts prodigy has emerged from the Despair Truth faction. You should be on par with him. This skill is a gift to you. The guard tossed a sword manual, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Contemplatively, Swordsman 21 picked up the manual, which then transformed into a stream of data that entered his mind. After a while, he gazed at the skill panel displaying the sword manual as if it were a treasured artifact. Was the martial arts prodigy from the Despair Truth faction referring to Fei Hong? If so, this lifetime would surely witness a contest between swift blades and quick swords. Swordsman 21 shook off the despondency of his past, his eyes glimmering with determination. A smile gracing his lips. He felt as if he had drawn a magnificent sword. Such exquisite swordplay and profound fundamental techniques transcended mere gaming. In this life, the swordsman was determined to rectify all the regrets of his previous existence. Chapter 55. The backstab of the Demi-Human Empire. After the Salvation for All factions severed ties with the Demi-Human Empire, the task of eliminating the undead from the region ceased. Players took the opportunity to venture deeper into the sea of undead, seeking to slay higher-level undead creatures, thus garnering more experience and equipment. The spared undead, unimpeded by the player's retreat, streamed into the Demi-Human Empire without hindrance. Initially, the Demi-Human Empire believed these undead to be a trivial annoyance, easily manageable by these frail players. They were gravely mistaken. Without the purification of the region by any priests, the undead relentlessly assault the inner cities of the Beastman Empire, relying on the tainted land and the malevolent sky of the netherworld. With each fallen beastman or civilian, the undead gain another surge of strength. As the battles rage on, the ranks of the undead swell, with many low-level specters achieving multiple promotions due to excessive slaughter. Previously, these inner cities enjoyed peace, shielded from the cataclysm of the undead by the border cities and players. Their ignorance of the undead threat is palpable. Perhaps the higher-ups in the Beastman Empire are aware. Yet the empire is not as unified as the Elven Empire. The various clans of beastmen inhabit distinct territories, remaining vigilant against one another, sometimes even engaging in mutual skirmishes. Consequently, the intricate intelligence regarding the undead remains elusive to most. The forces dispatched by the Beastman Empire to flank the players are now obstructed by the invading tide of the undead. Meanwhile, players revel in the chaos, with numerous novice adventurers, guided by seasoned members of their guilds, tirelessly assaulting the Beastman towns to gain experience. The feeble Beastman guards, barely at level 10, stand no chance against the coordinated onslaught of the players. The disdain that the aristocracy of the Beastman society harbored for the player community now manifests in the grim realization of the folly in opposing them. The initial plan of the Beastman Empire to collaborate with the undead has crumbled, as they find themselves besieged by both players and the undead, creating a tumultuous battleground on their own soil, where today you slay me, and tomorrow I shall slay you. Players, by nature, thrive in such chaotic environments, which facilitates a more pronounced acceleration in their growth. One player, a swordsman who joined the game during the 5th beta test, encountered the narrative of the Beastman Empire severing ties right from the outset. Unfazed, he equipped with a novice sword and a week's worth of rations, ventured into the vast wilderness. Following the map for an entire day, he stumbled upon a band of wandering skeletons in the wild, their damp frames encrusted with soil, evidently the result of the undead sky giving birth to these wild specters, all of which were no higher than level 20. The demand for wild beasts among players is immense, leading to the eradication of all monsters within several dozen kilometers of the camps, once slumbering in the earth. These awakened dead, fueled by a hatred for life, indiscriminately attack any living entity they encounter. In the realm of spiritual vision, the life forms appear like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, and the previously lethargic skeletons surge forward, their jaws clattering ominously as they brandish rusted swords and dilapidated weapons. The swordsman swiftly unsheathes his long sword, deftly maneuvering amidst the throng of skeletal foes, sending them crashing to the ground. Yet, the system indicates that these skeletal adversaries have merely lost a fraction of their vitality. The scattered remains of the skeletons begin to reassemble, and in the blink of an eye, a new skeleton, albeit slightly diminished in strength, rises once again. The swordsman, known as Jiang Shang 21, furrowed his brow and attempted to employ the sword techniques he had mastered. A fierce sword aura enveloped the blade of his long sword in an instant. He swung the sword upwards, and the originally meter-long blade unleashed a sword chi that extended several meters, shattering numerous skeletons into fragments. The system notified him that he had achieved an over-level kill against a level 15 skeleton, resulting in an immediate level up. With each level gained, his physical constitution was enhanced, and he received 5 free attribute points. Following the martial artist's standardized allocation method, he would typically distribute these points evenly among strength, agility, and constitution. However, the swordsman opted for a different approach, allocating 3 points to agility and 1 each to constitution and strength. Being inherently swift as the wind, speed was paramount. The system alerted him of an incoming communication through the emergency contact button on his helmet. After toiling in the game world for the better part of the night, Jiang Shang sensed someone attempting to remove his gaming helmet. Once he found a suitable hiding place and removed the helmet, he was greeted by a woman's smiling visage. In front of him lay several packages of barbecued food and 2 bowls of fried rice. "I can't cook, but I thought you might be hungry at this late hour, so I brought you something to eat. I may not be the ideal wife, haha," she said. Jiang Shang carefully accepted the bag and opened the takeout boxes. Despite having lived 2 lives, he found himself touched by the warmth radiating from this woman, who, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a charm that stirred something deep within him. The woman watched as he clumsily opened the food container and devoured the fried rice with great fervor, clearly indicating that he seldom indulged in takeout. Although he was a man with a rich backstory, he was surprisingly ignorant of many everyday matters. As the chief of the Sword Path, Jiang Shang was accustomed to being attended to in all aspects of life. He had never experienced takeout before. Even when someone ordered food, it would be elegantly plated and served to him. After observing him eat ravenously for some time, the woman playfully pinched a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth and popped it into her own. "They say leaving rice at the corner of your mouth is for your wife," she said with a smile. Jiang Shang paused mid-bite, staring blankly at her, causing her to fluster slightly. She quickly waved her hands. "Oh, don't misunderstand. We are just fellow wanderers of the world. I'm not expecting anything from you. I will marry you," Jiang Shang declared, his gaze fixed intently on her, enunciating each word with conviction. Shenwei was taken aback. She didn't even know his name yet. However, from the moment she first laid eyes on him 2 weeks prior, she felt an inexplicable pull towards him, akin to a moth drawn to flame. Having worked as a bartender for several years, she had encountered countless men attempting to flirt with her, all of whom she had politely rebuffed. Yet this man had gradually found his way into her heart. You must be joking. That is not what I meant. Shenwei stammered in a flurry of confusion, only to be drawn closer by Jiang Shang's firm grip around her waist. I said it. I will marry you. Tomorrow, we will go and get our license. His eyes were filled with sincerity. Shenwei's frantic gestures ceased as she gazed into his earnest eyes, and by some inexplicable force, she found herself nodding in agreement. All right. The following day, Shenwei insisted on taking Chun Jian to the hair salon, transforming him into a new man. With his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, complemented by a prominent nose, he resembled a star who had stepped straight out of a poster. Oh my, it seems I've struck gold, Shenwei murmured to herself. That afternoon, Shenwei and Chun Jian emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, each clutching a red book. Am I really married now? Shenwei still found it hard to believe. She had heard of whirlwind marriages, but this was an unprecedented swiftness. After ordering takeout, they returned to Shenwei's rented apartment. As she scrolled through her phone, searching for other job opportunities, Chun Jian gazed intently at the rosy profile of the woman beside him. What's your opinion on this job? Shenwei momentarily forgot Chun Jian's name, stumbling over her words. Chun Jian glanced at the job listing for a sales position at a Four-Sun store and quietly pulled out a card from his pocket. This is a bit of my savings. Take it. The password is on the back. With her delicate hand propped under her chin, Shenwei regarded the earnest man before her. Should I interpret this as you entrusting me with your savings, my newlywed husband? She teased playfully. I can support myself. You should keep your money. I want to be going back to the bar. I need to find another job to support you. Shenwei playfully pinched Chun Jian's prominent nose, her eyes sparkling with joy. This card holds 20 million, Chun Jian stated succinctly. Goodness. Are you some wealthy heir who has ventured out to wander, and I've fortuitously found you? Shenwei swiftly snatched the card from the table, throwing herself onto Chun Jian, her arms locking around his neck as if to interrogate him more closely.